Chapter 701. Putting the tire on the roof, Chinyu looked to the right, and then went to the abandoned house. The gate was already rotten, and a lot of wood chips fell off with a slight push, and even a lot of wall paint fell off. It seems that as long as no one lives in the house, it will gradually collapse. Blocking his nose with his arm, Chinyu cut the clothesline in the yard with a knife, and then went back to the van outside. Passing through the middle of the wheel hub, Chinyu then hung the rope diagonally on his shoulder, and began to retreat with the tire on his back. After walking for a while, his stomach started to growl. It was true that he hadn't eaten much today. Thinking of this, Chinyu began to look around to see if he could find any food or something. There was a smell of corruption everywhere. Except for the tattered clothes hanging under the eaves, most places were still empty. But Chinyu could understand it. After all, there were people living here before, and it would be abnormal if there was food. After walking around the village for a while, Chinyu came under a tree. He looked up at the bird's nest above, thinking. Just then, there was a movement from the other side of the tree, that is, to Chinyu's left. Turning his head, he saw a zombie with a twisted body. Then Chinyu took the things down and was about to take out the axe to kill it, but suddenly he felt very tired, so he simply continued to insert the axe. Then he took a few steps forward and hung the wires on the wooden stakes. Let's save some energy to climb the tree. He was so hungry that he couldn't eat any more. Although he still had 2 pieces of dried meat on him, Chinyu really couldn't eat any more. In the past, I could collect a lot of biscuits, canned food, etc. As long as I mixed them together, there was no big problem. But as time went on in the apocalypse, Chinyu realized that the food in each city could not be eaten up at all. After all, when there were more zombies, it meant that there would be fewer living people. Most of them were affected by the environment, leading to accelerated pollution. Especially in places where zombies gathered, even some rotten meat would affect a lot of food. When the air was full of the stench of decay, their shelf life would be greatly shortened. The remaining ones that were hard to preserve would gradually expire. So now, there is basically no food that can be found in the wild except canned food. The bird's nest on the tree is very tempting to Chinyu. Holding the tree trunk with both hands, Chinyu continued to look up and then climbed up quickly. Fortunately, this tree as thick as a thigh is not difficult to climb, and he finally got closer and closer to the bird's nest. At this moment, a big bird suddenly flew in from a distance and tried to attack Chinyu. It is obvious that this bird must be the owner of the nest on the top of the head. Seeing that the bird was constantly disturbing Chinyu, and even started to peck at him, Chinyu held the tree tightly with his left hand, stood on the branch, and pretended to continue climbing up with his right hand, intending to trick the bird to come forward. Sure enough, when the bird saw that Chinyu was still climbing up, it attacked again without thinking, but this time it fell into the trap. Chinyu quickly grabbed the bird's neck with his right hand, and then smashed it against the tree trunk, and then twisted it hard, and the bird's neck was directly broken by him. At this moment, Chinyu also felt a little guilty, but there was no way. In the doomsday, if he wanted to survive now, he had to get food. The zombie on the left was lying on the wire, still struggling, trying to break through the obstruction. Chinyu stood on the tree, he looked at the bird's nest close to his head, then handed the bird in his right hand to his left hand, and then continued to climb up a little. In a dilapidated abandoned yard. The bonfire had been lit, and there were many feathers on the ground. Chinyu sat by the fire, with a bloody kitchen knife at his feet, which he had washed with water and disinfected. After plucking the feathers, Chinyu broke off a branch from the side, picked them clean with the kitchen knife, and then pierced the palm-sized bird, and then put it on the fire to roast. At the same time, there was a small bowl on the stone in front of him, and there were 3 bird eggs in it. As time passed, Chinyu gradually became busy. Although it was in this abandoned village, many of the seasonings could no longer be used, and most of them became damp and moldy. Fortunately, Chinyu found a bag of unopened salt, so it has not been damaged so far. Thanks to this thing, the roasted bird meat tasted much better, otherwise it would be difficult to swallow if it was roasted like this. Chinyu made egg soup out of the bird eggs, sprinkled some salt on it, and boiled it on the fire. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chinyu, who had eaten and drunk enough, wiped his mouth with his collar, stood up and scooped some dirty water from the jar under the eaves with a bowl to put out the fire. Then he picked up the tire, and put it on his back, and continued on his way. Half an hour later, Chinyu walked around a bend, and saw the van parked on the side of the road, with leaves still on it. Rubbing his hands, he moved the leaves away, looked around to make sure there were no zombies, and squatted down to get busy. Just as he finished all this and stood up to put away the tools, a white puppy suddenly appeared in front of the tire, lying there and looking at him motionlessly. Left by those wild dogs? Chinyu looked at its trembling appearance, then picked up the axe and prepared to smash it to death, but hesitated in midair. What if it has never eaten human flesh? Then I'm going too far. Because those dogs had eaten people in front of Chinyu before, he had no mercy at all, and just wanted to smash it to death. But now that I think about it, the puppy seems to be too small, and should still be in the suckling stage. The puppy is very afraid of Chinyu. It is only slightly bigger than the bird before, but only the size of 2 adult palms. Looking at the white-haired puppy, Chinyu still put down the axe. Then he squatted on the ground and sucked. The next second, the puppy walked towards him, but the steps were not very steady. Holding the puppy in his arms, Chinyu had a trace of sadness between his eyebrows and whispered, "You are lucky, but I killed all those big dogs again. You are unlucky. You are so young, but you can survive an entire afternoon without being bitten to death by zombies. It's really ironic. The dog is very well behaved. It seems to be very scared. It curls up in Chinyu's arms and keeps shaking. Perhaps it doesn't care who is in front of it." After hesitating for a few minutes, Chinyu got up and put the dog in the driver's seat. "Forget it. I hope that after I raise you, you can be a better guard for the house." There is actually another reason why Chinyu took it in. When the group of wild dogs chased him before, one of the big white dogs ran the fastest. Chapter 702. The speed of the 2 adult pit bulls was obviously inferior. Chinyu also looked back while running, and then he remembered the white dog. Now seeing the color of the puppy's hair, he wondered if it was the offspring of that dog. If so, it is not impossible to keep it. After all, facing zombies in the doomsday, what you need is to run fast. Just as Chinyu sat in the driver's seat and prepared to drive down to move cement, he continued to reach out and touched the sleeping white dog, and whispered, "You can live alone in the wild for half an afternoon at such a young age, so I will call you Wonkai from now on." Wonkai. The little white dog didn't react at all after the 2 words came out. Seeing this, Chinyu called it twice again, but it still ignored him. Thinking of this, Chinyu thought for a moment, and whispered in the car, "You don't like this name?" Then he thought about it, and then whispered, "It seems that you are really lucky. How about calling you this?" Lucky. After the voice fell, the little white dog raised its head and looked at Chinyu. "Haha, okay, then you can call it this." After that, Chinyu smiled and started the car, and began to drive down the slope from the front. He already knew where the path was. Hearing this, Mingda didn't react and continued to sleep on the car. It was about dark when Chinyu was about to finish moving the cement, and his body was covered with dust again. The wild goat and Mingda stood under the tree, watching him move quietly. Chinyu wiped the sweat from his head, took a look at the 2 things, and said weakly, "You 2 should watch carefully. If there are zombies coming later, remember to remind me." When the 10th bag was put into the van, almost 1,000 pounds of cement was put on it. Chinyu was really afraid that the car could not bear it directly. But fortunately, the quality of this van is much better than he thought, and it looks like nothing happened. These are the total number of items that were cleared out. Chinyu did not touch the remaining items in the car. Some of them were damaged and difficult to move. The second thing is to install solar street lights in the camp. They do not need to be very dense. He plans to install them in places with dim light first. Of course, it is still early now. It will take a lot of effort to dismantle the solar streetlights. But they are also rare in the doomsday. They can have their own power generation system, and they don't need to find a power source and battery, and they don't even need to connect wires. Since the trunk is almost full, it's hard to put the goat, so Chinyu stuffed it into the passenger seat. No matter how Chinyu pushed it, the wild goat didn't resist at all. It was completely docile, which saved a lot of time. As the sky gradually darkened, Chinyu started to drive back. Although it was a bit hard to climb the slope, at least he didn't slip. After staying in the wild for another day and 2 nights, when the fuel gauge reached the bottom, Chinyu finally returned to the vicinity of the villa area. But when there were still more than 10 kilometers left from home, there was no gas. Seeing this, Chinyu touched the life next to him, then picked up the oil extraction tool and plastic bottle and got out of the car. "Don't shout, be careful not to attract zombies." After giving some instructions, Chinyu covered the van with leaves and walked towards the abandoned car on the side of the road. Before, everyone in the camp was informed that the abandoned cars near the home could not be used to extract gasoline, but their fuel tanks could be used to store it for future emergency use. I didn't expect that Chinyu would be able to use it so soon. Opening the fuel tank cap, Chinyu put the hose in and started to get busy. He was relieved to see the yellow liquid flowing into the bottle. A few minutes later, Chinyu poured the oil into the car and then continued to go home. It was used in a short period of time, so he used a plastic bottle to collect it. After just a while, Chinyu felt that the bottle seemed to be leaking gasoline. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Chinyu returned to his familiar home. He hadn't seen it for a few days. Although his mood was different every time he came back, he was happy and common. Driving into the bridge of the camp, the guard greeted him, and then went down to open the door. There seemed to be no one in the villa area now, and it seemed a bit deserted. Seeing this, Chinyu lowered the car window and asked casually, "Jiang Yuchen, where are the others?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen closed the door, turned around and said with a gun in his arms, "Everyone went out for training, and Dr. Xiaolin is also in the team." "Oh!" Chinyu nodded and drove the car slowly in. At this moment, a little girl suddenly appeared next to him, covering her pocket, and ran to the front of the car. Fortunately, Chinyu was not driving fast, so he braked, but the co-pilot was in trouble and fell directly under the seat. Chinyu reached out to pick it up, turned his head and greeted, "Jiang Lingling?" Even though he almost got into a car accident, he did not have any emotional fluctuations, let alone blame the other party. Chinyu remembered this child very clearly. He also spoke not very fluently, so he never spoke on weekdays. Jiang Lingling's face was red, and she was panting. Then she took something out of her pocket. Looking at the rubber ring and a Y-shaped wooden stick in front of him, he understood instantly. "You want me to help you make a slingshot?" Jiang Lingling nodded, and then she looked at Chinyu expectantly. Seeing this, Chinyu reached out to take it and smiled. "I'm a little busy now. Can you come and get it tomorrow?" She gestured and ran to the door. Chinyu put the rubber ring away and drove to the warehouse, intending to unload the cement first. Although these materials can also be exchanged for material coins, Chinyu did not do so. In his opinion, building his own home is a matter of course. The car had just stopped, and Old Man Ji was also taking a walk, and he was called over immediately. "Old Man Ji, please take this wild goat to the cowshed, don't lock it together, and build another one for the goat tomorrow." Hearing this, Old Man Ji walked over and held a rope, and asked in surprise, "How come you can bring this back?" Hearing this, Chinyu pointed at the co-pilot and laughed. "Introduce them, these two will be new members of the team in the future, and they must not be slaughtered." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Ji suddenly stepped forward and whispered, "Xiao Chun, can I ask you a favor?" "What is it?" "Tell me," Chinyu said indifferently while moving cement. "You see, everyone seems to be very busy every day. Even I see doctors are running to exercise. I am too old to run. How about you arrange for me to watch the gate?" Fearing that Chinyu would not believe him, Old Man Ji hurriedly said, "Don't worry, although I am over 70 years old, I have watched the gate of the community for more than 10 years. I am very experienced." He spoke hurriedly and started coughing again. Chinyu patted the dust on his hands, looked at him seriously, frowned slightly and said, "Can you raise chickens, cattle and sheep?" Chapter 703. Of course. Old Man Ji reached out and touched the sheep's head and said seriously, "I used to stay in the countryside for many years, and then I followed my children to the city." "Okay, you will take care of the animals in the camp from now on. There will be a meeting in a few days, and someone will be responsible for cutting grass every week." Old Man Ji was very happy after hearing this. "Okay, then I go first." After he left, Chinyu continued to unload cement. Although it is easy for these older survivors in the doomsday to meet someone who can farm, it is not absolute. After all, being old does not mean that one has lived in the countryside before. Just as Chinyu finished his work and took a basin of water to take a shower, the others gradually came back. Lin Yi was holding a towel in his hand, wiping his sweat as he walked. When he heard a sound in the backyard, he walked over. Seeing Chinyu rubbing his back in big shorts, Lin Yi smiled and put down the towel in his hand. "I help you." Hearing the voice, Chinyu wiped the shampoo foam around his eyes with the back of his hand and nodded. "When did you come back?" Holding a towel to help him rub his back, Lin Yi looked at the scar on Chinyu's shoulder and whispered, "I just arrived too. I went to train with them in the morning. Now there is a lot of food, and everyone is working out quickly." In this way, Chinyu quietly listened to Lin Yi's account of what happened in the past few days. When he turned around, Lin Yi looked at his very obvious 8-pack abs and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that your figure is much better than before." After saying that, Lin Yi stretched out her little hand and scratched it twice, then covered her mouth and laughed. "Okay, put it on, I'm going to change clothes last time." After the voice fell, Lin Yi turned and went upstairs. Chinyu smiled slightly, threw the dirty clothes into the bucket, and there was still some water left, so he simply started to wash clothes. Now he also feels that life is getting better and better, at least washing powder and soap are everywhere in the camp. After washing and hanging clothes, Chin Yu suddenly saw smoke coming from a distance, and then he became a little confused, and then he looked up and shouted, Who is burning a fire in the east? Ah? Lenny looked down from the second-floor window, and was stunned. What are you talking about? Then, following the direction of Chin Yu's finger, Lenny glanced at the distance, shrugged and said, It seems that someone is practicing shooting ignited arrows. It's okay, it's not a big problem. Hearing this, Chin Yu nodded. It's dry now, I'm worried about a forest fire. Just then, Lenny suddenly thought of something, patted the windowsill and said, By the way, there is something I almost forgot to tell you. Then she ran downstairs and took Chin Yu to the living room. What's wrong? Chin Yu asked with a smile, and then she pushed him to sit down. Lenny said seriously, Su Xiaoqin, I feel better recently. Huh? Isn't this a good thing? Chin Yu was a little surprised when he heard this. That's what you said, but how could it suddenly get better? Lenny shook her head, but as you said, it's enough for her to get better. Chin Yu looked at his watch and smiled. Do you want to raise a dog? Just as he finished speaking, the little white dog crawled out from under the sofa and licked Lin Yi's slippered feet, frightening her so much that she jumped directly onto the sofa and patted her chest in shock. Ah, it scared me to death. Seeing the little white dog that was kicked away by Lin Yi, Chin Yu walked over and picked it up, chuckling and saying, I remember you said you were afraid of dogs, so I thought I'd let you raise one from a young age. Maybe you could overcome your psychological fear. Lenny looked at the well-behaved puppy, hesitated for a moment, and said, Why do you suddenly want me to overcome this? Hearing this, Chin Yu walked to her side and sat down, then whispered about the encounter with wild dogs in the wild before. A few minutes later, when she heard that he had escaped by hiding in a grave, her face suddenly turned pale. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to survive, and so was this dog, so I named it Mingda. Hearing this, Lenny chuckled, reached out, and held the dog on her lap. Why did you give it such a name? Chin Yu wanted to scratch his head, but then he remembered that he had a dog in his arms, so he clapped his hands and said, Oh, I'm really bad at naming it. How about you change it? I just want to give it to you to raise. Then Lenny gently touched the dog on her lap and asked in confusion, Are you worried that I will be scared to squat in the wild when I encounter a mad dog in the future? Yes. Speaking of business, Chin Yu responded with a serious expression. The situation is different now, and the animals are also a little different, especially these stray dogs wandering outside. They are likely to be like wolves after they gather together, and there is a high probability that they will attack living people. After hearing that, Lin Yi thought about it and nodded. Okay, then I can try to raise it. I hope it won't bite me. Seeing this, Chin Yu reached out and patted the puppy gently, pretending to be threatening, and said, This is the mistress. If you want to live, just be obedient. After the voice fell, I don't know if the little white dog understood it, but it actually stuck to Lin Yi's hand and rubbed it. Lin Yi suddenly thought of the names of the two chickens, and then smiled and said, Xiao Huang and Xiaomi are getting bigger and bigger. Let's call this one Xiao Bai, and the three of them will be companions in the future. At this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly whimpered. Look, it agreed. Lin Yi said in surprise. I'm fine with it, I listened to you. Chin Yu smiled and put his hand on Xiao Bai, and continued, It's just that it's a little small. I think it may be difficult to feed it. It's okay. I asked Chin Shi for some milk powder. She has half a can that seems to be about to expire. Anyway, there are plenty of other things. In this way, Chin Yu and Lin Yi's nest now has a new member. After going to the breeding area to look at the two chickens, Chin Yu went to each team to get a piece of paper. This was also what everyone had paid special attention to before, to note down the solar street lights in which places were easy to dismantle. Chin Yu sat in the pavilion in the villa area, looking at the messy drawings in front of him, and wrote them down on the map bit by bit. After almost an hour, he finally confirmed more than a dozen terrains. These are basically exposed outside the cement, and only fixed with screws. Of course, the height is much shorter. But this is exactly what Chin Yu wants. Those lights that are too big, 1, can't be disassembled, and 2, they can't be transported back. In the next 2 days, Chin Yu also took time to see their training methods. Chapter 704. But he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, with Xiao Jiao around, Chin Yu could rest assured. As for martial arts, Lin Yi didn't learn them anymore, because she felt that if she fought the enemy face to face, her chance of winning was not high. Chin Yu thought so too, so he mainly asked her to practice more with pistols. In today's environment, if you master firearms, you can protect yourself most of the time. The most important thing is that if even Lin Yi needs to rush up with a dagger to fight someone, it means that Chin Yu, Xiao Jiao, Alei and others have all fallen. It was not until the afternoon of the third day that Xinyu called all the people in the community together and announced the death of Yu Dajiang and the Yu sisters. Of course, he only called out to those who knew each other before, and Xiao Jiao and Song Cheng's people just watched from a distance. Seeing the sadness on everyone's faces, Xinyu pondered for a while and said, "Death is not the end, but being forgotten by all of us is." After saying that, he turned and left, and soon everyone returned to their rooms. Only Feng Yi stood there quietly, feeling depressed. Hearing the footsteps, she whispered, "Some people are missing, some are dead, and some have not been heard from so far." Xinyu stood beside her and understood who was being talked about. After a moment of silence, Xinyu spoke. "Li Yao's matter will not end like this, but if I see her again, my attitude will still be the same." Feng Yi raised her head, turned around and looked at his somewhat vicissitudes of life face, and said softly, "In fact, have you ever thought that Li Yao may not care about the status at all? Alei told me that you gave up looking for Li Yao because you felt that the distance was too far, but is it really the case? In fact, I can roughly guess a little." Seeing this matter mentioned again, Xinyu sighed and said slowly, "I just can't figure it out. Why do you all think that she may be living a miserable life now? What if she is living a happy life now? To be honest, the current situation, Li Yao's whereabouts are unknown. It is a good thing for me or her. Maybe you think I am heartless, but I think I have done enough. In this world, love is not the only thing that can go to the end. Not all men will fall in love with every woman they meet." After saying that, Xinyu turned and left again, this time heading towards the gate. Watching him leave, Feng Yi also felt that Xinyu was a little angry, probably because everyone wanted Li Yao to come back privately. Because Feng Yi knew very well that with Xinyu's smart mind, he couldn't fail to think of the traces left by those people. As long as he traced a little, he would definitely find clues, and maybe he would know where Li Yao was taken. Xinyu stood on the bridge a little bored. He turned around and threw the stone into the river. Suddenly, he saw Xiaoyan struggling to carry the bucket alone, and then walked over to help. "Let me do it." "Hey, Brother Chen." Xiaoyan turned her head when she heard the voice, and then handed him the bucket with a smile. "This river water may have been polluted by zombies. How did you get this water?" Xinyu raised it with one hand and asked softly. Hearing this, Xiaoyan stroked her bangs in front of her forehead with her hand, and said with a smile, "Oh, I was thinking of wearing a pair of gloves and using this water to clean the house." "Is the place you live in very dirty?" Xinyu frowned slightly. At this time, Xiaoyan walked beside him with her hands behind her back, and said seriously, "No, it's because I heard from Uncle Hua that Sister Xiaoyao disappeared some time ago, but I think she is so powerful that she can definitely survive alone, and it has been so long. What if she comes back one day?" Hearing this, Xinyu paused for a moment, then continued to help her carry water without saying anything else. Come to think of it, it seems that Xiaoyan doesn't have many friends here. Just as Xinyu continued to return to the bridge, a group of survivors suddenly came over from a distance. Seeing this, Xinyu turned around and waved to the sentry box, then took the pistol that Dazhuang had dropped, cocked it, put it on his waist, and then climbed up. A few minutes later, 2 women and 3 men appeared at the gate. "Brother, can I ask for some water?" One of the girls, whose face was very dirty, supported her teammate and made a humble request. Xinyu glanced at the girl and frowned, saying, "Take off her hat." As soon as he finished speaking, another boy lowered his head and whispered, "Brother, we just want to ask for water to drink. There is no need to check so carefully, right? We are not going in again." Wu Yuan. The girl tugged at his sleeve and shook her head slightly, indicating that she should stop talking so much. Then the girl raised her head and said, "If we just do this, will you give us water? You don't seem to know the importance of things. Now it's not me who is waiting to die, it's her." Xinyu could tell at a glance that her teammates were very ill. In addition, 3 of the 5 people were very thin, so she didn't think of opening the door. Although the camp needs more manpower now, not everyone will be needed. Even if it's the elderly or children, they have to have something suitable to do before they can come in. Hearing this, the girl pursed her extremely dry lips, hesitated, raised her hand that was shaking a little due to lack of water, and took off her teammate's hat. When he saw the other girl's face was pale, and even covered with blood, Dazhuang subconsciously took a breath of cold air. Good guy, he didn't die with such a big scar on his forehead? 2 seconds later, the girl quickly covered her teammate again, and said in a pleading voice, "Is this okay now?" Seeing this, Xinyu thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Dazhuang picked up a half bottle of water from the side and threw it at her. The water spun a few times in the air, and the girl excitedly wanted to reach out to catch it, but a burly figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and snatched her hand away before her. The next second, the boy, who was obviously much bigger, unscrewed the bottle and started drinking. Seeing this, the girl got anxious. She supported her teammate and shouted, "What are you doing, Wang Haoxuan? Cici is waiting for water to save her life." Seeing that the water was getting less and less, the girl let go of her hand and tried to rush forward to grab the water, but was slapped to the ground by the other party, and even blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Wu Yuan, who was wearing glasses and was a little thin, did not dare to fight. He had to go over and help his classmate Zhang Cici up, and then waited there eagerly. Soon only a small part of the half bottle of water was left, and then another boy came forward and drank the rest of the water. This scene also confirmed Chun Yu's suspicion. He had seen that this man's eyes were very strange before, staring at the girl's buttocks while walking. "Brother, can you give me some more?" The boy licked the mouth of the bottle with his tongue, and then looked at the top of the gate with a smile on his face. Chapter 705. There's plenty in the river behind you. Chin Yu also couldn't stand these people grabbing the water and drinking it first. If everyone was only given a little, he might have asked them to give him another half bottle. But this behavior only made Chin Yu more disgusted, because the water was begged by the girl, and even the one with glasses called him brother, while the other two drank the most. Seeing that there was no result, Zhao Ming glanced at Wang Haoxuan next to him, with some complaints in his eyes. It was originally agreed that he would taste it first to see if it was poisonous, but he ended up drinking 2/3 of it. Soon, the 5 people left and disappeared near the villa area. These people don't seem to expect to enter our camp at all. Dazhuang looked into the distance with a gun in his arms, and said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Chin Yu patted his arm and said, "Your arm is as thick as someone else's thigh. They are so thin that they probably don't feel comfortable to speak. But those two look quite strong, and you seem to have forgotten something." Hearing this, Dazhuang turned his head and looked at Chin Yu, who was about to climb down the stairs, wondering, "What's the matter?" They didn't bring any luggage. Chin Yu didn't take the sudden incident seriously, and planned to go and see how many arrows were left in the arsenal. About 10 kilometers away from the villa area. At the edge of the forest, it was getting dark, and several figures appeared by the river. "Cici, how are you?" The girl supported her teammate, her eyes full of worry. The next second, she turned her head to look at the boy lying on the ground and asked, "Zhao Ming, are you just lying down like this? Cici is your girlfriend. Can you please pay more attention? She is your girlfriend, not your wife." Zhao Ming put his hands behind his head, lying on a stone, and replied lazily, "Besides, even if I don't care, are you going to call the police to arrest me? Then you have to hurry up to repair the communication." "You?" The girl stamped her feet in anger, and the more she looked at him, the angrier she became. "Ningli, I'm fine." At this time, a weak voice sounded. Hearing this, the girl named Ningli glared at Zhao Ming and continued to squat in front of her teammates. "Cici, don't worry. Wu Yuan said that he would continue to beg those people. Maybe he could get some more. Since yesterday, the water of the people has not been taken in for almost 24 hours because it was accidentally spilled during the escape. This is quite fatal in an environment where the temperature rises rapidly." Just as she finished speaking, Wu Yuan, wearing glasses, came back in a daze. "How is it?" Ningli turned her head to look at her and asked expectantly. Wu Yuan pushed his glasses and shook his head. "Those people don't even show their faces now." Hearing this, Ningli immediately sat on the ground in frustration. After a moment, she held Zhang Cici's hand and murmured, "If we had known that we could go back to school directly, it would be much better if we could be with Yuan Yuan and Yao Yao." Zhang Cici looked at her good friend, who was worried, patted her hand, and then cast a reassuring look. If she hadn't hit her forehead, how could she be so embarrassed now? Just as several people were enduring hunger, it suddenly rained. Then everyone quickly picked up containers to collect water, without any intention of filtering and boiling. Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan even took off their clothes and washed them directly with rainwater. At night, everyone hid under a tent made of leaves, all huddled together. Due to the rain, they couldn't make a fire, so they could only keep their body temperature from losing too quickly. To survive in the wild, body temperature is a necessary condition that is more important than water and food, and fire can be ranked fourth. Once the body loses temperature, the consequences will be extremely serious. Just when several people were drowsy, Ningli suddenly noticed something strange on her thigh, then opened her eyes, turned her head, and met the boy's eyes next to her. The next second, she stood up excitedly and slapped him. "I've told you several times not to touch me, are you deaf?" The sudden noise woke everyone up. Zhao Ming pulled Wang Haoxuan up from the ground, then looked at Ningli, who was holding a sharp piece of iron, frowned slightly and said, Do you really not know how Haoxuan feels about you, or are you pretending not to know? I know your mother. Although Ningli is very thin now, she is much more fierce. Holding a blade of more than 10 centimeters in her hand, she cursed at the two of them. If it weren't for you not being able to control your lower body, how could Cece be so weak because of the miscarriage? Even if I was with Wu Yuan, I wouldn't even look at you, Wang Haoxuan. Looking at the excited look of the girl in front of him, Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a hint of coldness, but it soon disappeared. Ningli used to like watching various documentaries about survival in the wild, so her survival ability is currently the best in the team. She also knows how to get clean water, and knows a lot of wild vegetables. If Zhao Ming wants to survive, he has to stay with this girl. Although he has no pressure to kill zombies, it is not easy to live. When the zombies first broke out, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan never joined other camps, because they did not want to be restrained all the time. As for Ningli, she originally wanted to survive with the survivors, but most men would target her body. In the doomsday, Ningli did not want to survive by selling herself, so she fled with Zhang Cece 8 months ago, and met Zhao Ming, Wang Haoxuan and Wu Yuan on the way. As former college classmates, it was not easy for them to meet. Moreover, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan liked to play basketball, and were relatively strong, so it was not difficult for them to deal with zombies. In this way, the 5 of them traveled together, relying on a few bicycles, and chose to walk towards Wu Yuan's hometown. The road they took was getting farther and farther away from the city. Although there were fewer zombies in the countryside, it was only relatively speaking. At that time, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan were very diligent, and they spent a period of time in the countryside smoothly. Zhang Cece was worried that they would abandon her and Ningli one day in the future, so she agreed to Zhao Ming's pursuit. Although Ningli said that she didn't need to do this, she couldn't persuade her. But as more and more survivors ran to the countryside, frictions of all sizes increased. As more people came, there was only so much food. Until that day in the countryside 2 months later, accompanied by the first sound of glass breaking, a large number of survivors began to snatch food from each other, even women. Wu Yuan's grandparents also died in that yard, with half of their heads chopped off by a hoe. Chapter 706. Finally, they had no choice but to start wandering, and they have not come into contact with any forces since then. Ningli and Zhang Cece could never have imagined that it was because of this decision that they had passed by Li Yao in the community at least 3 times. Just walking around aimlessly, and relying on circling around various zombies, the 5 people have survived to this day. Seeing that the situation was getting a bit tense, Wu Yuan stepped forward to be a peacemaker. Everyone, please say less. If zombies are attracted, we will have to move at night. Hearing this, Ningli glared at Wang Haoxuan, tied the simple knife to her arm, and sat on the other side of the tent. They sat there until dawn, then packed their luggage and continued on their way. They didn't know where to go, but just wanted to stay away from the zombie army. 2 days passed in a flash, and there was only a little water left. Zhang Cece's injury was healed and began to gradually improve, thanks to Wu Yuan's grandfather, who knew how to treat injuries, so he barely understood some theoretical knowledge. Under the scorching sun, 5 people were walking on the road, and suddenly there was a roar of a car behind them. Qinyu drove a medium-sized truck with a few people to dismantle the solar streetlights. Qinyu drove the car straight past as if he didn't see the lonely figures of those people on the road. It seems that even if we want to go in, they may not want us, Wu Yuan said weakly as he watched the car disappear from sight. Let's go to the left road, which can be farther away from the small county town. Ningli, wearing a coat on her lower body, turned her head and shouted to the people behind her. In the car, Song Chung sat in the passenger seat, glanced at the people behind him, and whispered, "Where are we going?" Hearing this, Qinyu casually replied, "Let's go to the hardware store to see if there are any suitable screws." In the back seat, Xiao Kong and Lao Chung were dozing off. Just as they passed a bend, a large number of black marks suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Seeing this, the car stopped directly. Song Chung opened the door before Qinyu and walked over, squatting down to look at it. Lao Chung lay on the front seat, looking at the squatting figure, and whispered, "This person seems to be very diligent. Xiao Kong, you go and take a look too." Qinyu held the steering wheel with both hands, turned his head and shouted, "Okay. Brother, what are you looking at?" Xiao Kong walked behind Song Chung, bent his hands, and supported his knees and asked. Hearing the voice, Song Chung curled his fingers, stood up and said, "The large-scale migration of zombies feels a bit abnormal." As soon as he finished speaking, zombies gradually appeared on the road ahead. 1, 2. Looking at the densely packed zombies, Qinyu reached out and patted the car door, shouting in a deep voice, "Get in the car." Hearing this, the two hurried back, and then the car quickly backed up. Fortunately, it was just a medium-sized truck. With a body of about 6 meters, it was easy to turn around. Looking at the zombies behind him from the rearview mirror, Chinyu slowly said, "Have you noticed that zombies seem to rarely launch large-scale attacks recently?" Hearing this, Lao Cheng patted his knees. "I was curious about this. When I was in the community before, I didn't say it was often, but occasionally there would be zombies hitting the wall. But now have you seen it?" Xiao Kong stuck his head out of the car window, took a look at the zombies walking on the road, then sat down and whispered, "Hearing what you said, it does feel a little strange. How far have we come out?" Chinyu suddenly asked. "About 25 kilometers. Song Chung was also looking at the map at this time. "Something is wrong." Chinyu retracted his plan and drove the medium-sized truck to the villa area. But when he returned to the camp, he checked the surroundings with everyone, but found no clues. Or even said that zombies rarely appeared in the surrounding woods. At this moment, Wang Tianhai looked at the gathered people and said, "The reduction of zombies should be a good thing for us humans, right? But they have no intelligence. I am worried that someone is gathering zombies in secret." Xinyu stood there, frowning and thinking. Since the last time the community was attacked, he also felt something was wrong, but he just asked everyone to put weapons and food into the secret passage in advance. Facts have proved that Xinyu was fortunate to have made preparations in advance, so that he could minimize casualties. Thinking of this, Xinyu raised his head, glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Do you believe me?" As soon as this was said, Zhang Yin in the crowd stepped forward and nodded, "My life is yours. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west." Then, De Zhuang and his sister also stepped forward 2 steps, and even everyone made the same move. "You can arrange it." The unanimous answer of the crowd touched Chinyu a little. He took a deep breath and then said loudly, "Everyone listen to my orders, find all the wires in the camp, and pull them up 10 meters away from the wall." "Okay." Everyone responded with a deafening roar and started to get busy. They didn't know what happened, but as they said before, everyone would follow Chingyu's arrangements. At least, they had survived until now. Song Chung, who had originally planned to follow him out, also asked his people to help. He patted Chinyu on the shoulder and said seriously, "Do you know why I also follow your orders?" Chinyu turned his head, with some confusion in his eyes. Song Chung then spoke to himself. "A team can gather together, most of the time, it depends on 2 points, either loyalty or fear. But in everyone's eyes, I didn't see them showing fear." After saying that, Song Chung also ran away. Only Lei was left standing beside Chinyu, with his hands in his pockets, wearing a mask, and whispered, "Do you feel the danger?" Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head. "I just feel it's too peaceful. The zombies are actually starting to move farther and farther away from our camp. Today I drove more than 20 kilometers away, and I actually encountered the first group of zombies. You know, this is completely impossible." Just as everyone was tightening the wire around the camp, a noise was heard in the distance. Dazhuang's face changed slightly. He quickly lay on the ground, then stood up and said solemnly, "Why does it feel like an earthquake?" The next second, the pliers in Qinxi's hand fell to the ground. She turned her head to look at Jiang Yuchen next to her, her face a little pale, and said, It's zombies." At this moment, an endless tide of zombies appeared on the edge of the road. Qinxi even murmured, "Something's wrong, something's wrong. Why did the people from the Savior sect change their tactics?" Chapter 707. Zhang Yin looked at the zombie army in the distance and frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Hearing this, Qinxi grabbed Jiang Yuchen's arm and said word by word. As mentioned before, although the people from the Savior sect will not directly launch an attack, they will attract a large number of zombies, so that the zombies will consume a lot of weapons and ammunition. Then the Savior sect will pretend to pass by, and then let people lend a hand to help those people deal with the zombies, and finally even help repair the camp until someone wants to go with them. Hearing this, Lao Cheng drew out his dagger and said in a deep voice, "But since the camp was attacked, why are they helping to clean up the mess?" At this moment, Qinyu came out with an axe and said slowly, "It's for people." Then Xiao Jiu also stood beside him with Haozi and Uncle Hua, nodded and agreed. Xiao Yu is right. Many people have always felt that supplies are more important. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will understand that people are the greatest resource in the doomsday. And now, there are fewer and fewer living people. Zhang Yin looked at the huge number of zombies and whispered. Just as everyone stood in the wire, holding weapons, and ready to fight, something shocking happened. After the zombies walked a distance to this side, a small wave of zombies appeared in front of them again, and then led the group of zombies to the woods next to them. The original zombies actually changed their trajectory like this. Is this a warning to us? Wang Tianhai hesitated for a moment and spoke. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and then set their sights on Qinyu. After a few seconds, Qinyu whispered, "Those people want to tell us that they can control zombies. After all, we haven't fought yet, and the other party may not dare to tear their faces apart. You go back first, Alei and Zhang Yin follow me." After the voice fell, he turned back to the house at the entrance of the camp, picked up his coat, and put it on to cover the pistol, and then took the two away. "Don't worry, I take people over to take a look." Qinyu didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Since he didn't start fighting right away, he couldn't make the situation too ugly. There will be fewer and fewer living people now, and there will be more and more opportunities to meet other forces like this. After walking in the woods for a few minutes, Qinyu and his three companions encountered a group of zombies. They didn't come up to attack, but stood in the bushes motionless, staring at the front. "Who are you?" Qinyu took a step forward and asked in a deep voice. As soon as he said this, a man wearing a zombie skin came out from the crowd and spoke. "Why bother asking? Don't you know yet?" Qinyu did not answer. A few seconds later, the man spoke again. 0142 and 0143 are in your camp. Hearing this, Qinyu also understood instantly that he should be talking about Chen Shi and Jiang Yuchen. Then the man opposite took off his hood, revealing his face painted with special paint, and continued, "Because they have escaped so far, the interest they have incurred now requires 10 people to compensate." Qinyu looked at him and asked expressionlessly, "You mean, in addition to the two of them, we need to provide 8 more survivors?" "I'd better understand." The man put on his hood and nodded. "No supplies? No food and water?" Qinyu became interested and asked again. The man on the opposite side shook his head. "We have a lot of these, countless. We only want people, and they must be young and healthy." After listening, Qinyu suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "What if I don't agree?" The man suddenly squatted down, took a green worm crawling on the grass next to him, then crushed it with his hands, and put it into his mouth to chew. He smiled slightly. "You will agree." Then he turned around and left without any hesitation. Seeing this, Zhang Yin drew out his dagger, looked at Alei, and then whispered, "Do you want us to go and kill them?" Hearing this, Qinyu pondered for a while, looked at the disappearing figures of those people, and shook his head slightly. They can track so accurately, they must have other means, and if these people don't go back to report, we will definitely face more enemies next time. Let's go home first. In the villa area, everyone gathered at the gate and waited quietly outside a house. A few minutes later, Chen Shi and Jiang Yuchen were called over, and then Qinyu opened the door to let them in, and then walked out. "What did those people say?" De Zhuang asked with a serious expression. Hearing this, Qinyu glanced at everyone and said softly, "They want us to hand over 8 more survivors." "Ah?" De Zhuang was stunned, not to rob supplies, nor to rob weapons. After this was said, the others were also slightly surprised. Hong Wu, who had recovered from his injuries, couldn't help but ask, "Why are these people different from the previous ones?" "Yes, they are a little different." Qinyu frowned and said, "The other party doesn't want our weapons and ammunition, which can only mean one thing." "What does it mean?" Lao Chung stood in front of the crowd and asked in confusion. Alei glanced at him, then slowly said, "It means that the other party's military power is far superior to ours." At this moment, Lin Yi took off her mask and stood in front of the window and said, "It's okay." After the words fell, Chen Shi and Jiang Yuchen, with slightly red eyes, walked out of the door. Xiao Jiao followed behind them, holding a plate with 2 capsule-like electronic devices in it. At this moment, Xiao Jiao said seriously, "In the current situation, I really didn't expect to see this thing." "What is this?" Looking at the thing that emits a slightly red signal, Qinyu asked. "Tracker." Alei walked over and took a look, then slowly said, "It can be implanted in the human body." Hearing this, everyone sighed. Fu Qian seemed to have heard some incredible news. He widened his eyes and said, "Isn't there a power outage everywhere now? How can this thing still be used?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao took off his gloves and whispered, "The doomsday only caused a global power outage, not a technological regression. This kind of item is not a difficult task for some people. And if the people of the Savior sect have certain abilities, it may not be difficult for them to restart a hydroelectric power station." We really didn't know." Looking at the suspicious eyes of the crowd, Chen Shi was about to cry. "We both had injured our arms before, and we didn't even notice this thing at the time." Chapter 708. It's not your fault. Qinyu said earnestly, Ordinary people like us have never seen a tracker, not to mention that it is the end of the world. When electricity cannot be used for a long time, who would have thought that the enemy would use this thing? Xiao Jiao also nodded at this time. Just now I heard you say that those people have too strong tracking ability, so I suddenly thought of this. As a result, I asked Dr. Xiao Lin to check the location of their scars. Sure enough, I felt a foreign object when pressing. This method was indeed very common before the apocalypse. I am surprised now. Qinyu put his hands in his pockets and walked back and forth for a few minutes, then turned his head and asked, "Is the headquarters of the Savior sect far away from here?" Hearing this, Qinshi covered the gauze on his arm and said truthfully, "Very far away. Logically speaking, even if they want to take the survivors back, they will not transfer on a large scale. After all, gasoline is still difficult to obtain. I should be able to guess why they need so many people." Jiang Yuchen suddenly spoke. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him, waiting to speak. In the apocalypse, both gold and money have become nothing, and everyone knows this. Chen Yu nodded. Yes, nowadays food, medicine, and even ammunition are hard currencies. The next second, Jiang Yuchen looked at Qin Shi with red eyes, and said something jaw-dropping. What if the apocalypse is over? Impossible. Qi Hao leaned against a car and waved his hand. Have you seen or heard of anyone who is immune to the virus in all this time? Yes. Xiao Yin was also puzzled at this moment and said, if it is possible to develop an antidote, how come there is no news at all? After all, no one likes this kind of life. If it spreads from 1 person to 10 to 100, it would have spread a long time ago. It's not impossible. Qin Yu suddenly spoke up while listening to the discussion of everyone. Hearing this, everyone instantly quieted down and continued to look at him. Then Qin Yu touched his nose and said softly, "We haven't heard of an antidote, but that doesn't mean others haven't tried it. Besides, not everyone can accept the days of having to rely on their hands to survive without electricity or the internet. If someone develops an antidote at this time and suppresses the virus, then modern society will recover again. By then, money or power may really be just a casual remark for some people." Then Jiang Yuchen spoke again. "I saw by chance that some staff members put zombies into iron boxes before, but unfortunately I am not at a high enough level to know more." The crowd talked for more than half an hour and then dispersed. Among them, Zhang Yin and Hong Wu's team left the camp and went to find where the zombies were hiding. Qin Yu's plan to install solar street lights had to be put on hold temporarily. This time, Qin Yu felt unprecedented pressure from the contact with the people of the Salvation sect, because the other party did not take action directly. In the past, when they came into contact with various evil forces, they would basically resort to guns and knives when they disagreed with each other. This was the first time Qin Yu encountered such a situation. As for the organization of the Salvation sect, their understanding was limited to the oral descriptions of Chen Shi and Jiang Yuchen, and they knew basically nothing else. House by the lake in the villa area. This place has now become a meeting room. Basically, if there is any major event, it will be discussed here first. Most of the people in the camp sat in the house, continuing to discuss the next plan. Qin Yu believed that the current crisis should only be a branch of the Salvation sect, and it was not easy for the main camp to come over. Even if they had a certain long-distance communication capability, they could not cross hundreds of kilometers. So if the situation really got out of control, it was necessary to make sure that these people could not leak the information. And Qin Yu did not intend to move, let alone give in. His idea was unanimously agreed by everyone. Just as everyone was talking, a voice suddenly came from the intercom. "Brother Yu," a group of zombies appeared at the door. "How many are there?" "About 15. Xiao Kong's voice came from the other side. Hearing this, everyone stood up. Qin Yu took the intercom, thought for a moment, and quickly replied, "Let Song Chung and Huang Lulin wear zombie skins, and take a few zombies through the back door to see if they can lead them away." Understood. About 10 minutes later, the voice came again. Another zombie appeared. As they approached in batches, Qin Yu began to lead everyone out to kill them. Thanks to the wires, they kept the zombies at the periphery, and they only needed to stab their heads with spears. And because the wires were pulled very tight, if the zombies pushed forward a little, or even were pushed from behind, their upper bodies would be cut off. It was not until dark that everyone had time to stop and rest, and Zhang Yin and Hong Wu also came back. When they learned that the location where the zombies were stored was not far from here, Qin Yu took the map and changed into black clothes with Xiao Jiao and set off. Xiao Jiao often stayed in the camp, and some of his bones were rotten, so he said he wanted to help this time. Seeing this, Qin Yu asked Lei to stay at home and help pile up the bodies on the road outside and burn them. On a quiet night, the two shuttled through the jungle, intending to go to check the gathering place of the zombies. The sudden appearance of the Salvation Gate asked Chinyu to hand over 8 teammates, which made him want to kill. This group of people can rob people openly, which at least means that it is not the first time. Even food and supplies were not worth looking at, which showed that they wanted people, and they wanted young and healthy people. And this time, Chinyu was reminded of something that happened a long time ago. At that time, the man asked Chinyu to hand over the canned food, otherwise he would block his door with zombies. Now that so much time has passed, it turns out that he is here again, and the other party is obviously more hungry. Somewhere in the forest, a bonfire was lit, and there was a wire cordon around it, and even cans were hung. 5 men in t-shirts sat under a tent. At this time, a man sat next to the table with a pile of communication equipment in front of him, and even a battery under his feet. Chinyu and Xiao Jiao hid a few dozen meters away. He looked through the telescope for a while and whispered. Those people would press the switch and say something every half an hour, probably to let teammates farther away receive the signal. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao took the telescope and looked at it, then put it down and said, "The reason why these people are so fearless is because the power behind them is too huge. Just 5 people dare to do this." Chapter 709. I think there's more. Chinyu pointed in a certain direction. Then, 3 more people appeared in the picture. One of them was a woman, and they were all wearing zombie skins. "Sister Ling, is it convenient recently?" A man rubbed his hands and asked with some expectation. Hearing this, the woman took off her hood, first threw a coquettish glance, and at the same time stretched out her hand to roll up her trouser legs, and said with a smile, "What do you think?" After the voice fell, the two stood up and walked into the woods. "Do it?" Xiao Jiao looked at those people preparing food and asked softly. Hearing this, Chinyu looked at the moon above his head. It seemed a little dark around him. He shook his head. "If we can't find another group of people communicating with them within half an hour, the matter will be exposed. Find the location first, and then do it. Let's go!" After saying that, Chinyu retreated cautiously. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao followed him and left. Beside the fire, the man who had talked to Chinyu before put the hood at his feet, touched his itchy scalp, moved his eyes away from behind the tree, and whispered, "How is Jiang Ho?" Hearing the question, another long-haired man took the skewered meat and started roasting it, and replied, "Brother Monkey and the others are hiding well, and there are zombies surrounding them, so they should be fine." "Yeah." The man nodded and began to check his pistol. 10 minutes later, the subordinate next to him handed him the roasted meat. "Brother San, the meat is ready." Luo San assembled the pistol, reached out to take the cooked meat, and started to eat it. He was very familiar with doing this kind of thing, so he didn't feel anything wrong at the moment. Anyway, it just takes a little more time. Compared with the intrigues in the camp, Luo San is more accustomed to the outside world, even though it is full of dangers. Soon, the people around him also started eating, but the discipline was surprisingly good, and there was no sound of talking. However, many people looked numb on their faces, as if they were not eating meat, but tree bark. In the woods, 2 sneaky figures squatted behind the hillside. Their movements were a little weird. "Zhao Ming, let's run quickly, they will definitely fight." Wang Haoxuan was covered with leaves, and there was a hint of fear in his voice. The two were so hungry that they wanted to go out to look for bird nests, but they happened to see these people talking to the people in the camp. They didn't communicate with the other 3 people, but just followed them directly. They didn't even leave until dark. At this time, Zhao Ming put his hand on Wang Haoxuan's shoulder and whispered, "Their zombie skins and headgear are so well made that there is no flaw in mixing into the zombie group. If we can steal 2 pieces, wouldn't it be the same as going home when we go to the city to search for supplies in the future?" Hearing these somewhat fantastic words, Wang Haoxuan couldn't help it, and lowered his voice again. "These people obviously look difficult to deal with. Aren't you afraid of death?" After saying that, Wang Haoxuan broke free from his hand, then squatted and quickly evacuated to the back. He didn't want to meet others easily, so he would hide if he could. Seeing his teammates leave, Zhao Ming thought for a while, and followed them. In an abandoned bus, on the side of the road, Ningli sat by the window. She looked at the worn-out watch on her hand, turned her head and frowned and said, "Cici, you are a little too pampered with Zhao Ming. We should stay away from those people. Why do you have to follow him back?" Originally, they planned to go farther, but Ningli heard those people turn around and immediately saw the zombies on the hillside ahead. Then Zhao Ming was curious and wanted to lead people to retreat. Ningli disagreed and asked to continue on the road, but Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan turned around and left, leaving them, and Wu Yuan behind. Seeing this, Zhang Cici called Zhao Ming again, and said that she also wanted to go back and take a look. Ningli and Wu Yuan were forced to follow, but fortunately they found an abandoned bus on the side of the road and could hide inside. Hearing Ning Li's complaints, Zhang Sisi sat on the tattered chair, gently touched her belly with her right hand, and whispered, "I don't want to keep moving." After saying this, Wu Yuan pushed his glasses and looked at her without saying anything. Hearing this, Ningli stood up and walked towards her, feeling a little surprised, and said, "What's wrong with you, Sisi? Didn't we always agree that although we won't save people, we won't rely on anyone? But in the end, we need teammates to survive better." Zhang Sisi raised her head, and her stomach growled. Ningli opened her mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start, and then she turned and walked towards the door. "You two take a break, I go find something to eat." Because of the experience of those people before, Ningli didn't trust strange survivors. In her opinion, it was enough to meet her former classmates, most of whom were now corpses. Although she often quarreled with Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan, the two of them would not threaten Ningli and Zhang Sisi, let alone make a move. So even if she was unhappy occasionally, Ningli endured it. Watching Ningli leave the car in the dark and walk into the woods alone, Zhang Sisi suddenly said, "Wu Yuan, what do you think?" Hearing his name, Wu Yuan was stunned and subconsciously said, "What?" Hearing this, Zhang Sisi stood up and walked to the back of the car, and then sat on the seat next to Wu Yuan. "Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan have good figures. They may join other camps. And Zhao Ming is my boyfriend. I put in a good word for you, and we should both be able to get in." Wu Yuan put his hands on the railing in front of him, touched the glass under the car window, and whispered, "Actually, I think Zhao Ming has no feelings for you. You should listen to Ningli and stay away from him. No, stay away from him." After the voice fell, Zhang Sisi bit her lip and looked at her thin hands. "But after all, we have lived to this day with them, right? And it doesn't matter who you follow. Why do you have to stay in the wild?" After saying this, Wu Yuan turned his head and stared at her in surprise, saying word by word, "Have you forgotten that you were almost killed by a few men before? If Ningli hadn't risked her life to save you, you would have become a zombie by now." Speaking of this, Wu Yuan shook his head again and whispered, "Maybe you will be locked up by those bad guys forever and never at peace. You have to know that we are just a few students. At best we haven't graduated yet. How can we fight those evil guys?" Zhang Sisi listened to these words, and was silent for a long time. Chapter 710. About half a minute later, she lowered her head and started talking again. "In fact, I deliberately led those men. I originally planned to let them attack me, and then let a man from another group take the opportunity to rescue me, but he was attracted by the sudden appearance of zombies. Unexpectedly, Ningli had been secretly following them, and the plan was disrupted. You don't have to think I'm casual. When I was still in school, I often stayed out all night. For this reason, Ningli and Li Yao also advised me not to have so many boyfriends. But there was no other way. I needed to be supported by a man to support my high consumption." Hearing this, Wu Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that the goddess he had a crush on in high school and college was actually like this behind his back. What he didn't expect was that Zhang Sisi told him so much at this moment. She then held the washed white clothes in both hands, and turned her head to look out the window. There were still zombies moving around at the edge of the woods. Then Zhang Sisi spoke again. "Actually, my family is very poor. Both my parents are from the countryside, and my father likes to drink and play cards. They are not well educated. They always think that I will get married sooner or later, so there is no need to go to college. I just need to marry a good husband." In this environment, my brother became more and more arrogant, and even pretended to be pitiful. Every time he cried, my father would hit him with his belt. Wu Yuan smacked his lips, and said in surprise, "Why have I never heard you say this before? Although we are in the same high school, I often see that you don't smile much, and I thought it was because of academic problems." He sighed and continued, "We are two extremes. My parents only give me money, and don't care what I want. In their opinion, money is omnipotent. But in the apocalypse, money is not as useful as toilet paper. At least paper can be used to make a fire and wipe your butt. You should have told me before. I can help you. I can even rent you a house outside without any pressure." Hearing this, Zhang Sisi felt very heavy. She shook her head. "It's all in the past. There's no point in saying this." Hearing this, Wu Yuan wanted to raise his hand to put on her shoulder, but he was a little afraid of Zhao Ming, so he moved his hand away in the air. "We just need to survive now. What if the apocalypse is over? Don't worry, my family has plenty of money. I will take care of you in the future. I appreciate your kindness." Then Zhang Sisi pulled the coat on her shoulders and continued, This is what I want to say. In fact, I don't care whether I rely on men to live. I could do it before the end of the world, and it's the same now. For me, I relied on men to get money before the zombies appeared, and now that they appear, I can still rely on men to get food. Instead of accompanying Zhao Ming, it's better to accompany someone else. Wu Yuan wanted to say that her values were wrong and should be corrected, but he couldn't open his mouth in the current doomsday environment. Can you help me persuade Ningli to stop moving and find a camp to join? There will be no danger. Zhang Sisi suddenly looked at Wu Yuan sideways, and said seriously. After hearing this, Wu Yuan understood everything. He hesitated for a moment and said softly, in fact, I think that if Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan are always around, even if we join another camp, we will have conflicts sooner or later. They are lazy, and like to steal other survivors' supplies. Although they are safe every time, they often walk by the river, and will fall into the river sooner or later. So you don't want to say good things for me? Zhang Sisi looked at the floor of the car, with no expression on her face. Hearing this, Wu Yuan shook his head. I think it's useless for you to continue to be with Zhao Ming. Even if you join others, why don't you break up? No. Zhang Sisi raised her head. She looked at the two figures in front of the car, suddenly turned her head close to Wu Yuan's ear, and whispered, since you like me so much, then help me again. As soon as she finished speaking, in Wu Yuan's puzzled eyes, Zhang Sisi reached out and ruffled her hair, then grabbed his head, bursting out with a completely different strength from usual, grabbing his face and pressing it against her chest. Then Zhang Sisi grabbed her shoulder with her right hand and tore it hard, revealing a large piece of snow white. Then she grabbed Wu Yuan's upper body and threw him to the floor of the carriage. Wu Yuan was a little thin, and because he had always admired Zhang Sisi, he was not on guard at all. He pressed on Zhang Sisi in a daze, thinking that she was trying to use a honey trap. Just as he was holding her waist, a scream rang out in the car. The next second, Zhang Sisi struggled to break free, and then ran to the door. Then, in Wu Yuan's astonished eyes, she threw herself into Zhao Ming's arms with a livid face. In an instant, Wu Yuan understood what she was going to do. At this moment, Zhang Sisi sobbed and said, He took advantage of Ningli going out to find food and tried to take me by force. Wang Haoxuan, who had long been unhappy with Wu Yuan, rushed forward with a roar when he heard this. You dare to touch my sister-in-law? Wu Yuan tried his best to protect his head as he was punched and kicked, but his explanation seemed so pale and powerless. Get out of the way. With a cold voice, Zhao Ming raised the fire extinguisher in the car and smashed it on Wu Yuan's head again and again until the ground was covered with blood. After staying in the apocalypse for a long time, everyone became irritable, especially Zhao Ming, who thought of Ning Li's face that looked down on him, and the strength in his hands became stronger and stronger. Zhang Sisi had already stopped crying. She stood at the car door, looking at Wu Yuan in a pool of blood with an expressionless face. The other party also widened his eyes, and stared straight ahead. The reason why she wanted to kill Wu Yuan through Zhao Ming was because Zhang Sisi knew that Ningli really liked him. Even though Wu Yuan was weak and looked frail, Ningli did have a good impression of him because he was down to earth and could handle some simple injuries. But Wu Yuan was too indecisive. When he asked for water before, he didn't even dare to fight with Wang Haoxuan. Zhang Sisi thought that if there was such a person in the team, he would kill him sooner or later. But Zhang Sisi overlooked a fact, that is, if she really encountered danger, the one standing in front of her would not be Zhao Ming or Ningli, but the boy who often peeked at him on weekdays. Brother Ming. Wang Haoxuan's scalp was numb when he saw that even Wu Yuan was hit by the fire extinguisher and looked like a human being. He finally pulled the furious Zhao Ming. Chapter 711. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Zhao Ming dropped the fire extinguisher in his hand and stepped back. Wang Haoxuan squatted carefully and stretched out his finger. But he quickly retracted it and said with a pale face, It's dead. The next second, Zhang Sisi walked towards Zhao Ming holding the chair, and then hugged his back and sobbed, Brother Ming, this is not your fault. Even I was shocked. Wu Yuan, who looked so serious, actually bullied me when you were not around. Wu. Zhao Ming, who was still in shock, held Zhang Sisi's hand and said hesitantly, I just wanted to teach him a lesson, but I don't know why I got more and more excited. There was even a voice in my head telling me to do it again, one last time. Then he said in a deep voice, I saw him bullying Sisi with my own eyes, and he even took off all his clothes. What about you? Hearing this, Wang Haoxuan stepped on the sticky bloodstains, gritted his teeth and nodded quickly. That's right, Wu Yuan tied Sisi's hands and dared to rape her. Who can stand this? As soon as the words fell, the three people in the carriage began to get busy. Haoxuan, turn around. Zhao Ming, who had just killed someone, was not nervous at all and still commanded calmly and orderly. You have to take off your clothes, otherwise Ningli will definitely not believe it so easily. Although Zhang Sisi was very reluctant at this moment, she had to take off her clothes, then picked up the bed sheet to cover herself, and then sat on the chair. Then Zhao Ming sat down and hugged her. Take off Wu Yuan's pants. Hearing this, Wang Haoxuan's heart was beating wildly, and he began to do as he was told. More than 10 minutes later, Ningli wrapped some wild fruits in her clothes and walked out of the woods, all dirty. In order to get these fruits, she almost fell off the tree. Fortunately, zombies don't eat these. Ningli muttered to herself and walked into the abandoned bus. But as soon as she stepped in, she smelled a strong smell of blood. Because the light was a little dim, Ningli didn't notice anything wrong at first, until she took 2 steps into the car. Pa! The wild fruit fell to the ground and rolled into the blood. The next second, Zhang Sisi raised her red and swollen eyes, and looked at her, and shouted aggrievedly. Ningli. Wu Yuan he. Before she finished, Zhang Sisi burst into tears again. Ningli clenched her fists, quickly took the blade off her arm, frowned and asked, What's going on? Wang Haoxuan, who had already made a confession, looked at her and began to talk. 2 minutes later, Ningli closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, feeling very depressed. She knew very well that Wu Yuan had always been secretly in love with Sisi. Before they had lived together for so long, Wu Yuan had often shown his affection to her. But what Ningli had not expected was that Wu Yuan would actually take advantage of someone's misfortune. And no matter how much she didn't want to believe it, Ningli knew very well that nowadays, there was really no need to bear the consequences of doing anything. In the apocalypse, even killing people was ignored, let alone these things. Are you okay? Ningli walked up to Zhang Sisi and asked with a heavy heart. Hearing this, Zhang Sisi broke free from Zhao Ming's hand, grabbed the bed sheet on her chest and hugged Ningli again. In the dim carriage, Ningli looked at Zhang Sisi's smooth and slightly bruised shoulders with a little light, and patted her gently. Fortunately, Brother Ming and Wang Haoxuan came back in time. Wu Yuan almost succeeded. Ningli, I can't help it, he did this to my girlfriend. Zhao Ming stood up and said with a depressed expression, I don't blame you. Ningli waved her hand. She looked down at the corpse behind her. No one thought that a former classmate would do such a thing. It seems that the impact of the doomsday on everyone is far greater than we imagined. Hearing this, the other 3 people with ulterior motives were slightly startled, but pretended not to hear. You stay with Sisi for a while. We will carry the body out. After saying that, Zhao Ming picked up the clothes he had taken off Wu Yuan's body before, and then covered him with them, and then exchanged glances with Wang Haoxuan. Then the 2 of them lifted the body, and walked out of the car carefully. While they were leaving, Ningli got up and walked to the front where the luggage was placed, took out a slightly wrinkled t-shirt from it, and prepared to let Zhang Sisi put on the clothes first. After she was dressed, Ningli continued to squat on the ground and began to touch the wild fruit that had just fallen on the ground. I help you. Seeing this, Zhang Sisi also put the bed sheet away and hurried over to help. How is your injury? Ningli looked at the blood-stained fruit, put it aside for the time being, and then asked softly, There is no way to fade the scar now. You have to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Zhang Sisi reached out and let down the hair in front of her forehead, whispering, It's okay, I can cover it with my bangs. That's good. After picking up the wild fruits, Ningli picked 2 clean ones and handed them to her, and then she sat in the front part of the car again. A few seconds later, she was ready to open the windows for ventilation, but she gave up thinking that the zombies might smell the blood. A few minutes later, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan also came back. The 4 of them sat in different positions and ate the fruits quietly. The taste was not very bad. Although bitter, it was also a little sweet. This was because Ningli picked them before they were fully ripe. Fortunately, she watched a lot of documentaries before the end of the world, and she could barely recognize some wild plants. After everyone finished eating, Wang Haoxuan stood up and pulled the door of the bus, and then blocked it with some wood, and then everyone leaned against the window to rest. Time passed by minute, and Zhang Sisi sat alone at the back of the bus, looking at the front calmly, without saying a word. At this moment, Ningli suddenly stood up and walked to the back, and she quickly closed her eyes when she saw this. Are you asleep? Hearing this, Zhang Sisi pretended to be a little sleepy, and wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, and whispered, Just fell asleep. Hearing this, Ningli walked to her side and sat down, then took out a long cloth-wrapped object from her bosom, and then spoke in a low voice. Your birthday seems to be coming soon. This is a small knife that Wu Yuan picked up alone before. The blade is about 15 centimeters long. Since we left the city too early before, we couldn't find a suitable dagger in the countryside, so he planned to give it to you after you recover, so that you can use it for self-defense. By the way, please ask me to sharpen the knife well. Even if he wants to do something disgusting to you now, the knife is innocent, you keep it. After saying this, Ningli put the dagger in her hand, then got up and walked to the right seat to sit down, then closed her eyes and rested. Chapter 712. After hearing this, Zhang Cece was slightly stunned, and then a tear fell from the corner of her eye. They survived together, and when they encountered suitable knives, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan would pick them first, because they were responsible for killing zombies. And most of the time, they would choose to take a detour, and try not to come into contact with those zombies. As a result, Zhang Cece basically didn't need to use a dagger on weekdays, and even used it to kill animals more often than zombies. The last time she was chased by zombies, it was because she didn't have a suitable knife in her hand, and secondly, she was too scared. She fell down in panic, and hit a stone on the side of the road. Fortunately, the stone was clean, so Zhang Cece saved her life. But for some reason, she suddenly felt a little sad when she smelled the blood in the car. In the woods. It was not until about 8 o'clock in the evening that Qin Yu and Xiao Jiu found another group of people, and they were indeed about 10 kilometers away. If it weren't for the fact that a zombie would subconsciously walk over there, and Qin Yu suddenly caught this detail, they would have to search all night. At this moment, the two of them were lying on a big rock, looking at a house beside the road ahead, thinking about the next solution. It seems to be a small warehouse. Looking at a wooden sign inserted diagonally on the side of the road, Xiao Jiu said softly, all the zombies are walking back and forth outside, it's not easy for us to go over. Hearing this, Qin Yu put down the telescope and said in a deep voice, these people should be the ones to support the 5. If they are in danger, we will probably retreat directly. As he spoke, Qin Yu looked at the car covered with leaves. There are 2 cars in total, it seems there are a lot of people. Just then, there was a slight movement behind him. Xiao Jiu looked back, pulled out his dagger and slid down from the stone. It's a zombie, I kill it. After staying in the camp for so long, Xiao Jiu had been itching to do something, and now, he couldn't help himself when he encountered a zombie. After a few seconds, he gently put the corpse down, and then continued to return to Qin Yu's side. Let's go, it's getting late, go back and call some people out, the team here must have guns, so we need to deal with them at the same time. After saying that, Qin Yu took Xiao Jiu away without making any rash moves. These people must have made plans in secret to track them down, and Qin Yu would not secretly attack them when he knew they were discovered. In the warehouse, a young man wearing a baseball cap put down the sniper rifle in his hand, turned his head and said, these 2 people are quite alert, and they didn't even think of pretending to be zombies to come over. Brother Monkey, how about we notify our families first? At this time, a young man holding a microphone asked. After hearing this, Jiang Ho pondered for a while, tapped his fingers on the table and replied, no need, we are too far away, hundreds of kilometers away, you have to go halfway to contact them. By then the opportunity will be gone. And there are less than 50 people in that camp, and most a sea-level force. Why bother to alert the top leaders? Xiao Su, take Ayu and Lu Hu to dismantle the grenade trap to prevent the zombies from accidentally triggering it. Don't waste it. Hearing this, Suwen nodded, called 2 people, and climbed out from the back of the warehouse, of course, still wearing the zombie skin and headgear. Jiang Ho estimated the time and guessed that the 2 people would not come back, and then put away the sniper rifle. Originally, he deliberately let Luo San and others take the zombies to take a look, and then let the other party sneak out to check, so as to catch the handle, and then tear the face directly. But he didn't expect that they would not be fooled. Jiang Ho always felt that there was no need to pretend. Anyway, the Savior sect now has sufficient manpower and weapons, and even the electricity has been restored, so it can completely kill anyone who stands in its way. However, the people above do not agree with this method. They think that if they arouse public anger, they will face a counterattack from other survivors. Ants can kill elephants, so every time they fight with other forces, the people in each team cannot directly use force. Jiang Ho and Luo San, who are out to perform the task at this moment, belong to different departments. And Luo San and his 8 people are just a team under the corpse herder. On the other hand, Jiang Ho is the same, but they are butchers, and they usually do some killing activities, and they are all very skilled, and they carry enough weapons and ammunition. Captain Jiang Ho was also a mercenary before the end of the world, and he was experienced and ruthless. Later, because of his kung fu, he and his former teammates were recruited by the people of the Savior Gate and joined the Butcher. Because of his skills far beyond ordinary people, the third team where Jiang Ho was located gradually became more and more popular, and even food was just a number to them. As long as he wanted, there was endless meat to eat, and even rice was the same as before. All he had to do was to hand over 10 survivors every month, so that he could develop vaccines for the people in the doctor department. Although Jiang Ho also thought that it was unnecessary to go to great lengths to do these things, he could not shake the determination of the top leaders, and had to obey orders. When his men removed the grenades from the fishing line, Jiang Ho arranged for the night watchman, and then laid down on the ground to sleep. In the villa area, Qin Yu still called Zhang Yin, De Zhuang and others, and told them the plan for tomorrow, and then let them go back. At the table in the conference room, Xiao Jiao and Alei looked at Qin Yu's frowning face, and said nothing. He didn't speak until Zhang Yin came back with a box of bullets. "Do you think things are going a little too smoothly?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin put the bullets on the table and asked in confusion. "It should be nothing, right? Those people ate caterpillars in front of you, so they must not be very capable." "That's not the case." Qin Yu shook his head. "They obviously have enough food, but they can still eat insects in the wild, which is very abnormal." Just then, Xiao Jiao pushed the door open and said slowly, "They may have received training. A kind of wilderness survival training." After the words fell, Qin Yu tapped the table with his right hand, looked at the candle on the table, and said softly, "From the time Alei and I chased after them, and the time Brother Xiao and I found the location of the other group at night, it was all too smooth. Think about it, there are no maps or directions in the apocalypse. We are just in the woods. From the first zombie, it seems as if there is an invisible hand guiding us. When I was behind the stone, I suddenly thought in my mind, go home first." Speaking of this, he turned his head to the right, and said in a deep voice, "Could the other party have been waiting for us to find our way over at that time?" Chapter 713. Hearing you say that, it is indeed possible. Xiao Jiao nodded, sat on the chair and replied, "At that time, I saw the zombies surrounding the outside, and I thought they were attracted by the living people. Now think about it, there are no zombies outside. Isn't it a good opportunity for us to sneak in?" After he finished speaking, Qin Yu thought for a moment, and then added a few more sentences. "So, tomorrow morning, Brother Xiao, you take Song Chung and Hong Wu to the southwest of our camp. There is a cave about 1 kilometer away. There are some things I put there." After Qin Yu finished his instructions, he stood up and left. "Everyone, go to bed early. We may be busy again recently." In the second half of the night, several more waves of zombies approached, but most of them were blocked by wires, and could not even squeeze into the bridge. Because of Chen Shi and Jiang Yuchen, Luo San did not send anyone to help. Anyway, those methods were also to leave a good impression on some camps. After all, although they carried weapons, they could not use them actively. This is also the difference between the Salvation sect and some evil forces. At least on the surface, they don't look bad. And once they enter the gate, they will provide some supplies to those camps, which are things that other survivors will never have. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Jiao took Song Chung and Hong Wu out, and their target was the cave that Qin Yu mentioned. When the three of them dug up the dry firewood at the entrance of the cave, they were stunned. I saw about 6 cans of worms neatly stacked in the cave. Although most of them were not full, it still made people's scalps numb. "Is this a corpse worm?" Hong Wu blinked. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao used a stick to lift the black cloth on the glass jar, looked at it for a few times and said, "It hasn't mutated yet, it's probably prepared to be soaked in zombie blood. Okay, each of you take 2 jars, be careful not to break them." After saying that, Xiao Jiao bent down and walked in, handing out the glass jars one by one. When the 3 of them came back, Qin Yu was already waiting under the pavilion with a bucket of zombie blood. After these worms come into contact with corpse blood, they must be put in this plastic bottle before they are infected, remember. Qin Yu took out a few bottles from the paper box and said, "These are all coated with zombie bone powder, which will greatly interfere with the judgment of the corpse worms." "Understood." Xiao Jiao nodded, took the bottles, and put them away, then took out rubber gloves from the carton and handed them to the other 2. After putting them on, they began to get busy. Dealing with corpse worms is different. Although this thing is small, it has great lethality, and once there are no zombies around the opponent, the corpse worms will keep chasing. Considering that the enemy may also think of using bone powder, Qin Yu also thought of other ways. Another day passed, and the zombies appeared more and more frequently, and everyone was basically exhausted. Moreover, starting from the afternoon, those zombies did not necessarily come only to the camp gate, and the direction they appeared was irregular. Fortunately, Qin had led people to tie up the surroundings with wire in advance, and this was also thanks to the sufficient supplies in the camp, and the number of wires was just enough to enclose the villa area. As night fell, Luo San led a few people to mix in the zombie group, then looked to the right and nodded slightly. Seeing this, one person gently pulled the fishing line with his right hand, leading the zombies behind him to walk to the right. The reason why they can accurately control the zombies to change direction is because they tied the zombies' fingers with the line. As long as the front suddenly changes direction, the back will follow. From the beginning of the zombies' attack until the third day, Qin did not let anyone use guns, and even only used a part of the arrows. At 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone finished eating one by one, picked up the wooden spears, and continued to change people. Feng Yi and other girls are now helping to deal with the zombies. Just as Yang Zi poked the stick into the zombie's head, several of them suddenly pressed forward. Seeing this, she suddenly turned her head and shouted, "No, the wire is going to break." As soon as the voice fell, the zombies more than 10 meters away on the left fell forward instantly, breaking free from the wire tied to the tree. "Go!" Qin rushed to Yang Zi with a machete in his hand, lifted her up from the ground, and said in a deep voice, "You go back first." After saying that, he swung his right hand backwards, cutting off the two zombies' outstretched arms on the spot, and then turned the tip of the knife and stabbed at the jaw of the zombie in front again. Wave after wave of zombies made everyone exhausted. Qin knew at this moment that today's battle seemed unavoidable. Quickly retreating back to the gate, while the zombies were running slowly, Dazhuang and Laocheng quickly closed the door. Looking at the blood on the bodies of the people in front of him, Qin stuck the machete into the grass next to him and said coldly, "You are bullying too much. Those who can still move now, follow me to get a gun, and we will split into two groups." A few minutes later, all the men in the camp had their pistols and even rifles. The girls were carrying boxes of bullets. "Brother Dazhuang, take Xiao Kong and Huang Lulin with you and follow Zhang Yin to deal with those zombies. Brother Xiao and Alei, take Lao Cheng and Hong Wu, and go from the left side of the warehouse. Fu Qian, Wang Tianhai, and the others stay in the camp and follow Uncle Hua to deal with the zombies. Don't let them gather near the wall for too long." After giving the order quickly, Qin turned around and shouted, "Qi Hao, follow me." Just as everyone was carrying their weapons and ammunition and preparing to leave through the back door, Qin stepped forward a few steps to block Qin, lowered his head and said, "Why don't you hand us over? It's okay, just help us take good care of Bao Bao and Ling Ling." After the voice fell, Qi Hao smiled while carrying a shotgun. "Big sister, this is not your business now. Didn't you hear what Qin said before? The people outside want us to hand over 10 survivors." Qin loaded his pistol and put it on his right waist, saying word by word, "If they just want supplies, now that our camp is still developing, I might agree to this condition. After all, we haven't had a long time of peace and quiet, and even the electricity has just been restored, so it's okay to avoid the sharp edge for a while. But they want people, I'm sorry I can't accept that. At this moment, both sides have to fight." After saying that, Qin turned around and looked at everyone who was ready to go, and said seriously, "In order to prevent them from tipping off, this time, we have to take real action. My gun is almost moldy." Qi Hao laughed and didn't take it to heart at all. "Don't underestimate the enemy, they are not ordinary people." Xiao Jiao said seriously. "Let's go." Qin turned around, looked at the sun above his head, and walked towards the back door. Chapter 714. In the woods. A group of people carrying bows and rifles moved quickly through the grass. A few minutes later, a young man in a hat squatted down in front of him, raised his right hand, and then pointed to the right front twice. Seeing this, 3 men took their guns and moved to the other side. "Xiao Su, go to the left and follow my orders." Jiang Ho pressed the microphone on his collar and whispered, "Understood." The answer came from the headset. After the voice fell, the remaining 4 people hurried forward again. A few hundred meters away, Xiao Jiao held a telescope, a smile on his face, and whispered, "Are you also a soldier? This is interesting." Then he took out the walkie-talkie and turned on the switch. "Brother Alei, do you or I have to take care of these people?" A few seconds later, a response came from the walkie-talkie. "Let's go together." "Haha, okay." Xiao Jiao put the telescope away, turned his head and made a gesture, but Lao Cheng looked at him with a puzzled look. The next second, Xiao Jiao reacted and remembered that the person next to him was not Qi Hao. Then he whispered, "Retreat 50 meters and lead these people over." "Okay." Lao Cheng nodded, picked up the box of bullets and retreated. Xiao Jiao carried a gun on his right shoulder, picked up a bottle of corpse worms from the ground next to him, and then unscrewed the lid and scattered them. A dozen seconds later, Xiao Su and his men passed by here. Just as they were about to step on it, he quickly pulled his teammates and said seriously, "The smell is wrong, it stinks around here. Retreat." After the words fell, Su Wen, who had a keen sense of smell, turned around and went around the woods on the other side. A few minutes later, the two sides fired the first shot in the jungle. Bang! The bullet hit the tree trunk, and sawdust flew everywhere. Lao Cheng was suppressed by the enemy, and couldn't show his head. Even his right hand was shaking. He hid behind the tree and said tremblingly, "Brother Xiao, these two people are very accurate in shooting. I can't handle it." The next second, Xiao Jiao shot back with a rifle and hit one of them in the arm. At the same time, he rushed to Lao Cheng and said quickly, "You go find a Lei and the others first, and leave this to me." Hearing this, Lao Cheng almost cried and nodded quickly, "Okay, I keep the bullets for you." After saying that, he took advantage of Xiao Jiao's help to cover him and ran away quickly. At this moment, Lao Cheng encountered such a difficult enemy for the first time. Although he used a gun before, most of the time he used it to deal with zombies that he couldn't solve. When he occasionally needed to fight with the enemy, those people basically didn't have guns. Nowadays, Lao Cheng is a little afraid to fight with people with guns, and his right hand is completely out of control. After firing a magazine, Xiao Jiao quickly changed the bullets, and then he hid behind a tree and shouted loudly, "Brothers on the opposite side, you two are not soldiers, right? The movements are quite standard, but the skills and marksmanship are too poor." After saying this, Su Wen's face darkened. He glanced at his teammate who was covering his arm and said coldly, "If there were no zombies distracting you, you would have died just now." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao, who was far away, held a rifle in his hand and laughed, "That was just a flaw I gave you. Look, your teammate was shot, and that's the best proof. Stop talking nonsense." After the voice fell, Su Wen took out the grenade from his waist, pulled it open, and threw it directly to the location of the sound. The next second, he raised the gun in his hand and aimed at the tree in front of him. Just as the grenade fell to the ground, a figure suddenly appeared on the right side of the tree, and Su Wen pulled the trigger without thinking. But at this moment, his pupils contracted violently, and the whole person could not control himself and fell to the side. But just as he lay down, a bullet with a prediction flew over from a distance and shot into Su Wen's eyebrows on the spot. Plop! Xiao Jiao threw the corpse with his right hand, curled his lips, and said, "I guess he is also a military fan like Housie, so easy to be fooled." Then he estimated the time, and quickly hid behind a hillside. 2 seconds later, the sound of a grenade explosion sounded, attracting the attention of a large number of zombies again. You can't even count the seconds. Xiao Jiao shook his head slightly, and walked out from behind the hillside with a dusty face. Before, he saw the movements and postures of the man in the hat, and originally thought that these two people were also very powerful, but in the end, Xiao Jiao couldn't even take them seriously. Hiding behind a tree for a while, the other party thought he was at a disadvantage. Then Xiao Jiao walked to the front of the man who was injured earlier, who was bleeding and had no strength at this moment. The man tried to shoot with his left hand, but the bullet was so crooked that Xiao Jiao didn't even bother to dodge. Bang! Without much nonsense, Xiao Jiao shot him to death. It seems that he is not very powerful. Xiao Jiao collected 2 M16 rifles and put them on his back, looking at the jungle in the distance and whispered. Then he picked up the ammunition and prepared to support a Lei. On the other side of the woods. Because zombies would occasionally appear, Chen Yu and Chi Hao's speed was delayed for a long time, and it took an hour and a half to reach the previous warehouse. At this moment, there was no trace of anyone near the warehouse, and even only one of the 2 cars was left. Will they run away? Chi Hao kicked the wooden door open and looked at the empty room inside. Such communication equipment must be used at a certain distance. They can't report false news back. The night before yesterday, I asked Zhang Yin to lead people to a farther intersection. There were many zombie corpses piled there, and they couldn't drive away directly. Qin Yu glanced around and looked at the messy footprints on the ground. This way. For the whole afternoon, Jiang Ho had been circling around with a Lei in the woods. At this moment, he realized that the other party was also quite powerful. Now he regretted not having someone leave in advance, but without a phone, the headset would be ineffective if it was more than 1 kilometer away. As for walkie-talkies, they could only carry 2 when they went out, one for Luo San and one for Jiang Ho. And for some reason, the masked man deliberately forced him to shoot, and it was only a symbolic return fire. Just when he finished another magazine, Jiang Ho finally understood from his subordinates' reports that the man was using their bullets to lure the zombies away. As long as this was done, the attack launched by Luo-san would be weakened, and even the zombies would gradually leave. Bang bang. 2 shots rang out, and Lu Hu was shot and fell to the ground. Jiang Ho's face changed, and he quickly raised his sniper rifle and pulled the trigger, but he could only hit the tree trunk. Just as he wanted to retreat, gunshots were heard from behind him. Damn, I've been tricked. As soon as Jiang Ho turned around, Xiao Jiu's bullet flew over. In a hurry, he quickly pulled the body of the person next to him to block the bullet, and then ran to the left. Chapter 715. Beside the highway, a group of zombies were slowly approaching the villa area. In the woods, Zhang Yin and De Zhuang and the other 4 were hiding in the grass, staring at the zombies in the distance. What should we do? They are all mixed together now. You can't see any difference from a distance, Xiao Kong said with a somewhat uncertain tone, holding a bow and arrow. Hearing this, Zhang Yin put his hand on his shoulder and whispered, "It's okay, Xiao Yu has given a solution." Then he turned his head and whispered, "Brother De Zhuang, you are the best archer. You will be the one to aim at those who have flaws." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Lulin held a bag of wild boar blood in his right hand, waited for the zombies to get closer, then suddenly stood up and threw it at their heads. At this moment, Zhang Yin stood up with his bow and arrow, staring at the bag of wild boar blood, and quickly released his right hand. The arrow flew at a very fast speed, piercing the plastic bag on the spot, and then blood sprayed out directly. Soon, a lot of zombies were drenched, and at the same time, they began to stir, and most of them stretched their hands around. At this moment, the zombies could no longer tell who was their teammate, and all they could see was the smell of blood. The next second, a zombie suddenly stopped and tried to evacuate to the side. At the critical moment, De Zhuang snorted coldly, picked up the compound bow, and aimed at the man. Seeing that things were not going well, the man quickly grabbed the zombie next to him and ran back desperately, but just after taking 2 steps, his shoulder was shot directly by an arrow. Ah! A scream sounded, and the surrounding zombies rushed towards her. And it's a woman? Huang Lulin was slightly surprised. He looked at the man being torn alive, turned his head to the side, and felt a little bit sorry. Hearing this, Zhang Yin held a gun in his left hand, patted Huang Lulin's shoulder with his right hand, and said slowly, "On the battlefield, there is no gender, no men, women, old or young, they are just enemies. At this time, all you have to do is stab the weapon into the enemy's heart." After the voice fell, Zhang Yin turned and ran in another direction. De Zhuang looked at the man's eyes before he died, and shook his head slightly. It's his own fault. After saying that, he also left. The situation began to be one-sided. Luo-san and Jiang Ho suddenly realized why this camp could survive with so few people. They had thought wrongly from the beginning, that is, having few people does not necessarily mean being weak. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, there were only 4 teammates left around Luo-san. Several people ran wildly in the jungle, and Luo-san roared while running, "Hurry up and tell Jiang Ho, this group of people is not simple." Hearing this, the subordinate holding the communication equipment replied in panic, "The machine can't be aligned with the frequency while running, I have to stop." As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot was heard from behind, and the bullet flew over quickly. The man stopped, looked at the severe pain in his chest, and fell down with a dim look in his eyes. Pa! The communication equipment was smashed everywhere. Luo-san's eyes condensed, and he picked up the pistol and prepared to destroy them. We must not leave it to those people. At this moment, there was only this one thought in his mind. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind him, and the speed was extremely fast. Luo-san didn't even see the person clearly, but he felt a chill on his wrist. Then the man kicked him sideways, and Luo-san felt like he was hit by a truck, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Relying on the powerful forces behind you, you can trade people as objects at will. Are you worthy? Zhang Yin stepped out slowly, holding the machete dripping with blood in his right hand, and said expressionlessly. Then De Zhuang, Xiao Kong, Huang Lulin walked out from 3 directions, holding guns in their hands, aiming at the 4 people in the center of the circle. You guys? Luo-san no longer had the calmness he had before. His face was full of fear. How come you are not afraid of zombies at all? What's the use of fear? Zhang Yin flipped his right hand and shook off the blood on the machete. Then he whispered, "We have never thought of provoking any force, but where do you get the confidence to think we are weak?" After the voice fell, the remaining 3 people wanted to shoot back, but they were ruthlessly shot by the 3 people from Dazhuang. "Let's go." Zhang Yin shouted coldly, and rushed towards Luo San, who was covering his broken hand. Almost instantly, Luo San raised his left hand in fear to block, but the blade had already passed his throat. The next second, Zhang Yin cut off the last person's head. Powerful, powerful. Xiao Kong was stunned, and Huang Lulin was also shocked. Brother Zhang, why did you rarely take action before? Xiao Kong couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Zhang Yin stabbed the tip of the knife into the head of the corpse on the ground to prevent it from mutating into a zombie. Then he turned around and smiled slightly. I can only kill people. Then he looked to the other side and whispered, these people are not strong, the hard ones should be over there. De Zhuang stepped forward, took off the walkie-talkie on Luo San, checked it and said, I thought it was a disaster, but it was just equipment. After that, several people began to check the communication equipment and then took them away. Zhang Yin and others easily solved it, but it was a bit difficult for Xiao Jiao to finish it. Jiang Ho's speed was even faster than his, and Xiao Jiao began to take it seriously at this moment. Xiao Jiao couldn't catch up with the man, because he was holding a box of bullets and a gun. Then he threw the things in his hands and ran as fast as possible. With his left foot on a stone, Jiang Ho jumped forward and turned in midair. He held a gun in his right hand and pulled the trigger behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Jiao supported the tree next to him with his right hand, twisted his body to the left, grabbed the bullets as much as possible, and then fired back with his left hand. Unfortunately, the man had fallen into the bushes and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Rolling on the ground, Xiao Jiao put his pistol in his pocket and frowned slightly. It seems that you are the most powerful one. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the stone behind him with his feet and chased after him again. Xiao Su. Jiang Ho ran while pressing the microphone to ask questions, but there was only a noisy sound coming from the headset. Just as he passed a big tree, a gunshot suddenly came from the front. Jiang Ho's eyelids jumped, and his head quickly turned to the right. In an instant, the bullet rubbed his left ear and penetrated it directly on the spot. Jiang Ho fell heavily to the ground because of dodging. But at the moment he landed, he actually took out the grenade on his waist, then flicked the ring with one hand, and then threw it behind him. Chapter 716. Looking at the round object that appeared in the air, Xiao Jiao kicked the tree trunk next to him with his calf, and then he quickly kicked the grenade out with his left foot. 3 seconds later. Boom! The explosion sounded in the woods ahead, and even a tree as thick as an arm was blown down. Alay stood up from the bushes with a gun on his shoulder. He was covered with a green cloth, and he looked like he had merged with the jungle. This guy is quite powerful. Xiao Jiao walked towards Alay with a serious face. Then we have to kill him. Alay wrapped the gun with a green cloth and put it behind the tree, and whispered, the gun is not a big threat to this kind of people. After the words fell, the two looked at each other, and then chased in the direction where Jiang Ho ran again. Jiang Ho, with blood all over his face, didn't care about bandaging at all. He wanted to drive away quickly. Fortunately, he had hidden a car in the woods before, not far away. It's been almost a year, and you finally met a master? Jiang Ho ran fast, his cheeks brushed by the leaves around him, and his eyes began to darken. His strength lies in his extremely fast speed and his special skills in jungle warfare. Coincidentally, Zhang Yin, who is also good at jungle warfare, was sent to deal with Luo San and others. Although Xiao Jiao is powerful, his speed is not his advantage due to his height of nearly 1.9 meters and weight. On the other hand, Jiang Ho, who is about 1.7 meters tall, is unusually agile. But fortunately, Alay was also chasing at this time. A few minutes later, Jiang Ho could already see the car parked on the side of the road, and his eyes were even happy. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood up in front of the left. Jiang Ho looked at the man, his breathing was a little rapid, he was forced to stop, and then said in a deep voice, how can you be faster than me? Due to the high-speed running, Alay had put away his mask at this moment. He held a dagger in his hand, and said lightly, you are not the only one who still exercises in the doomsday. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Jiao walked out of the bushes with a steady step and said slowly, why don't you run? Aren't you a good runner? You are soldiers. Jiang Ho looked at the people behind him and walked to the right to avoid being surrounded by the two men. We, the Savior sect, never attack any forces. If you kill me, we will fight to the death. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao touched his sweaty bald head, took a look at the dark surroundings, and whispered, when I first heard others talk about it, I thought you were so powerful, but now I see that you are just SOSO. After saying this, Jiang Ho said with a gloomy face, I thought you were the weakest, so the first team was sent to deal with the people in the manor. I didn't expect that you are still difficult to deal with. At this time, Qin Yu and Qi Hao also walked out of the road. So the car is here. As he said this, Qin Yu threw out the two heads in his hand. Your teammates have died first. Qi Hao held a pile of instruments and said with a smile, I thought your people were so awesome, but in the end, I could only say how powerful the Savior sect is. You are so arrogant even though we are nearly 1,000 kilometers apart. Aren't you afraid of dying outside? After saying this, Qin Yu drew out his machete and walked forward slowly, saying word by word, If you don't have reinforcements today, you can wait for death now. At this moment, Jiang Ho began to regret deeply. Originally, the first team would be the one to deal with this, and it would not be his turn at all. But in order to get promoted, he directly promised to take it. As Qin Yu said, their base camp was too far away from here, and there was no way to provide long-distance support. If the two of them hadn't had trackers on them, the Savior sect wouldn't have risked coming over at such a long distance. The next second, Qin Yu looked at Lei and Xiao Jiao and shook his head slightly, then he took out his pistol. This scene made Jiang Ho, who was holding a dagger, freeze in place. Who would fight you with a knife if you don't use the gun? After saying that, Qin Yu pulled the trigger. The bullet flew away instantly, and a blood mist appeared on Jiang Ho's body on the spot, and then he fell down unwillingly. Seeing this, Lei whispered, I originally wanted to keep him so that you can train your skills. Then Xiao Jiao walked over happily. To be honest, I think so too. This guy seems to have been trained in the army before. Maybe he is a mercenary like Uncle Hua. It's just right for you to fight a few moves. Hearing this, Qin Yu put the gun away and said softly, I don't enjoy killing people. I just want to protect the people around me from harm. If possible, I would rather not kill anyone. After hearing this, Lei and Xiao Jiao stood there thoughtfully. Watching his back as he left, Qi Hao walked towards the two of them with the instrument in his arms, whispering, Let's go, these things are fun, and they are not damaged. Qin Yu checked the car and found it was still drivable, so he told everyone to prepare to evacuate. Hearing the shout, Xiao Jiao walked over to Jiang Ho's body and reached out to take his walkie-talkie and headset. In the woods, Lao Cheng and Hong Wu began to pick up the guns of those people, and even felt like they were dreaming. It was not until this moment that they realized that their teammates seemed to be quite powerful. It was not until after 7 o'clock in the evening that everyone came back one after another. Except for a few people who were injured, the rest were fine. At the gate, Qin Yu looked at the burning bodies, motionless. Are you still thinking about what happened in the afternoon? Qi Hao yawned and walked towards him and asked. You didn't tell them? Qin Yu felt the stench of the corpses and whispered. Some things don't need to be known by too many people. Hearing this, Qi Hao stood beside him and whispered, No, in fact, the death of that child is not your fault. After all, if you put down your weapons, we would both die. Qin Yu put his hands in his pockets, looked at the corpses quietly, and said nothing more. In the afternoon, he and Qi Hao did catch up with another car quickly, but what was more surprising was that Qin Yu saw a familiar figure. That was Luo Qinshan, who was also in the car, but his personality had changed a lot, and he basically didn't talk. At that moment, Qin Yu hesitated and didn't pull the trigger directly. And the two people noticed something wrong in Qin Yu's eyes, and actually held Luo Qinshan hostage on the spot. When he saw the child swinging his hands and opening his mouth, Qin Yu felt even more pain in his heart, because Luo Qinshan's tongue had been cut off. He couldn't imagine what this child had experienced since the community was attacked, and he was separated from everyone to become the vicissitudes of life he is now. Chapter 717. Qin Yu didn't even have time to ask clearly. Luo Qinshan bowed to him first, then took the knife from the person next to him, and committed suicide. She died in front of him. In an instant, Qi Hao pulled the trigger, and the two almost fell on the spot. All this was so unreal. Qin Yu had just met the child for a few minutes. He didn't expect that those familiar faces would die one by one in front of him. It seemed that God was playing a joke on Qin Yu. He even thought that he would never meet Luo Qinshan in his life. But the amazing thing is that Luo Qinshan is in the hands of the people of the Savior sect. Perhaps he did not want to be threatened. Or perhaps the child who had disappeared with Luo Qinshan also died in front of him. In short, Qin Yu had too many questions, but there was no way to ask them clearly. That's why he chopped off the heads of those two people and brought them to the last person. This behavior was completely inconsistent with Qin Yu's character. But at that time, he suddenly hated those people who bullied the survivors at will. A breeze blew by, Qi Hao rubbed his arms and whispered, The smell of burning corpses is not good. I'm going back first. You should be more open-minded. Death is inevitable in the apocalypse. My family also died in front of me. After the voice fell, Chi Hao turned and entered the gate. Jin Yu looked at the zombie bodies placed on the bridge and walked towards them. Then he picked up the wood on the ground, wrapped a little clothing around it, and then lit it with fire. After lighting another pile of corpses with a torch, Jin Yu turned and returned to the camp. The next morning, someone knocked on Jin Yu's door. "Who is it?" Lin Yi, who was half asleep, opened the door and asked Zhang Yin curiously. "Hi, good morning, Dr. Shaolin." Zhang Yin waved his hand, then he looked inside and said, "Is Xiao Yu here? There are 5 people outside who want to see him." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of people coming down the stairs. "I'd be right there." Jin Yu put on his coat and put his gun on his waist. It was still a little cold in the morning, not to mention that it was windy last night. Seeing Jin Yu's dark circles, Lin Yi felt distressed and walked over to help him straighten his collar. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed Jin Yu on the right cheek, saying softly, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, you have saved many people." Hearing this, Jin Yu patted her hands gently, then turned around and followed Zhang Yin away. Alas! Looking at his back, Lin Yi felt a little helpless. Last night, Jin Yu had already told her about Luo Qinchen's death, and with the death of Yu Dajiang and the other 2 a few days ago, Lin Yi even became more and more sad. 4 of the teammates, who were once familiar with each other, died within a few days, which was really heartbreaking. The most painful thing was that most people in the camp didn't even see them for the last time. In other words, they didn't even know that life had become better now. And Lin Yi also found that Jin Yu didn't seem to like to laugh much recently, and he only smiled occasionally in front of her. The more she thought about this, the more distressed Lin Yi felt. There were few things she could do, but Jin Yu never made her feel pressured. In a word, if you can save them, then save them. If you can't save them, then there's nothing you can do. But Jin Yu, on the other hand, has been leading everyone to run around. After returning upstairs and changing clothes, Lin Yi went to the infirmary again. There were several people injured yesterday, and they had to change the medicine today. The gate of the camp. Jin Yu looked at the people in front of him and said lightly, "What's the matter?" The people who appeared at the door at this time were none other than the people who came to ask for water a few days ago, but it seemed that there was a boy with glasses missing. Hearing this, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan appeared with a bloody man. Then he held his hands together and said, "Brother, did someone attack you a few days ago? This guy was sneaky, and we captured him in the spirit of helping the injustice." After the voice fell, Zhang Sisi stepped forward and took off the man's hood. Then, a man with a bruised face and nose appeared in front of him, but strangely, his lips were sewn together, and he looked extremely weak. Then Xiao Ming began to explain, "This guy is too loud. We were afraid that he would attract zombies by shouting and yelling, so we sewed his mouth with needle and thread for mending clothes. Besides, it was dark last night, so it was inconvenient to bring him here. So we came to visit him early this morning, hoping to exchange some food." After these words came out, Ning Li, who was standing behind the 3 people, felt a little confused. Obviously, he was caught this morning. Why did he say that it was inconvenient to come last night? But Ning Li was not very clear. She also heard gunshots everywhere in the woods yesterday, but fortunately they were far away and were not affected. But early this morning, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan suddenly brought back a person, saying that they were caught on the road. Since Zhang Sisi also stood up and said that she saw this person trying to shoot at the people in the camp yesterday, she did not doubt it too much. "Have you seen this person?" Jin Yu turned his head and looked to the side. Hearing this, Zhang Yin and Dezhuan looked at them for a few times and shook their heads. Most of those people yesterday were wearing zombie masks. I didn't see them clearly, and don't know what they looked like. At this moment, Xiao Ming's eyes turned and he said quickly, "When we caught this man, he was indeed wounded by an arrow on his leg. I don't know if it was done by your people." After he finished speaking, he pretended to roll up the man's trouser legs, but Jin Yu waved his hand considering that Zhang Rui was there at the time. No need. Hearing this, Zhang Sisi was relieved. It seems that stabbing this man with an arrow in advance was indeed the right thing to do. Jin Yu pondered for a while, called Xiao Kong and Huang Lulin to ask a few questions, and then shook his head. "My people did not let anyone escape yesterday. You must have caught the wrong person." "But what if you haven't met this person yet?" Zhao Ming took a step forward, and then he whispered, "Brother, in the end of the world, it is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go." Just then, the man suddenly struggled, and his sewn lips were about to break free, and then he said with blood in his mouth, "I." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Sisi held a dagger in her hand and stabbed him in the heart. The sudden move made everyone present slightly stunned. Chen Yu frowned and said, Who asked you to kill him? Hearing this, Zhang Sisi pretended to be afraid and let go of her hand and took a step back, shaking her hands and said, "Because I saw him shooting at your people before." Speaking of this, she quickly pointed her finger at Xiao Kong. It was him. He was almost ambushed at that time. Chapter 718. Being pointed at suddenly by someone, and the person was a pretty girl, Xiao Kong was stunned. "I don't remember." After a few seconds, Xiao Kong murmured. Plop! The man's body fell to the ground, with a dagger stuck in his heart, and he died with his eyes wide open. Qin Yu looked at the people in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then said expressionlessly, "Get out of my sight within 1 minute." After that, he turned and left. These people obviously wanted to join the camp, but they couldn't find a good reason, and Qin Yu was not sure if there were any people left out yesterday. But Chen Yu believed in his own people. As long as everyone said that no one escaped, he would not doubt it. Listening to his cold and ruthless words, Zhao Ming's smile stopped on his face. "Let's go, Sisi." Ningli didn't want to join other forces, but yesterday's vote, the minority obeyed the majority, so she had to come along. After all, Wu Yuan is dead now, and she can't force others to change their minds. At this moment, Zhang Sisi turned her head and looked behind her, hesitated and said, "Ningli, I really don't want to leave anymore." As soon as these words came out, the figure who was about to step into the door paused slightly. The name that suddenly appeared instantly brought back Qin Yu's memories. A long time ago, when he was in the 4S store, Qin Yu had heard Zhu Yuanyuan mention this name. But at that time, he had a very low impression of Zhang Sisi and almost forgot about it. Instead, he was more familiar with the name Ningli. Because Li Yao had mentioned casually afterwards that it was thanks to the fruit knife that Ningli hid in the dormitory that she was able to delay for a while. At this moment, Qin Yu wanted to ignore the lives of these 4 people, because he felt that the 2 boys were a bit hypocritical. But considering the name that everyone often mentioned recently, Qin Yu began to worry. What if they are really Li Yao's classmates? Qin Yu turned his back to those people, and muttered to himself. Everyone in the camp saw Qin Yu suddenly stop, and didn't understand what happened. A few seconds later, Qin Yu turned around again and spoke. "Wait a minute." As soon as these words came out, the 3 people who were about to walk onto the bridge were suddenly delighted and hurried back. Only Ningli sighed helplessly. She didn't understand why her classmates were unwilling to survive by their own efforts. As the apocalypse progresses, the status of women in the future is likely to become lower and lower. Let her come over. Following Qin Yu's gaze, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan stood aside, and then Zhang Sisi smiled, and then she trotted over. "Brother, as long as I can come in, you can ask me to do anything." Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu shook his head. "It's not you, it's her." Although the girl in front of him might also be in the same dormitory with Li Yao, Qin Yu didn't have a good impression of her because her purpose was too clear. The more he wanted to enter this door, the more Qin Yu would not agree. Because there are 2 things in the doomsday that cannot be looked at directly. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. For anyone like this who he thinks is not good, Qin Yu's attitude is extremely cold. Even if he died in front of him, Qin Yu would not even look at him. Hearing this, Zhang Sisi felt a little jealous, but she didn't show it on her face. She ran back and pulled Ningli over. "What's the matter?" Although Ningli didn't have any ideas, she didn't dare to offend this group of forces, so she just spoke in a humble manner. "Come in with me." Qin Yu turned around and continued to step into the door. Hearing this, she was about to speak when she was pushed by the person next to her. Seeing this, Ningli shook her head in her heart, but she had to go in with these people. But when she was about to enter, Zhang Yin stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Ningli. "You need to hand over your knife first." Ningli pretended to be dumbfounded. "Our knives are kept by them." After saying that, she pointed behind her for fear that the man in front of her would not believe it. But Zhang Yin just smiled slightly and said, "Yangzi, go search her body." As soon as these words came out, Ningli immediately took 2 steps back, then she gritted her teeth, reluctantly rolled up her sleeves, and then took out the knife in her left hand and handed it over. Watching Qin Yu lead the girl to the camp, if everyone didn't know Qin Yu's character, they would have thought he was going to do something bad. "Brother Zhang, how did you know she had a knife?" Yang Zi blinked and stood beside Zhang Yin, shaking his arm. Hearing this, Zhang Yin was not prepared to hide it, because he had a good impression of the Dazhuang siblings. After all, when they first entered the community, Yang Zi had tried his best to protect them. Then Zhang Yin laughed and spoke softly. When the girl went back to call her, she was facing the other person's left side, but she took a step forward to make her right side more open. This action shows that the man knew that the girl would often hold her left arm, but deliberately changed the direction. Hearing this, Yang Zi suddenly realized, so based on this, you concluded that she hid a knife? Isn't this enough? Zhang Yin patted her shoulder and smiled. In fact, there is another reason, that is, her left hand is always placed vertically. As the two were whispering, Qin Yu also stopped in the distance. He turned around and looked at the girl in front of him with a dirty face, and even dirt in her hair. Did you make yourself so dirty on purpose? Ningli looked at the deep eyes of the man in front of her, as if she was stared at by a magnifying glass, which made her very uncomfortable. Then she turned her head to look at the lawn on the right and whispered, men are not reliable. They only think about that. If I do this, I can avoid a lot of trouble. After listening to this, Qin Yu pondered for a while, and felt slightly satisfied. Then he said a name that shocked Ningli. Do you know Li Yao? At this moment, although Ningli's face was not a ripple, she was very surprised in her heart. Before she answered, she heard the second name. There is also a person named Zhu Yuanyuan. Do you know her too? Who are you? Ningli's eyes condensed, and she gritted her teeth and said, what did you do to them? Hearing this, Qin Yu had guessed almost exactly, and then he put his hands behind his back, faced the door, and slowly spoke. I once lived with Li Yao for a period of time. It was not living, nor was it cohabitation. Qin Yu just said the word survival. In his opinion, a difference of one word can make a world of difference in meaning. Once, Ningli was dumbfounded, she murmured. I also wanted to go back to find them before, but there were too many zombies. Chapter 719. But due to various reasons, I ended up moving further and further away from the city. Speaking of this, Ningli seemed no longer afraid of Qin Yu. She took a step forward and pulled his arm, and said excitedly, where are they? Qin Yu looked down at her without saying a word. Seeing this, Ningli quickly let go of her hand, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I was too anxious. I thought all my former classmates were dead, but I was really happy to hear it suddenly. One died, one is missing. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, then said softly, I'm sorry, my ability was indeed a little weak at that time. To this day, Qin Yu still can't let it go. If Zhu Yuanyuan hadn't sacrificed herself and used her body to hold back the zombies, then even if Qin Yu could kill them with a knife, he would be injured with a high probability. In the narrow emergency passage, the light was poor, and the air was not good. Given the environment at that time, Qin Yu actually couldn't calm down at all. He even assumed later that even if he could go back to the past, Qin Yu couldn't figure out how to get out given his state of mind at that time. After all, there were pursuers behind him, zombies in front of him, and the streets outside were still very unfamiliar. However, there is always a way out. Zhu Yuanyuan went to die calmly, winning a glimmer of hope for the two of them. The arrow shot by Dazhuang also pulled Qin Yu and Li Yao back from the gates of hell. When leaving the 4S store before, Qin Yu sat in the back seat and asked himself whether it was worth it to take them all the way to escape just because of the girl's reminder. At that time, Qin Yu could hardly protect himself, and he brought 2 female students with him, which undoubtedly increased his own danger. But every time he survived, Qin Yu gradually figured it out. It was because he risked his life to help Dazhuang save the truck of supplies that he met the noble man who changed him. It was also because Dazhuang's brother and sister saved their lives first, and Qin Yu was grateful for the kindness. It can be said that it was those decisions made before that led to the current situation. Listening to what the other party said, Ningli was struck by lightning. After a few seconds, she said in a lost voice, Yes, Li Yao is so beautiful, she is more likely to be in danger than me. Li Yao just disappeared. Qin Yu sighed and added, But no matter whose death it is a pity, but the end of the world is cruel after all, and birth, aging, sickness and death are inevitable. Yuan? Ning Li's nose was sour, and she said to herself, On the morning of the day when the zombies appeared, she called me and made an appointment for the 4 of us to travel together during the summer vacation. But who could have thought that the world would change so much in just a few hours, and even when I heard her name again, it was already news of her death. Ning Li's legs softened and she sat on the ground. If I had known, I would have been more determined and not come to your side. After saying this, Qin Yu was a little confused. The next second, Ning Li raised her head and smiled with red eyes. In this case, she is still alive in my mind. Hearing this, Qin Yu opened his mouth, he looked at the people in the distance, and suddenly whispered, You can stay in the camp. What about them? Ning Li got up from the ground and patted her dirty skirt. Hearing this, Qin Yu hesitated for a while, then looked at her and said word by word, Can you guarantee them? What do you mean? Ning Li pinched the clothes on her chest with both hands and asked, The 3 of them are also my classmates. Li Yao knows them. Although they quarrel occasionally, they are not bad people. After the voice fell, Xinyu thought of the previously taciturn Li Yao, and simply said, in this case, you all stay. But let me be frank. Xinyu suddenly changed the subject and said seriously, if you forecause any trouble in the future, I will definitely clean up the mess. Don't worry. Ningli changed her attitude when she heard that the man in front of her knew Li Yao. She raised her right hand and said, I can swear that if the three of them do something wrong, I will not show any mercy, and I will even tie them up and come to you to apologize. At this moment, Xinyu looked at his watch and remembered that the abandoned town had not been restored yet, so it was not a good time to use it as a test. But Xinyu was still a little hesitant to let a few strangers into the camp. After all, the past was the past, and the present is the present. It has been a long time since the doomsday broke out, and people will change. Before the doomsday, Xinyu did not dare to imagine that his hands would be stained with blood in the future, even if it was the blood of evil people. Anyone who joins may threaten the people around him, so Xinyu needs to accurately screen whether they are wolves in sheep's clothing. Thinking of this, he waved in the direction of the gate and shouted loudly, Zhang Yin, bring the three of them over. Hearing this, Zhang Yin turned and walked out the door. More than a minute later, four people appeared in front of him. Xinyu looked at the three former classmates of Li Yao and said expressionlessly, bring your luggage in and follow him to put it away. Gather here in 10 minutes. Ah? The three of them looked puzzled, a little confused. Then Xinyu said calmly, you can join us, but we need to test whether you will be a drag if something happens. It just so happens that there are still many things to do. And you too later. After these words came out, several people followed Zhang Yin and left. Xinyu asked someone to close the door, and then he walked to the parking spot. The medium-sized truck was still parked in the corner, with some fuel left. The RV was parked next door, and since it would not be used in the short term, Feng Yi asked someone to pump out the diesel and store it together. Driving the truck, Xinyu parked it in the open space at the gate. After a while, Zhang Yin appeared with four people. Ningli and Zhang Sisi walked in front, feeling the surrounding plants and trees. As for Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan, they were looking at the surrounding environment excitedly in the back, and the uncontrollable joy appeared on their faces. Soon Han Liyuan held the food and water taken from the warehouse, which were for the outgoing team, and did not need to be exchanged. When her figure appeared, Wang Haoshuan poked Zhao Ming next to him with his elbow and whispered, look at that woman, is she the legendary young woman? She does have some charm. Zhao Ming licked his lips, and a trace of heat appeared in his eyes. Because the two of them were in the back, no one noticed anything unusual at this time. But I don't know if Ningli noticed anything. She suddenly turned around and looked back, and then Zhao Ming and the others looked away. Chapter 720. What are you looking at? Zhang Sisi pulled Ningli's arm and asked in a low voice. It's okay. Ningli shook her head and continued to follow Zhang Yinin, about 2 or 3 meters away. Seeing the truck in the distance, Zhang Sisi continued to ask in a low voice, what did you two say before going in? Why did the man suddenly change his attitude? Hearing this, Ningli thought about it and hesitated whether to tell her. But thinking that Zhang Sisi was also in the same dormitory, and a few of them were also close friends, Ningli whispered, that person had been in contact with Yuan and Yao Yao for a while before, and they just happened to know each other, so he let us move in for this reason. Hearing this, Zhang Sisi's eyes lit up, and her heart even became active. She saw it clearly before, that man could easily order everyone around, so he must be the boss of this camp. Since the other party could let him off for Li Yao's sake, could she also win more favor? Yes, at this moment, Zhang Sisi subconsciously thought that Li Yao was with the young man because of her beauty. And her appearance and figure were no worse than Li Yao's, and even a little sexier. If I hadn't fallen a few days ago, it would have been fine. But the scar on her forehead made Zhang Sisi a little sad at the moment. The scar was almost 5 centimeters long, and even if it could be covered by hair, it still made her feel depressed. By the way, Yuan is dead. Ningli suddenly stopped and waited for Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan to get closer, then spoke. Who? Zhao Ming stretched out his hand to pinch his nose, blew a snot to the side, and then wiped his hand with his heel, with a puzzled look on his face. Zhu Yuan, a former classmate, Ningli said softly, with a little sadness on her face. Hearing this, the three looked at each other. Then Wang Haoshuan scratched his head. Wu Yuan even died in front of us. I think it's nothing. After all, if she turns bad, it will be difficult to deal with her when we meet in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ming slapped him, and then laughed. Haoshuan didn't mean that. What is that? Ningli listened to those words and felt extremely disgusted. I haven't said anything yet, you think she has turned bad, right? At this moment, Zhang Cixi took Ning Li's arm and helped explain. I think he probably meant that the environment can change a person. There were so many zombies in the city before, and she didn't leave alive. Maybe she had tried her best. What do you think? Ning Li turned her head and looked at her, and suddenly asked. Seeing that the spearhead was pointed at herself, Zhang Cixi was stunned, and after hesitating for a moment, she whispered, I am also very sad, but... Are you coming over? Zhang Yin's shout came. Hearing this, Xiaoming laughed. Well, let's go first. We are new here, so we have to leave a good impression on others. After he finished speaking, he ran forward and appeared next to Han Liyuan. He said enthusiastically, Hello, sister, do you need help? At this time, Han Liyuan was pouring water behind the seat of the truck. When she heard the voice, she turned her head and saw that there was suddenly a pretty boy next to her. She blinked and smiled, then handed me the bag of dried meat on the ground. Okay. Taking the opportunity to hand over something, Xiaoming also scratched the back of her hand with his fingers. This scene made Chenyu frown. The sudden physical contact made Han Liyuan feel sick, and then she turned around and rolled her eyes towards the car. As a newcomer, Han Liyuan naturally couldn't say anything directly. After all, to be precise, she had only been here for a short time. Just as she jumped off the truck and stepped back a few steps to stand next to Chenyu, she suddenly heard a sentence in her ear. Don't let yourself feel wronged in the future. It's okay even if you slap him. After saying that, Chenyu walked towards Zhang Yin and the others. Han Liyuan was stunned and felt warm at the sight of his back. Because of her previous experiences, Han Liyuan did not reject men touching her, but in this camp, no one would touch her. So at that moment, although she didn't say anything on the surface, she was still a little unhappy. But what she didn't expect was that Chenyu would say something to comfort her. This guy, it would be better if he wasn't so loyal. Han Liyuan knew that he only liked Dr. Kobayashi, so she could only shake her head helplessly. It's obviously the end of the world, so it doesn't matter if he has two beauties, right? But Han Liyuan didn't dare to say this. Just then, she suddenly remembered something. It seems that the men in this camp only have one partner? Chenyu looked at the few people, finished what needed to be done this time, and then gave Zhang Yin a map. Originally, I wanted to let the four of you go, but considering that you are all students and your abilities may be a little weak, I sent one person to lead the team. You just need to follow his command, and the chance of survival is at least 80%. The words without a trace of emotion appeared in the ears of the four people. After speaking, Chenyu nodded to Zhang Yin. Seeing this, Zhang Yin put the map in his pocket, took the pistol and dagger handed by his daughter, and waved his hand. Everyone get in the car, squeeze 3 in the back seat. Ningli also took back her knife, and climbed onto the truck. Then the car started. Zhang Yin waved his hand outside the window, and then drove towards the gate. Actually, I can go with you. Song Chung touched his nose and whispered. The bodies outside the wall have not been cleaned up yet, let's go. After the voice fell, Chenyu called a few people to start working, and Sun Hua also came to help. Are you not accompanying your sister? Chenyu glanced at him, and said while carrying a shovel. Hearing this, Sun Hua helped pull the cart and said, she is sleeping, and she can come out by herself when the sun comes out. As he spoke, he followed Chenyu and Song Chung. At the gate, the head of the corpse had been destroyed, and Dazhuang was preparing to drag it away and burn it. There were too many zombie bodies before, and it was quite laborious to move them around, so they were burned directly near the bridge. Although the smell was unpleasant, it was better than the stench of corpses. Wait. Chenyu called Dazhuang and Hongwu and walked towards them. After checking the hands of the corpse, Chenyu understood something. The truck was speeding on the deserted road, and several people were looking around and touching this and that. Zhang Cixi leaned forward and suddenly asked, Brother, can I ask what you did before? After saying this, Zhang Yin, who was driving the car, looked forward, and then he chuckled and said, I used to deliver water. Chapter 721. Hearing this, except for Ningli, the other 3 people all showed contempt in their hearts. But at this moment, they were living under someone else's roof, so naturally they didn't dare to say anything more. Zhang Cixi said oh, and then continued to sit down. Although Zhang Yin could roughly guess what these people were thinking, he was still too lazy to say anything more, and just concentrated on driving his own car. At this moment, Ningli, who was sitting in the co-pilot, turned her head to look to the left and said seriously, Brother, can I ask your name? Why are you asking this? Zhang Yin drove the car to the left fork in the road, and stepped on the accelerator with his right foot. Ningli put her hands on her legs and said nervously, We don't know what we are going to do. It's a good opportunity for us to get to know each other. After all, in the long run, we will be teammates who will live and die together." Hearing this, Zhang Yin thought for a moment, then whispered, "When the time is right, you will know naturally." Zhang Yin had nothing to talk about with these students who were generally in their early 20s. The reason why he often puts a smile on his face is because Ruiwei likes to see him smile, that's all. Seeing this, Ningli could only continue to sit quietly in the passenger seat. But she would look out the window from time to time, and every time the car turned into a fork in the road, Ningli would bend a finger. Zhang Yin, who used to be a scout, quickly noticed what the girl next to him was doing, but he didn't say anything. This time, Jinyu gave him the task, and Zhang Yin must first ensure that it was completed smoothly. Secondly, he also understood what Jinyu was thinking. There were 5 people when they went out, but it was not certain when they came back. And Jinyu just asked him to take care of the girl in the skirt. Other than that, the other 3 did not say anything more. About 2 hours later, the truck stopped at the outskirts of the city. At this time, 3 of the 4 people in the car were sleeping together, but Ningli in the passenger seat was still staring with eyes wide open. Zhang Yin parked the car and whispered, "Tell them to get up and follow me into the city." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off the truck first, then walked to the back of the car and opened it. "Wake up!" Hearing this, Ningli turned sideways and woke up a few people, then she frowned slightly and said, "In a strange environment, with strange people, you can actually fall asleep. I really admire you." Hearing this, Wang Haoxuan yawned and said casually, "Didn't you hear it before? This uncle was just a water deliverman before the end of the world. He couldn't be more ordinary. Maybe he will need our help later. Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear it." Ningli glared at him, and then turned around and got out of the car. Zhang Sisi took the water and walked out with her back bent. For her, although the man driving the car had a vague aura, he was a dozen years older after all. When Zhang Sisi heard that the other party had no outstanding qualities, she didn't pay much attention to it. Because of the current environment, she really couldn't think of any need to lie. Soon the 4 of them came to the back of the car, and when they saw that Zhang Yin just took a bundle of ropes and closed the car door, they all froze in their places. "No weapons?" Zhang Yin continued to lock the car, shrugged and said, "There are knives and sticks everywhere in this city. Except for the steel bars that are difficult to remove, there are plenty of weapons. What you can get depends on your ability." After saying that, he hung the rope on his shoulder and walked towards the house in front. Seeing this scene, several people looked at each other and had to follow. Even after walking just a dozen meters, they could already hear the roar of zombies coming from the city. The short distance of a few hundred meters was quickly completed. There was no wall outside the city, but some houses were built outside. Zhang Yin tried several doors, and after one of them could be opened, he turned his head and pursed his lips. "This way." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed the door handle and walked in. As soon as he stepped in, the smell of decay hit him in the face, and it was even filled with a foul smell. The 4 people covered their mouths and noses and followed Zhang Yin carefully. When Ningli saw the man in front of him checking the environment inside the house with a calm face, she also put down her arm and walked towards him to help. The 2 of them moved the fallen cabinet away, and then a passage appeared in front of everyone. "Uncle, we are already here. Can you tell us what to do now?" Zhang Sisi fanned the dust in front of her with her right hand, coughed a few times, and said. Hearing the change of address, Zhang Yin didn't care at all. He picked up a hammer on the ground and handed it to Ningli. "Take it for self-defense." Then he picked up an empty bottle and threw it into the passage, then listened carefully. When he confirmed that there was no movement, he spoke. "Target hardware stores, or these roadside houses. Look for usable screws or large wrenches." Just then, Ningli was about to step in, but Zhang Yin stopped her. "Wait a minute. It's too dark inside. We need to make a torch first." Before she finished speaking, Zhao Ming took the hammer from Ning Li's hand and walked in first. "What's there to be afraid of in broad daylight? There's no sound inside." Wang Haoxuan followed closely behind. He patted Zhang Yin and laughed. "Uncle, although we are not good at killing zombies, we are very good at dealing with them." Then he followed in. Seeing this, Ningli quickly explained, "We have been avoiding many zombies before, so we have some experience. I don't mean to look down on you." Hearing this, Zhang Yin smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. If you can be more powerful, I can be much more relaxed." After the voice fell, he took a step back and pointed to the passage with his left hand. After the 2 girls entered, Zhang Yin walked in. After passing through the passage about 10 meters long, several people saw a faint light in front. Click! Zhao Ming kicked the door open, then stood on the street and let out a sigh. I'm dying of suffocation. Damn, what bastards are shitting in there? Then Zhang Sisi trotted out, then leaned against the wall and retched. Ningli, on the other hand, also had a lot of feces on her shoes, and she frowned in disgust. Ningli tore off the advertising paper from the wall, and squatted on the ground to wipe the shoe's surface carefully. Zhang Yin avoided the place where they stepped, so he was not stained at all. What surprised him was that although the street was desolate and gloomy, there were no zombies. Looking at the storefronts around him, Zhang Yin pointed a few dozen meters away and said, "There is a hardware store over there. Let's go and see if there is anything useful." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked over. Just when Zhang Yin walked a few meters, he suddenly stopped where he was, his eyes fixed on the corner of the alley ahead. Chapter 722. The mud on the ground ahead, and the footprints everywhere are enough to prove that there are traces of zombies staying here. Why don't you leave? Zhang Sisi asked cautiously. Hearing this, Zhang Yin pointed forward and whispered, "There may be zombies over there." While speaking, he was still retreating. Just then, Wang Haoxuan picked up the empty beverage bottle on the ground. "Whether there are zombies or not, you will know if you try it." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the bottle away. At the critical moment, Zhang Yin's eyes condensed, and his right hand quickly reached to the left front, holding the empty bottle in his hand, then turned his head and whispered, "Is your head on your neck for decoration? You dare to try this?" This scene scared Wang Haoxuan, and his voice became a little lower unconsciously. "I saw you also lost something when you went to that passage before. Why can't I lose it?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin suppressed his anger and explained in a low voice. "Before, it was because the area there was small. Even if there were zombies, there were only a few at most, but here there is not even one on the street. Don't you think it's strange?" The man's actions just now were deeply engraved in Ning Li's mind. She even felt that the other party must not be as simple as a water delivery worker. The next second, Zhang Yin put the bottle on the ground and whispered, "Back off. Let's take a detour. Something must be wrong in that alley." Having said this, everyone also understood the seriousness of the matter, and began to slowly retreat. Crack! A sound of glass breaking suddenly rang out. Zhang Sisi's face changed, and she looked down at her right foot. Then she said in panic, "Why is there a piece of glass under this plastic bag?" As soon as she finished speaking, there was a noise in the alley ahead. Hearing this, Ningli hurriedly shouted, "Run!" As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled Zhang Sisi's arm and retreated. A large number of zombies slowly walked out from the corner, targeting them. Zhang Yin cursed in a low voice, took 2 steps forward, and kicked the empty bottle on the ground with his right foot. But because they had been discovered, the sound of the empty bottle hitting the ground had almost no effect. Then several people quickly retreated to the back of the street, fearing that they would be caught up if they ran too slowly. But after all, it was an unfamiliar area, so Zhang Yin didn't dare to run around with his men. Just then, a supermarket entrance appeared on the roadside in front of the right. Over there. Zhang Yin pointed to the railing, then picked up the stones on the ground and smashed them at the shops on both sides of the street. The sound of the window shattering barely attracted the attention of a few zombies, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan were much stronger than the 2 girls, and soon they ran ahead. Looking down, there was no zombie figure, and then the 2 breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to shout, "Come here!" The shutter door was ajar, with only a few dozen centimeters of gap. Zhao Ming ran down the stairs first, and even fell down due to excitement. There were at least dozens of zombies chasing them. With this number, anyone would be scared away. He grabbed the door with both hands, blushing and trying to lift it, but it still didn't move. At this moment, Wang Haoxuan didn't care about that. He just bent down and lay on the ground, then crawled in. The mud on the ground seemed to have no effect on him. Seeing this, Zhao Ming gritted his teeth and didn't bother to lift the door. He also lay down and crawled in. Soon, Ningli and Zhang Sisi, who were panting, also appeared above. They were almost 1,000 meters away. They were running fast, and in this environment in the doomsday, they were gasping for breath. Seeing a place to hide, Zhang Sisi's eyes lit up, and she was about to run down. "Hurry!" Before she finished speaking, she pulled Ning Li's hand and wanted to go down. The next second, Ning Li looked back and found that the man was throwing stones to the side of the road while running, trying to attract the attention of the zombies. Then Ning Li saw the motorcycles parked on the left side of the road. Then she gritted her teeth and pushed Zhang Sisi down. "You go in first, I have to help him." Zhang Sisi was pushed unexpectedly and staggered, then she held the wall, and when she heard that sentence, she was stunned. On the left was Zhao Ming's call under the rolling door in the supermarket, and on the right was Ning Li's figure running back resolutely. This scene put her in a dilemma. But soon Zhang Sisi thought clearly. Although Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan were both capable, they could survive even if they encountered a small number of zombies. But Ning Li's intuition was also very accurate. All the decisions she made before avoided many dangers without exception. Thinking of this, Zhang Sisi turned her head and shouted, "Don't close the door yet." After the voice fell, she hurried up, even though her legs were a little weak at this time. Ning Li on the street was trying hard to turn the motorcycles that were placed vertically. At this moment, a figure appeared next to her. Ning Li was slightly stunned, then looked at her and nodded, and the two began to work together. In order to slow down the pace of the zombies, Zhang Yin did not run in the front. There were zombies on the whole street. Even if a few people found a place to hide, they would be trapped alive. So if you can reduce the number of zombies, reduce it as much as possible, at least it will facilitate the subsequent evacuation. When Zhang Yin ran over, the two women pushed the motorcycles down one by one. Because it was a slope, the motorcycles slid directly to the side of the road after falling down, blocking Zhang Yin directly. "It's useless, get down quickly." Zhang Yin called out, and threw away the last stone in his hand. Hearing this, Ning Li and Zhang Sisi hurriedly rolled and crawled towards the supermarket entrance. Then the two looked back and found that only the first few zombies fell down, and the others even stepped on them and walked over. As soon as Zhang Sisi lay down, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan, who had been waiting inside for a long time, quickly pulled her in. Then came Ning Li, and finally Zhang Yin. As soon as he entered, the zombies hit the rolling door almost 3 seconds later, all slapping the iron sheet, making bursts of noise. Just as Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan were about to step on the rolling door, they suddenly found that something was stuck next to it. "No wonder I couldn't lift the door before." Zhao Ming spat on the ground and panted, "I don't know which bastard broke the door. Now I can't even close it." The next second, Zhang Yin snapped his fingers and said quickly, "These shelves are empty. Use them to block the gap below." As soon as he finished speaking, several people quickly moved over, and Ning Li and Zhang Sisi didn't even have time to rest. Chapter 723. Since the entrance was blocked, the only source of light was gone, and then the supermarket fell into darkness. Swish. Zhang Yin tore off the stickers on the wall, then took the broom that fell on the ground, removed the stick, wrapped the tape around it, and finally lit it with a lighter. With the torch, several people breathed a sigh of relief. After all, even in the apocalypse, no one likes to stay in a dim area. Listening to the roar of the zombies that were close at hand, Ning Li's face flushed, and she sat on the ground panting heavily. Zhang Sisi was even weaker than her. She was lying with her arms and legs spread out, staring at the ceiling with dull eyes. Her clothes had even slipped down her shoulders, because she was running for her life in a hurry. But even though her chest was exposed, Zhang Sisi didn't care. She just wanted to lie down and rest. She was too tired. Zhao Ming saw this, walked over, squatted down, pulled her up, and then pulled up Zhang Sisi's bra straps. He turned around and asked, "How do you know there are no zombies in this supermarket?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin held up a torch and looked around, saying expressionlessly, "I don't have X-ray vision. How can I know if there are zombies in here? So you're gambling with our lives?" Zhao Ming's tone was a little unhappy. "Then why are you so sure we have to hide in there?" Wang Haoshuan was sweating profusely. He glanced at the mud on his clothes and said speechlessly, "Aren't you afraid that we will die in there? Stop talking, both of you." After Ning Li rested for a while, she stood up holding the shelf. Hearing this, Zhang Yin turned around and glanced at the two of them, then said calmly, "Because I have a brain. Since there are no zombies in the surrounding streets, they are either forming a zombie tide and migrating around, or they are stationary somewhere and not moving. And even if there are zombies in the supermarket, they must be fewer than those outside. Strong limbs, simple minds, that's what I mean by people like you," Zhang Yin said with a cold face, and inserted the torch diagonally into the gap between the shelves. "What the hell are you talking about?" Wang Haoshuan stood up from the ground. He stretched his neck and yelled, "If it weren't for you, how could we end up like this? You are just a broken water delivery man. You are so awesome, right? If it weren't the end of the world, I would beat up people like you." Because his family background is better than his peers, Wang Haoshuan's personality has always been arrogant and domineering. Even now that there is no order and rules, he has restrained himself a lot, but he still speaks to people in a human way. In his opinion, the poor are the poor. The people he used to look down on are now qualified to command him. Enough. Zhao Ming shouted in a deep voice. It's not his fault. The next second, Zhang Sisi's eyes were red, and she lowered her head aggrievedly. "Yes. I'm sorry, I accidentally stepped on the glass. It's okay, it's not your fault. Women are scarce in the doomsday, especially beautiful ones, so although Zhao Ming sometimes doesn't listen to Zhang Sisi, he will protect her most of the time. After all, in today's environment, it's so comfortable to have such a woman warming your bed without any responsibility. But Zhang Yin didn't intend to let that person go. He narrowed his eyes slightly, put both of them behind him, slowly stepped forward, and said expressionlessly, "Boy, are you really not afraid of death, or do you have no sense at all?" If it weren't for being with Chen Yu for so long, Zhang Yin's personality would have been much calmer. Just because this was the end of the world, plus the other party's insulting words, Zhang Yin really wanted to break his limbs and throw him out to feed the zombies. Family has always been a thorn in his heart. Although his skills were far ahead of other survivors, Zhang Yin failed to save his parents, which made him very sad. And before, when the zombies first broke out, because he was a soldier, Zhang Yin underestimated human nature and did not even take much precautions when he met strangers. At that time, he believed that when a crisis broke out, humans should work together. Little did he know that after being attacked, Zhang Yin almost died. The momentum was about to explode. Ningli hurriedly walked in front of the two, then she looked at Zhang Yin and said in a humble voice, "Brother, in the current environment, everyone is a little violent. You know that you are a big man, don't argue with him." After saying that, Ningli took a few steps back, pulled Wang Haoshuan's hand and whispered, "Since you want to join that camp, you have to be more restrained. Do you understand what it means to be a good person by appearance?" Hearing this, Wang Haoshuan saw Zhang Yin's strong muscles and cold eyes in the light of the fire. Then he shuddered. The light in the supermarket was not good, and his body was covered with mud, so Wang Haoshuan was angry for a while. Calming down at this moment, Wang Haoshuan bowed to the distance, and then walked to the side and sat down. This scene just now really scared Ningli. Even if these people looked kind, they were able to gain a foothold in that camp, and even wiped out the previous group of enemies. It was enough to prove that these people were not easy to mess with. Ningli couldn't understand how Wang Haoshuan dared to point at that person and curse. It can be said that in this situation, his death would be in vain. Although Zhang Yin had the intention to kill just now, he would not really kill people because of a few insults, even in the end of the world. Then he turned around and continued to look around the supermarket to see if there was a place to leave. Because there were zombies at the door, several people began to move inside, trying to stay as far away from there as possible. Ningli hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Zhang Yin. Brother, he was a rich second generation before, and he liked to show off because his family had a little money. I guess he heard about your previous career, so he was a little bit of a favor to you. I apologize to you on his behalf. The supermarket was empty, and there was basically no useful supplies. Zhang Yin turned around and took down the torch, then squatted down and reached under the shelf, then pulled out a pair of socks, then he sat down and began to take off his shoes. Seeing this, Ningli reached out to help him hold the torch for lighting. It's okay, I won't kill him for this. Zhang Yin took off the pair of socks that he hadn't changed for a long time, and suddenly a strange smell filled the air. Ningli held her breath, and there was no discomfort on her face. In today's environment, even if she took off her shoes, it would still be smelly, so Ningli would not dislike anyone. Putting the dirty socks on the torch and continuing to burn, Zhang Yin said lightly, after finding the screws, dismantle the 2 street lights, and the task is completed. Chapter 724. Street lights? Ningli was stunned, and then said in surprise, how can we take them down without professional tools? Besides, they are all very high, and they will make a loud noise when they fall down. Before she finished speaking, Ningli looked at the ropes on Zhang Yin's body, and then she suddenly realized. So that's it. After figuring it out, she stood up and left. The water and food were in the bag. Although the outside was a little dirty, the inside was still clean. Zhang Yin changed his socks and put on his shoes again, then went over to pick up a bag, took out a bottle of water, and handed it to Ningli, saying softly, everyone drink some. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningli took the water and nodded, tilting her neck so that the mouth of the bottle was a few centimeters higher than her mouth. After the water went into her throat and moistened her throat, Ningli felt much more relaxed. She wiped the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand, then handed the water to Zhang Sisi, and asked curiously, what kind of water is this? Why does it taste completely different from rainwater? The next second, Zhang Sisi also tilted her head and took a few sips, and said in surprise, it tastes a bit sweet, much better than rainwater. After the 4 people had divided the 1 liter of water, only a small amount was left. Taking the bottle and putting it away, Zhang Yin said casually, as long as it's drinkable, it doesn't matter what kind of water it is. He also gave some dried meat to a few people, and Zhang Yin ate it while picking up the garbage on the ground. Everyone chewed the food and began to look around. The supermarket was very desolate, and the visible areas were emptied, leaving only some parts and tools that no one touched. Zhang Sisi walked to the candy section, looked at the empty shelves, sighed and said, "You don't have to think about it, there will be no food." Hearing this, Ningli stepped on a chair, reached out, and touched the top shelf, then jumped down and replied, "Don't you see how long it has been now?" After saying this, she rubbed the dust on her hands against the wall. Then each of them made a torch, and the 5 of them checked the supermarket separately, and found that there were no zombies inside. About 5 minutes later, everyone gathered together again. Zhang Yin said with a torch in his hand, "This door was probably built by someone else in the past. The purpose should be to facilitate the search. After all, there will be a sound every time the shuttered door is opened. Have you found any supplies in other places?" Zhang Yin asked again. Hearing this, the 4 shook their heads. "There are only some slippers, and the like hanging on the shelves, all covered in dust." Jiao Ming said, "It smells very bad on the left side. It should have been the fresh food area. I suggest you don't go in to take a look." Zhang Sisi also started talking. The other 2 said that they did not find any useful supplies, and then Zhang Yin nodded. "The zombies blocked the door, and we can't get out in a short time. Let's find a place to rest." Although they were temporarily trapped, Zhang Yin did not say anything discouraging. After all, in his opinion, it would only delay some time. When he led the team to search for supplies before, there would basically be some noise for the first time. The door was blocked by zombies, which was really a common occurrence. The supermarket is built underground, so there are no windows, but there are vents. Zhang Yin lay under one of the fans, with his hands on his head, quietly thinking about something. He has confirmed that the short-haired boy is a fool, and is not to be feared. It's just that the other boy with long hair made Zhang Yin pay too much attention. This person is relatively steady, and rarely panics when encountering things, but likes to deliberately lead the pace. After entering the supermarket before, Zhang Yin noticed that the short-haired boy wiped the mud on his clothes with a look of disgust, and his expression was very irritable. Just a dozen seconds later, another long-haired boy brought up the topic of Zhang Yin, because it was indeed he who suggested going into the supermarket. Although Zhang Yin was not afraid of these students, he was somewhat curious about their motives. He wanted to join the camp and go out to train, but ended up doing something that could easily lead to internal strife. It was just after 1 in the afternoon. Zhang Yin looked at his watch, and then continued to wrap some plastic bags around the torch. Fortunately, the air below was not thin, so burning a fire for lighting was feasible. Just as Zhang Yin was about to lie down for a nap, he heard footsteps. Swish. The empty cans were kicked, and the sound was extremely sensitive. "Brother, are you asleep?" Ningli stood cautiously on the other side of the shelf. "Not yet. Is there anything?" Zhang Yin sat up, and put the rope next to him behind his head. "Come here." As soon as the voice fell, Ningli walked in. Watching her coming in the dark, Zhang Yin frowned slightly. "Where is your torch?" Hearing this, Ningli sat down cross-legged and whispered, "They are afraid of the dark, so they stayed there." "Aren't you afraid?" Ningli shook her head, looking at the red floor reflected by the firelight, and whispered, "There is nothing to be afraid of in the dark. Compared with these, zombies and people should be kept away." Zhang Yin looked at her thin body and wanted to lie down and sleep directly, but suddenly thought of something, so he said seriously, "It has come to this point, you don't have to take care of those people everywhere. I'm used to it." Ningli raised her head and smiled slightly. "After all, I used to be the class monitor. It is reasonable that I should live with my classmates." Hearing this, Zhang Yin curled his lips and turned his head to look in a certain direction, which was where the other 3 people were resting. "I'm afraid that others don't think so. Anyway, you just need to figure it out. When it comes to the critical moment, I will not be merciful." These words were ambiguous. Zhang Yin is not as soft-hearted as before. Before, whether he was still in the community or in the current villa area, he led many people out. Occasionally, he also met other survivors. Several times, those people targeted the beautiful Yang Zi or the women in the team. Some people followed quietly behind, intending to attack them after they fell asleep. But without exception, they were all cleaned up by Zhang Yin. Even the teammates were unaware. But many times when Yang Zi and Zhang Rui woke up the next day, they would find that Zhang Yin had more blood on his body. And Zhang Yin would sprinkle zombie blood on it in advance, and find a random excuse to get away with it. For him in the past, his daughter was his goal to survive. But as he lived with everyone for a long time, Zhang Yan's thoughts gradually changed. At least, he wanted to better protect the people around him. Zhang Yan would do his best to complete whatever Qin Yu asked him to do. Since he said to take care of the girl in the skirt in front of him, Zhang Yan would naturally pay more attention, without even needing a reason. Chapter 725. But there are only these people around me. Ningli murmured, with a hint of sadness on her face. I don't dare to trust others. Zhang Yan shook his head slightly in his heart. Silly girl now, you can only trust yourself. But Zhang Yan would not say this, even if he really thought so. At this moment, Ningli supported her knees with both hands, leaned forward, and said, Brother, have you been a soldier before? Before Zhang Yan could speak, the girl in front of him blinked. She first looked back, and then whispered, You don't have to hide it from me. I can actually feel it. My father used to have this kind of momentum. Every time he stood beside me, I would feel very safe. It's just a pity that he has passed away for many years. Hearing this, Zhang Yan whispered, You don't have to have a military filter. The doomsday environment can change everyone. Even if I used to be a soldier, it doesn't mean anything. Really? Ningli stroked her hair and whispered, I envy soldiers. I originally planned to join the army after graduating from college, because my father's comrades said that the army also needs highly educated people. It's just a pity that everything has changed overnight. Hearing this, Zhang Yan lay down again, with his head propped up by the rope, and asked, How did your father die? After leaving the army, he became a drug enforcement police officer, and was later discovered by drug dealers while undercover. At this point, Ning Li's eyes were red, and her voice was a little sobbing. I heard from my father's colleagues that my father was tortured miserably before his death. Half of his bones were even broken, and there was not a single piece of good skin on his body. After the voice fell, Zhang Yan sat up and looked at her with a little more distress. In peacetime, drug enforcement police are indeed one of the most dangerous professions. Your father is a hero. I don't want him to be a hero. I just want him to survive. Ningli clenched her fists tightly, her palms red from being poked by her nails. But the next second, she lowered her head and said, Am I being selfish when I say this? Zhang Yan stood up and walked to Ning Li's side and squatted down, then put his right hand on her shoulder and said softly, People are selfish, and I still know the principle of not persuading others to be good without experiencing their suffering. Then he looked at the torches inserted under the shelf and continued, When I was in the army, I also cooperated with some local agencies to carry out the task of chasing and suppressing drug dealers. Every time I fought with those people, I was not afraid of death, because I joined the army to defend my country. But if I die, what will happen to my parents, my wife's parents, and my young daughter? Then Zhang Yan retracted his right hand, took out the pocket watch from his collar, opened it, and spoke slowly. So after my wife was diagnosed with a terminal illness, I chose to leave the army that year. Although I was reluctant to leave, many things are often beyond my control. Ningli turned her head and looked at the photo in the pocket watch. Then she rubbed her eyes and asked in confusion, I seem to have seen this sister in your camp this morning. Hearing this, Zhang Yan put the watch away, turned his head, and looked into Ning Li's eyes, and said with a smile, That's not her. No matter how similar they look, they are not the same person. After saying this, he got up and went back to the place where he had laid out and continued to lie down. If Zhang Yan only cared about Ningli because of Qin Yu before, now he began to really want this girl to live. Ningli sat there and thought for a long time before leaving. Behind a luxurious manor, a white-haired man stood in the garden, his right arm hanging vertically on one side, bleeding. 6 people were kneeling in front of him, and several bodies were lying on the ground. Instructor, what should we do with these people? Long Jia, who was shot in the shoulder, limped towards the white-haired man and asked through gritted teeth. Only one person will be left. The white-haired man had a gloomy face and slowly uttered 4 words. As soon as the words fell, a dozen men waiting on the side rushed forward, chopping the 5 men into pulp with knives. The last one left was so scared that he peed directly. He wanted to crawl away, but his legs had been cut, so he could only move on the ground in panic. A few seconds later, all the men dispersed, including a few girls, but their faces were full of anger at this time. These people attacked them for no reason, and they could actually mobilize a zombie tide. At least 1,000 zombies rushed in, and the camp suddenly became a living hell. If there weren't secret passages dug behind each house, I'm afraid everyone would have died under the feet of zombies. The man in white refused the help of the people next to him, and slowly walked towards the last person. Sister, are you okay? Long Jia looked at the woman in black and asked with all his strength. Hearing this, Long Dai walked towards her brother and shook her head. How are you? No problem, I won't die. Long Jia grinned at his sister. Seeing this, Long Dai nodded and helped her brother to sit on the stone next to him. Now tell me, who sent you here? The man in white looked down at the man in front of him and said in a deep voice. As soon as he said this, the man trembled and said, It's the Savior sect. It's the Savior sect. What is this? Then the man in white nodded slightly, and soon a subordinate came over with a large map. The map was spread on the lawn, and the man looked at it tremblingly for a few times, then lay on the ground and said, It's not here. Hearing this, the man in white snorted coldly, stepped on the man's ankle with his left foot, and said coldly, This is a map of the province. Are you going to come over 500 kilometers to attack us? The man screamed and grabbed the soil on the ground with both hands. Then he endured the severe pain and said, I was originally chasing 2 traders. I found your camp here on the way, and then saw a few beautiful women getting water, so I suddenly decided, Before he finished speaking, the man in white picked up the machete on the ground with his toes, then held it with his left hand, and cut off the man's ear with a backhand knife. What a sudden idea! I want to see what you, the Savior sect, are capable of. You dared to kill so many of my people. After saying that, he turned around and ordered, Take this man down, let a Ling bandage him, and then use the edge of the map as the boundary to draw the approximate location of the Savior sect. The man's face was covered in blood, and he rolled on the ground in pain. Then, he was dragged to the infirmary by 2 people. At this time, Sister Yuan was standing in the crowd, looking at her reattached finger with fear. Chapter 726. A long time ago, she remembered clearly that her finger was cut off when she fainted. After waking up, the finger reappeared. If it weren't for the scars around it, Sister Yuan would have thought she had a dream. In that infirmary, a girl who was only about 1.6 meters tall had such a high level of surgical skills. You know, this is not the world before the end of the world. But Sister Yuan didn't dare to ask more questions, and she didn't even dare to chat with the girl. The girl had long light blue hair, and looked cute and clever, but her hands were extremely skilled in using a scalpel. Although her fingers were still a little clumsy, Sister Yuan was already satisfied that she had successfully connected them, and she never dared to show off again. The man in white never interrogated her again afterwards, as if he didn't care about the force he mentioned before. Soon the crowd began to disperse, and some people began to carry the bodies. Seeing a girl struggling to drag a male corpse, Sister Yuan ran over to help. I help you. Thank you. The girl dragged the corpse under the armpits and carried it with her to the back of the mountain. Sister Yuan turned her head and looked behind her, then asked in a low voice, Sister, what's the name of that man? Why do I see you keep calling him instructor? Hearing this, the girl's face changed slightly. She looked around and found that there was no one around, so she whispered, Don't talk nonsense. Then the 2 carried the corpse for more than 10 meters, and then put it on the ground. The girl wiped the blood off her hands and hooked her finger. When Sister Yuan came closer, she whispered, Anyway, I only know that some people called him instructor, and then as time went by, everyone called him that. Oh, I understand. Sister Yuan nodded and looked in the distance. After about a few minutes, the bodies on the ground were cleaned up, except for a lot of blood and meat. Many people began to vomit uncontrollably when they saw this tragic scene. The white-haired man stood there motionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. Long Jia had already left with his sister, and the 2 planned to go to the infirmary to treat their wounds first. On the way, although Long Jia's face was a little pale, he still couldn't help asking, Sister, when you followed the instructor out, did you catch up with the last 3 people? Hearing the question, Long Dai paused slightly, and then continued to move forward. No, those 3 people are very powerful, and they have a very good tacit understanding. The instructor and I didn't get any advantage even if we attacked together. It's a pity that the weapons and equipment in the organization can't be brought back, otherwise we will kill all these people today. Long Dai said, with a gleam in her eyes. Her close combat ability was not very strong, and without the help of weapons, Long Dai could only fight 1 person to a draw. And the instructor was still able to seriously injure 1 person in a 1-on-2 situation, and his strength was far superior to hers. Thinking of this, Long Dai turned around and looked behind her, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. Xiao Jia, most of our teammates can't be contacted, and now there are some powerful enemies. It may be difficult to have a stable life in the future. Hearing this, Long Jia spat out a mouthful of blood foam on the ground and chuckled. There were so many zombies abroad before. Didn't we fight hard to come back? Whether it was before or now, we are just licking blood on the edge of a knife. At worst, we can continue to run away in the future. The two walked and talked, and soon they were getting closer and closer to the infirmary. Inside the supermarket, after a short rest, several people have recovered a lot of physical strength. Outside the rolling door, the zombies' movements have also become much smaller, but they still haven't left. Zhang asked them to pack their luggage, and then they went to the exhaust vent. Looking at the stop fan, Zhang Cici hesitated and asked, "We don't know where this leads to. Would it be dangerous to go in directly?" Hearing this, Ningli shook her head. "I don't think so. There are only more than 3 hours left before dark. There is no food or water here, and the fresh food area is very smelly. The smell is gradually drifting over. If we stay any longer, it is hard to guarantee that everyone will get sick." She's right. Zhang Yin stood on a stool and checked the fan. If people stay in a bad-smelling area for a long time, they will get respiratory infections and become listless. After he finished speaking, Zhang Yin stretched his left hand back. "Give me the screwdriver." "Where is it?" Zhang Cici took the bag and checked it, but didn't see it. "In the interlayer of the backpack." The next second, Zhang Cici raised it and handed it over. Afterwards, several people stood there doing nothing. Although the torches had gone out, everyone's eyes were already used to the darkness, so they could barely see clearly. Zhang Yin touched the screw with his fingers, pulled out the screwdriver and changed the direction, and then began to disassemble. Just as he was about to disassemble the last one, Wang Haoshuan suddenly shouted, "Brother Ming, why are you touching me?" After saying this, Zhao Ming looked puzzled and said, "What's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Wang Haoshuan moved a few steps to the left and frowned. "Someone just touched my ankle." Hearing this, Zhang Yin took out a lighter and pressed it, barely emitting a ray of light. The next second, Zhang Cici looked at the mouse next to Wang Haoshuan and screamed in fear. "Rats and cockroaches!" Then she hid behind Ningli. Everyone quickly dispersed, and Wang Haoshuan and Zhao Ming quickly stepped on the cockroaches to death. At this time, Ningli also covered her chest and retreated. Although she was not timid, she was still a little afraid of these things, especially cockroaches. Zhang Yin jumped down from the stool, picked up the plastic bag on the ground, and then covered the rat with it, and then stepped on it. In the doomsday, these things are too hungry to run. The sudden incident made everyone realize that they couldn't stay here for long. Looking at the dim fresh food area, Zhang Yin said in a deep voice, "There may be more rats and cockroaches in there. We have to leave quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ming climbed up the stool to take down the fan, then he looked at the dim ventilation vent, turned his head and shouted, "I go to the front to explore the way, Haoshuan, you follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the shelf and got in. The reason why he took the lead was because Zhao Ming had some claustrophobia. Although the supermarket was large, it was very dark, and he couldn't stand staying in such a place. Especially at this time, Ningli and Zhang Cici were somewhat listening to the man's words, which made Zhao Ming feel more stuffy. Soon everyone climbed into the ventilation vent one by one. Zhang Yin turned his head to look at the surrounding environment, picked up the rope and left. About a minute later, the light appeared in front of him. Chapter 727. Zhao Ming lay in the passage and knocked the fence open with his elbows a few times. His heartbeat began to accelerate. Everyone climbed out one by one, covered in dust. The vent was on the other side of the street, and it seemed to be near an alley. Wang Haoshuan took a deep breath of fresh air, then he looked at his clothes, and turned to walk towards a door next to him. Pop! He smashed the glass door with a brick, and then reached out to open the door from the inside. The sound startled the others, and then Ningli looked at him and asked, "Wang Haoshuan, aren't you afraid of attracting zombies by knocking on the door like this?" But Wang Haoshuan did not answer her, but concentrated on looking for clean clothes inside. Seeing this, Zhao Ming also took Zhang Cici in. There happened to be a laundry next to where they were, and there were a lot of clothes hanging inside. Ningli hesitated, and looked at the mud on her body again. She was already quite dirty at this time, because she had gotten into the supermarket before. She turned her head, and looked at Zhang Yin, who nodded, "Let's go. Since there are clothes inside, it's a waste not to change. There should be few zombies around here." Hearing this, Ningli followed Zhang Yin in. The smell inside was not bad, and it didn't smell like there were corpses. Ningli chose a black t-shirt and black wide-leg pants, then thought about it. She chose a light yellow long skirt, and then walked into the inner room with Zhang Cici. The rest were men, so they changed clothes and pants directly. As expected, everyone chose dark clothes. After all, although clothes are everywhere in the doomsday, no one will change them as often as before. As long as they can be worn, it's fine. This is what most people think. Soon Zhang Cici came out, her face still a little flushed, and said, It's a pity that there are no underwear. Hearing this, Zhao Ming walked over and hugged her waist, whispering, "Wait a minute, find a store selling women's clothes, and I get you a few pieces." The next second, Wang Haoxuan also said to the girl next to him, "Ningli, I can also help you find these things." The voice fell. Ningli rolled her eyes. "I have hands and feet. Why do you need to go? I know you want to date me, but you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible, otherwise I will make you the last eunuch in the world." After that, she walked towards the door. At this time, Zhang Yin also changed into a looser set of clothes. He looked at Ning Li's clothes and asked curiously, "Why do you like to wear a long skirt over your pants? Is it to prevent dirt?" "Yeah." Ning Li nodded and said directly, "There is another reason, that is, because the pants will show my figure." Hearing this, Zhang Yin turned his head to look at Zhang Xixi's dress, and walked out of the store thoughtfully. The 5 people carefully evacuated in other directions, and after a detour, they came to the hardware store again. After searching for a while, they found a lot of tools, even the base screws for streetlights. But unfortunately, there were not many, only about 5 sets, and there were a few threads missing. Seeing this, Zhang Yin took out a big bag and stuffed all the things in it. Ningli walked over and lifted it, then smiled bitterly. "This is almost 50 kilograms. She squatted down, looked at the electric drill inside and said, "Can this thing be used when I take it back? It's not battery powered." Hearing this, Zhang Yin took some nails and threw them in, smiling, "Of course it can be used. Is there electricity in your camp?" Zhang Xixi's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Then I can play with my mobile phone again." After the voice fell, Ningli said helplessly, "There is no network, and it's useless to charge the mobile phone." But Zhang Xixi didn't think so. She walked back and forth on the spot and said, "I downloaded a lot of TV series and movies on my tablet, but it's a pity that it's still in the dormitory, and I didn't bring it out. Electricity is very important now. Who would be willing to spend it on those things?" Ningli picked up the bundle of ropes and stood up and said, "Pa!" Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan appeared with a bunch of long tools and threw them on the ground. "Here are some weapons. You can come and choose." Hearing this, the 2 of them hurried over. "What is this?" Ningli said, holding something with a flat bottom. Seeing this, Zhang Yin took a look and said casually, "Shovel, it's a long handle, you can use it for self-defense." The next second, Zhang Xixi looked at the item in her hand eagerly. Ningli smiled slightly and handed it over. "Xixi, use this." "Ah, you are so nice." Zhang Xixi took it, walked aside and looked at it happily. Soon the 3 of them chose their favorite weapons. Ning Li's previous hammer was taken away by Zhao Ming, so she chose a crowbar at this moment. As for Zhao Ming, he had thrown away the hammer and replaced it with a sharp shovel. After trying a few times, he was able to chop the zombies smoothly. Wang Haoxuan carried a big hammer on his back and shouted, "Uncle, don't you want to pick it?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin turned around and looked at them, smiling and showing his waist. "I just use a dagger. Whatever you want, just don't hide behind us later." Zhao Ming waved his hand, and several people began to walk out of the store. At this time, a female corpse came over from the right side of the street. Its hair was draped over its body, its face was a little dry, and it even walked a little lame. Seeing this, Zhao Ming whistled and then walked towards it with a shovel. When the zombie approached, he raised the shovel in his hand and was about to chop it down on the head. But when he looked at the somewhat exposed female corpse in front of him, a hint of evil taste suddenly rose in his heart. Then Zhao Ming quickly moved to the left, looked at the zombie's chest, and swung it hard. The bloody scene made Ningli and Zhang Xixi turn their heads to the side. She said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Zhao Ming, if you want to kill it, just kill it. Why cut its chest? It's just a zombie." With one blow, the zombie stumbled and fell to the ground, and even his raised hands were chopped off. Then Wang Haoxuan came forward with a hammer. He and Zhao Ming looked at each other, and then began to smash the zombie. The zombie had no sense of pain, it did not scream, but every time it tried to stand up, it was quickly smashed down. Zhang Yin stood in the distance, watching this scene motionlessly. He did not try to dissuade them, just took this opportunity to let the girl see what her classmates had become. The next second, an unexpected situation occurred, and Zhang Xixi actually ran up with a shovel. The 3 people's faces were full of smiles, humiliating the female corpse again and again. This scene made Ningli stunned. She couldn't understand why several people would do such a thing today. Chapter 728. Your classmates seem to have been suppressed for a long time. Zhang Yin said softly with a faint smile on his face. When we encountered zombies before, we basically ran away. Even if we killed them occasionally, we only focused on their heads. Ningli clenched the crowbar and muttered. Just now, a voice suddenly appeared in her mind, asking her to go over and hit them a few times. Go quickly, it's just a zombie, it's not a human, don't have to have any psychological burden. What are you still standing there for? Do you feel pity for even zombies? This urging voice made Ningli hesitate, but fortunately, she restrained herself in the end. About half a minute later, the three of them walked back, talking and laughing. The zombies on the ground had been smashed into mud, black blood and rotten meat mixed together, and the stench seemed to fill the entire street. Don't tell me, smashing this thing is really fun. Wang Haoxuan looked at his big hammer, and said with a smile. Let's go! Zhang Yin turned around and continued to lead the way. Most of the street lamps in the city are very high, and the base is sealed with cement, and cannot be removed. Zhang Yin held the bag of tools in his left hand, took a look at the map in his right hand, then turned his head to look at a 4-story building in the left front, and whispered, There is a rooftop there, go and take a look, there is a tall building near where we are going, it is a real estate company. Hearing this, several people did not say much and continued to do as he was told. Brother, let me help you hold the rope. Ningli saw that he had taken so many things, and then she ran up to him and asked. Hearing this, Zhang Yin shook his head, just take the food. Zhang Sisi also had a bag on her shoulder, which only contained a few bottles of water. She walked to Ningli and asked in a low voice, Why didn't you vent with me just now? To be honest, I felt much better after smashing a few times. Ningli looked down at the road in front of her, and said as she walked, It's pitiful that she turned into a zombie. Even if I killed zombies, I did it because I needed to stay alive. At this moment, Zhang Yin, who was walking in front, drew out a dagger with his right hand and quickly threw it at the zombie a few meters ahead, hitting the side of the head directly. As the corpse fell, he bent down to take out the dagger, wiped it on the zombie's clothes, and said expressionlessly, Kill but don't torture them, even if they can no longer be called human beings. Hee, this uncle is a bit of a saint. It's just a zombie. How can killing it not be killing? Wang Haoxuan curled his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yin stopped, turned around and looked at him, with a faint smile on his face. Boy, do you know what a saint is? Of course I know. Wang Haoxuan blurted out. Then everyone looked at him, and Wang Haoxuan opened his mouth, and finally said in a frustrated tone, Should saving people also count? After saying this, Ningli pondered for a while, and said seriously, Within the scope of one's ability, how can saving people be considered a saint? If we can't afford to eat, but you still give the remaining food to others, this may be considered as overflowing with kindness. Brother, am I right? Zhang Yin walked to the door of the small building, leaned against the window, and looked inside, and said lightly, Everyone has a mirror in their heart, whether it is true or not, they know it in their heart. He didn't want to explain too much about this, after all, there will be all kinds of people in the doomsday. The door was closed, and there was no key. However, Zhang Yin looked carefully at the crack of the door, and found that it was not locked. Then he put down the bag and rope, turned around and went back a little. Uncle, where are you going? Zhang Sisi saw him leave, and asked nervously. Looking for the key. Hearing this, everyone sat down on the steps by the roadside. Zhang Yin walked to the corpse and squatted down, casually opened the zombie's clothes, reached into several pockets, and finally took out a wallet. He opened it, and saw a photo in the interlayer, which was a photo of a family of 5, but it was a little yellowed. He took out the photo, and put it in the corpse's clothes, and then Zhang Yin walked back with the wallet. Seeing the item in his hand, Zhao Ming showed a trace of contempt in his heart and said, If you can find a zombie on the street to get the key to this door, I will swallow the wallet on the spot. Before he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Yin pushing the bank card towards the crack of the door, and then walked in. Ningli patted her knees and stood up. If the wallet is made of cowhide, you should be able to eat it after boiling it. Zhang Sisi didn't dare to say anything. She just helped Zhao Ming up and whispered, Don't be so confident. I feel that this uncle is very unusual. Don't you find that he is very calm when encountering things? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Haoxuan next to him picked up a hammer, spat on the ground, and said casually, After all, he should be 20 years older, and he eats more salt than us rice, so it's normal for him to be calm. Am I right? He shouted loudly. Pa! Zhao Ming turned around and patted Wang Haoxuan on the head, frowning and saying, Be quiet, don't attract zombies. Just as the few people walked into the small building, a figure stood up and leapt at the corner of the street a few dozen meters away. The man walked to the corner, opened a small door, and then walked into the house. The room, which was about several dozen square meters, was filled with various items. There was a black mattress against the wall, and there was garbage everywhere on the ground. In the middle of the house, there was only a very large cage. The man walked over. He looked at the two zombies in front of him, one big and one small. He stretched out his very dirty right hand to touch the iron cage and murmured, "Wife, Xiao Xiao, you must be starving, right? Don't worry, bear it a little longer, Dad will get you food soon." The little zombie roared a few times and hit the cage desperately. The other zombie just stood still in the corner. The man stroked his daughter's rotten hand through the iron cage, then turned and walked towards the mattress. Then he picked up a dark sheet and put it on himself, then picked up the backpack on the ground and walked out. He locked the door and looked at the building in the distance, with a sneer on his lips. The 4-story building was very messy. The first floor should have been a mahjong hall before, and there was no food. There was a water dispenser left in the room, with half a bucket of water on it. But a few people took a look and found that the water was unusually turbid, and then they didn't dare to touch it. After successfully going up to the second floor, they encountered the first zombie. After killing it, a half-open door caught Zhang Cici's attention. She walked over and pushed it open, and then froze in place. "There are cans here." Chapter 729. The sudden shout made several people stop. Wang Haoshuan ran over to pick it up and said in surprise, "It's still canned meat." There were about 5 cans on the ground, scattered in other places in the house. Zhang Cici picked up a can and was about to open it to eat, but Ningli suddenly dissuaded her. "The door is not closed properly. How could there be canned food left? I suggest you don't touch it first." Hearing this, Xiaoming picked up a can and took a general look, and said, "This thing is intact and not spoiled, why can't you touch it?" The room where the 4 people were was a little dim. Ningli still asked them not to move, and then walked towards the balcony. As soon as she opened the curtains, a zombie suddenly rushed out from the balcony and slapped her. Ningli was so scared that she quickly took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Zhang Cici walked over and pulled the curtains again, and said seriously, "Look, there is dust everywhere on the ground, which means that no one has come in for a long time. I know you are very vigilant on weekdays, but this is braised pork canned. And the upper door is not closed, but the lower one is locked. It is normal that no one can come in, right?" After saying that, Wang Haoshuan had already started to go to the kitchen to take out the moldy wooden chopsticks and prepare to light a fire to heat them. Then Zhang Cici turned her head and shouted to the door, "Uncle, do you want to eat with us?" Zhang Yin looked at the time, frowned slightly and said, "I suggest you not to eat food of unknown origin in the wild. Of course, I am just suggesting it." This sentence was essentially said to the 4 people, but Zhang Yin mainly wanted to remind the girl in the skirt. Don't be a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Xiaoming rolled his eyes and started to take out the express paper boxes from the trash can and set them on fire. "We are not like you, with sufficient manpower and canned food until we vomit. The last time we ate canned meat was when the zombies first appeared." Seeing this, Zhang Yin was too lazy to persuade him. After all, he didn't want to care about the lives of these people. Then he picked up his backpack and turned to go upstairs. Seeing this scene, Ningli bit her lip and looked at the figures of 3 classmates squatting on the ground to make a fire. She hesitated for a while and ran to the door quickly. "Brother, wait for me." Hearing the voice, Zhang Yin stopped. He stood in the staircase, turned back and whispered, "You haven't eaten canned food for a long time? It's okay." Ningli carefully walked around the fallen goods on the stairs and slowly walked up. "I can bear it. For me, it doesn't matter what I eat, as long as I can survive." Hearing this, Zhang Yin pondered for a while, looked at her and slowly said, "If you really want to eat, you can try it. Maybe I was just worrying too much just now. After all, it doesn't seem like anyone has been to this building." The reason why even Zhang Yin said so was mainly because there was too much dust on the first and second floors. If someone appeared, they would definitely leave footprints. But they didn't see any difference along the way. At this time, Zhang Yin didn't know that the people they met this time were not ordinary survivors. After listening to what he said, Ningli was about to continue to insist on her own ideas, but unexpectedly, there was a big hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, if the sky falls, Big Brother can help you hold it up." After saying that, Zhang Yin continued to walk upstairs. After listening, Ningli hesitated for a while, and the smell of canned food came from downstairs. Her stomach growled. Ningli gritted her teeth, turned around and went downstairs. About a few minutes later, Zhang Yin had reached the 4th floor, but what surprised him was that the doors on the 3rd and 4th floors were not closed tightly. But he didn't go over to check. After all, he came here just to locate the direction, And the most important thing next was to find the location of the street lamp engraved on the map. Before it gets dark, we have to finish our work and leave the city. After all, entering the city during the apocalypse means dealing with a large number of zombies. Even if Jean-Yin is very powerful, he will not foolishly provoke these things. The corridor is very dark, and the only window is sealed, resulting in poor light. When Jean-Yin reached the rooftop and reached out to press the door, there was a sudden movement next to him. Click! The sound was very weak, and if Jean-Yin had not been vigilant, he would not even have heard it. A few seconds later, a ringing sound came from the corner of the corridor. Jean-Yin's face changed, and he ran down quickly with his bag in his left hand, and then moved the wooden board away with his hand. Then, an alarm clock that had been activated lay there quietly, with a transparent silk thread next to it. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the house on the 4th floor. At this moment, Jean-Yin didn't care about so much. He picked up the alarm clock and was about to throw it downstairs, but found that it was tied tightly with wire. There was no other way. Jean-Yin crushed it into pieces with one foot, and then quickly retreated downstairs, but just as he reached the 3rd floor, he saw zombies starting to come out. The zombies had completely blocked the stairs, and were slowly moving upwards. Seeing this, Jean-Yin was forced to retreat to the 4th floor, but zombies here had also begun to appear. Seeing this, he directly put the bag in his left hand on the ground, then took out a large wrench from it, kicked a zombie forward with his right foot, and then smashed it to the side. Soon more and more zombies appeared in the corridor. Jean-Yin knocked and retreated, and with one blow, he could knock down a zombie on the spot. He retreated to the 4th floor near the rooftop, watching countless zombies coming towards him. Jean-Yin, holding a dagger in his left hand and a wrench in his right hand, began to tense up his muscles. It seems that I have to loosen my bones today. Jean-Yin's eyes condensed, and he quickly raised his right hand and smashed it down. About 10 minutes later, the corridor was filled with a stench of decay. At this moment, Jean-Yin was panting heavily, kneeling on one knee, with a wrench inserted into the ground to support his body. Although he was strong, there were too many zombies, and he had to use all his strength every time he hit them, because he couldn't do it again. Using those corpses, Jean-Yin quickly blocked the corridor and tried to slow down their attack. Although he was blocked in a dead corner, fortunately, he was at the staircase, which was narrow enough, and the corpses could be used as obstacles. At this time, 2 meters away from Jean-Yin, there were still more than a dozen zombies struggling there, trying to climb over the body in front of him. Jean-Yin looked at them coldly and said in a deep voice, "I am really curious, who has such a great ability to gather so many zombies of you?" After saying that, he turned his head to look at the window next to him, thinking about the next way to evacuate. The air in the corridor was now extremely smelly, and Jean-Yin did not dare to breathe deeply. Chapter 730. Thinking of this, he put the knife back into his waist, then took out the pistol with his left hand, loaded it, aimed at the window, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot seemed to be amplified several times in the corridor, and Jean-Yin even felt that he had tinnitus. But at this moment, he didn't care that the gunshot would attract more zombies' attention, and he had to let fresh air in. Just as he put the gun in his pocket, Jean-Yin saw a wooden doll on the ground. The next second, he quickly walked over to pick it up, his eyes full of shock. Then Jean-Yin didn't care about taking a rest, and even didn't bother to take care of the backpack on the ground, and immediately climbed out of the window. If I remember correctly, Jean-Yin had seen this photo by chance when he was still in the army. It was a toy card by his comrade-in-arms, which he used to kill time when he was at home. In the Doomsday, anyone's personality may be affected. Although Jean-Yin was very happy to meet his comrade-in-arms, he was also a little scared. If it was really his comrade-in-arms who set up this trap at this time, then it must be very different from before. According to his understanding, if his comrades turned bad at this time, then the students on the 2nd floor alone would not be enough for the other party to kill. "Yang, you must not take the wrong road?" Jean-Yin growled, grabbed the upper steps with his right hand, and then climbed up. Then Jean-Yin ran to the rooftop, grabbed the drainage pipe, and slid down quickly. Just now, Jean-Yin suddenly remembered the 3 people he met before. The female one was crazy, and the young one turned into a zombie. At that time, he, Qingyu and others were blocked by a big tree. At that time, Jean-Yin did not think about it, and the man's clothes were very tattered and his face was full of beard, so he did not recognize him at all. Now think about it, the tree that appeared at the beginning may not have been blown down by the wind. It is very likely that his comrades were going to block the road and kill people. In the end, I don't know if they saw Jean-Yin and chose to let them go. A fishy smell came, and Ningli, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened her eyes. The next second, she felt a sharp pain in her head, and then there was a sticky feeling around her eyes. She struggled to sit up, but found that her hands and feet were tied with wires, and she couldn't move at all. Then she leaned her shoulders against the ground and looked to the other side, and then she saw Zhang Cici's terrified figure. At this time, Zhang Cici's mouth was blocked by clothes, and she was shivering against the wall. There were some water stains on the ground. Ningli almost instantly recognized that this was the smell of urine. She couldn't figure out what kind of scene could scare Zhang Cici to incontinence. Seeing Ningli wake up, Zhang Cici cried out, but her mouth was blocked, so she couldn't make any sound. Ningli supported herself on the ground with her elbows, forced herself to move closer to her, and finally sat up. Then she saw a man sitting on the ground sharpening a knife, with only a few candles lit next to him. A few meters away, Zhao Ming was lying on the ground with blood all over his head, motionless, and Wang Haoshuan was tied to a table. The man turned his head to look at the two girls behind him, and said with a smile on his face, "Don't be afraid, two beauties, you can still live a few more days, don't worry, I'm not interested in your bodies." After he finished speaking, he stood up with a sharpened bone-chopping knife and walked towards the table. Then the man stood in front of the table, turned back and smiled again, then turned around, raised his right hand high, and then suddenly swung it down. This scene frightened Ningli and Zhang Cici so much that their eyes widened in fear, and they even began to tremble involuntarily. Then Wang Haoshuan felt pain and began to struggle desperately, but as the man chopped down with another knife, he fainted again. Putting the knife on the table, the man picked up the two bloody arms that fell on the ground, and then walked towards the two zombies in the cage. "Baby, you two must be starving, eat quickly." As soon as the voice fell, the man threw the arms in. The two zombies, one big and one small, quickly picked up and held them, and started to eat, and soon their mouths were full of blood. The man stood there, his hand on the cage, and said slowly, "I wanted to send those people to death before, but unfortunately, there were too many of them to kill them. This time, I finally met some survivors entering the city, and they are still young people. The meat should be more delicious. What a pity, it will be even harder to meet living people in the future. In this case, we can only join others again, right?" At this moment, the zombies in the cage were eating, and the man was standing outside, talking to himself. At this moment, he turned around and walked towards the wall. This scene made the two girls retreat, but they could not move much. Taking this opportunity, Ningli turned her head and rubbed it against the wall, then looked up in the candlelight, and her face suddenly turned pale. No wonder her head hurt so much, it turned out that blood was flowing. The next second, the man took the clothes out of Zhang Cici's mouth, outlined her chin with his fingers, and said lightly, "You are not bad looking. Brother, big brother, please don't kill me." Zhang Cici's eyes were filled with fear. She trembled and begged, "Leave me alive, I'd do anything you ask me to do, really." As soon as she finished speaking, the man grabbed her shoulders and tore them hard, exposing most of her skin. Guessing what might happen next, Ningli closed her eyes in pain. At this moment, they were no different from the fish on the chopping board. Zhang Cici was so scared that she shed tears. She sobbed a few times, and then closed her eyes. But at this moment, the sound of footsteps leaving came to my ears. "Are you curious about why I arrested you?" The man looked at Wang Haoshuan, who was tied to the table in front of him, and said softly. Seeing Ning Li's appearance, Zhang Cici leaned towards her, and then bit off the clothes in her mouth. Ning Li leaned against the wall, and stared at the figure of the man, with an erratic look. Now, they could only pin their hopes on the big brother outside. Previously, Wang Haoshuan, who was preparing to heat up the canned food with a few people, suddenly had a stomachache and ran to the toilet. Since the fire was not big, only 2 cans could be heated at a time. At that time, he and Zhao Ming ate first. This scene made Zhang Cici stop and dare not touch it again. But at this moment, the balcony door was suddenly pushed open, and then a person wearing a black bed sheet appeared. The 2 girls were squatting on the ground to study the problem of the can. They had their backs to the balcony, and did not notice the danger approaching. Chapter 731. Almost instantly, they were knocked unconscious. Anyway, when Ningli woke up again, she found herself in this dim room. The wall behind her was peeling off, and there were some spider webs in the corners above her head. "We have never provoked anyone, why did you?" Ningli looked at the blood on the table and gritted her teeth and said, "There is no grudge between the 2 sides. Why do you want to kill a living person?" Hearing this, the man picked up the knife and chopped it down again. This knife also completely killed Wang Haoshuan. Ningli and Zhang Sisi were stunned. They didn't expect that someone would die in front of them in a moment. At this moment, they finally realized how cruel people in the doomsday would be. The man turned around, his face covered in blood as he looked at the two of them, and slowly said, "In the doomsday of the survival of the fittest, I want your life. What does it have to do with you? Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Zhang Sisi screamed. "Oh, retribution." The man slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily, "God was unfair to me first, and you dare to mention these two words to me." The sound of slapping the table was loud, and Zhao Ming, who was lying on the ground, also moved his fingers. This scene was instantly captured by Ningli, and then she changed the subject. "No matter what you have experienced, we didn't provoke you." After the voice fell, the man lowered his head and looked at the ground, and was silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke again. "There is a story. You may understand it after listening to it." The man turned and walked towards the sofa. Many years ago, there was a young man with a heart full of blood, so he chose to join the army. After several years of training, he was like a transformation. But he didn't expect that when he was fully armed and preparing to capture the criminals at the border with his comrades, his family was attacked. On their way to escape, the three robbers passed by a village. Since most of the young people in the village went out to develop, there were only a few families left in the village, and most of them were elderly people. It was obvious that the elderly couple saw that their clothes were tattered, and they looked pitiful, so they invited the three people to have lunch, and even used the few bacon in their home to entertain the guests. When he said this, the man's expression was calm. He touched his beard and murmured, "But just because an old man walked out of the house with a phone, the three people thought he was going to call the police." But in fact, the old man just called his child at that time. The man clenched his fists, and his eyes revealed a hint of anger. Their son is in the army, and took on an emergency mission. Because it was an actual combat, the superiors allowed them to call home once before leaving. It was this phone call that caused his parents to be hacked to death by mistake. Their bodies were even thrown into a well, and were not discovered until they rotted by the villagers. Although the three were quickly arrested by the police and sentenced to death, the young man's parents still died tragically in their own yard. Now tell me, what did the elderly couple do wrong to end up like this? But even so, the young man still regained his confidence and worked hard to live after retiring from the army. Hearing this, Ningli felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on her heart. After a few seconds, she whispered, "Then the zombies broke out, and the young man suffered another blow?" A few years ago, the young man killed 100 enemies on the battlefield and even saved more than a dozen hostages. But in the end, he heard that a few teenagers buried their daughter alive near a cesspool because of 2 packs of instant noodles. In order to make his wife and daughter live more safely, the young man went out with others day and night to search for supplies, and even saved a group of survivors outside. But when he returned home, he only saw his crazy wife and the child who was almost brain dead. The 2 girls listened to these words, and didn't know what to say. Yes, now think about it, what did those who were killed by bad guys do wrong? Some people are born evil in their bones, whether before or after the end of the world. The man stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and said expressionlessly, "Do you know what the people in the camp said later?" Hearing this, the 2 of them looked up, their faces full of confusion. The next second, the man took a deep breath, and then said word by word, "They said that those people were just children, but they were just kids. They didn't know the importance of the attack. Let me forgive them, because their parents had already beaten them. The children are still young, so they should give them a chance to reform." Now that they say these words, the man still feels like his heart is cut by a knife. Then he turned around and looked at the zombies in the cage. His once sweet and cute daughter, now she is covered in rotten flesh, her face full of blood, and her hands are still stretching towards the table. Everyone is trying to persuade us, but why can their children make a new start when they make a mistake, but our children should lose their lives for no reason? The man shed a few tears. What happened next? Ningli looked at Zhao Ming, who was slowly standing up from the ground, and asked. Hearing this, the man sneered. Later, the young man killed all 26 people in the camp with a dagger and a shotgun. As soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly exuded a sense of momentum. At this moment, Ningli even felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her whole body was covered with goosebumps. The next second, Zhao Ming, who had already woken up, picked up the bone-chopping knife on the table and rushed towards the man desperately. But when he was only 1 meter away from the man, the corners of the man's mouth rose, and his feet quickly moved to the side. Then the man grabbed Zhao Ming's right hand, pressed it down hard, and then pushed his knee up. Crack! The arm was broken on the spot by the other party, and Zhao Ming screamed in pain instantly. But it wasn't over yet. The man kicked the bone-chopping knife that fell on the ground away, and then kicked Zhao Ming's knee from the side with his right foot, breaking it instantly. Then, the man clenched his right fist and punched Zhao Ming's chin. This blow made his eyes turn white, and he fell to the ground and twitched. In a flash, Zhao Ming was disabled, and Zhang Cici shouted with red eyes. "Stop! Stop!" At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out outside the house. The man looked at his watch and sneered. He should be here soon. After saying that, the man raised his foot and stepped on Zhao Ming's throat. After doing all this, he walked to the sofa, squatted down, and took out a box from it. After putting the pistol in his pocket, the man threw a pair of pliers in the direction of the two of them, then stood up and walked towards the back door. Chapter 732. On the street, Zhang Yin was observing the traces around him, trying to find some useful clues. He had just been to the second floor, and there was no trace of the four people. Just as he was standing downstairs, analyzing which direction would give him a better view of the small building, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Don't look for it, I'm here." The man was holding a gun and standing more than 10 meters away. Hearing this familiar but strange voice, Zhang Yin hesitated for a while, and slowly turned around. When he saw that person, Zhang Yin felt a pain in his heart and murmured, "It's really your work, Yang Yu. I really don't want to see you here." "Old squad leader." Yang Yu looked up at the sky and whispered, "I recognized you last time, so I didn't take action, but I didn't expect that I couldn't avoid it today. Is there really no turning back?" Zhang Yin looked at the blood on his body, and felt a pain in his heart. Even from a distance, he recognized that it was fresh blood. "All my relatives are dead. What's the point of going back?" Yang Yu wiped the blood that was about to dry on his face with his hand, and said self-deprecatingly, "You still have me." Zhang Yin gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Come with me, we have a camp, everything is beautiful there, everyone is kind, there is enough food, and the electricity is restored. Isn't it countless times better than your life?" Hearing this, Yang Yu walked towards him slowly with a gun in his hand, and said calmly, "Are you sure it would be a good thing for someone like me to go back with you?" Looking at his figure, Zhang Yin moved his left hand slightly, and whispered, "Don't come over." Hearing this, Yang Yu raised the gun in his right hand and looked at it for a while, and whispered, "When I was in the army, you, the squad leader, were the fastest in shooting and I was second. Now that so many years have passed, I want to know if you can still be faster than me." The next second, he changed the subject, "But now we are both in the city. Once the gunshots continue, the zombies will all come over within a few minutes. Of course, the most important thing is that you can't kill me at this distance." Zhang Yin naturally understood this truth, and in this case, it would be difficult for him to hit the target even with a gun. The hit rate of a pistol will be greatly reduced beyond a certain distance. Although their range is usually around 50 to 100 meters, that is only an ideal state. Unless they are soldiers who eat bullets, it is basically difficult for ordinary people to hit the target beyond 10 meters. This is also the reason why Uncle Hua was impressed when he saw Li Yao practicing shooting before. After all, some people do have certain talents. At a distance of about 15 meters, Zhang Yin could only hit fixed targets. At this time, he was fighting with his former comrade in arms, and he knew that the other party would definitely dodge. After hesitating for a moment, he also took out the gun from his waist. Seeing this, Yang Yu turned the gun in his right hand and threw it to the side. Then, Zhang Yin also threw it away. On the dilapidated street, the two slowly walked towards each other. When the distance was within 3 meters, both sides took out the daggers at the same time and held them in their hands. Then each took a half step back with their left feet, then looked at each other and quickly rushed to the middle. Bang! Bang! Zhang Yin and Yang Yu kicked each other with their right feet, and the two quickly separated. The daggers in their hands were aimed at each other's vital points, and their fists were ruthlessly blasted against each other. As the other zombies slowly approached this side, the two also started a fierce fight with fists. In the dim room. Since the man left, Ningli and Zhang Cici tried to grind the wire at the corners of the pillar, but it didn't work at all. Even their hands were bleeding. Their feet were tied together, and their hands were tied behind their backs, so they couldn't even help each other untie. Ningli, that man clearly used the flesh and blood of living people to feed the zombies. But why did he step on Zhao Ming to death? Doesn't he know that people will turn into zombies after death? Zhang Cici hesitated for half a minute, then asked the person next to her while forcing herself to endure the severe pain in her wrist. She couldn't understand this. Hearing this, Ningli glanced at the pliers on the ground in the distance, and listened to the fighting sounds coming from outside the house, her brows knitted tightly together. At this moment, the corpse on the ground suddenly moved. Notice this detail. Ning Li's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly said, "Oh no, that person deliberately waited for Big Brother to come to the door. All this is probably planned, from the time we entered the city and passed through that passage, to the zombies chasing us, causing us to hide in the supermarket." Hearing this, Zhang Sisi was full of doubts, and she said in surprise, "How could such a coincidence happen? Ning Li, you are not overthinking it, right?" At this moment, Ning Li estimated the time and the distance between the two of them and the pliers. Then she slowly stood up with her hands propped up against the pillars, gritting her teeth and saying, "That man is not trying to keep us alive for a few days, but is planning to use the transformed Xiaoming to bite us to death, or maybe he is preparing to test us." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoming's body's legs also moved. Seeing this, Zhang Sisi moved back a few steps in panic with her legs. He is going to become a zombie. The situation was urgent. Although Ning Li's head was covered in blood, she did not panic. Instead, she calmly analyzed, "There is only a pair of pliers on the ground. Our hands are tied behind our backs. In this case, we need at least one other person to help us cut the wire off. But if we do that, someone will definitely be bitten to death by the zombies." After hearing these words, Zhang Sisi, who had just wanted to jump over to pick up the pliers, stopped. She had thought about this problem. Even if she picked it up, she couldn't cut the wire on her wrist with her hands tied. The next second, Ning Li said with a determined heart, "Although the hand can't be broken, the ankle can be broken. Ning Li, we are really going to die here today." Zhang Sisi's voice was full of tears. "No!" Ning Li jumped towards the zombie on the ground. Then she turned back and shouted firmly, "I will hold this zombie down. You quickly cut the wire on the ankle, and then go find an iron rod. The two of us can kill this zombie together." But Zhang Sisi was very scared. She hesitated for a long time and didn't agree. It was not until Ning Li approached the corpse that she lay on the ground and used her body to roll towards the pliers. At this moment, Xiaoming had died for several minutes. Fortunately, he was not infected with the zombie virus, but gradually became infected after death. Now everyone has discovered that living people are actually infected with the virus, but they will become zombies when they die. Chapter 733. Originally, Ning Li wanted to use her legs to press down the corpse's neck, so that it would not be able to bite. But in the next second, Ning Li saw Xiaoming's hands, and she immediately said in an irritable whisper, "You are a grown man. Why do you keep such long nails?" Although she had tried to avoid being touched by the zombies before, that was because she had grabbed the zombies' collars or hair with her hands. And most of the time, everyone would choose to wear long-sleeved clothes, so even if the zombies grabbed with their hands, it would be difficult to scratch the skin. But what a coincidence is that they had just changed clothes. And because of the rising temperature, they were all wearing short sleeves. After all, when the weather is hot, wearing too many clothes will accelerate the sweating of the body, and the water loss will be fast, so you need to drink water to replenish it. No one would do this in the wild. Thinking of this, she squatted down beside the corpse with her back to it, and used both hands to pick up Xiaoming's arm and put it on the abdomen. Then Ning Li simply sat on the corpse and continued to grab the other hand. Feeling the strange feeling coming from the buttocks, Ning Li did not have any other thoughts, but said to herself with red eyes, "When you were alive before, you always wanted to take advantage of me, but I didn't expect that this situation would happen after you died." Although Ning Li sometimes hated Xiaoming and Wang Haoxuan, they had lived together for so long. It was impossible to say that she had no feelings for them. But Ning Li only regarded them as close friends who had experienced life and death. No matter how much she hated them, she couldn't bear to watch them die tragically at the hands of others. Ning Li had also decided that as long as she escaped today, she would find a way to avenge them. After placing her hands, Ning Li continued to squat with her back to the body, and then turn the body over. The action that was easy to do on weekdays now took a lot of effort to complete. Just as the corpse turned over, the head slowly lifted back. Seeing this, Ning Li's eyes condensed, and the whole person knelt directly on the back of the corpse. At the same time, she turned her head and yelled, "Sisi, hurry up!" Gradually, the corpse on the ground began to struggle, but due to its own weight and the pressure of a living person, it was difficult for it to break free. After the corpse turned into a corpse, Zhao Ming's head kept shaking from side to side, and a sweat-inducing roar came out of his mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Sisi resisted the dizziness and sped up. Then she picked up the pliers with both hands, knelt down with her legs together, and made her knees touch the ground. In this way, her hands behind her back could touch her heels. With the pliers, they could just touch. At the critical moment of life and death, Zhang Sisi calmed down and thought of this method almost instantly. Seeing this, Ningli pressed down the zombie under her and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she was still wondering what posture Zhang Sisi would use to cut the wire. Because it was tied so tightly, the pliers were completely useless. At this moment, Zhang Sisi gritted her teeth and spread her hands apart, the wire even cut into her flesh. Then she felt that it was almost done, so she quickly clamped the wire around her ankle with pliers and sat down hard. In an instant, her ankle loosened. Then Zhang Sisi stood up quickly, not caring about her hands that were bleeding, and ran to another corner. After searching several places, there were no iron bars or wooden sticks. Seeing this, she turned back and shouted anxiously, "Ningli, there are no suitable tools." Now that their hands were tied, they couldn't kill the zombie even with a bone-chopping knife. With both of them facing each other, it was difficult to exert force, and they could only find a sharp object to stab into the zombie's eye socket. Ningli even lay on the corpse, her body sideways, using her elbow to press the zombie's neck tightly, and then quickly looked around the room. The candle was about to go out, and once it fell into darkness, the two would be dead. At the critical moment, Ningli suddenly saw the position of the cage, and there were two cleanly gnawed arm bones on the ground. When the man attacked before, he also swung at an angle. Following Ningli's gaze, Zhang Sisi also looked over, but the next second, she felt a bang in her head. Then Zhang Sisi shook her head blankly. "That's Hao Xuan. That's him." When Ningli saw this, she suppressed her grief and shouted, "Only that bone can save our lives, hurry up!" After the roar, Ningli gradually felt powerless. This newly mutated zombie was incredibly strong. But Zhang Sisi still stood there motionless, and several voices appeared in her mind. "It's her life that was saved, not yours. If you don't run now, when will you run? You can run now. Why take the risk to save others? Go quickly." Zhang Sisi felt a headache, and blood was slowly flowing from her hands behind her back. The next second, Zhang Sisi raised her head and screamed a few times, and then she thought of the look Wu Yuan gave her before he died. Ever since she took the knife Ningli handed over, she had regretted what she had done. But regret was useless. After making up her mind, Zhang Sisi approached the cage. Then two zombies roared at her. "Take the piece of meat on the table and throw it into the cage," Ningli excitedly directed her. But at this moment, the girl in the distance turned her head and looked over, crying and said, "Ningli, I don't want to live anymore. I'm really tired of living like this." After saying that, Zhang Sisi stretched her legs into the gap of the cage. This scene made Ningli scream, "Stop, don't do this, stop it." The next second, a gunshot suddenly came from outside the house. Before Zhang Sisi's legs were stretched in, the two zombies in the cage suddenly walked in another direction. Taking this opportunity, she quickly hooked the bones on the ground with her feet. And Ningli was afraid that she would be upset again, so she shouted again, "Wrap the bones with a plastic bag. There is blood on your hands. You must wrap it carefully. If you don't listen, I let the zombies bite you now." At this time, Ningli, because she didn't know what Zhang Sisi had done, still regarded her as her only good girlfriend in the doomsday. Hearing this, Zhang Sisi looked at the bone on the ground and sobbed and said, "Ningli, Wu Yuan was actually killed by me." Hearing this, Ningli looked at her blankly. "What did you say?" "I took advantage of his love for me and took the opportunity to provoke Xiaoming's jealousy, because I knew that in the doomsday, people would have no scruples." Chapter 734. I used to think that Wu Yuan was too kind, and that he would eventually harm all of us. But after this incident, I realized that when we are in danger, only people like Wu Yuan will desperately lend a helping hand. I was wrong, Ningli. I really know I was wrong. As she spoke, Zhang Sisi knelt on the ground and burst into tears. Her cries echoed in every corner of the room, which was so sad and pitiful. At this moment, the back door was kicked open, and a young man walked out slowly. Outskirts of the camp in the villa area. After Zhang Yin and his companions left, Qin Yu led his men to clean up the corpses around. Because they planned to burn them together, the previous corpse had not been processed yet, and was still placed at the door. Time passed slowly, about 3 hours later. At this time, Chi Hao was standing on the sentry box with a gun, talking to the people next to him boredly. At this time, Yang Zi poked his arm. "There is a zombie over there." Hearing this, Chi Hao picked up the sniper rifle from the ground and looked over through the scope. Then he turned his head and smiled. "Sister Yang Zi, how about you come?" As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the bow and arrow from the ground and handed them over. Yang Zi took it and held it in her hand, ready to wait for the zombie to get closer. But the next second, she looked at the zombie's walking steps and frowned slightly. "Why do I feel that it walks a little like a human?" Then, The zombie in front of several people suddenly ran towards the corpse, and then knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. "Dad, wake up, wake up!" This scene made everyone stunned. Did those people really lie to us? Chi-Hao muttered. Before they could speak, the person turned her head and looked at the sentry box on the wall. Her eyes were full of bloodshot, and she screamed in grief, "We never bully anyone. Since the zombies appeared, we have even saved many people. But why do you have to bully us again and again? Don't we allow us to just want to live?" After the person approached, the people in the sentry box realized that she was a woman, about 40 years old. Because her face and body were dirty, she was not recognized as a living person at first. "We didn't kill him." Chi-Hao looked at her and said seriously, "My man's body is at the door of your camp. Who would believe you if you said you didn't kill him?" The woman yelled excitedly, "You little beasts, if you have the guts, call out the murderer, or have someone come over to confront him." Hearing these insults, Yang Zi's face sank, and she said coldly, "Who are you scolding? We really didn't kill him. There is no benefit in lying to you." Then, the woman hugged the corpse, and continued to curse loudly. Yang Zi's face became darker and darker, and she couldn't help it. Chi-Hao pressed down her hand that was about to raise the bow and arrow, and said softly, "Sit down first." After the voice fell, Chi-Hao said seriously again, "Sister, the murderer is not here, they went out, and they may come back at night." After this, the woman seemed to have grasped the key point. She cried and yelled, "You said they are not your people. If they are not, why did they come back?" This. Chi-Hao also froze in place, not knowing how to explain. Then he turned his head and whispered, "Go call Xiaoyu over. He has to come to deal with this kind of thing." Xiaoyu nodded and ran down quickly. At this moment, the woman first lowered her head and kissed her man on the cheek, then stood up, looked up and gritted her teeth, and said, "Are ordinary people's lives not lives? You have more people and occupy a force, so can you take human lives at will? If we can't afford to offend you, we can afford to hide. But even so, you guys still won't give us a way to live. In that case, let me show you what we weaklings can do." After saying that, the woman suddenly lifted the clothes on her belly, then quickly put a box of fireworks on the ground, and then pressed the lighter with her right hand close to the fuse. This scene happened in just 2 seconds. Although Chi-Hao reacted very quickly, and shot through the woman's right hand with a gun, he was still a step slower. The fuse was quickly ignited, and then it instantly shot up into the sky. Bang! The fireworks suddenly exploded above the camp, and everyone looked up at the sky with a change of expression. "Little beast, I don't need you to do anything. Next, I want to see how powerful you are." After saying that, the woman took out a knife and stabbed it into her heart. When the explosion sounded, Xiaoyin, who was running over to call for help, stopped. She looked back at the sky, stunned for a moment, and said, "It's over, it's over." In the apocalypse, setting off fireworks in an environment full of zombies is an understatement. Qin was shoveling the soil contaminated by zombie blood with a shovel. When he heard the sound, his hands even trembled. Who the hell is this guy who is not afraid of death? How dare he set off such a thing? De Zhuang roared and looked up at the sky. At this time, they thought that someone in the camp had set it off by mistake. Alei was teaching Feng Yi close combat in the wild. The two looked at each other for a moment, then picked up their things and rushed home quickly. Seeing this, Chi-Hao flipped over the sentry box, grabbed the pillar at the door, and slid down quickly, then rushed towards the high-speed firework. Ignoring the danger of being burned, Chi-Hao rushed to the river with it in his arms, and then quickly threw it into the rushing river. Even when it was thrown out, the firework fired 2 more shots. After being wetted by the river water, it finally stopped. But it had already fired no less than 10 shots. At the moment, when the fireworks started to explode in the sky, all the zombies within a 3-kilometer radius were startled, and then turned and walked towards their camp. 10 seconds later, Qin came back with his men. He shouted with a gloomy face, "Who set off this thing?" Hearing this, Yang Zi walked out of the gate and quickly ran towards the river. She grabbed Chi-Hao's burned hand and said distressfully, "Why are you so stupid? Fireworks are very dangerous when they are set off. How dare you hold them with your hands?" But Chi-Hao shook his head slightly, then walked towards Qin and the others, and then slowly spoke. After listening, Qin looked at the female corpse on the ground. His face became more gloomy. "I saw the hands of the corpse before. There were no calluses, so I guessed that it was probably fake. And there was a strong wind last night, and a tree was blown down outside. I looked at the broken part and found that it was a little different from the one on the roadside before." Chapter 735. Thinking about it now, it was really abnormal that the man in the family of 3 suddenly turned around and ran away. Qin clenched his fists. looked at the two bodies on the ground and said in a deep voice, "At the door of the toilet, yellow mud fell into the pants. No one would believe it if it wasn't shit. Brother Dazhuang, drive a car over and bring a map with the location of the streetlights." Hearing this, Dazhuang asked, "Where are we going?" "We have to pick up Zhang Yin. I always feel that he will be in danger this time. Even if we just make a wasted trip, it is better than waiting for the death of our own people. And since those students have such a scheme, I let Zhang Yin lead the team, but he may not be able to be ruthless. Since you are following me, I must be fair to everyone." So we went there for. Dazhuang smelled the gunpowder in the air, and was about to turn around and walk into the camp. Suddenly he thought of something, and turned his head to ask again. Qin Yu looked at the two corpses on the ground and said lightly, "Such a cruel person can't be accepted, but we can't let our people have too much contact with him. Remember to bring more bows and arrows. In urban combat, gunshots will attract zombies." After saying that, Qin Yu quickly asked everyone to retreat back to the camp. The wall was made of concrete, so even if the zombies came close, they couldn't get in. Qin Yu and Dazhuang needed to leave quickly before the zombies got close. When the two drove the car for more than a minute, zombies slowly appeared around them, and began to surround them. After a few minutes, the number of zombies nearby gradually increased. Xiaoyin stood on the sentry box with a pale face, muttering, "Compared with the previous few days, this is simply a small matter." Until the afternoon, Qin Yu drove a somewhat broken car and arrived at the destination with Dazhuang. Looking at the truck parked on the roadside, the two of them rushed into the city with their weapons. Just as they approached the houses, a gunshot suddenly came from the city. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head to look at Dazhuang, and then sped up again. But because there were already zombies wandering on the street, they didn't know where Zhang Yin and others were at this time, so they were forced to delay for a while. Fortunately, Qin Yu was very calm, and did not lose his composure. He first took out a simple map and took a look at it, then said seriously, "In an unfamiliar area, if you want to locate your location, you need to find the tallest building in front of you to determine the approximate direction." After saying that, Qin Yu stood by the second-floor window of a house and looked at another street. "Let's go over there." As soon as the voice fell, the two of them continued on their way. Just as they were getting closer to that place, there seemed to be a sound of fighting in front of them, which sounded like the sound of a trash can being knocked over. However, because they could not find a suitable road and zombies were blocking the fork in the road, Qin Yu and Dazhuang could not get through at first. It was only one street away, but the two of them were somewhat helpless. Finally, Qin Yu scanned the surrounding environment and found a public toilet, and then they climbed over from the window. Then they went up to the top floor from a staircase. 10 seconds later, they saw Zhang Yin fighting with a strange man. In an instant, Qin Yu wanted to pull out his gun and shoot the man, but he also considered the threat of zombies. At this moment, the man on the street below and Zhang Yin kicked each other. When retreating, he actually looked up at Qin Yu and grinned. Then he rolled back, picked up the pistol on the ground and pulled the trigger towards the rooftop. When the gunshot rang out, Zhang Yin realized that he had been deceived. What he said before about being afraid of being blocked by zombies was simply bullshit. Quickly hiding behind the bunker, Zhang Yin watched Yang Yu jump down from the wall. Then he picked up the gun on the ground, turned his head and shouted, "I go after him. You guys go into the house and save people." Zhang Yin didn't know why Qin Yu and Dazhuang were here, but he knew in his heart that since he had support, he should give it a try. Although Zhang Yin was very happy to see his former comrades again, he was afraid. He didn't know what happened to Yang Yu, which made him kill the survivors, and even set a trap to kill people. But in other words, if it was someone else, who was blocked in the stairs, he would definitely die. It was precisely because Zhang Yin was a scout, and had a strong physical fitness, that he still had the strength to climb onto the roof through the small window, after killing the zombies for more than 10 minutes. Watching Zhang Yin quickly climb over the wall, Qin Yu turned his head and whispered, "Brother Dazhuang, chase after him, and give Zhang Yin a hand. I saw the man's movements just now, and he seemed to be a soldier. His climbing posture was very professional." "Understood." Dazhuang put the bow and arrow back on his back, then went downstairs and chased forward. Qin Yu looked around, then went downstairs to the nearby houses and began to search one by one. Zhang Yin had his back to Yang Yu before, so he didn't know where Ning Li and others were imprisoned. Just as Qin Yu was getting closer, he suddenly heard someone shouting. Thinking of this, he ran directly to the door. Looking at the half-open door, Qin Yu kicked it open with force, and then stepped in. The sudden noise scared Ning Li so much that her scalp went numb. But when she looked closely, she found that it was the young man she had seen before. Her eyes suddenly became hot, and she shouted excitedly, "Hurry! I can't hold it anymore. As soon as the voice fell, the zombie below suddenly leaned back and pushed Ningli away. The next second, Zhao Ming, who had transformed into a zombie, rushed towards Ningli. Instantly, Ningli's eyes were lonely, and she was waiting for death in a daze. In a flash, Qinyu took out his pistol, aimed and shot, all within a second. Bang! The bullet hit the zombie's temple, and then his head twitched, and then he fell on Ningli. This scene made Ningli, who was pressed by the zombie, collapse and scream. But when she found that she was not bitten, she gradually calmed down, but her face was still full of tears. In this situation, even Ningli, who usually acts calmly, was still frightened. Until Qinyu removed the body from her body, Ningli immediately started crying again. Woo! I thought I was going to die. After saying that, she turned around and lay on the ground, crying with her shoulders shaking. At this moment, Ningli's emotions collapsed. First, she thought of the tragic appearance of her former classmate before his death, then the scene of Zhao Ming rushing forward desperately, and then being killed in an instant. Then, she heard Zhang Cici's confession, which made her feel like she was crushed by the last straw. Chapter 736. It can be said that these short 10 minutes have overturned all of Ningli's experiences in the past 20 years. Although she often saw people being killed because of food, most of them were for food, or even for women. But today was the first time she encountered someone who would use living people to feed zombies for his wife and children who had already turned into zombies. At this moment, Ningli was so scared that she huddled in a ball and burst into tears. Zhang Cici in another place was the same. She even cried so hard that she lay on the ground, her eyes full of bloodshot, staring blankly at the arm bone in front of her. Feeling the strong smell of blood in the air, Qinyu looked at the two people with a pistol and shook his head helplessly. It's good for you to experience the cruelty of the end of the world earlier. It's better to cry. Too much depression can easily lead people astray. Qinyu said softly, turned around and opened the door in front, trying to dissipate the bloody smell in the air. Although the zombies might smell it, it would take them several minutes to come over, and they had already fired before, so whether the door was opened or not would not affect the encirclement. Originally, Qinyu was going to come over to expel the three people, because when he was at the entrance of the camp before, he only found that Ningli and the other people were somewhat out of tune. Due to his keen sense of smell, Qinyu guessed that the death of the man before should have nothing to do with Ningli. But standing in this dim room, looking at the tragic corpse on the table and the other person, who had just mutated into a zombie, Qinyu hesitated. When he was about to kick the door, he seemed to hear another girl saying something like she was wrong. At this moment, the sound of the cage being slapped attracted Qinyu's attention. Because the candle had been extinguished, although there was some light when the door was opened, Qinyu did not find the two zombies at the first time. At this time, when he turned around and walked over, he saw the difference between the bones on the ground. Based on the little tissue left in the palm, Qinyu judged that it was from a human. Then he looked at the table again and instantly understood what was going on. No wonder the two girls cried like this. Anyone would collapse in this scene. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Zhang Yin walked in with the man calmly, and De Zhuang followed behind. Yang Yu's right calf was still bleeding. The man who suddenly appeared had an extremely accurate archery skill. Yang Yu couldn't dodge Zhang Yin's bullets, and the arrows coming at him at the same time. In addition, Zhang Yin was better at close combat than Yang Yu before, not to mention that in this doomsday, he lived a life of eating one meal and starving the next. Looking at the young man who appeared in the house, Yang Yu said self-deprecatingly, "Yes, I am used to fighting alone, but I forgot the humans are social animals." Hearing this, Zhang Yin kicked him behind the knee, making Yang Yu kneel on the ground, and then said in a deep voice, "Only when people unite can they cope with all kinds of hardships. Why did you kill so many people?" When they met today, Zhang Yin also felt the difference in Yang Yu, that is, the aura of someone who has killed too many people. Soldiers who have experienced actual combat will have a different aura. This is like a tiger in the wild and a tiger in the zoo. The sense of oppression they give people is very different. Moreover, Yang Yu was a sniper before, and was only good at long-range sniping. Although Zhang Yin has never been on the battlefield, his overall military quality is not weak at all. It can be said that if there had not been a change in his family, Zhang Yin would have been selected to join the special forces like Xiao Jiao in the future. There is another key issue. Scouts can be snipers, but snipers may not necessarily become scouts. These are two different concepts. So after Zhang Yin got serious, with the help of Da Zhuang, the national archery champion, Yang Yu was captured alive in a moment. Why did they want to kill Xiao Xiao? No matter what Zhang Yin asked, Yang Yu knelt on the ground and repeated this sentence. Just then, the sound of zombies approaching was heard outside. Qin Yu originally planned to ask Zhang Yin to retreat first, but seeing his appearance, he nodded to Da Zhuang, and the two closed the doors in front, behind, left and right again. The house fell into darkness. Qin Yu took off the clothes of the two corpses, and then picked up the arm bones on the ground to make torches. Don't talk, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. Zhang Yin snorted coldly, drew out his dagger and walked towards the two zombies. What are you going to do? Yang Yu raised his head, and shouted with a gloomy face. But Da Zhuang grabbed his hair and pressed his knee on Yang Yu's back, pressing him to the ground. Zhang Yin didn't know who the two zombies were, he just thought that since Yang Yu looked over here from time to time, he would take action to get rid of them. But as he approached, he recognized that this was the woman and child who appeared in the woods before. It's just that the little zombie's helmet has been taken off. And the crazy woman before has now become a zombie. Looking at the tragic situation in the house, Zhang Yin closed his eyes, and stood there. Then he opened his eyes, and said softly, "You shouldn't feed the corpse with living people. No matter who it is, this behavior is too cruel. You use your enemies, I have nothing to say, but what do these two have to do with you?" Hearing this, Yang Yu's face was pressed to the ground, and he shouted loudly, "These two people were disrespectful to you before, I just took action for you." Although he could break free, he couldn't deal with the three people in the room at the same time. But that's my own business. Zhang Yin turned around, and threw the dagger towards the cage. No! Yang Yu's eyes widened. In excitement, he suddenly broke free from the shoelaces tied around his hands, and kicked Da Zhuang back a few steps. Seeing this, Qin Yu was about to rush forward, but Zhang Yin reached out to stop him. "Leave it to me. The zombies are coming. You retreat first." At this moment, Zhang Yin did not want others to help him. Hearing this, Qin Yu said seriously, "Take care of yourself. We will wait for you in the parking area outside the city." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran to Da Zhuang and whispered, "How is it? Is everything okay?" Da Zhuang shook his head, covered his chest with his hands, and took a breath of cold air. "Did this guy get caught on purpose before? He almost kicked me so hard that I couldn't stand up just now. I guess he is Zhang Yin's comrade in arms. We can't intervene in this matter. Let's go first." After saying that, Qin Yu turned around and picked up the pliers on the ground, and quickly cut the wire that tied Zhang Sisi and Ningli. However, the two girls at this time seemed to be at a loss, and their eyes were a little dull. Chapter 737. There was no other way. Qin Yu bent down and carried Ningli on his back, Da Zhuang followed suit, and the two quickly left through the back door. Zhang Yin walked over and closed the door, and continued to walk towards the cage. At this time, Yang Yu was kneeling on the ground, grabbing his daughter's body and talking to himself. "Xiao Xiao, wake up, wake up. Dad will make you something delicious, it will be ready soon." After saying that, he stood up, ignoring his bleeding calf, and walked towards the table with steady steps. But when Yang Yu approached, Zhang Yin kicked him back. "Look at what you have become now. If Shishir was still alive, how sad she would be, don't you know? Ah!" Zhang Yin roared in anger. Yang Yu fell to the ground. He looked up at the roof. A few tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and said, "I hate myself so much, I really hate myself. If I had known earlier, I would not have saved those people. I would have taken Shishir and Xiao Xiao with me. I would have been able to protect them well. But I don't understand why everyone who was once kind and amiable could become completely different in just a few days." Then, Yang Yu sat up and slowly told what happened to him before. Different from the story he told Ningli and the others before, this time, the perspective was his own. Listening to these words, Zhang Yin also felt sad. As soldiers, they believed in the survivors they met when the doomsday came. But coincidentally, both of them suffered great pain. If Zhang Yin had not been lucky enough to meet Chen Yu and Lin Yi, he would have died. But Yang Yu, on the other hand, didn't have such good luck. The daughter of the originally happy family of three died tragically, and his wife was mentally stimulated and had problems. "How many people did you kill after the zombies appeared?" Zhang Yin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. 28. Yang Yu turned his head and looked at the cage, saying painfully, "I knocked down the tree before. I originally planned to kill the people in the car, so that I could travel a long distance with the RV, but as soon as we approached, Shishir started yelling wildly. I knew very well that she didn't want me to kill anyone. But at that time, she was becoming increasingly mentally disturbed, and even unable to speak normally." Speaking of this, Yang Yu punched the hard concrete floor again. "There's an old man nearby, don't you know?" Zhang Yin suddenly asked. Hearing this, Yang Yu stood up from the ground and whispered, Once Xiao Xiao broke free from the rope and ran out alone, but the old man didn't do anything, and even fed it a mouse. Zhang Yin turned around, he looked at the direction Chen Yu left, and murmured, "I'm sorry, Xiao Yu, I may disappoint you this time. I won't kill you today, but if you do evil again when we meet again, I will cut you into pieces." After saying that, he was about to walk to the back door, intending to rush out of the zombie encirclement. At this moment, Yang Yu called him. "There is a gap in the right corner, you can leave there, squad leader." Hearing this, Zhang Yin stopped and changed direction. At this moment, Zhang Yin, with a solemn face, was very entangled in his heart. He believed that he was not a saint, but when he met his former comrades, he could not kill them at all. Moreover, at this time, Zhang Yin thought that Yang Yu had no need to lie. 28 people died in his hands. 26 of them were from the camp that killed his child before. Ask yourself, if Ruerwei was also buried alive in that way in the Doomsday now, Zhang Yin would definitely kill people, and even his character would change seriously. The other two had quarreled with Zhang Yin before, and it was estimated that they were discovered by Yang Yu at that time, so they were stabbed first. Although Zhang Yin would not kill them like this, he did not approve of Yang Yu's method, not to mention feeding them to zombies. But the person was already dead, and Zhang Yin did not do it in the end. He did not know whether today's decision would be right or wrong in the future. Watching Zhang Yin leave the gap, Yang Yu stood there in a daze for a long time. Originally, he had decided to die today, so he helped his former squad leader to deal with the two little guys. But he did not expect that it would end like this. Bang! The zombies pushed the door down and slowly entered. Yang Yu pulled out the dagger from his daughter's body, then turned around, opened the cage and walked in. Just as his wife was about to bite him, Yang Yu opened his eyes, and suddenly pressed his left hand against her chin. Then Yang Yu cried out in dismay, "Why? Why is this happening?" After saying that, he raised the dagger in his right hand. Soon all the zombies rushed in, almost more than 100 of them, and surrounded him in the cage. Yang Yu sat on the ground in a daze, ignoring the zombie arms around him. The previous gunshots caused all the zombies nearby to move. Qin Yu led De Zhuang through various alleys, but he couldn't get back. After all, the way they entered was completely different from the way they took now. Considering that it was getting dark, Qin Yu slowed down a bit, looked at the abandoned shop in front of the left, turned his head and shouted, "There are fewer zombies over there, let's go first." Although he was running with a person on his back, his physical strength was much better than before, so it was not very strenuous. If it were someone else, Qin Yu would basically not care, but since Ningli was Li Yao's former roommate, he couldn't just watch the two girls die. After surviving in the apocalypse for so long, everyone might have reached their psychological limit. As the two approached, the zombies at the door of the shop discovered them, roared a few times, and then turned around and walked over. Seeing this, Dazhuang quickly put Zhang Sisi on the trash can on the side of the road, and then took out a bow and arrow to shoot them one by one. When the zombies fell to the ground, Qin Yu ran to the door of the shop and then put Ningli on the ground. At this moment, she was completely sluggish and expressionless, and her eyes were a little red and swollen. Turning her head, she saw Dazhuang supporting Zhang Sisi, also looking numb. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu shook his head helplessly, pushed open the small door next to him and walked in. There were many handprints on the door frame, which seemed to be left by zombies, who often stayed nearby before. Qin Yu looked around the house, and saw all kinds of goods lying on the ground. He guessed that they used to sell water heaters and some furniture. I don't know if it's because of the power outage at the end of the world. No one took these things away, but many of them were smashed. Stepping on the debris on the ground, Qin Yu checked that there were no zombies inside, and then walked out of the house and waved. Chapter 738. De Zhuang was about to retrieve the arrows from the corpses, when Ningli suddenly stood up and helped him pull one out. "Are you okay?" Qin Yu looked at her and said, "Grief is of no help, it will only make me a burden to you." Although she was extremely depressed, Ningli stepped on the corpse with her foot, while pulling out the second arrow in her hand. Qin Yu nodded slightly in his heart, and was more satisfied with her. This girl is pretty good. Although Qin Yu didn't know what happened in the warehouse at that time, he could roughly judge it. The strong smell of blood in the house, the zombies pressed on the ground, and even the bones outside the cage were enough to prove how tragic it was before. What's more, the person Ningli was holding down was her classmate in the morning. Soon Zhang Sisi also stood up with her head down, and walked over to help. When the three of them walked into the house, Zhang Yin's figure had already appeared on the street. He trotted over, looked at Qin Yu, and was about to speak, but was interrupted. "I believe you, just make your decision." Qin Yu shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't need to say more. Hearing this, Zhang Yin's heart moved, and he went forward to hug Qinyu. Thank you. After saying that, he also walked into the abandoned shop. Qinyu stayed outside, hiding some bodies on the roadside, and then went in and closed the door. At this time, Ningli picked up the broken pieces of the water heater on the ground. She waved them in her hands a few times, and they were about half the size of a door. Seeing this, Qinyu asked casually, "Do you want to make a shield?" Hearing this, Ningli nodded. "That's right. This way the zombies won't bite me, at least in the first place." Zhang Yin and De Zhuang saw this scene, looked at each other and smiled, without saying anything. A few seconds later, a zombie suddenly appeared outside the store, lying on the French window. "Go, there's one outside." Qinyu turned sideways and pointed outside the door. Although Ning Li's face was still covered with tears, her eyes were full of determination at this time. Since she wanted to avenge Xiao Ming and Wang Haoshuan, she must become stronger. At least you can't run away when you see a zombie. Thinking of this, Ningli took a few deep breaths, picked up a long piece of hard plastic on the ground, held it in her hand, and then walked towards the door. And Qinyu also opened the door considerately, and the next second the zombie walked into the house. Seeing this, Ningli rushed up quickly, used the fragments of the water heater in her left hand to directly press against the zombie, and pushed it towards the French window. Just as Ningli was about to kill it with her right hand, something unexpected happened. The zombie suddenly moved to the side, and its body slid out. At this moment, Ningli realized that the zombie was very dirty, and it would be difficult to fix it when it came into contact with such an object. But before she could react, the zombie in front of her pressed Ningli to the ground. Zhang Cici wanted to rush over to help, but Qinyu stepped in front of her and said slowly, "You can help for a while, but can you help for a lifetime? You are the next one. You can join if you want, but you can't be a drag, and you can't be too weak." Qinyu turned around again and looked at Ningli, who was fighting with the zombies on the ground, and said softly, "I don't want my people to be in danger one day in the future because of saving you." At this time, Ningli also knew that she could only rely on herself, but at this moment she realized that the shield she thought could protect herself was unable to move her left hand at all because of the weight of the zombies. Not to mention that shields will restrict one of your hands, and secondly, they will block your vision. What if the zombies reach out to grab your waist? Qinyu stood a few meters away from her and spoke expressionlessly. In addition, when we encounter zombies, our first priority is to kill them as quickly as possible, not to avoid being scratched by them. You use this thing as a shield. Although it is not easy to be bitten, it is also not easy for them to touch your body. But you ignore the most important issue. At this moment, you are fighting with one hand tied, not to mention encountering those enemies who are eyeing you covetously. Ningli listened to what he said and felt a little regretful, because in the past, when she was pinned down by a zombie like this, she could use her arm to block the opponent's chin, and then use her right hand to stab from the side of the head when the opportunity arose. But now, she can't do this at all. At the critical moment, Qinyu still took the dagger and stepped forward to kill the zombies on her body. Since you have thought of this, why not let the professionals explain it to you? After that, Qinyu pulled Ningli up and then looked at the man next to him. Then De Zhuang said happily, "Do you know why we don't bring this kind of thing when we go out? When the distance is within a few dozen meters, the speed of the arrow will be quite fast, about 45 meters per second. If it is other bows and arrows, such as the compound bow on me, the speed can even reach 90 meters per second. Within 50 meters, it can directly shoot through the chest of an adult man. Remember, shoot through," Dazhuang said, while touching the beloved bow in his hand. Hearing this, Zhang Yin crossed his arms and asked curiously, "Brother Dazhuang, your bow looks heavy, right? How many pounds?" 50. Although Dazhuang felt that it was a bit heavy to carry this thing, he put it in the car most of the time. As soon as he finished speaking, he put the bow on the table next to him. Hearing this, Qinyu calculated it briefly and said, "TSK, no wonder your muscles are so strong. You always run with a 45 gene bow on your back. You really can't do it without a good body." "I'm used to it." Dazhuang touched his strong arm. "This is my partner, and also my trump card to protect those close to me. Even if it is heavier, I will try my best to carry it with me." Then he continued to smile and said, "Although cold weapons are more popular nowadays, they are not the only weapons. Guns still exist, and shields are really not very useful at present. According to human reaction, if you want to block arrows, well, take my bow as an example. Within 50 meters, it can shoot through a 2mm steel plate. In other words, if you want to protect yourself, the weight of the shield should be at least 10 to 20 kilograms. The next second, Zhang Yin also took out his pistol and said, These are based on the premise that the enemy only has bows and arrows. Now guns are still the main force, so I advise you not to bother thinking about these. After listening, Ningli blushed and whispered, "Sorry, I thought so because so many people use bows now." Chapter 739. Secondly, I want to use it to protect against zombies and other things. Just as Ningli finished speaking, another zombie came on the street outside. Seeing this, Chinyu continued to let in another one, asking Zhang Sisi to prepare to kill it. However, considering that she was relatively weak, De Zhuang lent her his dagger. Although it took some effort, it was successfully resolved. Then Chinyu closed the door, and he and Zhang Yin pushed the cabinet to block it, and then said, "There are floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor, and zombies can easily find us, so for safety reasons, go to the second floor to spend the night." After that, no one had any objections and continued to walk upstairs. The dim staircase was filled with the smell of dust, as if it was corroding everything. Chinyu led the way and spoke again. "When the apocalypse just broke out, I used books to wrap my hands and feet, but to be honest, the movements were a bit insensitive. Later, I also tried to use iron sheets, but I was still not used to it. Even if I encountered corpse dogs and mad dogs, I would rather be chased around than stop and use iron sheets to block their fangs." Xiao Yu is right. Zhang Yin touched the railing, which was so dusty that people couldn't look directly at it. He whispered, "When you get used to defense, you will gradually forget to take the initiative to attack. In the doomsday, only those who are ruthless can survive. In the face of absolute power, blindly defending will only make the enemy more powerful." The voices of the crowd were also deeply engraved in Ningli and Zhang Sisi's minds. At this time, the two of them finally understood why some people could only hide everywhere when being chased by zombies, while others could establish a power. Chinyu led his men up to the second floor, and after finding that there were also goods piled up, he continued to walk to the third floor. It was normal for houses in this kind of city. The first floor was used to sell goods, the second floor was used as a warehouse, and people usually lived on the upper floors. As expected, after going up one floor again, they saw a couplet posted next to a door. After squatting down and feeling under the mat in front of the door for a while, Chinyu turned his head and looked at everyone and smiled. It seems that this family often forgot to bring their keys when they went out before. After saying that, Chinyu stood up and blew away the dust on the door handle, fanned it with his left hand, and then opened the door that had been sealed for a long time. As the few people entered, Chinyu looked at the closed curtains on the balcony and the garbage on the floor of the living room, sighed and said, "This must have been able to survive here for a long time by hoarding some food." Everyone checked the house, but it was still smelly. Zhang Sisi walked to a door, pressed the door handle and pushed it, then turned around and shouted, "This door can't be opened, it seems to be locked." Hearing this, Chinyu took a broom and pushed the garbage, and said casually, "Forget it if it can't be opened, come and collect these together and pile them in the corner. Without candles, you could also light a fire at night." Soon everyone started to get busy. After all, they were going to stay here overnight, so how could they live in a room full of garbage? Zhang Sisi looked at a gap under the coffee table. Since the whole living room was smelly, she didn't smell anything different. She just lay on the ground and put the broom in. After she pulled out a bunch of foreign objects, Zhang Yin also opened the curtains, and the light in the room suddenly became much better. A dead crow appeared in front of Zhang Sisi, with most of its feathers falling off, and its body was covered with dense insects. Its white body was still drilling in the rotten meat. Because she had just fallen down, Zhang Sisi could only see that her knees and hands were covered with maggots. Then, a miserable voice that almost deafened people rang out. A few minutes later, Ningli had no choice but to hold Zhang Sisi in her arms. The latter's lips were even half white. Chinyu, Zhang Yin and De Zhuang looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. This time, she should have a psychological shadow for a long time. Zhang Yin looked at the pile of rotten bird corpses, and his scalp was a little numb. Why are there so many worms under here? And the light was not good just now, so we didn't see it. At this moment, Chinyu looked at his neck, walked over, frowned, picked up a maggot and said, "I suggest that we cremate these insects directly." Zhang Yin had been a soldier and had a strong psychological quality, but at this time, he also took off his clothes and quickly checked his body. Then Chinyu, De Zhuang and Zhang Yin found an iron basin, and then used paper shells to shovel the rotten corpse and insects into it. Ningli, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly threw the garbage in. When the flames lit up, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the sky gradually darkened. The curtains continued to be drawn, but a gap was left to let the smoke out. Although they were in the city at this time, Qinyu was not worried about meeting other survivors. It is no exaggeration to say that now he, Zhang Yin, and the main long-range output Da Zhuang, the three of them are not afraid of most enemies. What's more, the three of them carried pistols, and Zhang Yin's Desert Eagle was not vegetarian. I don't know if it was because of the maggots just now, but the few people didn't mention dinner at this moment, and sat in the living room chatting tacitly. Qinyu has accepted Ningli now. As for Zhang Cici, he plans to discuss it after he returns. Just as they were discussing how many street lights to remove tomorrow, Ningli suddenly blushed and said, "We both want to relieve ourselves." Hearing this, Qinyu turned his head and said, "The toilet is over there, let's go." But he soon realized that someone had said that a certain door could not be opened. Thinking of this, Qinyu clapped his hands and said, "Now is the right time for everyone to exchange names. My name is Qinyu, the island of you. Zhang Yin. Zhuang Yin, you can call me to Zhuang. My name is Ningli, and her name is Zhang Cici." After saying this, Zhang Yin laughed. "I didn't expect that we have the same last name. In that case, I help you open the door." After saying this, he stood up, glanced, smacked his lips and said, "This is really good luck." Zhang Yin walked under the TV cabinet, picked up a bunch of keys and smiled. "Speak of the devil will appear." The three walked towards the door, and as soon as they approached, Zhang Yin frowned, then he turned around and whispered, "Why does it smell so bad around here?" Hearing this, Qinyu and De Zhuang also stood up. Dong dong. De Zhuang knocked on the door, but there was no response. Then he knocked hard again, but there was still no response. Then Qinyu said in a serious tone, "It seems that there are no zombies inside, so why is there so much stench?" Zhang Yin shook the key and said in a deep voice, "In this case, De Zhuang brother, go get a torch and I will open the door." Half a minute later, the mysterious door was opened. Chapter 740. Everyone just took a look, then quickly closed it, and then the two girls bent over and vomited on the spot. De Zhuang's mouth moved, and he said with great effort, "This corpse, can't it be soaked in it all the time? No, I want to vomit too." After saying that, he ran to the corner of the living room and retched towards the pile of garbage. At this moment, only Zhang Yin had not changed much. The reason why Qinyu was okay was that he was an orphan when he was a child. He often went to the trash can to look for food, and occasionally encountered some dead animals in it. Although he would feel uncomfortable for a long time every time, it also made his psychological endurance much better. At that moment just now, with the help of the torch, Qinyu saw clearly what was inside. In the bathroom, there was a bathtub against the inner wall. The bathtub was not scary, but what was disgusting was that it was full of water, and at the same time, a very bloated corpse was soaking there. The skin was ulcerated, the face was extremely creepy, and even the water had become black juice. Moreover, the body was tied up all over, and the neck was fixed with a belt. Although it had become a zombie, it could not move. The long soaking in water caused the corpse to rot more severely. The moment the door opened, the smell that hit everyone's face made everyone's stomach churn, and even felt dizzy on the spot. Qinyu was standing outside the closed bathroom door at this time. He felt like dozens of zombies died together, and feces were poured on them. Thinking of this, Qinyu walked into a bedroom with a torch and pulled off the sheets inside. Zhang Yin had been waiting for a long time with half a bucket of water from the water dispenser. After he stuffed the bed sheet into the gap under the bathroom door, Zhang Yin poured the turbid water on it. Then the few people went back to the living room and sat cross-legged. But Ning Li's face was red, her legs were tightly clamped, and she kept biting her lips. If there were not several men present, Ning Li would have wanted to find a corner to solve it directly. Since Qinyu was thinking about things with his head down, he did not notice these things, but Zhang Yin poked him with his elbow. Seeing this, he followed his gaze to look at the girl opposite, and then suddenly realized, and then stood up and said, "Zhang Yin, the big man, come here, I want to ask you something." Hearing this, the two followed him to the balcony and drew the curtains. Seeing this, Ning Li looked at Qinyu and Zhang Yin's backs with gratitude, turned her head and whispered, "Cici, let's go to the bedroom inside." Ning Li was almost unable to hold back, but she still opened the drawer under the TV cabinet and took out two black plastic garbage bags. The two pushed the door open and walked in, quickly spread the garbage bags, and then squatted on the left and right sides of the bed. Zhang Cici squatted on the right side, she grabbed her pants with both hands, hesitated for a moment, and still asked the question in her heart. "Ning Li, don't you hate me anymore?" After saying this, the girl on the left held a tissue in her hand and said coldly, "Who said I forgave you? But I was scared just now, and you were still coaxing me." Zhang Cici's nose was sour, and some pain emerged in her heart. Ningli was about to scold her cruelly, but when she turned her head to the right, the other person's red and swollen eyes made her feel a little bit reluctant. In the bedroom, the moonlight sprinkled on the floor, and people could vaguely see some things in front of them. After pondering for a while, Ningli stood up and put on her pants. Then she tied up the plastic bag on the ground, picked it up, and walked to the window to throw it down. I'm not angry because you took advantage of Wu Yuan's love for you, but because he was thinking about how to make you live more safely before he died. Just as she was about to walk out of the bedroom, she stopped again and said something. If I could do it again, I would never live with you and Wu Yuan. After that, Zhang Sisi was the only one left in the room. Just as several people were preparing to rest on the third floor, the abandoned city welcomed an uninvited guest half an hour ago. At night, on the dilapidated streets, when several zombies were walking in the group of zombies, their knees suddenly weakened and they fell to the ground. The zombies behind them didn't care at all, and just stepped on their backs and walked past. At first, the zombies occasionally struggled, until a zombie wearing hard-soled shoes appeared and crushed the back of one of them's head. At this moment, a dozen snake-like creatures suddenly stood up from the zombies' heads. They were completely black, with a few small eyes. If someone were here, just one look would definitely make them vomit. As they crawled out of the heads, the abdomens of the zombies soon began to rupture. In just a few minutes, dozens of long black insects appeared on the street. They were the mutant leeches that Qin Yu and his group had encountered before. It had been a long time since we last saw them. This time, there seemed to be more types of infection, and even more zombies began to fall to the ground. The dense black bugs were slowly moving on the street. At this moment, a bag of black objects landed a few meters in front of him. Almost instantly, the black long bugs swarmed over and bit the plastic bag into pieces. Since they were resting in a locked room, no one was arranged to keep watch. But the air was too smelly. Even though the windows were open for ventilation, they didn't feel better until the second half of the night. The next morning, red spots began to appear on the two girls' bodies, and they even felt a little itchy. Zhang Sisi scratched her calf and said depressedly, "If I had known, I would not have slept on the floor last night." Who knew that even with a blanket, it would not work? Qin Yu and the other two just slept against the wall, and did not feel any discomfort. Looking at the time, Qin Yu said, "It's 6:30 in the morning. Zhang Yin, where are your tools? Do you remember where they are?" Zhang Yin nodded. "Of course, I can get them by myself. The rope is also there. Are you sure you don't need help?" Dazhuang glanced at his bow and said softly, "No need." Zhang Yin checked his pistol. The dagger he had left was left to Yang Yu, so he went to the kitchen to pick out a fruit knife, wrapped it with cloth, and put it on his waist. "Okay, let's split into two groups and meet at the street lamp mark." Qin Yu patted Zhang Yin on the shoulder and turned to walk towards the door. Just as the few people went downstairs and walked into the shop below, the scene in front of them made everyone's scalp tingle instantly. I saw a large number of black insects lying on the French window, moving slowly. The sticky juice was left on the glass, leaving a lot of traces. Chapter 741. Seeing this, Zhang Sisi covered her mouth and then said in horror, What is this?" The next second, there was a noise from the ceiling above her head, and a bug suddenly fell from the crack in the wall. Almost instantly, the black long bug jumped up and flew quickly towards Ning Li's face. Qin Yu's eyes condensed, and he pulled out a dagger with his right hand and threw it directly, nailing the black bug to the right wooden wall on the spot. He then walked over and looked at the bug that was desperately swinging its body, frowning tightly. At this moment, Zhang Yin hesitated and said, "Why do I feel that this thing is a bit familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere?" Hearing this, Qin Yu picked up a piece of plastic debris on the ground and turned the head of the black insect over. Looking at the teeth that were as small as millet grains, Qin Yu quickly crushed the black insect's head, and at the same time took out a dagger and stepped back a few steps. "Oh no, it's the zombie leech that appeared before." As soon as he finished speaking, there was more movement on the ceiling again, and a few clangs sounded, and a large number of black insects fell one after another. Qin Yu only took a glance, then quickly closed the door and rushed to the third floor with everyone. Last time, all the people in the community went out to wipe out the black bugs, and even sacrificed several partners. But just now, Qin Yu found that there were even more black bugs. As soon as everyone went up to the second floor, the door of the storage room was kicked open by Qin Yu. He turned his head and shouted, "Black bugs should be afraid of fire. Throw these paper shells in the corridor, quickly." As he said, Qin Yu rushed in and threw the paper shells out, and the others quickly threw them down the stairs. At this time, Dazhuang didn't even care about carrying the compound bow. He put it aside and started to work with the other three. He remembered clearly how terrible this thing was before. It was fast and carried zombie virus. Once it bit a living person, it would inevitably cause infection. The most disgusting thing is that they will drill into the body of a living person. When the paper shells were full, Chinyu picked up a small piece to ignite, and quickly ignite more paper. Seeing this scene, Ningli didn't understand what was going on. She covered her chest with her right hand and asked, "If we set fire in the building, won't we be suffocated to death?" Hearing this, Chinyu led everyone upstairs again. "Without fire, we will be caught up in a minute." Fortunately, he closed the door downstairs, barely delaying a little time, but the Black Bug army actually found another gap and quickly chased towards the corridor. Everyone retreated to the third floor. Although there were rooms on the upper floors, it was not clear whether there were keys to enter. Zhang Sisi and Ningli stood together, watching the three men in front of them push the dining table to block the door. "Let's go help." Ningli didn't want to wait for death, so she joined in. Seeing this, Zhang Sisi looked at the busy figures of several people, hesitated for a while, drew out the knife on her body, picked up a wash basin, and walked into the bathroom. Although she had never seen these black insects, she guessed that they should be similar to corpse insects. Since they are corpse insects, they should also stop because of the flesh and blood of zombies, right? Zhang Sisi didn't know this, but she knew in her heart that she must do something. Just when Chinyu and the other four blocked the door, Zhang Yin found that someone was missing. He looked around and asked, "Where did that girl go?" Hearing this, Ningli thought of Zhang Sisi's character, and said while helping to push the sofa, "She is timid, and probably hid in the bedroom. Leave her alone for now." Just as she finished speaking, there was a sound of the door opening, and then a bloody person appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Sisi held the basin with both hands, and her whole body was covered with disgusting juice, and there were even a few maggots crawling back and forth. She looked at the others and smiled. "I think the bugs outside will also be affected by the blood, so I took the initiative to go in and dissect the zombie. Although I am timid, I will not abandon my companions and hide at the critical moment." Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head to look at Zhang Yin and nodded slightly. Seeing this, the latter walked over. Soon, Zhang Yin took the plastic basin and poured the blood and flesh in it on the door frame. "You are?" Ningli looked at Zhang Sisi, who was screaming because of the bugs before, but now she was covered with the blood of zombies, and even crawling on her. However, Zhang Sisi is not as weak as before. Although her body is still thin, her eyes are full of determination. "Are you injured?" Since the other party wants to help, Chinyu will naturally ask a few more words of concern. "I'm fine." Zhang Sisi shook her head and looked at herself. Then she flicked away the insects with trembling hands, and then she said, "I look a little scary. The zombie inside is too bloated. A lot of blood spurted out when I inserted the knife." Fortunately, she reacted quickly and blocked the basin in front of her, so she was not affected. After saying that, Zhang Sisi grabbed the bottom edge of the t-shirt in front of several people and prepared to take it off directly so that they could confirm it. At this time, Chinyu coughed, turned his head and shouted, "Ningli, go into the bedroom with her and check carefully to see if her limbs are infected. If she is injured, we will return as soon as possible, maybe we can save her life." Hearing this, Zhang Sisi was stunned and said, "It's okay, I don't mind. It doesn't matter if you take it off here." As soon as she finished speaking, she took off her t-shirt and stood in front of everyone in her underwear. Just as she stretched her hands behind her and prepared to continue, Chinyu turned his head and said seriously again, "Even if the end of the world is coming, there are still differences between men and women, not to mention that there are women present." Hearing this, Zhang Sisi thought about it and stopped, and then Ningli trotted over and took her into the bedroom. Beside the bed, Zhang Sisi spread her hands, stood naked in front of Ningli, turned around, and whispered, "I am beautiful, although a little thin, but at least I have a good figure, but they don't even want to look at me a few more times." After the experience of collecting the blood of the corpses, Ningli also looked at Zhang Sisi with a new respect, so her tone and attitude were much more relaxed at this time. Even if there is no order and rules, not all men only have women in their eyes. This time, maybe our chance has come. After saying this, Zhang Sisi looked at the girl in front of her, who was wiping the blood of the zombies with paper. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and she whispered softly, "It should be your chance." Chapter 742. But Ningli was concentrating on checking her body, so she didn't hear clearly, and then looked up and asked, "What did you just say?" Hearing this, Zhang Sisi looked at the side wall and said with a forced smile, "It's okay, I was thinking about how we can escape." After confirming that she had no injuries, Ningli finally put down the stone in her heart. Only the last classmate was still alive. Although Ningli was very angry about what Zhang Sisi did before, she was even more unwilling to watch him die at this time. It's okay, everything is fine. Ningli threw the papers on the ground and turned to walk outside. There seemed to be some clothes on the balcony. I go get them. Since they have been hung outside, most of the clothes are wrinkled and there is a lot of mud. I don't know if it was caused by the wind and rain. Now there is only one white t-shirt left, plus a pair of knee-length shorts that can be worn. When Zhang Sisi changed her clothes and appeared in front of everyone, Qinyu paused and continued, "We haven't been up there, so we don't know if there is a place to escape. But at least the way we came here is familiar. I just looked at the street on the other side. There are only about 20 zombies. There is nothing to be afraid of." Hearing these two words, Ning Li's mouth twitched. She never thought that these people were not afraid at all. In the past, when more than 10 zombies appeared, they could only run away and never thought about solving them. After the window in the kitchen is opened, it just leads to another street. Zhang Yin's rope is in another area, so we need to use clothes and sheets to make an escape tool next. After Qinyu finished giving the order, everyone started to work in a clear division of labor, some cutting sheets, some twisting ropes. Just then, there was a rustling sound at the door. Seeing this, Qinyu raised his right hand and signaled everyone to stop. Then he walked over there quietly and listened carefully. After a few seconds, he frowned and took a few steps back. These beasts are actually gnawing at the door. Speed up. Zombie blood can't stop so many black bugs. After saying that, Qinyu also hurriedly rummaged through the boxes to see if there were any ready-made ropes. When he stood on the sofa and opened the cabinet above the cabinet next to him, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "Now I can have fun." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and took down a box of strong liquor. Seeing this, Zhang Yin also happened to open the refrigerator. Although it was smelly, there were more than a dozen bottles of beer. "You can treat them to incendiary bombs, hee. Ningli, throw the key on the table over here. I remember there was a bottle opener on it." Zhang Yin turned his head and shouted while taking out the beer. "I get it," Zhang Sisi responded. Zhang Yin squatted down and looked at the bottle side and said, "It's a pity that the shelf life is 240 days, it's expired." Then he poured out the beer, and then Zhang Sisi carried him to the sofa again. At this moment, Qinyu remembered a story that Xiaolin had heard in the basement when he and Xiao Jiao and others just met a long time ago. At that time, her father used cooking oil and alcohol to make a simple incendiary bomb to save people. Thinking of this, Qinyu also stood up and walked to the kitchen, taking out the half bottle of oil. After a few minutes, the sound of black bugs gnawing at the wooden door outside became louder and louder. Fortunately, the zombie blood interfered with their judgment and barely slowed down a little. Everyone lifted the coffee table to the kitchen door, and then carefully tied the bed sheet in the middle area. Everything was ready. Qinyu held the bag of Molotov cocktails and said, "Zhang Yin, you and Zhuangga go down first to hold back the zombies. Ningli and Zhang Sisi will be the second, and I will be the last." "Okay." Zhang Yin nodded, checked the pistol and the fruit knife, and then climbed over the window. He first placed the bed sheet across his waist, grabbed it with both hands at the same time, then stepped on the wall, and moved down quickly facing upwards. In a few seconds, he landed steadily on the street below, then clapped his hands and took out the knife, trying to lead the zombies away. Soon, the other people went down one by one. Zhang Yin kicked 2 zombies away, killed them, and returned to the bottom of the rope to catch De Zhuang's bow and arrow. Wow, this thing is really heavy. Fortunately, Zhang Yin's physical fitness is also good, and it is not difficult to hold the compound bow with one hand. Just as Ningli slid down from the rope, the smoke in the shop below became thicker and thicker. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion. Boom! The power was so strong that even the street on the first floor trembled a little. In an instant, Ningli lost her grip on the rope, and she fell from above with a scream. Seeing this, Zhang Yin handed the bow to Dazhuang and rushed over to catch her. Fortunately, Ningli had descended halfway, with only a few meters left, and no serious consequences occurred. Otherwise, in that situation, even Zhang Yin would not dare to catch an adult girl with his bare hands. But her head also hit the ground next to her, and Ningli, who had not been cleaned yet, had a trace of blood on her forehead. The street was full of broken glass, and the 3 people below climbed up from the ground in a dusty state. At this moment, a large number of zombies appeared at the corner of the street in the distance. The sudden explosion caused Zhang Sisi to be dragged back by Qinyu, and even hurt her, but Qinyu leaned on the window and shouted anxiously, "How are you guys?" Hearing this, De Zhuang looked at his arm that was scratched by glass shards, looked up and replied, "It's okay, you two hurry up and come down." But Qin Yu was on the 3rd floor. He turned his head and saw the approaching zombies first, and then his face changed slightly. "There are a lot of zombies coming from the right. The explosion was too sudden. You guys run. We will gather outside." After hearing this, the smoke below had almost dissipated, and the three of them realized that the corpse tied in the distance was approaching. After thinking it over, Zhang Yin and De Zhuang also realized that he was right. At the critical moment, the two never doubted Chen Yu's command ability. Ningli ran wildly behind them, looking behind her while running, her eyes full of worry. But at this moment, no one knew whether she was most worried about Chen Yu or Zhang Sisi. In the room on the 3rd floor, the smoke from the fire below also began to float up. Zhang Sisi rubbed her buttocks and asked with tears in her eyes, "Why did it explode suddenly?" "Because this is a store selling water heaters." Qin Yu stuck his head out of the window and looked around, carefully analyzing the next escape route. Then he took out a Molotov cocktail and took out a lighter with his left hand and said, "There must be finished products installed on the 1st floor. It is estimated that there is still some residual natural gas." Chapter 743. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu suddenly thought of something and stopped what he was doing. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Sisi and said, "When those black bugs come in, light this thing and throw it over." "Okay." Zhang Sisi reached out to take it and held them in her hands. She looked at the beer bottle in her right hand and the towel outside the bottle mouth and asked in a low voice, "Are those bugs afraid of fire?" Qin Yu stood on the window outside the kitchen, with his hands clasped on the upper edge, estimated the approximate distance to the next window, shook his head and said, "Not necessarily afraid, but at least they dare not crawl over from the fire. Secondly, they are very sensitive to the smell of blood, even more so than zombies. Once they come into contact with a living person, they will quickly get in through the mouth, nose, ears, and other parts." Zhang Sisi shuddered when she heard this. She didn't even dare to think about that kind of situation. If possible, Zhang Sisi would rather be bitten to death by zombies. When Qin Yu returned to the kitchen floor, he took the Molotov cocktail and urged, "Stand on the window and jump to the next door. There is an air conditioner outside the 2nd floor on the right side. Remember to grab the edge of the window." "Why?" Zhang Sisi climbed onto the sink. No one knows how long ago the air conditioner was installed. Look at the rusty appearance. If it breaks, you should know the consequences. Qin Yu looked at the door in the house, quickly lit the towel, and smashed it directly. With a snap, the beer bottle shattered, and the flames rose instantly. At this time, in order to survive in the city, Qin Yu was forced to start a fire again. Not only him, but basically most of the abandoned cities. As time goes by, many houses will be burned into empty shells. This is also the choice that many people have to make in order to escape. But at least in the city, the fire will not spread far because of the wind. Zhang Sisi stood on the window, looking at the large number of zombies gathered below, and suddenly turned her head and asked, "Will we die here?" Qin Yu was staring at the burning door at this moment. The smoke rising from below made it difficult for him to breathe. Hearing the question, he immediately replied indifferently, "I will not stay here and wait for death. Are you going to jump or not? Don't waste my time." Hearing this, Zhang Sisi gritted her teeth and jumped towards the air conditioner. The moment her feet touched the windowsill, she quickly grabbed the windowsill above, and then used all her strength to climb up. But because her shoes were a bit slippery, Zhang Sisi couldn't get into the window at the first time. She stayed outside, and Qin Yu couldn't jump down. Seeing this, he muttered in a low voice, and continued to pick up a Molotov cocktail and threw it at the door. At this moment, the large number of zombies gathered on the street below, and the sounds they made Zhang Sisi even more panicked. "Take off your shoes and push against the wall barefoot." Qin Yu watched her movements and gave instructions with a frown. Hearing this, Zhang Sisi quickly used her toes to press against the heel of the other shoe, quickly kicked off both shoes, and finally crawled in. Then Qin Yu squatted on the kitchen window. He finally took out a Molotov cocktail and looked at the dozen black bugs crawling in. He lit it without thinking and threw it over. With the fire blocking them, the bugs once again crawled in the same place. Seeing this, Qin Yu hung his backpack behind his neck and jumped directly towards the air conditioner. But as soon as he landed, there was a creaking sound from the air conditioner outside his feet. Qin Yu was about to climb up, when suddenly a pair of hands stretched out from the window, grabbed his strong arms, and pulled him up at the same time. At this time, although Zhang Sisi's two arms combined were not as strong as Qin Yu's, she was still trying her best to help. A few seconds later, Jinyu stood in the window of the second floor next door, and Zhang Cece, who was panting heavily due to excessive force, was lying on the ground next to him. Jinyu glanced at her, then took off the bag on his neck and held it in his hand, saying word by word, "We will all die, but not today." After saying that, he turned around, opened the toilet door and walked out. Hearing this, Zhang Cece's eyes seemed to be misty. At this moment, her nose was sore, and she finally realized why Ningli always emphasized that it is better to rely on yourself than on others. She also thought about being an ambitious young man who studies hard and strives hard in the future, but the previous concepts led her to go astray. Zhang Cece used to live in a bad environment from childhood to adulthood. To sum it up in one sentence, an alcoholic father, a cowardly mother, a naughty brother, and a dilapidated home. Even Zhang Cece's mother has been instilling in her that women are born to get married. Since you are pretty, you can ask for more gifts in the future so that you can buy a car and a house for your brother. In the past, her parents often deliberately hinted that she should stop studying and marry the owner of the pig farm in the next village when she is old enough, because it will make money quickly and change the family's conditions. Little did they know that the appearance of zombies changed the life trajectory of everyone. Zhang Cece was born very beautiful. In the world before the end of the world, beauty is a perfect start with many conditions, but it is only linked to poverty. When these two things come together, people are easily influenced by external things. She only needs to smile at her classmates, and her drawer will often be filled with various snacks. After entering college, Zhang Cece is even more uncontrollable. On weekends, she can earn 2 years' income from her family by going out with some rich second generations for 2 days. Although she knows that it is wrong to do so, when the money is spread on the bed, Zhang Cece will still cry alone with her knees hugged late at night. After the end of the world, money becomes a bubble, but in order to live better, she chooses to agree to Xiaoming's pursuit. Because Zhang Cece knew very well that with her appearance, once she walked into the doomsday, without the deterrence of the law, what awaited her would be harder than death. So several people also understood that Ningli stayed in the countryside with everyone for a long time. From the moment Xiaoming held her hand, Zhang Cece secretly swore that she would not care about anyone's life or death in this life. She would live step by step. Even if she gave up everything, she would be the one who survived to the end. At that time, she would eventually become one of the people who made the rules. But what happened yesterday and today, and the people around her made Zhang Cece hesitate, and she began to think about her future choices. Just as she was slumped on the ground, a voice came from outside the door. "Why don't you catch up?" Outskirts of the city. Zhang Yin had already taken back the bag of tools, and the rope was also thrown on the ground. The three of them were sitting in the open space next to the parking lot. A few minutes later, footsteps came from the front, and 2 figures appeared in front of them. As soon as she stopped, Zhang Cece supported her knees with sweaty hands, bent over and breathed deeply. Chapter 744. But the next second, Zhang Cece realized that she was a little exposed, and then she stood up, holding her chest. "Are you all right?" Looking at the 2 people's embarrassed appearance, Zhang Yin walked over and asked. Jinyu ran so far, his breathing was a little rapid. He shook his head and said, "These black bugs have a fucking outrageous sense of smell. I ran and threw Molotov cocktails, but it didn't work. They were still chasing after me." This time, even Jinyu couldn't help it, and cursed in anger. He was not afraid of zombies, zombie worms, or even others who came to his door. But the infected leeches were terrifying, because they were not only fast, but also could jump and even parasitize in the stomach of zombies. After the last incident, Jinyu told everyone about the precautions. If you encounter a zombie with a swollen abdomen, you must not kill it at close range. If you don't have a bow and arrow or a slingshot, just run away. Hearing this, Dazhuang pulled Ningli up from the ground with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Have you 2 forgotten that we didn't run away before, but we killed all these beasts before we ended it?" At this moment, Jinyu looked at the blood on Ningli and Zhang Cece's wrists and thought, "No wonder the blood of corpses has no effect on them. Your wounds have not been treated yet, and with the smell of us living people, we are simply walking food." Zhang Cece's shoes had been kicked off before, so she later chose a pair of slippers in the second-floor room next door. Due to the previous running, the wound on her ankle bled again. But there was nothing to be done about it. This time, Chen Yu and his friends did not bring bandages. But since the wound was not fatal, no one cared about it, but it looked a little scary. Ningli looked at her bruised wrist and said, "Since they like blood, why not just collect the blood, so that we can lure the insects away?" After the words fell, everyone looked at Chen Yu. In their opinion, following this man would make them feel safe. Of course, The most important thing is that Zhang and De Zhuang don't like to think about things. It's too tiring. If they escape, it's fine, but if something unexpected happens, they will feel guilty. Qin frowned and thought about this method carefully. At this moment, a dense swarm of insects suddenly crawled out of the wall dozens of meters behind him. That scene alone made everyone feel nauseous. Qin quickly said, if these insects are not killed, they will inevitably cause greater threats if they are left in the wild. Secondly, I am worried that they may reproduce. If this is the case, we will have to find a way to clean them up in the future. In this case, let's just kill them all today to prevent future troubles. After saying that, he looked at the last 3 Molotov cocktails in the bag, then turned around and gave an order. Brother Da Zhuang, the oil extractor is in the trunk. Go and extract the gasoline from the car, then scatter the oil in a circular pattern around the car at a distance of 2 meters. Zhang, go and back up the truck a little bit. Ningli and Zhang Cici, you two should smear the blood on the car quickly. After a few words, the black bugs moved closer to them, and then everyone got busy, and Qin took the last 3 Molotov cocktails and threw them at the bugs. The reason why Da Zhuang was asked to pump out the gasoline was that Qin discovered that these black bugs could actually recognize the smell of white wine and take a detour. But I don't know if it's because they didn't see it. All the bugs were lying on the ground and moving slowly, as if they were smelling the smell. Da Zhuang squatted in front of the car and pressed the plastic bottle in his hand hard, but the speed was a bit slow and made him very anxious. Seeing this, he turned his head to look at the huge number of black bugs, gritted his teeth, and then pulled off the bottle, grabbed the hose with his right hand, and sucked it directly with his mouth. As he watched the gasoline pour out, Da Zhuang started spitting, but there was still an unpleasant taste in his mouth, and it was quite bitter. Rinse your mouth with this. Zhang ran over with a bottle of water and handed it to Da Zhuang, who was retching. He had already parked the truck back a little, and even turned around, so he ran over to help. With everyone's help, the trap was set in less than 2 minutes. In order to get more blood, Zhang Cici even bit the wound on her wrist a little bigger with her teeth. Even though she was sweating profusely from the pain, she still endured it. Hearing the prepared shouts behind him, Qin first ran forward for more than 10 meters, and the black bugs instantly discovered his figure. Then, the densely packed bugs soared in speed and quickly jumped towards him. Then Qin ran back as if his feet were greased, and his target was the car covered with blood. This time, there were only 5 people in total, 2 of whom were injured girls. Qin would not be stupid enough to fight with them. And the 3 of them didn't have machetes, so daggers weren't very suitable for chopping. When he was about to rush to the car, Qin quickly jumped over the hood of the car, then picked up the zombie's thigh on the ground and swung it back vigorously. The smelly blood appeared behind him. Using this method, Qin barely isolated the smell of living people on his body and ran forward again. When his figure disappeared near the car for 2 seconds, those dense black insects instantly surrounded the car, and the blood disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Da Zhuang, who was standing on the top of the truck, was already ready. He turned his head and put down the arrow. After Ningli used a lighter to ignite the cloth strip at the arrowhead, Da Zhuang quickly shot the flaming arrow out. The flame touched the gasoline on the ground, and a circular fire line was instantly ignited. At this moment, after Zhang confirmed that Qin was safe, he took out his Desert Eagle, held it with both hands, and aimed at the position of the car's fuel tank about 20 meters away. Bang bang, a few gunshots, the bullets flew over mercilessly, and several black insects were shot through the body. When the 3rd bullet was fired, it hit the fuel tank on the spot. The next second, a burst of flames rose up instantly, accompanied by an even more ferocious explosion than before. In the weeds, Qin held the zombie's leg and looked at the explosion, muttering to himself, "Now that some gasoline has been pumped out in advance, the power is finally not that terrible." Thinking of this, he reached out and touched his shoulder. Once in a village at the foot of a mountain, Qin and Uncle Wa also encountered a car explosion, but the difference was much greater. At that time, the explosive power of the grenade alone directly rolled Qin several times before stopping. Chapter 745. Later, Qin guessed that there would be another explosion, so he quickly hid behind a big rock to avoid being torn apart by the fragments. He remembered clearly that the zombies were instantly turned into pieces of meat. A burst of black smoke rose. Qin estimated the time, then picked up a stick from the side, sharpened it a little with a dagger, and waved to Zhang and De Zhuang. Seeing this, De Zhuang jumped off the car, and Ningli sat on the roof and asked, "Where are you going?" "Finish off." The 3 of them held sticks and checked the black bugs that were not killed by the explosion. There were almost hundreds of zombie leeches, which were blown into blood clots in an instant, and were torn into pieces everywhere. More than 10 minutes later, Jinyu finally killed a bug with only half of it left, and waved his hand. "Let's go, it should be dead." After the voice fell, several people walked towards the truck. Zhang Yin just started the truck and turned his head and asked, "Xiao Yu, should we go home or go get the streetlights first?" Hearing this, Jinyu looked out the window, and saw zombies slowly walking out of the mountains. Seeing this, he whispered, "Go to another marked location, stay away from here. I guess there will be another zombie tide next time." "Okay." Zhang Yin nodded, looked at the direction marked on the map, and then drove away in the truck. Ningli and Zhang Sisi sat in the back seat, leaning against the windows on the left and right, looking out the window with numb eyes. There were 5 people in the car when they came and left, but it was completely different from before. Dazhuang glanced at them, then whispered, "Are you used to it? This is the end of the world, death and crisis are everywhere. If you don't pay attention, you will watch your teammates die in front of you." Ningli wiped the tears from her eyes, retracted her gaze, looked at the man driving and asked, "Brother Zhang, is that man your friend?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin was silent for a moment, then nodded. "But he killed our classmate." Ningli touched the seat next to her, feeling very sad. "I'm sorry." Zhang Yin held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and said softly, "If we meet again someday, you can take revenge. I will never interfere, or help either side." After the voice fell, Zhang Sisi reached out, and touched the dust on the car window, whispering, "If that day really comes, we should still be at the mercy of others." Ning Lihang didn't understand this truth, so although she was very sad, she also understood that wanting revenge was nothing but a foolish dream. "I hope we won't meet again in the future." After saying that, she leaned against the car window to rest. At least now, Ningli trusted the men around her. Dazhuang sat in the back seat, and he could touch the bodies of the 2 girls with a slight movement. For this reason, he could only sit halfway, and it was not easy to lean on them. Although the 2 girls didn't say anything, Dazhuang was already with Xiao Ning, so naturally, he wouldn't have too much contact with other opposite sexes. In his opinion, since it was monogamy before the end of the world, there was no reason to hug left and right now. The car was driving on a bad road, and the body of the car began to shake. Zhang Yin glanced at the figure in the passenger seat next to him, and said, "Xiao Yu, you can take a nap. We are still more than half an hour away from our destination." Hearing this, Jinyu shook his head with a serious face. He looked out the window and sighed, "Alas, how can I sleep? What happened?" Seeing this, Zhang Yin rolled down the window, and asked, while breathing in the fresh air. Hearing this, Dazhuang started to speak. Because of a mistake, a woman suddenly appeared at the gate of our camp. She said that the man who died before was her husband, and she thought we were the murderer, and then... Just like that, he recounted what happened at the entrance of the camp. Ningli sat up in astonishment, wondering, "Sisi, is what he said true or false?" Zhang Sisi on the left was also not asleep. She hesitated for a while, then nodded. That man was indeed someone Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan met by chance, and joined their camp in a natural way. After saying this, Jinyu looked at the road ahead, the wind blew, the leaves squeaked, and then said, "That man is not thin, how could he surrender and be captured alive?" At this time, Zhang Sisi fell silent again. Seeing this, Ningli patted Dazhuang on the shoulder. "Brother, let's change positions." "Okay." After changing positions, Ningli put her hand on Zhang Sisi's leg and said seriously, "What else are you hiding from me? I thought it was abnormal at the beginning, but you also said that the man did attack the camp, so I believed it." Hearing this, Zhang Sisi lowered his head and murmured. Wang Haoxuan made a baby swaddle out of the clothes he picked up, and put it behind a big tree. Because it was night, he took off his pants and used the previous. "What happened before? Tell me." Ningli was a little angry. "Do you still remember that the 2 of them carried Wu Yuan's body out to bury it?" Zhang Sisi turned her head, her eyes slightly red. "Could it be?" Ningli thought about it, and reacted instantly. Then Zhang Sisi continued. "Zhao Ming collected the blood from Wu Yuan's body and hid it. He originally planned to use it as a trap, but later encountered an attack on their camp. Then Wang Haoxuan used the blood and smeared it on his thigh to make it look like a difficult birth, because in today's environment, no one would first distinguish whether he was a man or a woman. So you took advantage of that man's kindness and tricked him?" Jinyu sat in the co-pilot seat, and said expressionlessly, "People's hearts are tricked by human nature, it's really good." Hearing this, Zhang Sisi cried, and shook her head and said, I didn't participate in them. It's just that I went to the toilet at that time, and happened to run into this scene." The two threatened me not to tell it, otherwise they would kill me. In fact, I knew very well that Zhao Ming was reluctant to kill me, but at that moment, I still agreed, because I didn't want to live this kind of life of hiding. At this point, Zhang Cixi pinched her pants with both hands and told everything. Zhao Ming told me that the man didn't believe him at first, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times, and even kept emphasizing that the baby's mother had died of dystocia, and he couldn't take care of such a small child alone, so he begged for help. After the voice fell, Qinyu snorted coldly. What a coincidence, the man also happened to be a father, am I right? Zhang Cixi replied in a low voice. Chapter 746. They were afraid that the man would talk nonsense, but they didn't dare to cut off his tongue because he might bleed to death, and it would be too late to bring him to the gate of your camp. So, Zhao Ming sewed the man's mouth together with needle and thread to prevent him from being discovered. Zhang Cixi was already sobbing when she finished speaking. After hearing this, Ningli collapsed and shouted angrily, how could you do this? Then Ningli pulled out the dagger from Dazhuang next to her, put the knife against Zhang Cixi's neck, and said painfully, I never thought that the friends around me were all cruel and ruthless people. You stabbed the man's heart so quickly because you were afraid he would expose your evil face. Go ahead. Zhang Cixi closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Rather than dying in the hands of others, or even being bitten to death by zombies, I would rather die in your hands. Do you think I dare not? Ningli was a little emotional at this time, and she yelled again. Zhang Yin in the front row saw this, and slowed down the car a little, and then stopped. Qinyu tapped the car window with his right hand. Dazhuang understood what he meant, and then stepped aside to take back the dagger. Be careful, there is zombie blood on it. It is easy to get infected. Then Qinyu nodded slightly, signaling Zhang Yin to continue driving, and then he said softly, At that time I had guessed that the man was not our enemy, because I believed in the people around me, they would not lie to me. But I didn't expect that you, a girl who looks weak, would kill him so quickly. That's why I told you to get out of my sight. Zhang Cixi hugged her shoulders, and huddled in the back seat. She looked under the seat and murmured, Then why did you let us in again? Because you are Li Yao's roommates, and she was still protecting her former partner before she disappeared. After saying this, Zhang Yin stepped on the brake and turned his head to look at the side in astonishment. Damn, is that so? Fortunately, Qinyu grabbed the door handle in advance, so he didn't hit his head, but the people behind him didn't feel so good. Hearing the noise, Zhang Yin turned his head and said sorry, then started the truck and continued on his way. Li Yao once saved my beloved in a critical moment, but I couldn't give her what she wanted. After the voice fell, Dazhuang rubbed his forehead, curled his lips and said, What if she doesn't care about living under the same roof with Dr. Shaolin, or even willing to be a mistress? After all, in this doomsday environment, what's wrong with a strong man having a few more women? Okay, I tell Xiao Ning when I get back. Zhang Yin glanced at the rearview mirror, and said with a smile, Damn it! Dazhuang was a little anxious when he heard it. Playing is playing, joking is joking, don't joke about this. Xiao Ning is a very good girl, I have her, and it's enough for me. Then you still talk about Xiao Yu. Doesn't she know more about these things than you? Zhang Yin rolled his eyes, looked at the endless road ahead, and stepped on the accelerator a little deeper. Oh, just a joke, just a joke. Dazhuang also knew that he said a little too much, and then continued to sit down. Qinyu turned his head and looked out the window, and said slowly, If she knew you were still alive, she would be happier. About 1,000 kilometers away, in the Panyuan camp, intermittent gunshots were heard from a bungalow somewhere. A young girl in a black vest, wearing goggles, holding a pistol in one hand and practicing shooting. Next to her was a girl holding a box of ping-pong balls in her arms. Every time the girl nodded, she would throw a ping-pong ball into the house. The next second, the girl would aim and pull the trigger. Although she often missed, she could still hit 1 out of 10 shots. Sister Yao, why did you exchange all your points for bullets? Really, it would be better to exchange them for some drinks. The girl muttered, her tone still a little unhappy. Hearing this, Li Yao, with a frosty face, emptied the last magazine, then took off her goggles and handed them to her. Xin, it's your turn. Ah, do I have to practice too? Fong Xian's face was a little bitter, but looking at the expression of the girl in front of her, she had no choice but to put down the ping-pong ball. Really, my little hands are already calloused. After she got the gun, Li Yao turned around and walked out of the house. Hearing the door open, Lin Hao casually put the cigarette into his inner pocket and smiled. Have you finished practicing? Thank you for your help these days. Li Yao looked at him and said gratefully, If you hadn't intervened, I wouldn't have been the first person to exchange points for bullets. After the voice fell, Lin Hao waved his hand indifferently. Well, since you have met my sister and our friends, we are all family, and it's awkward to say these things. At this time, Li Yao was no longer as repulsive to Lin Hao as before, because she accidentally discovered that Lin Yi was his biological sister some time ago. It all started with the last time she was beaten with a stick. At dusk the next day, Li Yao was called away. Although she was very tired, she also knew that she was new here and must not offend too many people. In order to prevent her pretty face from becoming a burden, Li Yao often left the factory with a dark face, which she deliberately smeared with coal. Secondly, Li Yao would deliberately wear some large-sized clothes to make herself look bloated. In this way, no men really paid attention to her. After all, in this camp, many women were engaged in some kind of profession to survive in the doomsday. So to be precise, Li Yao was indeed safer in Pawnee Bay than outside, because most people could not beat her. But every time she beat those people, and made them beg for mercy, Li Yao was more grateful to Qinyu, and wanted to see him more. If Qinyu hadn't appeared at the beginning, Li Yao knew very well what her fate would be. With her condition at that time, she would definitely not survive for more than a month if she fell into the hands of Fan Shiyong and his 2 lackeys. Since Li Yao had seen too much cruelty in the doomsday, and the miserable appearance of those women, she knew that she would never be able to repay Qinyu in this life. If it weren't for Qinyu, she wouldn't have met Xiao Jiao and others, let alone accepted the training during that period. In the doomsday, the food was incomplete, let alone training. Even eating was not enough. But that group of people actually provided food for the 3 people without hesitation, just because they would help them avenge their relatives after the training. Skills are not learned in vain, especially when most of the survivors are ordinary people. Even if Li Yao didn't learn much, she can still protect herself, which is enough. Chapter 747. But Li Yao also knew that the only thing she could do was to help Qinyu, and make everyone live better. Not long after arriving at Fengyi community, Li Yao also thought about dedicating herself to Qinyu, because the apocalypse was too dangerous, and she didn't know how long she could live. If she couldn't go on with Qinyu as a partner, it would be nice to be his first woman. So when Li Yao heard footsteps after taking a shower in the bathroom, she deliberately went out wearing a bath towel. The candlelight was dim. She originally thought that under that situation, the 2 of them might go with the flow and something would happen. If it was really implemented according to the plan, then Li Yao would leave Qinyu and embark on the road of survival alone. She would not continue to stay in the community, because that would definitely make it difficult for Qinyu to choose, and Li Yao was unwilling to compete with Lin Yi. At that time, she thought that Lin Yi could have Qinyu for decades, but she only wanted to have him for one night, just to repay the grace of saving her life. But what Li Yao didn't expect was that Qinyu turned his back to her the moment he saw her wearing a bath towel. At that time, she thought Qinyu was going to leave, and she was even shocked. From that time on, Li Yao decided never to interfere with his relationship with Lin Yi. She even deliberately kept a distance from Qinyu and stayed with those cars every day. And Li Yao also secretly decided that she would work together with Qinyu to protect everyone around them. So later when the community was attacked, Li Yao rushed to the infirmary as soon as she got the weapon, and successfully rescued Lin Yi and Xiao Ning. Li Yao has always been kind. She will not be jealous of Lin Yi just because she likes Qinyu. On the contrary, in her opinion, love is not the only relationship in this world. Teammates, friends, and life and death friends, etc., can accompany each other. She used to be unable to figure it out, so many people thought she was secretly in love with Qinyu. But as time went on, Li Yao gradually figured it out. The most important thing is that Qinyu also felt like a jerk during that time, because he was an orphan since childhood and was in the end of the world. Before his life was stable, Qinyu didn't have the confidence to tell Lin Yi his true feelings. He didn't want to live a life of displacement with his beloved. As a result, people misunderstood his true thoughts. To put it bluntly, Qinyu was also a bachelor at the beginning, and there was nothing wrong with Li Yao liking him. If it were any girl, if she was rescued when she was about to be defiled, it would be easy for her to have a good impression. It was precisely because Li Yao was determined to go back and find her former partners that Lin Hao's plan was changed. In the end, by chance, Qinyu and others escaped. Li Yao followed the people to a luxurious villa, and then the person in front of her pressed the doorbell, and a voice came from inside. "Come in. Miss Li, please come in." The subordinate pushed open the door, and motioned her to go in. Hearing this, Li Yao hesitated for a while, turned her head and asked, "Who is inside?" "It's Brother Hao." The subordinate answered in a low voice. Hearing this, Li Yao frowned slightly, and then walked in reluctantly, but she didn't know that she found out that there were such coincidences in the world. Walking along the stone-paved road, if it weren't for her dirty clothes, Li Yao even thought she had returned to the world before the end of the world. Pushing open the door of the villa, a man was kneeling in the hall on the first floor, and blood was everywhere on the ground. Lin Hao sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, and a girl behind him was massaging his shoulders. Seeing someone coming in, Lin Hao closed his eyes and lazily said, "Sit down." Li Yao did not move. She glanced at the man on the ground and said expressionlessly, "What do you mean?" After the voice fell, Lin Hao waved his left hand, and then the girl behind him walked away. Then he smiled and said, "He was the one who beat you yesterday, right?" Before Li Yao could speak, Lin Hao started talking to himself. TSK, my people sent you over to report, but he gave you a stick in front of so many people. Isn't this shitting on my head?" After saying that, Lin Hao picked up the pool cue leaning against the sofa and hit the man hard with it. The cue was broken on the spot, and the man on the ground howled again. Then Lin Hao waved his hand, and the madman next to him stepped forward a few steps and handed a dagger to Li Yao. "It's up to you next." Hearing this, the man on the ground immediately crawled in front of Li Yao, hugged her legs and begged, "Beauty, I have old people and children to take care of. Please forgive me, I will be your slave from now on." As he spoke, he kowtowed. However, Li Yao did not speak, but walked to the iron rack next to him, where weapons were placed, and took a baseball bat from it. Then Lin Hao nodded slightly, and the madman directly pinned the man on the ground, and then grabbed his arm and pressed it against the coffee table. "The other hand," Li Yao said coldly while holding the bat. After changing, Li Yao raised the baseball bat and smashed it down suddenly, and then she said in a deep voice, "You have old people and children. What does it have to do with me? This is the end of the world, not the past." Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Almost instantly, the man on the ground fainted from the pain. Soon the madman called 2 people and carried the man to the infirmary. Lin Hao stood up, looked at Li Yao standing there, curled his lips and said, "The little girl is not big, but she is very strong." Hearing this, Li Yao threw the baseball bat on the ground, then frowned slightly. "We are not very familiar with each other. I am very grateful that you can let someone heal my injury, but I hope you understand that even if it is the end of the world, I will not be like other women otherwise." After saying that, she took 2 steps back. Hearing that, Lin Hao touched his hair with his hand and asked curiously, "What else are you going to do?" Li Yao glanced at the 2 maids standing at the wall of the hall, and then her expression revealed a hint of determination. "If you want to get me by force, then I will definitely die rather than obey." As soon as the voice fell, Li Yao's right hand quickly swept behind her head, took out a piece of razor blade from her tied hair, and then pressed it against her neck. "Is that what you think of me?" Lin Hao was shocked at first, then smiled and continued to sit on the sofa. "What else?" Li Yao's expression was very serious. She would rather die than let another man touch her. Then she said in a deep voice, "We just met, but you took me so far and took care of me afterwards. I know you are looking for your sister, but I really haven't heard of that name." Chapter 748. Secondly, I am different from your women. As she spoke, Li Yao also looked at the 2 maids. These words made them so angry that they even wanted to refute loudly. However, due to Lin Hao's majesty, the 2 could only pretend not to hear. After listening, Lin Hao shook his head helplessly, and then he waved, "Come here, both of you." The next second, the 2 young maids in the distance walked towards him. Looking at their exquisite figures and delicate skin, Li Yao turned her head away. "Tell me, have I ever touched you?" After this, the 2 girls looked at Li Yao and said angrily, "No, although Brother Lin is usually a bit bad-tempered, speaks harshly, and does things ruthlessly, he has always respected us and even refused to let us in to serve him when he was taking a bath." Hearing this, Lin Hao's head was filled with black lines. "Okay, don't say what you shouldn't say. Am I being harsh to you? Who told you to tell the sisters last time that I'm not a normal man? Fortunately, this matter has not spread, otherwise I would send you 2 to the mine to dig coal, believe it or not." "No." The 2 girls blushed and walked away. Although they were a little afraid of Lin Hao in private, they were not so afraid once there were outsiders. After getting along for a long time, they found that Lin Hao was countless times better than other men in the doomsday. Seeing this scene, Li Yao hesitated for a while, then put down the blade, and said with a frown, "Then why do you take care of me so much?" "Because." Lin Hao stood up and was about to speak when he suddenly turned around and shouted, "You 2 go to the kitchen and bring out the dried meat." "Okay, Brother Hao. Next, let's talk business." The 2 girls also know that some words can't be listened to, especially that although Lin Hao looks good, he is notoriously cruel. They can live to this day, so they naturally won't do anything extra. Being able to joke doesn't mean they can cross the line. So the two girls closed the door after entering the kitchen and even blocked their ears. Lin Hao walked to Li Yao, causing the latter to take another half step back. Then he stood in front of her and whispered, "Because you are far away, and you are also a clean person, Li Yao." The last time they were in the hospital, they exchanged names. Although she knew that Lin Hao might not mean that, she still asked, "What do you mean?" Then Lin Hao looked at the scene outside the house in the distance and said lightly, "It means that I should be able to trust you, because you don't belong here. Let's go, it's still early, let me show you some human nature." After saying that, Lin Hao turned and walked towards the kitchen, knocking gently on the door. Xiaoya and Xiaoxue, one of you takes the dried meat, and the other takes the dog in the backyard. After giving the order, Lin Hao walked to the water dispenser and reached out to take the charged mobile phone. Seeing this, Li Yao was stunned. Then Lin Hao walked in front of her, shook the item in his hand and smiled. "See, in the doomsday, when most people are still worried about food and drink, we have used electricity again, and can even use it to charge this thing, even though there is no network now." After he finished speaking, he took Li Yao, two maids and the dog and walked outside. It was already evening, and the sky gradually darkened. A few minutes later, light came from the surroundings and the street lights came on. Looking at the solar street lights standing nearby, Li Yao murmured to herself, "Is this the high-end area?" The same sky, but two different lives. The area she was in was better than the slums. At least there was food every day, and she could earn points. Lin Hao led her, and walked for about half an hour until they saw some areas surrounded by iron sheets. There were no street lights around here, but there was a brazier every few meters for lighting. There were two men with rifles standing guard at the door. They greeted Lin Hao first, and then opened the door. "Come on, come in and take a look." Lin Hao smiled at Li Yao next to him, and stepped in. The environment in the slum was even worse than Li Yao had imagined. The ground was not made of cement, but just some dirt. In addition, it rains occasionally, so the ground is very wet, and there are even potholes everywhere. As soon as the few people walked in, the two girls behind them covered their mouths and noses. They didn't understand why Brother Hao came to this place. When the door was closed again, three young men walked out of the guard post next to them, and also greeted Lin Hao with a very respectful attitude, and then followed them with weapons in hand. Seeing that Li Yao was a little confused, Lin Hao explained softly, "They are here to protect you, Xiaoya, Xiaoxue, and even Tuanchuan." "Who is Tuan Tuan?" "My dog." As the group walked deeper and deeper, some people gradually walked out of the simple houses built with iron sheets nearby. There were old people, children, and even disabled people. Most of their clothes were tattered, and many of them didn't even have shoes to wear, just stepping in the mud. Everyone's face was numb, some were indifferent, some revealed viciousness, and even undisguised jealousy. Seeing the dried meat in Xiaoya's arms, some people began to drool, and some people who used to like eating dog meat set their eyes on the lively big yellow dog. Soon many people followed the team, forming a magnificent landscape. Lin Hao led Li Yao to the only cement area in the middle of the slum, and then walked onto the platform. Right in front of the few people, about 100 people stood below and looked at them eagerly. "Xiaoxue, stand over there and tie Tuanchuan there." Hearing this, the girl quickly did as she was told. Then Lin Hao reached out and took out a handful of dried meat from the basin next to him and threw it out casually. In an instant, the people below started to scramble for it and even fought. About 10 seconds later, Lin Hao took out a gun from his body and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Bang! The gunshot startled many people, and then the noise became smaller and smaller. When those people dispersed, Li Yao's expression suddenly froze slightly, and she saw a thin boy in his teens, who was covered in blood, crawling up from the ground and limping to the edge of the crowd. Then the boy trembled and took out the dried meat that he had finally snatched from his arms, and handed it to a little girl with a dirty face. "Sister," he quickly. Before he finished speaking, a hand stretched out from the side, and snatched the dried meat away. "You bastard, you have food but don't want to give it to your father?" Chapter 749. Seeing the piece of dried meat being snatched away, the boy went crazy and rushed over to grab it. "Give it to me, give it to me. This is my sister's. She is still young and needs nutrition. You can't snatch it." But how could the boy be a match for his father? Moreover, he was so thin that he was kicked to the ground by his own father in a few kicks. The other little girl seemed to be used to it. Only when the man with the dried meat left did she lie on her brother and cry loudly. Although the people around were accusing the man of stealing their daughter's food, they seemed to have forgotten that a minute ago, these people were also fighting with the boy for the piece of dried meat that was about the size of 2 fingers. Whoever gets that piece of dried meat back, I will reward him double. Lin Hao patted Li Yao on the shoulder, then took a step forward and shouted loudly. As soon as the voice fell, 5 or 6 other people who didn't grab the food rushed towards the man, and soon screams were heard. At this moment, a scene that Li Yao didn't expect appeared, and she stared with her eyes wide open and was stunned. The boy who was lying on the ground quickly got up, and then ran over there with his sister, and then opened his hands to block the man on the ground. "You are not allowed to hit my father." But the big and small were quickly picked up and thrown away, and then the meat in the man's hand was snatched away, and then a figure ran towards Lin Hao and others. And Lin Hao also gave him 2 pieces of meat as agreed. Just as he left, a few people followed him quietly. Li Yao could guess what would happen next. Then Lin Hao turned around and ordered, "Take 10 pieces of meat, and personally send the family of 3 back until they lock the door." "Understood." A subordinate nodded, took out enough meat, and walked downstairs. Then Lin Hao spoke softly. "Killing is prohibited in the slums, but fighting is inevitable. In order to prevent people from snatching food from each other, I have set a rule that once the supplies enter someone else's house, anyone who dares to go in and snatch will be sentenced to death." That piece of dried meat was torn into pieces and boiled into soup, which might be the dinner for the 3 of them. In order to prevent others from snatching it away, they put on this show. Facts have proved that if it weren't for my intervention, the man would have been beaten with a stick later, and he might even have a limp. Hearing this, Li Yao looked at the man holding 2 children, one big and one small, and slowly walking in other directions following Lin Hao's men. Her eyes were also lost in thought. "Do you know that supplies are delivered to the slums every 2 days, and every household can go to receive them? But do you know why these people still look like they are starving to death?" Xiaoxue, tell her. After saying that, Lin Hao carried the pot of meat again and walked to the position in front of the dog. After hearing the instructions, Xiaoxue stood next to Li Yao, turned her head and whispered, "These people actually have food and water at home, but they still deliberately make this pitiful appearance, because this way, they can get more shares when the supplies are distributed. When you live better than others, then they will be jealous of you and even exclude you, but when you live a miserable life, those people may look down on you, but at least you can survive. The principle of not showing off your wealth before the end of the world is still applicable now." At this moment, Lin Hao stood in front of everyone and shouted loudly, "Is there anyone who comes to kowtow to my dog? Once you kowtow, you will be rewarded with a piece of dried meat." After this, Li Yao originally thought that many people would raise their hands, but the ending was still unexpected. Most people turned around and left. They could kowtow to people in exchange for food, but no one would kneel down to the dog. After all, there was food at home. Soon, the crowd gradually dispersed, and only 4 people were left in the open space in front of them. 2 children, a pregnant woman, and a man with disabled arms. These people who stayed here were the kind of people who had difficulty getting food, and the supplies they received on weekdays were often the last to be received. 2 of the children were brothers, and the other 2 were a couple. A few seconds later, the 2 children also walked away. The remaining man at this time, he looked at his wife, and then he made up his mind and walked towards the dog's position. From the first kowtow, the people watching the fun began to laugh at him. A grown man who kneels to the heavens, the earth, and his parents, actually kowtows to a dog in front of his wife. Are you a man? Hey, stop kowtow. How about you lend me your wife for a few days, and I give you a piece of fish, ha ha ha. There really are people who are so incompetent that they kneel to a beast in front of so many people, tut tut. Although there were all kinds of laughter and insults around him, the man seemed to be deaf to them and kowtowed. Just when Li Yao couldn't bear to watch any more, the next scene shocked her again. When the man kowtowed to the 20th time, some people came forward and tried to help him kowtow a few more times. When the man kowtowed to the 40th time, the mocking voices around him disappeared, and instead, others began to raise their hands, saying that they hadn't thought clearly just now, and asked if they could give him a chance now, even if they could just call the dog Dad. But Lin Hao didn't care at all, and just stood there indifferently. Finally, when the man below kowtowed 100 times, more than a dozen people began to kneel in front of the dog, begging Lin Hao to give them a chance as well. Lin Hao jumped off the platform, personally helped the man with blood on his forehead up, and then handed the pot of meat to his wife. Then Xiaoya and Xiaoxue led the dog, and Li Yao followed beside them, and several people escorted the couple back home. When the door was completely closed, the others immediately regretted painfully. Damn, such a big pot of meat, This family will not worry about food and drink for at least a month. Why couldn't I hold on just now? Ah. Lin Hao led everyone and slowly walked towards the door. When standing outside, Lin Hao turned to look at Li Yao and said word by word, "In the face of survival, dignity is nothing." Although he kneeled down to the dogs, he could keep his wife from starving and from waiting in line for supplies with a big belly. In my opinion, he is still a man. Thinking back, when I encountered a zombie outbreak abroad, in order to survive, and to meet my parents and sister again, I even hid in the animal carriage of a steam train to escape. Don't even mention kneeling down to the dogs. At that time, those dogs directly pooped and peed on me, because the carriage in front was full of zombies, and everyone squeezed back desperately, and I could only hide in there to return home alive. Chapter 750. Lin Hao walked and talked, and then took out his old mobile phone. When he looked at the family of 4 on the lock screen, his voice was a little hoarse. I didn't expect that after I came back with so much hardship and effort, I only found the bodies of my parents in the end. What happened? Li Yao walked on the right side. She glanced at Lin Hao's mobile phone and asked softly. However, due to the angle, she didn't see who was on the phone clearly. You two go back first. Lin Hao turned around and looked at Xiaoya and Xiaoxue and said, "Okay." The 2 girls nodded and left with the big yellow dog. After the 2 of them left, Lin Hao looked at his watch and said, "It's still early. Why don't you come with me for a walk? By the way, I let you take a good look at our camp." Hearing this, Li Yao pondered for a while, and then said, "This place is so big that I thought it was a city." Haha, isn't it better to be bigger? At least everyone has a place to live. Hearing this, Li Yao stopped and looked at the iron fences 100 meters behind her, muttering, "If that's the case, why are there still people living there?" After saying this, Lin Hao walked towards the shadows in the distance. If you remember correctly, there were some stone chairs there before. This place was called Pawnee Bay before. It was a wealthy area built next to the city. There is only one cross-sea highway to enter. Do you think we made these people live so miserably? Li Yao looked at his figure and whispered, "Isn't it true? You need people to develop, so naturally they are divided into different levels." Lin Hao walked to the stone table, reached under the table, and took out a half candle. He then took out a lighter from his body, lit it, and put it on the table. Li Yao walked over and sat down, watching him put the lighter in his pocket, frowned slightly, and said, "You carry a lighter with you and a cigarette that will never be lit. It seems that you have many stories. This is the last pack of cigarettes my sister bought for me. I couldn't bear to finish it, so I kept it as a memory." Lin Hao took off his eye patch in front of Li Yao. Seeing the shocking scar, Li Yao felt a little bit reluctant. "I forgot to tell you that my family was well off before. My parents and grandfather were all businessmen for generations. I also run dozens of chain supermarkets. Logically, people like us have nothing to fear even if we encounter the end of the world." "Why?" Li Yao asked. "Because there was a lot of money. When the zombies first broke out, the supplies skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye, until the money lost its effect and could only be exchanged for goods." Lin Hao scratched the skin around the blind eye with his hand, then put it on and continued. "Although the zombies appeared almost at the same time around the world, some places abroad were actually a few hours faster. Relying on the information gap and my unlimited credit card, I bought a large shopping mall and a gun store in advance." At this point, Li Yao, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly interrupted him. "No, didn't you just say that you returned home alive by hiding in the animal carriage? According to your urgent feelings of missing your family, it's useless for you to have so much food. You can't bring it back. Don't worry, just listen to me." Lin Hao put his mobile phone on the table, crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair and said, "No matter how rich I am, I can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. At that time, the zombies just appeared for a month. In fact, I couldn't leave the city. At that time, I owned a shopping mall, and it was not easy to defend it even with a gun. The apocalypse has broken out, and there are $0 purchases everywhere. Since I used to go to the shooting range frequently, I also used some firearms. With a sniper rifle, I fought off several waves of survivors." After saying this, Li Yao glanced at his strong and powerful muscles and whispered, "You didn't meet any otherworldly masters, did you?" Hearing this, Lin Hao was amused by her. "I can't say they are masters, but I did meet a few people. They used to be from a killer organization. Well, the leader of the group still has white hair. So you later." "Yeah." Lin Hao recalled the past and said softly, "I provided them with food and the route back to China. In return, the white-haired man taught me a lot of skills. It is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for him, I would not be able to conquer this world even if I returned to China. What Lin Hao said made Li Yao feel the same way. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but ask, since there are zombies everywhere, why do you all have to come back? I know you're looking for your family, but why do those assassins want to come back? Although I was a student before, I know that these organizations can only develop better abroad, right? After all, the headquarters is over there. Just then, a thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and the leaves around were blown by the wind. Lin Hao tapped the stone table with his fingers and answered casually, I asked him about this before, but the white-haired man said that he wanted to return home to hunt down the traitors in the organization. But he soon changed the subject, but I think those people said they were ruthless, but they were not in a hurry at all, as if they were afraid of being caught up. Of course, this may just be my illusion. Is that so? Li Yao barely understood some of it. She turned her head and looked at the sky, which was already a little dark. Because your parents are dead, you are more concerned about your sister's safety? Alas. Lin Hao sighed. My parents once bought a lot of real estate, one of which was a manor on the mountain. I don't know what they were thinking. When I arrived, it had become a gathering place for corpses. In fact, I can guess that it was my mother's warm-heartedness. She thought that these zombies could be dealt with quickly like rabies, so she might have accepted a lot of survivors on the road. You have just seen human nature. There are all kinds of people in the manor. After a long time, no one knows what will happen. Lin Hao also felt powerless about this. When the crisis occurred, he was tens of thousands of kilometers away. After returning to China, although he went to his former home as soon as possible, it was empty. Even the glass in the house was smashed. At that time, Lin Hao drove a car alone, shuttling through the roads of various cities. Fortunately, he had experienced more than a month of devilish training, so he could survive the crisis again and again. Chapter 751. Without a phone, Lin Hao couldn't contact anyone. He only heard his sister casually mention that she seemed to have bought a villa in a small city before he went abroad. But after all, his family was financially well off, so Lin Hao just asked her to pick a good place, and didn't ask in detail which city it was. Little did he know that it was precisely because of this that Lin Hao had no way of finding her whereabouts. Later, he knew that he couldn't survive for a long time by relying on his own strength, let alone find his sister, so after thinking it over, Lin Hao joined a certain force. At that time, the camp was just when Brother Chen was preparing to attack the former Pawnee Bay. Relying on his skills that were far better than others, Lin Hao was soon reused. Then he led people to rob supplies, while asking about his sister's whereabouts. But unlike other villains, Lin Hao would not easily take the lives of those survivors. Secondly, he would not allow others to take action, unless they met some extremely vicious criminals. In that case, Lin Hao would not be soft-hearted at all, and would basically cut the grass and root it out. However, without photos, it is difficult to get useful clues based on descriptions and names. Although Pawnee Bay later restored some power supply, Lin Hao's mobile phone was broken during his escape. He tried hard to find many mobile phone repair shops before finding a replaceable screen. But without professionals, Lin Hao had no way to repair his mobile phone, because the mobile phone contained photos of their family, so the importance was self-evident. It was not until he brought Li Yao back that the madman met a survivor who had worked as a repairman in a mobile phone shop before. When the phone was able to charge today, Lin Hao caught the man who had beaten Li Yao before. Although the man was a patrolman, he had some power in the camp, and even asked some women to sleep with him occasionally, and others dared not speak out. But this time, he offended the wrong person. He originally wanted to use the stick in his hand to make the beautiful young girl beg for him, but the other party did not dodge at all. You called me here today, not just for these two things, right? When the second thunder sounded, Li Yao once again raised the question in her mind. Smart. Lin Hao snapped his fingers, and he touched his phone and said, I mentioned my sister's name before, but you didn't know her at all, but now I want you to look again, and see if you have seen this person. After the voice fell, he picked up the phone and prepared to find the photo of his sister in the album. Hearing this, Li Yao sighed. I can help you confirm, but I hope you understand that in today's environment, the probability of such a thing is even smaller than food falling from the sky. I know. Lin Hao flipped through the photos quickly, and at this moment, his heart was once again filled with hope. But you are the last survivor I met after walking so far. Last time I went there, it was almost 1,000 kilometers. With my means, I could only go this far. I also brought a lot of gasoline, and even got gasoline while walking on the road. Now that I have been discovered by Brother Chen, it will be really difficult to search for you over a long distance in the future. After saying that, Lin Hao pointed the phone towards Li Yao with hope and handed it over. One last time, have you really never seen the girl in the photo? She should be a few years older than you. Likes to tie her hair in a ponytail, has fair skin, nice big eyes, and a very beautiful face. You must remember her even if you only met her once. My sister had countless suitors before the end of the world, but she never had a relationship. I said it before, even if she didn't get married in this life, I, as a brother, could support her for the rest of her life, but she insisted on becoming a doctor. At this time, Li Yao was looking at the right area boredly. She was thinking about getting some hot water to wash her body. When she heard the voice next to her, she just turned her head and glanced at it casually. It was this glance that made Li Yao stand up excitedly on the spot and shouted in astonishment, "Oh my god, is this not dazzled by my eyes?" Just Li Yao's expression made Lin Hao slap the table excitedly. At this moment, he was 90% sure that he should have found his sister's whereabouts now. Then he suppressed his joy and took 2 steps forward, still somewhat excited, to Li Yao's side, and asked expectantly, Have you seen her?" Li Yao stood in front of the stone table, holding the phone, and she seemed to be attracted by the photo. What came into view was a girl in a light blue dress. The person in the photo was standing on the steps by the sea, holding a bouquet of flowers in her arms, and a pink supercar was parked next to her, and she was looking at the sunset on the horizon with a smile. Whether it was the necklace on her neck or the expensive watch on her wrist, all of them revealed Lin Yi's identity and temperament as a rich lady. At this moment, Li Yao deeply realized that Lin Yi was indeed the goddess of her dreams in this environment. Lin Hao, who was standing next to her, had red eyes. He smiled and said, "My sister's name is Lin Yi. Since you have seen the photo, it may be that she told you a fake name at the time. This photo was taken on her 21st birthday. She said that she was about to become a doctor and didn't want to use these luxury goods anymore, so she took pictures of her necklace, watch, and sports car with a camera. My sister is very smart. She is one of the best geniuses, so she became a surgeon at the age of 21. If nothing unexpected happens, she will become the youngest chief surgeon in the country in less than 10 years. But unfortunately, zombies appeared." Listening to the excited words of the man next to her, Li Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, she was worried that Lin Hao had taken a fancy to her, but since he is Lin Yi's brother, he is absolutely trustworthy in terms of character. Li Yao also likes Lin Yi very much. Although she put her love for Qingyu in her heart, she also decided that she would never be with any man again in this life. At present, she has had feelings for 2 men, Cheng Feng and Qingyu. But later, Li Yao also thought clearly that she felt more grateful to Qingyu and for saving her life. As for Qingyu, Li Yao guessed that he should be more concerned about her, because in just a few days, her classmates and childhood sweethearts all died in front of her. It's like putting it before the end of the world, 2 loved ones will get married. Even if they just like each other, it's not enough. Chapter 752. After careful consideration, Qingyu thought that the current situation might be good for both parties. And now, Li Yao, by chance, began to think so. At least she would not dwell on those things anymore. After looking at the photo, Li Yao turned her head to look at the man next to her and spoke softly. "I have indeed met Lin Yi and lived with her for a while. So she is called Lin Yi now?" After listening, Lin Hao rubbed his hands excitedly and asked again, "How is she doing?" Hearing this, Li Yao put her phone on the stone table and replied, "She lived very well before. Many people in the camp liked her and didn't let her suffer any danger." Hearing this, Lin Hao walked back and forth with a smile. It's okay. He didn't finish his words, but he suddenly grasped the key point, and then frowned slightly and said, "You just said you lived very well before. What exactly do you mean?" Li Yao sorted out his thoughts, and then slowly told Lin Yi about the many things that happened when she was almost attacked at the door of the infirmary, and the community was later beaten by Su Dali. When Lin Hao heard that Lin Yi had encountered several crises in a row, he was extremely nervous. When he even heard that his sister was pushed out to block the black bugs because someone was afraid, Lin Hao punched the stone table in anger. The stone table, which was about 4 centimeters thick, was smashed down by the angry Lin Hao. Then he asked with a gloomy face, "What happened to that man later?" "He died a long time ago." Li Yao looked at the girl on the phone and whispered. She was hung upside down on a tree until the last drop of blood was shed. When Li Yao was telling the story, she did not mention too much about Lin Yi and Qingyu, because in her opinion, if Lin Hao really met Qingyu, he would be very satisfied. Time passed by. Lin Hao asked many things about his sister, and Li Yao also told him truthfully. Until 9 o'clock in the evening, The conversation between the two came to an end. Li Yao looked at Lin Hao and said sadly, "Don't have too much hope. The last night I spent with them, the community welcomed many enemies, and their firepower was quite fierce. I have never met everyone since then. Even now, I don't even know whether my former teammates are dead or alive. I wanted to exchange for a map and a compass to start my journey home, but after hearing that the distance was so far, I had to face reality. It's really too far." After saying the last sentence, Li Yao looked into the distance helplessly, her eyes full of confusion. At this moment, she had no other choice. If she remembered correctly, that was the direction she came from. Li Yao didn't understand why Lin Hao had to go so far. If they could stay for a few more minutes, they might meet Wu Rui coming back. If they had met Wu Rui, who was still awake first, they wouldn't have been separated by thousands of miles. Lin Hao pondered for a while, then said depressedly, "When we met you in the stone house, we had just obtained a few horses. Since they were robbed and so far away, I didn't dare to be too arrogant, so I hurried back. Plus, you had a high fever and were in a coma, so we didn't even slow down. I didn't expect that the opportunity that was so close would be ruined by my own hands." After the words fell, Li Yao stood up, gritted her teeth, and continued, "Why don't we get a few people to go together? Even if there is no car and gasoline, we can just go out to search. If we can't get back in a week, then a month. Even half a year is fine, as long as we don't stop, there will be a chance to meet." She originally thought that Lin Hao would agree immediately, but the latter's reaction made her drop her jaw. "We can't leave. This matter is not as simple as you think." Lin Hao looked at Li Yao and said earnestly, "Last time we went there, we didn't have a map that far away. But didn't you return the same way? Could it be?" At this point, Li Yao was stunned. "Could it be that you didn't take the map to hurry on the road, but just rode down the road you walked?" "That's right." The temperature was a little lower at this time. Lin Hao looked at Li Yao, who was wearing thin clothes, took off his coat, and handed it to her. "Put it on, don't catch a cold. I don't need points for seeing a doctor, but you need it." It was raining outside the pavilion, and everything was wet. Li Yao waved her hand to show that she was not cold. Seeing this, Lin Hao did not continue to force it. He took the coat in his hand, frowned and said, "Essentially, the reason we went out was to search for supplies and bring back women." At this point, Lin Hao added, "But don't worry, there is no bullying in our camp. There may be occasional cases, but after all, there are too many people, and some things cannot be managed. The man whose hand you just crippled often bullied some women before, but those women never came to me, so I didn't deal with him until today." After the voice fell, Li Yao said softly, "You are in a high position. How dare these low-level people come to you? I'm afraid they can't even enter the high-level area." "You have a point. I will have someone take care of this matter." Lin Hao nodded and continued, "Although I have walked a long way with my men, I can only remember the road I have walked. In other words, I actually didn't know there were people there. I met you by accident, including those horses. Otherwise, after knowing more about them, how could I leave in such a hurry? So we can only stay here for a short time?" Li Yao was a little unwilling. Hearing this, Lin Hao turned his head and looked around, then waved to Li Yao, signaling her to come closer. Then Lin Hao covered his eyes with his hands, and then leaned close to Li Yao's ear and slowly told her his next plan. At the door of the luxurious manor, the white-haired man looked at the map handed over by his men, and his face darkened a little. "I know, go down." The white-haired man crumpled the paper into a ball, and then walked into the house. Then he was about to step into the door, and suddenly thought of something, turned around and shouted, "Wait, you come first." Hearing this, the subordinate, who had already left, hurried back. "Okay, instructor, just follow your instructions. Go and call the woman from before. I have something to ask her." "Who?" The subordinate was a little confused. The white-haired man thought for a moment and said, "It's the one whose little finger was cut off before." Chapter 753. Li Yao, who returned to the warehouse dormitory, was still a little shocked. It turned out that the number of people in this camp was almost 1,000, which was completely different from the previous community. And Lin Hao also said that he couldn't remember the general area where he met Li Yao at the beginning. It was too difficult to distinguish the routes drawn on paper. He had to follow the route and replicate it step by step to accurately find the previous location. But in that case, the gasoline consumed would be extremely terrifying, because Lin Hao had been looking for his sister and searching for supplies, so he took people around to try to find living people. The gasoline that Lin Hao had saved up last time was the stock he had accumulated. In the apocalypse, the importance of this thing is basically second only to food. Thanks to Lin Hao now takes good care of Li Yao, and she no longer has to deal with coal every day like before, but has been promoted to a team leader. Now, she only needs to work 2 hours a day. Before, Li Yao had to work for 7 consecutive days to get 2 points. At this moment, with Lin Hao's greeting, she can earn 1 point a day. Living in Pawnee Bay, she can live a very good life. Last time, Lin Hao took her to the housing area of the slums, and saw the viciousness between people. At that time, Li Yao realized that the place where she lived was much better at the beginning. And later, Li Yao also simply understood the operation mode of Pawnee Bay. First of all, the reason why there are slums is that many poor people cannot easily get food, and secondly, it is not easy for them to deal with zombies. Brother Chen is really ambitious. He knows very well that if Pawnee Bay develops better, and better in the Doomsday, it will attract more people's attention. So he accepted the survivors from nearby cities and surrounding cities. No matter men, women, young or old, or the old, weak, sick, etc., Pawnee Bay will not refuse anyone. In this way, the number of living people outside has decreased sharply. Even if some people want to launch an attack, the difference in numbers is not so easy to make up. At the beginning, the number of people in the camp soared, and there were indeed many people with bad intentions, but they were all suppressed by Brother Chen with force. Compared with the methods used by Feng Yi to manage the community, Brother Chen's method can make people obey more quickly. Most of the people with broken legs were also broken by Brother Chen's men. With people, Pawnee Bay's development became more professional, and even later set up work areas, breeding areas, and training bases. That night, the day after he and Li Yao separated, Lin Hao also called his confidants, as well as a dozen captains of the action team and other groups. Recently, Brother Chen had to recuperate, so all matters, big and small, were handed over to Lin Hao to handle, but he was not allowed to continue to take people to such a far place. As for other things, he could arrange them as he pleased. In a conference room of dozens of square meters, Lin Hao stood in front of a dozen people and clapped his hands. Sitting in front of him were the captains of each group, 10 men and 3 women, who represented the core strength of Pawnee Bay. What are your plans recently? As soon as the voice fell, a charming and beautiful woman raised her hand first, and Lin Hao looked over. Aya, you say. Hearing this, the woman named Ji stood up and flirted with Lin Hao. Then she sat on the table, with a pair of long legs in front of everyone. Then she ran her fingers over her legs and said with a smile, Xiaoya's identity was originally given by Brother Hao. If you want to do anything, just tell me. Why do you need to ask me what arrangements I have? Even if I want Xiaoya, how dare I say no? As she looked so seductive, the other men swallowed their saliva. A strong bald man blinked, whistled and said, Sister Xiaoya, what have you eaten recently? I feel that you have grown a lot. Eat your mother. Ji rolled her eyes. After this, the bald man was not annoyed. He laughed and said, My mother has been dead for many years. Her body is rotted into a mess. You can eat it, haha. Soon, everyone started talking again. Lin Hao glared at Ji first. The latter stuck out her tongue and sat down. Then he patted the table. Everyone, stop arguing. Listen to me first. Hearing this, everyone quieted down. After all, he was a popular person in front of Brother Chen. Although they didn't like Lin Hao very much, they still had to give him some face. At this time, an old man in his 60s spoke up. Ah Hao, since Xiao Chen has given you the power to be above 1,000 people, why do you need to ask us old men? If you have anything to say, just tell us. After all, everyone listens to you, right? What Mr. Jiang said is right. Although the camp belongs to Brother Chen, everyone knows that Ah Hao is the one who makes the decisions. Then, 2 other people echoed him, mocking Lin Hao for not knowing his position. But Ji was not happy to hear this. She slapped the table with her little hand, stood up and shouted at the top of her voice, You old man, what are you talking about in a roundabout way? Brother Hao's status is earned by fighting through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Who is like you, relying on being a relative of Brother Chen, and only focusing on women all day long? But some people only have so many mistresses, and don't know who the biological father of the child is, tut tut tut. By the way, you should be almost 70 years old, right? You are already halfway to the ground, and you are still imitating the tricks of young people. I don't know if you will die in bed one day. Hearing this, Jiang Lao, who just turned 59, stood up directly. He pointed at the other side of the table, and his beard was so angry that it seemed that he was about to stand up. Stinky girl, do you have any manners? Although I have some connections with you, I am almost 2 generations older than you. How can you be so aggressive? What, come and try to touch me. After the voice fell, Ji clapped her hands, and suddenly a dozen young men rushed in from the outside, holding machetes, and standing neatly behind her. "Today I will let you see blood." Old Jiang took the teacup from the table, and threw it on the ground. Instantly, more than 10 strong men ran in from another door, with sharp spears in their hands. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lin Hao took a few steps forward with a headache. He waved his hands at both sides. "Everyone, let's talk it out, and give me some face, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi waved her hand. "Everyone, go out. Since Brother Hao has spoken, we should not go too far." Chapter 754. Although Yi is over 30 years old, her appearance and figure are still top-notch, and she exudes the charm of a mature woman in her every move. But at this time, she was like a shrew and started to curse Jiang Qishan. And Lin Hao knew in his heart that she was acting like this in order to protect herself. Although Lin Hao did have a high status, the camp had a clear division of labor from the beginning. To be more precise, there were already people in each department. At that time, Brother Chen had already won over a group of people, so he was able to bite off the hard bone of Pawnee Bay. For example, the people in the breeding group are prone to conflicts with the food group. The people in the weapons group are prone to being ignored by the people in the action group, and they are not on good terms with each other. Private fights and killings are prohibited in the camp, but many elders do not follow these rules, so casualties occasionally occur. Brother Chen completely turns a blind eye to this, and he does not stand up to blame for the deaths of his men. As time goes by, the conflicts between the two sides become more and more frequent. Ji manages the law enforcement team, and her subordinates are all elites, and they have considerable power. As for Jiang Qishan, he is the captain of one of the 7 action teams. He is usually responsible for dealing with the survivors outside, and even leading people to search for supplies. Every time he brings back a beautiful woman, he will let Brother Chen screen her first, and the rest will be selected by Jiang Qishan. But Li Yao was brought back by Lin Hao, and Brother Chen's body has not recovered, so by chance, no one has targeted her. Then, they will be sent to other areas. Most of them live in the intermediate area, because here they can do things to get points, and then exchange them for food. But there are only so many positions in the intermediate zone, and there are survivors joining every day. Gradually, there are not enough positions. Some women can only choose to stay with people in the advanced zone in order to escape the slums. Even if they only accompany those people for one night, they can get a chance to survive in the intermediate zone. This is also the cruel side of the doomsday. Many people have worked hard to get people to work like slaves, but at least they don't have to worry about being suddenly attacked by zombies. Although it's a bit tiring, at least they can survive, and they don't have to worry about waking up with a knife on their necks. That's why when Li Yao suddenly entered the factory, she attracted the jealousy of the fat woman and was almost attacked. Because of her appearance, the cousin of the fat woman had to go to clean the toilet. Little did she know that even cleaning the toilet was much better than cleaning in the slums. After Ji and Jiang Qishan sat down, Lin Hao turned his head to the left and said, "Xie Chong, has your intelligence team found anything unusual next door recently? Are you talking about the organization called the Salvation Sect?" Hearing this, the bald man who was scolded by Ji stood up, thought for a moment and replied, "They are a little far away from us, about 100 kilometers away, and it is not easy to get news. But I heard that 2 of them escaped from the organization some time ago, and someone has been chasing them. I don't know what they are doing recently." Hearing this, Lin Hao frowned. Seeing that it was a serious matter, Ji stopped laughing and sat down and said seriously, "This Salvation Sect looks harmless, but in fact, it does all those disgusting things." "What do you mean?" Lin Hao was a little interested. Ji paused and said, "There was a man who stole some things and hid them on his body when he was shopping with points. He was found by the supervisor and killed someone in anger. Do you remember this?" "Of course." Lin Hao nodded and continued, "Because the supervisor was pregnant, the matter was reported to me. Didn't I tell him to send the man to death? That's for sure. But in order to interrogate him about how much he stole, I had him stay for 2 more days. As a result, he insisted that he used to be a member of the Salvation Sect, and we had no right to deal with him and other nonsense. Later, the man, maybe because I pulled out all his nails, actually revealed something." Ji said this with a serious expression. "What is it?" Not only Lin Hao was curious, but everyone else in the room looked at him, and even Jiang Qishan pricked up his ears at this moment. Because the Salvation Sect is too mysterious, they have twice as many people as Pan Yuan, but they never attack any forces. But the strange thing is that those forces will suddenly be attacked by the zombie army one day. At critical moments, the people from the Savior Sect would help, and send them many good things. Originally, the area where Lin Hao was located was not only home to Pawnee Bay and the Savior sect. Long ago, there were several camps, namely an abandoned hotel, a ship by the sea, and an office building in the city center. There were also many people living in these three places, about 500 people in total. At the beginning, there were also zombie armies that attacked Pawnee Bay, but it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it was very difficult for the zombies to attack. After dealing with the zombies, Lin Hao was originally going to take people to destroy the Savior Gate, but Brother Chen said that it is better to resolve the feud than to make it, and asked him not to intensify the conflict for the time being. Then Brother Chen called more than 20 people to follow him, carried 3 wild boars, and drove 2 trucks over. Lin Hao didn't know what Brother Chen said to the other party. Anyway, from then on, the two sides began to not interfere with each other. However, as time went by, the other 3 forces gradually disappeared. Since Pawnee Bay was not affected at all, and Brother Chen had spoken, Lin Hao had no way to contact them. But it is not clear whether it is because the Savior sect is growing more and more powerful, and Brother Chen is gradually not paying attention to these things. So recently, there have been some minor frictions between the two sides, but no one has been killed. Everyone in the room looked at Yi with a serious face. At this moment, Yi also knew the severity of the matter. On weekdays, everyone can fight a little, but when they really meet an enemy, they will unite to face the outside. What's more, the Savior sect is really confusing. Yi recalled the previous events, and then said in a deep voice. The man said that he had seen people from the Savior sect forcibly sew a kind of black insect into the abdomen of some survivors. Is it a living person? Lin Hao asked. Yes. Yi nodded heavily, her pretty face showing a hint of seriousness. That person said that the Savior sect would first give the survivors anesthesia, then stuff the worms into their stomachs, and then deliberately let them go. Because they were in a coma, those people thought they had escaped from the Savior sect. Chapter 755. What happened to those people later? At this moment, a girl sitting on the right side of Yi spoke up. She was about 20 years old, and had a scarf on her face. Compared to Yi's appearance and body, she looked a bit mediocre. Hearing this, Yi shook her head and said, I don't know. I haven't seen that man either. Anyway, I couldn't get anything useful from him later, so I threw him out to feed the corpse dogs. Hearing this, Lin Hao thought for a moment, then looked at the girl wearing a scarf and said, Liang Ting, you are in charge of the medical team. Ask your men to pay attention recently to see if there are any survivors with scars on their abdomens when they enter to prevent accidents. Okay. Liang Ting nodded and agreed. Since Pawnee Bay has developed very well, the medical level here is not weak, and most of the equipment and facilities have been restored to use. Every survivor who just came in will go to the hospital for a comprehensive examination, just to prevent those who get sick and don't say anything, and end up dying inside. Then Lin Hao looked at the others, and continued to give orders. Let the brothers of the action team hang around the Salvation Gate in the next few days, so that they won't plunder so many people unscrupulously. God knows what these things are going to do. Next, Lin Hao explained some things to the captains, and then they left, but there were still 5 people left in the meeting room. When those people left, Yi yawned lazily, then stood up and stretched, causing her perfect figure to be exposed at this moment. Brother Hao, you must have something else to say. Is Xiaoya right? Xie Chong leaned against the chair, with his legs directly on the table, and he said with a smile, Yi, you must have been a worm in Brother Hao's stomach in your previous life. You understand him so well. She was his lover in her previous life. Seeing that the 2 men were not serious again, Lin Hao coughed twice, then looked at the 4 familiar faces in front of him and said seriously, I kept you here to tell you something. If the Savior sect continues to use zombies to disturb those small forces, you can ask your men to help. Who to help? Hearing this, the middle-aged man sitting next to Xie Chong suddenly asked. Hearing this, Yi curled her lips. It doesn't matter who to help, anyway, we can't let the Savior sect have an easy time. I is right. Lin Hao said softly. Since those people like to bring survivors back so much, I guess they want to do some human experiments. If they are developing antidotes, it's okay, but I'm afraid they will come up with some medical viruses. After all, according to calculations, the current development level of the Salvation sect is not weaker than ours. Later, Lin Hao added some things, and then left the meeting room. It was precisely because of today's arrangements that the neighbors next door suddenly became chaotic afterwards. After discovering Chen Shi's whereabouts, the top leaders of the Salvation sect discussed and decided to reduce some of the people chasing after him. Worried about a sudden attack from Pawnee Bay, some of the weapons carried by Luo San and Jiang Ho's team were also taken back. The rocket launchers and drones that were originally planned to be carried in the car were now left in the Salvation Sect's base camp. The reason for this is that Lin Hao has always been very familiar with the morality of the Salvation Sect. Now he found that his sister is still alive. Although her whereabouts are unknown, she is at least in a camp. The people of the Salvation Sect like to do this kind of hypocritical good deeds, so Lin Hao thought about it all night, and based on the principle of just in case of accidental hits, he let Pan Yuan join in, just to muddy the water. Outside the bungalow where they practiced shooting, Li Yao and Lin Hao chatted for a while, and then left with Fang Xian. Lin Hao squatted on the steps outside the house for a few minutes, then entered the house and started practicing shooting. About half an hour later, someone suddenly knocked on the door, and then a woman came over. "You're really here," He Qian said, standing by the door with a medical kit in her hand. Hearing this, Lin Hao put down his gun, turned his head and looked at the face that he had been seeing every day, and said softly, "I haven't fought for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. I'm going to practice." He Qian walked towards him, put the medical kit on the table, and said as she opened the box, "Did you find your sister?" Hearing this, Lin Hao originally planned to tell her directly, but suddenly thought of something and shook his head. "How can it be that easy? I don't even know if she is dead or alive, so how can I find out where she is?" After saying this, He Qian paused for a moment, took out a cotton swab and said, "Take off your eye patch. I help you clean it, so you don't get itchy again." "Haha, okay." Lin Hao smiled and took off his eye patch. A few minutes later, He Qian left the shooting room with the box. When he was the only one left in the room, Lin Hao turned around and walked back to lock the door. Then he took off his eye patch again and took out a cigarette box from his body. After groping inside for a while, Lin Hao took out a blade about 3 centimeters in size. Then he used the back of the blade to hold the scar near the blind eye and slowly inserted it in. The next second, the large scar was torn off by Lin Hao. At this moment, another intact eye suddenly appeared. "Are you also Brother Chen's man?" Lin Hao looked at the cotton swabs on the table in the distance and fell into deep thought. In the luxurious manner, the first floor hall, Sister Yuan stood in front of the white-haired man and tremblingly told some things. However, in order to retaliate against Chen Yu, she exaggerated many things and even mentioned that there were horse footprints at the entrance of the camp. Hearing this, the teacup in the white-haired man's hand was crushed into pieces. "I don't believe what you said." As soon as these words came out, Sister Yuan felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. "But it doesn't matter. You go down first and leave with us in half a month. If there are really horses in that camp, then it will be a gift for you." After the voice fell, Sister Yuan wanted to add a few more words, but looking at the gloomy eyes of the white-haired man, she had to swallow her words. Now, she could only pray that there are really horses there. The reason why she said this was because during the time Sister Yuan lived in the manor, she overheard some people talking about a few horses being robbed. Although those people did not kill anyone and even left some supplies, the man who was an instructor was still furious. But he went out to check several times and found no clues. The white-haired man also knew that there was a camp more than 100 kilometers away. Chapter 756. There had been some friction before, but when the group attacked, the white-haired man only killed 2 people, but the other side left dozens. This is because there are traps in many places within 1 kilometer near the manor. The only way to the manor is the road at the entrance, and there is also a lake next to it. Due to the excellent visibility, anyone who appears can be discovered by the guards hundreds of meters away. If anyone enters the line range with a weapon, no matter who it is, they will be shot directly. Fortunately, Chen Yu changed his plan last time, and did not go to visit directly, otherwise it might have caused serious consequences. From then on, no one dared to come to the manor. As time went on, the people in the camp seemed to relax their vigilance. Every time they went out, they would bring horses with them. Although they were safe in the end, until the last time, for horses were lost in a row. You know, there are only 10 horses in the manor, and the white-haired man brought people back personally. As for those few people, they were willing to go to the dungeon and planned to stay there until they died. Now, there are only about 10 people left in the manor who are relatively skilled, and most of them are taught by the white-haired man. In addition to Long Dai and Long Jia, there were 4 other people who followed him back to the country. Although there are few people, because they are far superior to ordinary people, they have developed very quickly. At the lakeside of the camp, Long Jia was fishing with a fishing rod. Suddenly, the float moved, and he quickly lifted it up, but no fish was hooked. Long Dai, who was sitting next to him, was about to dismantle the telescope. Continuing to throw the fishing hook into the lake, Long Jia turned his head to look at his sister, then looked at the water surface and shrugged and said, "Sister, are you still thinking about making a sniper rifle?" Hearing this, Long Dai put down the things in her hands, walked over and slapped him on the head. "I've told you several times, just call me sister. Don't add the word old, you are a fish, right? You can't remember this?" Ouch. Longjia covered his head and moved aside, looked at his sister a little unhappy, and then picked up the fishing rod from the side and handed it to her. "Play." Hanging the earthworm casually, Long Dai also started fishing. A few seconds later, she looked at the occasionally moving float and whispered, "You said that the instructor clearly has a name, but why doesn't he let us call him that?" Hearing this, Long Jia squatted on the seat on the pavilion and curled his lips. "As far as I know, only one person has called his real name." "Who?" Speaking of this, Long Jia first turned his head to look around to confirm that the instructor was not there, then waved to his sister, and when the latter moved her head closer, he whispered, "I heard that she was the instructor's woman. They lived together for a while before the end of the world. Unfortunately, no one has seen what she looks like." "Is that so?" Long Dai's eyes flashed with envy, and she murmured, "What's the woman's name?" "I haven't seen her." Long Jia shook his head, "But I heard that she is Chinese like us." As soon as he finished speaking, a fish hook had already landed, and Long Dai directly lifted it up with force. This scene made the younger brother next to him feel distressed. "Sister, slow down, there are few resources now, and I don't have that many sublines." As the fish, which weighed more than a pound, was thrown onto the shore, Long Dai walked over to remove the hook and put the fish into the bucket next to him. No wonder the instructor said he had to return home anyway. I think there are more than one reason. As soon as he said this, Long Jia suddenly ran to his sister with a landing net and whispered, "Speaking of which, sister, have you ever thought that the master may not care whether the senior brother betrayed you or not? After all, it's better for us to hunt him down than for others to do it, right? And since we've been back home for so long, he's been asking about the whereabouts of that woman. I don't think he's ever looked for the senior brother." "What did you call him?" Long Dai looked at the young man next to her coldly. Hearing this, Long Jia slapped his mouth and said again, "Oh right, I should call him instructor. In fact, I can change the title. I think master sounds better." Long Dai was too lazy to pay attention to him. She carried the bucket of fish and went to the kitchen, intending to make fish soup for a man. Of course, this man was not her brother at the moment. After Qin Yu and Zhang Yin and others arrived at the location of the Mark Street light, they stayed in the wild for 2 more days. The main reason was that it was a bit troublesome to disassemble. Many screws were rusted, and they had to think of many ways to disassemble them. It was not until the next day that they got down 3 solar streetlights. Because the rope was stuck, and Zhang Yin and Dazhuang pulled hard to slowly lower them, they were not damaged. After loading them into the truck compartment, Qin Yu and several others shuttled through other streets in the city, avoiding zombies, while looking for trucks or buses to try to loot diesel. In this way, they stayed in the city for another night. But the good thing is that they came across an abandoned water store. Although most of the water was empty, and the others were looted, they found an unopened water bottle in the corner. Because it had been there for a long time, no one wanted to drink it, but after boiling it repeatedly, they used the mosquito net they found to boil it several times. Zhang Yin helped bandage the wounds of Ningli and Zhang Sisi. In this case, the water should be drinkable. After all, it was used to clean the wounds. After finishing the work, they had been out for several days, and finally started their return journey. Qin Yu was even more exhausted, but he was in a better mood at the moment. It seems that what I said to Su Shaoqin last time should be realized in advance. Thinking of this, he leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes to rest. The truck drove for a few hours, and then everyone saw the camp. The zombies that were attracted by the fireworks before were also led away later, so Qin Yu rested boldly. After 2 or 3 days, he believed that his companions would be able to handle it. After all, there is a secret passage in the villa area, so there is no need to go out through the main gate. As for the river outside, the shore is full of wooden stakes, so zombies can't walk into the water. When the car stopped outside the main gate, no one opened the door. It was not until everyone waited for a few minutes that the door slowly opened from the inside. Looking at Lao Cheng's somewhat sad expression, Qin Yu leaned against the car window and looked at him and asked, "What's the matter? Why did it take so long to open?" Hearing this, Lao Cheng sighed. "Just now, Su Shaoqin died." Hearing this, Qin Yu was stunned in place. Then he got out of the car and frowned and asked, "Where is the person?" After getting the location, Qin Yu asked Zhang Yin to drive the car in and park it first, and then ran over there. Chapter 757. When he ran a little closer, he saw a few people gathered outside a villa, Most of them were Song Cheng's teammates. Just then, the door of the room was opened, and Song Cheng walked out in a daze. Behind him were Lin Yi, who was wearing gloves and a mask, as well as Jin Linfu, and even the old man Bai. However, the hands of the three were covered in blood, and Lin Yi's clothes were even stained with a lot of blood. Qin Yu walked up to Lin Yi, looked at her expression, and seemed to be stabbed in the heart, and then whispered, "Yi, this is not your fault." At this time, Lin Yi smiled at the man in front of her and said softly, "I'm glad you're back." After that, she sat directly on the steps. When those people saw Song Cheng shaking his head with tears, they suddenly cried intermittently, and the children burst into tears. Qin Yu sat next to Lin Yi and wanted to hug her, but was blocked by the latter. "I have blood on my body. Don't touch me. It's not safe." After the voice fell, Lin Yi threw the gloves into the trash can next to her, and even threw the white coat on her body into it. Then she lowered her head and spoke slowly. "In the past 2 days, everyone was busy leading away the zombies outside. Song Cheng also organized his people to help. Originally, she didn't want Su Shaoqin to join, but she said that since everyone in the camp was working hard, there was no reason for her to just stand by and watch. Working for 2 consecutive days may have aggravated her condition. About half an hour ago, Su Shaoqin suddenly vomited blood and fell to the ground. When I rushed over, she had already convulsed and even started to spurt blood outside. If there were medical facilities, even if I couldn't analyze what disease she had, I could at least make a rough guess through examinations. But now, I can only watch her die." When she said this, Lin Yi looked at Qin Yu with red eyes, then threw herself into his arms and cried, "Another baby in our camp lost his mother today." Although Lin Yi and Su Shaoqin had not known each other for long, as both women, she also understood that the responsibilities of a mother would be greater than before in the doomsday. It is no exaggeration to say that in today's environment, unless there is a doctor or nurse nearby, it is best if they have worked in obstetrics and gynecology. This is why, despite the long appearance of zombies, Lin Yi has only encountered 2 babies with Qin Yu, and none of them were born in their camp. Qin Shi's sister and the baby taken in by Zhang Yin, their mothers also had a root cause of illness when giving birth, and they had to avoid zombies and bad guys, which resulted in them not being able to take good care of their bodies and gradually being dragged down. They often need more energy to do things that ordinary people can do, and putting them in a dangerous environment is tantamount to consuming more energy. On the surface, they all seem to be bitten to death by zombies, but in fact, before joining other forces, their deaths had already begun to count down from the moment their children were born. It was after understanding this that Lin Yi was so sad today. Qin Yu gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder in his arms, and he also felt a little uncomfortable at this time. In the doomsday, some people will join, and some will die. Qin Yu has no way to deal with this. Then he talked to Lin Yi for a long time, and then took her back home. Qin Yu didn't leave the house until Lin Yi fell asleep on the sofa. Although he was very tired at the moment, Qin Yu knew that everyone was the same. Then he asked someone where Song Cheng was, and then walked towards a certain area of the camp. About a few minutes later. At this time, Su Shaoqin had been buried, and Song Cheng was standing alone in front of the mound. Hearing the footsteps, Song Cheng looked back and then whispered, "I have carefully checked Xuqin's body. The head is damaged and will not turn into a zombie, so I want to bury her in it. I'm sorry I didn't say hello to you first." Hearing this, Qin Yu stood beside him and said, "No problem. As for our own people, we are buried in the camp. There are still a few bodies at the site of the former community. When it is convenient, I will personally lead people to move them here." After saying this, Song Cheng looked at the man next to him with a little more admiration. "It is really a great luck that these people can follow you." Unexpectedly, when Qin Yu heard this, he shook his head and said, "I am also lucky to meet these people around me. At least in front of them, I can let down my guard and bask in the sun without worries." That makes sense. Although Song Cheng was in a heavy mood, he knew that he could not just fall down like this. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu squatted down and touched the soil in front of him. Suddenly Song Cheng stood beside him and whispered, "Are you interested in rebuilding the hospital?" Hearing this, Qin Yu stood up and replied after thinking for a while, "I have been thinking about this, but the first premise is the problem of electricity. The equipment in the hospital is still there, and basically no one has moved it, but solar power generation alone is not very stable. For example, what if it rains continuously? Although he told me that many medical devices have built-in batteries, the power supply cannot be a problem. I originally planned to find more batteries and large solar panels in the future, and finally do it all in one step." After saying this, Qin Yu also felt a little overwhelmed. Now the camp has just been restored to the point where it can be illuminated by electric lights, but the next step is still a long way off. Until electricity is provided to everyone for daily life, then it can be considered that part of civilization has been rebuilt, and only then can it be called a modern society. But Chun Yu is not a Superman after all. He cannot do something across fields. For example, in terms of electricity, there is no one in the camp who knows the business. Although there are generators, the noise is a problem, and secondly, diesel cannot withstand consumption. Whenever Chun Yu thinks of this, he wishes an electrician would fall from the sky, preferably a survivor who has worked in the relevant industry for more than 10 years. But after all, the doomsday is cruel. It is not easy to meet even a living person, let alone a person with special skills. At this moment, Song Chung looked into Chun Yu's eyes, and said firmly and seriously, "I will build a small hydropower station." "Ah?" Chun Yu looked at him in shock. "Don't get excited." Song Chung shook his head and continued, "When we were young, we lived in the countryside. There was a small power station in the village. I often went there to play when I was young. My father used to work in the hydropower station, and was responsible for maintenance. I have been interested in these since I was a child. 10 years ago, my father took me to replicate a miniature mini hydropower station, right at the ditch at the door." Chapter 758. Speaking of this, Song Chung turned around, looked at the size of the camp, and then spoke again, "Based on your camp." Before he finished speaking, Song Chung saw Chun Yu frowning slightly, and then changed his words, and said, "It should be based on our camp. Sorry for the wrong statement." Hearing this, Chun Yu nodded. "Since you have passed the assessment and joined us, there is no need to divide it so clearly. Whether the small hydropower station you mentioned can be built or not, we are all family members." "Thank you." Song Chung looked at him gratefully, then sighed and said, "To be honest, there was actually a very important reason for coming here before." "Is it the river at the door?" Chun Yu turned his head to look at the graves and said softly, "You want to build a small power station, so that many equipment in the hospital can be used, and maybe you can check what disease your wife has." But then Chun Yu stared at Song Chung in confusion. "But if you can survive for so long, solar power generation should not be a difficult task for you. Find batteries and sockets, and go to the hospital, and you should be able to barely start some equipment." At this moment, Chun Yu suddenly realized something. Then Song Chung squatted on the ground and said sadly, "Yes, you guessed it right. There is no doctor in my team. There was one before, but it was also a gynecologist. My wife's health was not very good before the end of the world. The doctor did not recommend having children, but Xiaoqin concealed these words. Last time she came to you, she should have wanted you to take good care of me and the child, right?" Seeing this, Chun Yu recalled the conversation with Su Xiaoqin, and then nodded. "Your wife also said that she knew very well how weak her body was, and it would be useless even if she found out now." Song Chung stood up, pointed to the chair outside, and then walked over. "It is also because of this that without a suitable doctor, it is useless to activate those equipment. It is nothing more than adding hope." The two walked to the roadside outside and sat down. Chun Yu looked in the direction of home and said softly, "Yi is a surgeon. Even if there is equipment to help, it can at most increase the chance of successful surgery, so that more seriously injured people can survive. But Xiaoqin is a disease in the body, not an external injury." Song Chung muttered. Chun Yu was also very clear about this. He clearly remembered that Yi had said before that it was quite normal for different departments in the hospital to be separated by mountains. Based on the current number of people in the camp, and the amount of electricity that might be needed, I think we should build a power station that is smaller than a small power station. After hearing this, Chun Yu analyzed it and said, "Is this enough?" But Song Chung did wave his hand. "We can solve the problem by building a few more miniature ones, which are specially used for lighting. If you need to use electrical appliances, you can use the slightly larger hydropower station. And it just sounds small, but it's actually very big. A small one can probably supply electricity to a village. Can't we store the electricity, like solar panels?" Since life after the apocalypse is very different from before, Chun Yu has almost forgotten some of the knowledge at this moment, so he simply asked a little more. After all, this thing is not a joke. If the power is really restored smoothly, then everyone's life experience will be taken to a higher level. Hearing this, Song Chung explained softly, "The electricity generated by solar panels is direct current, which can be stored by power banks or batteries, while the electricity from power stations is alternating current, which cannot be stored. You can understand it as generating as much as you use." After Chun Yu understood, he said, "I see, now I have learned some useful knowledge." Song Chung said softly, "You must have learned it before, but as you have less opportunities to use it, You have almost forgotten it. I am interested in it, so I remember it clearly. In this case, will a lot of cement be needed? Chinyu thought of something and said, we also need some smaller steel bars, motors, cutting machines and the like, but you don't need to worry about these tools. I can find them myself. Can you do it alone? Do you want me to ask a few people to follow you? Chinyu patted his shoulder. No, I have people. Hearing this, Song Chun looked at the place where his wife was buried and said slowly, I was too cowardly before. If I had thought about developing forces and camps like you, I might have attracted more survivors to join, and maybe there would be doctors, even internal medicine doctors. But I took them everywhere, and the longest time I stayed in a place was no more than 2 months. Now, I have to raise my son well. After this, even Chinyu blushed. Even he had never thought of building a camp in power before, let alone others. He would even rather find an abandoned building to live in. Because there are too many areas involved, Chinyu simply does not know how to do it. Fortunately, the appearance of Dazhuang brothers and sisters changed this dilemma. The two sat on the chairs and talked about the hydropower station for a long time before leaving. The cement found last time can be used, but the installation of street lights has to be done in other ways. At this moment, Chinyu was walking alone on the road in the camp, and suddenly thought of the two people who attacked him before. Chinyu had no clue at this time, but he also knew that it was impossible for the enemy to appear out of thin air and launch an attack. There must be someone planning something in secret, but he has not discovered it yet. Thinking of this, Chinyu went to find Feng Yi and Xiao Jiao again, and then proposed that Lin Yi should also carry firearms in the camp. Both of them had no objection to this. After all, although Dr. Kobayashi also received training, the training was short, and it was good to have more weapons on him. As for the possibility of an insider, Chinyu did not tell others. First of all, the two people hiding in the tree alone could not prove that there was a problem in the camp. In the current environment, Chinyu could not think of any method to do it, and the reception range of the walkie-talkie was also limited. Time passed slowly, and when it was evening, Chinyu, who was strolling in the camp, suddenly met Chinger carrying a bucket and walking towards the door. Brother Chen. Chinger stopped and greeted him with a smile, although she was a little tired. Where are you going? Chinyu walked towards her, took a look at the clothes in the bucket, and asked casually. Hearing this, Chinger frowned and said angrily, Brotherly was injured. I have been taking care of him. Last time, I left some clothes outside and didn't take care of them. As a result, I found some bird droppings on them today. Chapter 759. If I see these birds next time, I will definitely roast them and eat them. Hearing this, Chinyu squatted down to look at the stains on the clothes, then stood up and said, Which house do you live in? Over there. Chinger turned around and pointed in a direction. Okay. Chinyu nodded, looking at her hands, and then said, Are you going to the river to wash clothes? Yeah. Chinger was carrying a bucket and was about to leave. Chinyu was a little worried and said, Maybe there are zombies from upstream that have entered the river. The water is not very clean. Can we wear these clothes after washing them? You can also wash them with well water. Hearing this, Chinger shook her head and whispered, I am already very satisfied to be able to live here with Brotherly. The well water can be used for drinking. More importantly, I have tried it. After washing with river water and drying it for 7 days, I will not be infected with the virus when I wear it. Huh? Chinyu was surprised and said, You have also done experiments? At this point, Chinger smiled and replied, Brotherly helped me catch a mouse before. I washed it, cut it twice with a knife, and then wrapped it with clothes that had been dried for 7 days. There was no infection at all. Is that so? Chinyu seemed to be thinking about something, but he still reminded, Be careful. There are plastic gloves in the warehouse. Go and change a pair. After the voice fell, Chinyu touched his body, took out a missing corner of the supply coin, and handed it to Chinger. Looking at his back as he turned and left, Chinger was slightly touched. Due to their personalities, she and Goli rarely interacted with others, so they could not get many supply coins. Chinger has always been very frugal except for exchanging food and necessary things. Picking up the bucket, she walked towards the warehouse. In a villa yard, the white old man pushed open the door and entered. He happened to see Wang Tianhai squatting on the left wall, and then asked, Brother Tianhai, what are you looking at? Hearing this, Wang Tianhai waved his hand. Mr. Bai, since you used to be a veterinarian, come and see if this is bird droppings? What's wrong? Seeing this, the white old man immediately walked to the wall. I've heard that bird droppings contain seeds. If you can extract them, wouldn't that be another life-saving skill? Wang Tianhai held a small wooden stick and shoveled the piles of tiny droppings in front of him. Hearing this, the old man shouted loudly into the villa, "Silfing, take out the magnifying glass." "Okay." Yu Feng, who was practicing swinging a wooden sword in the house, responded and ran upstairs. Half a minute later, the old man took the magnifying glass to observe, and Wang Tianhai next to him held a flashlight. After about 10 seconds, the old man stood up and said, "Oh, this thing should be from pigeons. I didn't find any seeds, but pigeon droppings can be used to grow vegetables." "Is that so?" Wang Tianhai felt a little disappointed, but when he heard that it also had other uses, he immediately found something to collect and planned to send it to the vicinity of the greenhouse. The old man returned to the house. The light was a little dim at this time. He lit a candle, then sat on a chair and thought carefully. The old man had observed pigeon droppings before, but the dark green color like today made him a little curious. But after thinking for a few minutes, he didn't remember anything, so he was too lazy to think about it and walked to the backyard. After Qinyu returned home, he didn't see Lin Yi, so he took out food from the cupboard and prepared dinner. As soon as it got dark, smoke rose from every house. Nowadays, the canteen has become a place for processing ingredients, and the camp will not provide food. After all, it can be exchanged for material coins. This is also clear to everyone, because if there is no contribution in value, there is not much point in staying there. But it doesn't require everyone to be very good. Even if you just weed the vegetables, you can get material coins. As time goes on, Feng Yi, Old Man Ji and Old Man Wu and Song Cheng's team have mastered the method of using feces for fertilizer after discussion. At least, they don't have to bother looking for fertilizer in the future. Moreover, in the current doomsday, some fertilizers can also be extracted into potassium nitrate and made into explosives. The next step is to study how to use animal carcasses to water plants. When dinner was almost ready, footsteps were heard outside the villa. What a nice smell! Lin Yi changed her shoes, trotted to the dining table, and then bent down to smell it. "It's ready to eat soon. There's one last dish." Qinyu was busy frying the meat in the pot at the stove in the backyard, and replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yi walked to the backyard, then leaned against the door frame, and asked with some curiosity, "Why do you want to make 3 dishes and 1 soup today?" Hearing this, Qinyu covered the pot and walked towards the beautiful figure at the door. Under the overhead light, Lin Yi's nearly perfect face and her somewhat dazed expression made Qinyu feel even more moved. Holding Lin Yi's hand, he spoke softly. "Birth, aging, illness and death may all happen in a moment. I also want to spend more good days with you, and we will live better and better in the future, not just to fill our stomachs." Then, Qinyu told her about the small hydropower station he was going to build next, and that he would be preparing to grow rice in mid-April. At this time, Lin Yi also looked at Qinyu seriously and said with a smile, "I believe in you. No matter what you want to do, I think you will succeed." After that, her stomach started to growl. Lin Yi's face suddenly turned red. "Go and see if it's cooked." "I'm hungry." Go and sit down." Qinyu smiled and pushed her into the house. On the dining table, Lin Yi's little hands were wearing disposable gloves, and she was chewing wild boar ribs with her mouth full of oil. She said happily, "Qinyu, how did you think of bringing this thing back?" Qinyu sat on the left side of Lin Yi, wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, and said, "During the 2 days I stayed in the abandoned city, I passed by many fried chicken shops and found a lot of leftovers in the cabinet, so I just brought them back. Although it is easy to break and cannot be used like plastic gloves, it is much more convenient to eat." The two chatted and ate food at the same time, which was very warm. Every time he was with Lin Yi, it was also a rare time for Qinyu to feel relaxed and happy. After eating, Lin Yi accompanied Qinyu to clean up the dishes, and even one person washed the dishes while the other rinsed them with clean water for the second time. At this time, she was no longer the rich lady she used to be. She just wanted to stay with Qinyu and help him survive in this doomsday. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, Qinyu and Lin Yi stayed in the living room and prepared to tell her something. Chapter 760. The two of them leaned on the sofa. Lin Yi bent her legs and lay in Qinyu's arms, listening to him tell about what happened outside in recent days. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi turned her head and looked at the side, whispering, "It sounds so thrilling. Can you always take me with you in the future? There are actually many things I can do." As she said this, she still had a look of expectation. Although Lin Yi knew that the doomsday was very dangerous, she also knew that if she was always protected by someone, she might not be able to help much when she really encountered a crisis. Hearing this, Qinyu stroked her hair with his left hand and chuckled, "I am not very strong at the moment. If the enemy is too strong, or even a survivor like a Lei or Brother Xiao who is far superior to ordinary people, then what can I only do? Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart tightened. I can only die before you. Anyone or zombie who wants to hurt you must step over my body first. After these words came out, Lin Yi was stunned, and then put her head against Qin Yu's heart, murmuring, Actually, I learned very quickly. Lei said that I have a good memory. I can remember it after he tells me once, and he also plans to teach me more useful things. Because I have to hold the scalpel, my hands are more stable than others. Recently, I found that I seem to be able to hit a target 20 meters away. After the voice fell, Qin Yu sat up in surprise. Is it true? Why would I lie to you? Lin Yi tilted her head and pouted. I haven't told anyone about this yet. I went to the armory to borrow a silencer, and asked Brother Xiao to install it for me. Then I tried it at the back of the camp last night, and really hit the ping-pong ball. Qin Yu said happily, If this is true, then your shooting talent is even better than Liao. In fact, I should have thought of it before. You are a surgeon. You can perform surgery for several hours in a row. Your hands must not shake. It's the same when shooting. When the muzzle shakes up and down, it will also affect the shooting accuracy. This is why most snipers lie prone, or hold their guns in place. I don't like sniper rifles very much. They feel a bit difficult to carry. Lin Yi shook her head when she heard this. Pistols are better. You can shoot with one hand. At this moment, Qin Yu realized that he had always ignored the importance of Lin Yi. How many shots did you fire? Hearing this, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the sofa, took out the gun from under the coffee table, took out the magazine and looked at it, and replied, Well, I fired 3 shots. Very impressive. Qin Yu smiled and continued, When we first started practicing shooting, we put cans at a distance not so far, it seems to be still at a distance of 10 meters. You have only practiced shooting for a few days, but you can hit a ping-pong ball at a distance of 20 meters, and you hit 1 out of 3 shots, which is quite good. The reason why Qin Yu said this is because he and Zhang Yin talked about this topic before. When talking about pistols, Zhang Yin added some information, that is, although the effective range can be about 50 meters to 100 meters, many people can't do it. Take himself for example. As a soldier, he couldn't hit the target 100% of the time beyond 15 meters unless he stood still and aimed and fired. In this way, even with a pistol, Zhang Yin could shoot wherever he pointed within 30 meters. But the enemy would move, so he couldn't stop and aim. This is why Zhang Yin didn't think of using a pistol when he met his former comrades before, because the opponent would definitely dodge. And Zhang Yin once emphasized that in actual combat, people usually shoot based on muscle memory. Even for soldiers, it is difficult to hit the target every time beyond 30 meters. Therefore, in a real battlefield, close-range fighting basically prioritizes hitting the body, and then finishing with a shot. After chatting with Lin Yi for more than 2 hours, the two returned to their respective bedrooms to rest. Even though their relationship became closer and closer, Qin Yu still did not sleep with Lin Yi, and the latter even did not close the door when sleeping at night. When Chen Yu occasionally got up at night, he went in to cover Lin Yi with a blanket several times. The next day, Qin Yu began to discuss with everyone about the construction of a small hydropower station. Of course, the only people involved besides him and Song Cheng were Xiao Jiao and Feng Yi. When Feng Yi heard about this, she immediately expressed her interest, so she went out with Song Cheng to investigate the address. For safety, Lei also followed the two of them to prevent them from being attacked by the zombies. Later, Qin Yu did not agree to let Song Cheng go out to find the materials alone, but asked him to write them on a piece of paper. Then he and Xiao Jiao each called 2 people and acted separately. After all, the city was not far away, and although it was abandoned, it was still full of dangers. Almost a week passed, and they brought back many materials. They also found a lot of steel bars at a construction site. Unfortunately, they were too long and some were bent, so they were not easy to carry. They were temporarily covered with tarpaulins. They also brought back 3 generators, but they were also a little small, so more were needed. After the inspection, Song Cheng pointed out that a micro hydropower station of this size could probably power 3 houses, but it could not use air conditioners and some high-power electrical appliances. Regarding this, Qin Yu said that the power consumption will be set in the future, and it cannot be overloaded, otherwise the water intake will also have to be increased. But this situation is not suitable for the end of the world. After such a long time, most people are no longer dependent on electricity. They can just continue to use electric lights or induction cookers, which is enough. Although Qin Yu is not very knowledgeable about electrical engineering, he is very clear about one point, that is, If electricity cannot be stored, after more electrical appliances are used in the same period of time, more power generation must be required. While several people were discussing these things, Chin-Yu also thought of a method. What he wanted to say was that since hydropower is used to generate electricity, why not continue to build a pump and then pump the water from the downstream to the upstream? However, Song Chung shook his head and said, this requires building a storage tank above the hydropower station, which will cost a lot of money to do, but where can we find those manpower and materials in the current doomsday? Then, Chin-Yu suggested that a large pool could be built, connected to the river with a pipe, and the water output could be controlled. In this way, even if there is no rain and drought, it can at least last for a while. Hearing this, Song Chung thought for a few minutes, and then looked at Chin-Yu sitting next to him. Do we need to find an excavator? This was available on the previous construction site, but unfortunately, we need to find a flatbed transport truck first, Chin-Yu said softly. Chapter 761. But in this case, it will probably take 2 to 3 months to complete the search for materials and the construction of the micro hydropower station. Song Chung sat at the table with a little worry between his brows. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu said, could it be that brother Song Chung is worried about the long night and many dreams? Yes. Song Chung nodded, looked at the drawings on the table, and said, if someone sees us working on this thing, they may take the opportunity to attack our camp. After the voice fell, Chin-Yu thought for a while and said, this is true, so for safety and smooth use in the future, I plan to choose the address here. As he spoke, he pointed to a certain area on the blueprint in front of him. Seeing this, the other two stood up and looked. Xiao Jiu touched his chin and said softly, this place is less than 20 meters away from the camp wall, and it happens to be the bend area of the river. It shouldn't be difficult to make a few side roads. Then Chin-Yu continued, not only that, I think we can knock down the wall and expand it, just like the well outside, but we have to build a wall to block the view. It just so happens that there is a truck of cement on the road outside the construction site, but unfortunately there are too many zombies. How many? Song Chung looked at him and asked. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu raised 2 fingers, about this number. 200? 2,000. Xiao Jiu sighed. Then Chin-Yu said in a deep voice, compared to what I encountered in the waste pit before, the zombies next to the truck directly surrounded it. If Shao Kong hadn't heard the zombies by chance, we would have missed it. In this case, I estimate that it will take more than half a year to finish it. After listening to this, Song Chung smiled bitterly and said, because we need to build several micro hydropower stations, and finally use a transformer to control them. It takes a long time just to find this thing. Hearing this, Chin-Yu patted him on the shoulder and stood up. If we want to enjoy the shade under the trees in the future, we have to start planting trees now. At the same time, in the luxurious manor camp, the white-haired man asked someone to bring out several people in the prison, told them some things, and then prepared the follow-up plan. Since he found out how far the Salvation Gate was, and asked about some of the details, he understood where the gap was. Originally, the white-haired man had said that he would never attack any force, because that would inevitably lead to more enemies. In the Doomsday, the reason why some small forces can survive is mainly because the more powerful forces have not discovered them. Just like in the past, Su Dali was notorious because he had a large number of people and sufficient weapons, so he did not give other survivors any chance to survive. In his eyes, human life is like an ant, until he indirectly provoked Chen Yu's group. If Wang Tianhai died in the woods at that time, Chen Yu and Feng Yi might not find out who did it, because the zombies would eat him to death. But they liked to torture the living for fun, which also laid the groundwork for the subsequent destruction, because even if Chen Yu is still developing and difficult to compete, Su Dali ignored the importance of reinforcements. If it were the world before the end of the world, with convenient communication, he would definitely be able to find out in advance, but unfortunately, it is impossible now. After thinking about it, the white-haired man realized that with their current abilities, they would never be able to take revenge, so he planned to eat up the camp next to them. In his opinion, there was no need to join forces with them. If those people really took away his horse, then the end would be death. At this moment, a girl in a long skirt was holding a little rabbit. She squatted by the pool in the middle of the hall, feeding the little rabbit with water, and whispered, Uncle Shengwan, are you going to attack the next door? But I heard that their original group of people have been wiped out. Hearing this, the white-haired man on the chair in the hall pondered for a moment, walked towards the girl, and then spoke. Ling, do you know why the world has never been peaceful? As soon as this was said, the girl on the ground picked up the furry rabbit, walked to the white-haired man, shook her head and said, Ling doesn't know. Please ask Uncle Shengwan to explain. Then the white-haired man reached out and touched Ling's head, and the previous hostility in his eyes flashed, replaced by a little doting. The man's name is Shangwen Jing, formerly known as Yang Jing. 20 years ago, he served in a mysterious special forces unit in China, codenamed Fangs. No more than 5 people in the country know the details. Even most soldiers have never heard of the codename of this unit. Although the special forces Xiao Jiao served in were also quite powerful, his former instructor was from Fangs. Even a top soldier like Xiao Jiao, who could enter the encirclement of hundreds of enemies alone, finally completed the mission, but he was also seriously injured, and there were still hidden dangers after recovery. For this reason, Xiao Jiao left the army and chose to retire. He was eliminated in the final selection of Fangs because of his height. 132 top special forces participated in the trial, and only 2 were selected in the end. You can imagine how difficult it is to enter. Although they are not as good as Xiao Jiao, everything is just right. Xiao Jiao is nearly 1.9 meters tall. In the previous special forces, he was admitted as an exception because of his excellence. But Fangs are much stricter. Yang Jing's strength ranks first in Fangs special forces, which is why he was able to create the world's second largest killer organization, Blood Wolf. Yang Jing originally had a bright future, but until one thing happened. When he went home for a vacation once every 3 years, he heard that his childhood sweetheart was being harassed by gangsters. At that time, Yang Jing was heroic and valiant. He had just wiped out dozens of drug dealers on the border, and his whole body exuded a terrifying momentum. His childhood sweetheart, Yi Xian, is also a famous beauty in the city and runs a beauty salon. So when his childhood friend was harassed again, Yang Jing appeared in time to stop them. The group of young people were afraid of Yang Jing's aura, so they didn't dare to do anything and could only leave with curses. The next day, those people didn't learn their lesson and continued to tease Yang Jing's childhood friend, and then he beat them up severely, but he was measured. In order not to be discovered, Yang Jing deliberately wore a mask, but just when he was ready to leave, a stray cat on the roadside caught the attention of one of them. Although the stray cat didn't know Yang Jing, it smelled his scent, so it ran over and entangled his trouser legs. This detail exposed Yang Jing directly, because he rescued the cat in the sewer 2 days ago. Chapter 762. However, Yang Jing was not afraid at all. He returned to the army 2 days later. At the same time, he donated some money to the property management and installed cameras on the way home from childhood. But Yang Jing underestimated the evil of this group of people. Moreover, among the gang of hooligans, there was the son of a big leader in the city. On weekdays, they often bully men and women and are arrogant and domineering. They even dare to snatch other people's girlfriends to accompany them drinking on the street. Ordinary people can't fight them. Even if they call the police, someone will take the blame, but in that case, they will be retaliated more cruelly. After discussing, the gangsters hired a pregnant woman to trick Yang Jing's childhood friend away. The pregnant woman refused at first, but those people broke her husband's legs. The weak woman was forced to accept because of fear. Because she was often harassed, Yi Xian no longer walked home, but chose to drive, even if she had to take a detour. So one afternoon more than 10 years ago, when Yi Xian got off work and drove alone on a certain road, she ran into the woman who had been waiting for a long time. The pregnant woman sat on the ground, so the young girl in the car helped her into the car. Because she was not due yet, Yi Xian was ready to send her home. But just as the car started, Yi Xian's mobile phone suddenly received a text message, which prompted that XX Bank had transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Because she was doing business, she didn't think much about it, and planned to contact the bank after returning home. Little did she know that as soon as the car started, it drove into hell. Yi Xian was led by the pregnant woman to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. When she found something wrong, the tire of the car had already run over the nail. Then another van, with a fake license plate appeared. In this way, Yi Xian, who was frightened and pale, was dragged into the factory next door by several men. From that moment on, screams that made people's scalps numb came from inside. After a whole night, the men drove away. The pregnant woman couldn't bear it. After a sleepless night, she chose to go back quietly, but she saw an extremely horrible scene. There were torn clothes all over the ground, and there were many bloody handprints on the wall. Just one glance, the pregnant woman could imagine how miserable it was before. The beautiful girl who was smiling before was now like a corpse, lying naked on the ground motionless. The terrified pregnant woman called the police immediately. When the police arrived at the scene, they saw the dying Yi Xian being carried into the ambulance. Her appearance could not even be described as pitiful. The young and beautiful girl yesterday now had one eyeball blown out, most of her teeth lost, and there was no intact skin on her body. Her throat was also seriously injured, and her 2 pairs of slender fingers were even bent to the other side. This scene made all the police present furious, and they arrested all the criminals in just 2 hours. But those men, as if they had been prepared, did not resist at all. Soon, this tragedy that shocked the whole country attracted the attention of many people. Yi Xian in the hospital was wrapped tightly in bandages, and lay weakly on the bed. With only one eye left, she stared numbly at the TV on the wall. Those people hired the best lawyer in the country, and paid a lot of money to bribe the pregnant woman. In the interrogation room, the woman insisted that she did not know Yi Xian, but was kidnapped by her. Because she was pregnant and had a big belly, she couldn't resist at all. She just met those men on the road. Although this statement was basically not strong at the time, it takes time to verify. One of the men even said that he was making a movie, and took out the contract with Yi Xian's handprint, and said that the money had been transferred to the other party's account. Unexpectedly, she changed her mind at the last minute. Because she couldn't pay the penalty, she might be ready to kidnap hostages for ransom. At the same time, the families of those criminals paid the media to spread rumors that Yi Xian had bad behavior and relied on men to open the store. Because Yi Xian's throat was seriously injured and her fingers were broken, she couldn't say a word or even write. In an instant, Yi Xian, who was originally a victim, seemed to have become a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. Some netizens who didn't know the truth stood on the moral high ground and began to insult her in various ways, and a lot of foul voices filled the internet. Ordinary families can't resist this kind of public opinion. Finally, unable to bear this kind of stimulation, half a month after the incident, Yi Xian took advantage of her parents going out to get hot water, hit the window with her head, picked up the glass fragments, and cut her artery. When her parents went to get hot water and returned to the ward, they saw their daughter lying in a pool of blood, and the 2 old people collapsed. The next morning, they dealt with their daughter's body, took the urn back to their home in the community, and then jumped off the building. Yang Jing's parents were well educated, and had a good relationship with Yi Xian's parents. They knew that they must not fall down at this time, so they still insisted on appealing and ran around to find new evidence. As long as we find the surveillance footage of the intersection, we can prove that the pregnant woman got on the car voluntarily. But just when Yang Jing's parents got the dashcam provided by a kind driver, their car was suddenly hit by a drunk dump truck. Because Yang Jing's unit was strictly confidential, he had no idea what was happening outside. When he received a call that his parents had a car accident, it was too late. After his parents passed away, Yang Jing, as an only child, needed to take care of the funeral, so he asked for a longer leave than before. Because the incident was so serious, he knew most of it a few hours after leaving the army, but Yang Jing still couldn't believe it. Until he saw the bodies of the 4 people in the morgue. From then on, Yang Jing decided not to wait for the law, he would take revenge by his own means. In just 3 days, a carefully prepared plan began. First, Yang Jing made his own explosives and detonated a gas station in the suburbs in the middle of the night. At the same time, he called the police station to inform them that there would be another explosion in 4 communities in the city within half an hour. As a result, the whole city was on high alert, with a large number of police patrolling. Even though Yang Jing started to retaliate, he still did not harm any civilians or police, but he needed to make a big fuss so that he could have a chance to sneak into the detention center. At 4 o'clock in the morning of that day, Yang Jing was outside the detention center and found that the patrolling armed police far exceeded his expectations. So he thought of another way. Although he knocked out several policemen and got a pistol, Yang Jing still didn't want to hurt innocent people, he just wanted to kill those beasts. So Yang Jing blew himself up, he broke into a TV station and let the whole city broadcast his identity. Chapter 763. On TV, Yang Jing pointed a gun at a female host's head, said his name and military code name with a cold face, and then left. My name is Yang Jing, and I served in Fangs. The rest of the trembling people in the room looked at his departing back with puzzled faces. This guy came in and said something about Fangs, and then left. Little did he know that these 10 short words instantly caused a violent reaction. Before the mayor could figure out who the young man on TV was, a phone call came in. The superior had only one request, that he must keep an eye on the man no matter what, and must not arrest him privately, and wait until the helicopter arrives. Half an hour later, Yang Jing saw a car driving out of the detention center. 10 minutes later, there were 6 more men's bodies on the ground, and there were 36 bodies in the city. Those who had bullied Yi Xian before, and even those who deliberately spread rumors, were all killed by Yang Jing. Afterwards, people found out that the explosion that day was to cover up the traces of those people, so that the outside world would think that they were hiding in the house and not going out. No one knew how he escaped the encirclement. Hundreds of people tried to capture him, but Yang Jing was able to circumvent him. Even the Fang squad was dispatched in the end, but they still couldn't catch him. It was as if Yang Jing had disappeared from the world. Just 1 month later, when a foreign cargo ship docked, a man with scars all over his body, shaved head, and a lot of mud on his face crawled out from the bottom of the ship. From then on, Yang Jing was dead, and there was Shang Wenjing in the world. Due to his terrifying super strength, Shang Wenjing created the Blood Wolf. It is no exaggeration to say that in the ears of some foreign leaders, his name is far more terrifying than the devil. Although he was a part-time instructor, he secretly controlled the entire organization. Among the top 10 killer organizations in the world, Blood Wolf, where Shang Wenjing was, ranked second, and it was only less than 20 years ago. Shang Wenjing, after hearing that Lei had killed his teammate, publicly expelled him and personally led the team to capture him, but in fact it was to shut up others. Even though he had more say, there were other high-level people in the organization, and their strength was not weak at all. The reason for this was that killer organizations were generally not on the stage. Most of them need a legal identity, and secondly, they will need a lot of money in the early stage, so they will use a big company to cover up. Shang Wenjing put his hand on the shoulder of the girl A Ling next to him, and spoke slowly. The reason why wars often broke out in the world in the past is basically inseparable from the word resources, or interests, and rights, etc. Some people were displaced and almost destroyed because of war, while others made a fortune from war. As the population grows, the resources required will also increase, but the resources in the world are limited, and friction will naturally occur. When the number of humans in the world decreases, the speed of resource consumption in disguise will slow down. This is why some people were destroyed not because of zombies at the end of the world, but because they were attacked by their own kind. After hearing this, A Ling nodded thoughtfully. So, if you want to survive in the future, you don't necessarily need to find so many supplies, you just need to reduce the number of humans, right? A Ling is very smart, and that's about the same. Shang Wenjing patted her, then turned and walked towards the gate. At present, in addition to this large manor, the camp where they are located also has many small houses, and even a lot of houses have been built in the back. The reason why they chose this place is because the view is good, there is a lake at the door, and there are many fruit trees in the back mountain. At first, Shang Wenjing led Long Dai and his group to run around, but they didn't find a suitable place. Although some camps looked good, there were many civilians living in them. Once a conflict occurred, innocent people would inevitably bleed. Moreover, Shang Wenjing's arrogant personality made him unable to listen to others' instructions even though he was over 40 years old. Because he had promised someone before, a promise made Shang Wenjing not to attack the weak, even at the end of the world. Later, he accidentally discovered this manor, and went in to investigate. It turned out that it was once a tourist attraction. The area is very large, and there is a hot spring on the mountain, which is extremely secretive. On the surface, the manor doesn't look good, after all, the gate faces the road, but the good stuff is behind it. So a few people began to occupy it, cleared out the zombies, blocked the road at the foot of the mountain with boulders, and then began to receive survivors. Like most forces, even though Shang Wenjing was very skilled, he would not rely on his own strength for everything, not to mention that he was already in his 40s when the end of the world broke out. Even if his physical fitness is still very good, there will be some impact after all. And if the Fang team had not let him off the hook, Shang Wenjing would never have been able to escape because he was delayed for 10 seconds while saving people. Perhaps it was because he had made many contributions on the battlefield, so his superiors did not kill him. Otherwise, if they really wanted to deal with him seriously, they would have sent Shang Wenjing away with a missile. The manor a long time ago also received many ordinary people, and they lived a stable life for a while, until they were betrayed by their own people. That is, from that time on, the camp was directly blocked, and no one was accepted. Anyone who crossed the forbidden area would be killed without mercy. 7 days passed in a flash. Shang Wenjing gathered everyone, carrying guns and explosives, and even the rocket launcher seized from Su Dali, and set off towards the villa park. After bringing back the streetlights last time, Qin Yu and everyone were basically busy building a small hydropower station. A lot of materials were needed. Before the end of the world, it was easy to find a store to buy, but now, most of them can only search in the city, or find some villages in the mountains to see if there are small hydropower stations. However, due to rapid development, most villages no longer use this thing, and the progress is slow. In this way, Chin Yu led people to start cutting trees again. There happened to be a chainsaw in the warehouse, but the noise was too loud, so the guards needed to be on guard in a farther area. Fortunately, there is a walkie-talkie now, so it is convenient. Chin Yu planned to use wooden sticks to diagonally stick into the ground in the outer area of the river to block zombies. One afternoon in the woods, Chin Yu carried a tree trunk as thick as his arm, and Lin Yi checked around with a gun. At this moment, she also began to move outside with everyone. Just as Chin Yu was holding an axe and preparing to sharpen the two ends of the tree trunk, a noise came from the walkie-talkie on Lin Yi's shoulder. "Dr. Xiaolin, is Chin Yu next to you?" The voice of the mouse suddenly appeared, and it sounded a little unclear. Chapter 764. "Yes, what's the matter?" Lin Yi pressed the intercom, glanced at the busy figure in front, and answered. "Please give him the intercom." Hearing this, Lin Yi trotted towards Chin Yu. "Chi Hao is looking for you." Hearing this, Chin Yu put down the axe in his hand, wiped his hands on his body, and took the intercom. "What's the matter?" But strangely, there was no response from the other side. Just when the two were at a loss, the intercom rang again, but it was a strange man's voice. "Are you the boss of the camp in the villa area?" Hearing the stranger's voice, Chin Yu's face darkened instantly. He held the intercom and said, "Let's talk it over. Don't fight." While speaking, he made a look at Lin Yi, who quickly ran in the direction of Xiaojiu. Beside a stone 1 kilometer away, Chi Hao was being pointed at by a young man in a vest, with a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes. At this time, he had some bruises around his eyes, and his shoulders were even a little numb. A few minutes ago, Chi Hao was vigilantly observing the zombies around him, but when he yawned, a young man suddenly appeared behind him. In just 2 breaths, Chi Hao was captured alive by Long Jie, and he couldn't even touch the other party's clothes. He was just about to pull the trigger when he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. A silver needle actually made his hand lose its reaction. The next second, Chi Hao was about to press the intercom to report the news, but the other party punched him and subdued him on the spot. As Long Jie, who had been trained with a lei, defeated Chi Hao in an instant with all his strength. Different people in the assassin organization received different training. There are currently 6 people who are with Shang Wenjing and were brought out from the organization. They followed him to hunt down a lei. In a way, these people are also Shang Wenjing's confidants. As a top sniper, Long Dai is best at lurking in various environments and even taking people's heads from 1,000 meters away. His younger brother Long Jie is good at close-range capture and fighting. In close combat, even a lei is not his opponent, let alone Chi Hao, who has never even been a soldier. At the same time, there is Slav, who is tall and strong with a beard. He is proficient in explosives and explosions. He can use a mobile phone and some common materials to make a powerful time bomb in 3 minutes. The 4th person is Leander, who is thin and wears black-framed glasses. He is proficient in poisons and machinery. The 5th person, Alice, has blonde hair and is 1.68 meters tall. She is not good at killing skills, but survival skills. Alice once survived for a month in the most dangerous primeval forest in the world without any tools or even clothes. Even when she was picked up by the helicopter, her spirit was not affected at all. The last one was the girl named Ling, whose medical skills were simply the pinnacle. Although Lin Yi could also perform nerve anastomosis with the help of a microscope, Ling was more talented. She could directly suture nerves with a simulated human structure in her mind. It was completely a gift from God. However, Ling's personality was not good at communicating with humans. She only liked small animals very much. Unfortunately, the camp where she was located only raised live rabbits. If the range is wider, then Lin Yi is still more powerful. And the reason why lei is the eldest brother is because he is all-round, and is also one of the top killers in the organization except for the instructor. Lei and Chin Yu once said that killers need to learn a lot of things. Basically, they need to know a little bit about everything. But in fact, only some people do this in order to make them have no shortcomings. Just when Lin Yi ran to Xiaojiu, she suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. At this moment, a blonde woman suddenly slid down from a big tree, holding a dagger in her hand, and was about to stab Lin Yi's neck. At the critical moment, Chin Yu, who was also rushing over here, quickly shot and pulled the trigger of the pistol directly. Bang! The gunshot, the woman suddenly stopped, the whole person quickly rolled back, and then smiled at Chin Yu. Seeing this, Chin Yu's eyelids twitched wildly. This woman actually dodged a fatal blow. Chin Yu's skills are much better now. Just now, he took out the gun and shot in less than a second, and aimed at the head. As long as the man continued to attack with a knife, he would definitely die before Lin Yi was injured. Qin had only seen a Lei dodging bullets before. Could it be? Thinking of this, Qin instantly became serious. Then Lin Yi, who had been trained, also noticed something was wrong, and quickly picked up his rifle and fired, with bullets flying out of the muzzle. But in just 2 seconds, the woman disappeared into the woods. Lin Yi was about to chase her, but was stopped by Qin. Don't go, this person is not right. What? Lin Yi's face was a little scared. She retreated to Qin side, and said in a deep voice, this woman could have killed me, but she deliberately didn't do it. You also found it? Qin was a little surprised when he heard this. He thought Lin Yi had not noticed the details just now. After the voice fell, Lin Yi nodded while holding the rifle. I saw the pistol on her waist. She could have shot directly by hiding in the tree. After all, I couldn't avoid the bullet at all. Hearing this, Qin pondered for a moment, then listened to the fighting in front, and quickly said, let's go and help. A few dozen meters away, Shang Wenjing was fighting fiercely with Zhang Yin. Bang! Shang Wenjing held the dagger in his hand, and immediately retracted it when he was about to stab Zhang Yin in the chest. At the same time, he turned it into a punch and knocked him back a few steps. Then he said with a grim face, you used to be a soldier and a Chinese. The domestic army has given me a new life. I will not kill you today. Pack up your things and get out. Zhang Yin took a few steps back and touched his chest. Feeling a pain, he suppressed the discomfort and said solemnly, why do you attack in a way that I have never seen in the army? Who are you? After more than a dozen rounds, Zhang Yin also recognized that he was a soldier, and a very powerful one. Originally looking at the inconspicuous white-haired man, Zhang Yin's heart was instantly stirred up by a huge wave when he fought with the other party. It was a kind of absolute strength crushing, and the key was that his attack route was predicted by the other party in advance every time. But the opponent's moves were something Zhang Yin had never seen before. If his skills were not weak at all, he would not have been able to survive these 10 rounds. Hearing this, Shang Wenjing stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, if I tell you, will you leave? Chapter 765. Shang Wenjing didn't want to attack a soldier who had once served in his country, even if he was eventually expelled from the country. Hearing this, Zhang Yin began to calculate in his mind. At this moment, he was no match for this man, and it seemed that this man had deliberately let him go. The knife just now could have hurt him, but in the end it turned into a punch. Thinking of this, Zhang Yin began to stall for time. I want to know another question. Why did you attack us? Weak people are not qualified to know. I'm from Fangs. As he said this, Shang Wenjing showed a proud expression. Although he had been expelled long ago, he was still proud of the place where he had been. But what surprised him was that the man opposite him was confused. Which unit is this? Just then, footsteps came from the side of Zhang Yin, and a strong and burly figure appeared. You actually came from that place. Xiao Jiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his muscles tensed, and he dared not relax for a moment. Another former soldier, interesting. Shang Wenjing suddenly laughed and whispered, it's such a small place, but you two can come here. Since they were cutting trees outside, no one except the guards were armed. When Xiao Jiao saw the figure of the white-haired man, he knew that something must have happened to Haozi, but he didn't have time to rush over, so he prepared to support Zhang Yin first. Is he very powerful? Zhang Yin took 2 steps back and asked in a low voice while standing on Xiao Jiao's right. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao said seriously, if he really came from Fangs, we might only be able to tie when we put our strength together. Ah, you are? Zhang Yin originally wanted to say, you are already so powerful, but we are only evenly matched when we put our strength together. After saying this, Shang Wenjing put his hands in his trouser pockets and continued to throw out a heavy message. By the way, my former code name was Ghost. After saying this, even a strong man like Xiao Jiao was shocked at the moment. What, you're not dead? Zhang Yin was a little confused and frowned. Do you two know each other? The next second, Xiao Jiao shook his head, looked at the white-haired man in front of him and said quickly, more than 10 years ago, do you remember a case? At that time, a soldier went home on leave. Because his parents died strangely, his childhood friend was insulted and rumored, which led to suicide. As a result, the man set off several big explosions, and even killed more than 40 people before stopping. In the end, nearly 1,000 people were dispatched, but they couldn't catch him. And I heard that his former instructor took action and forced the man to death, but due to an earthquake, there has been no news since then. Hearing this, Zhang Yin glanced at the distance and asked, could it be him? If it is true, then today will be a bit difficult. Xiao Jiao has been in the special forces for a long time and occasionally heard about the deeds of this senior. Then he gritted his teeth and continued, 20 years ago, there was a codenamed Ghost. When he was performing a mission abroad, he was alone in the jungle and faced 100 enemies. He was able to kill none of them, and those people didn't even see his shadow. At this moment, Zhang Yin also felt the seriousness of the matter, because if a soldier could go abroad to perform a mission, he would definitely be very powerful. Secondly, the country would not recognize the existence of this person. In other words, even if he was caught, no one would go to rescue him. At this time, Shang Wanjing grinned and added, to be precise, 109 people died in my hands at that time. Then he looked at Zhang Yin again. The jungle combat skills you learned before were all optimized by me. I heard that they are still widely used in the army. When it comes to jungle combat, I'm second. Who dares to claim first place? Qin Yu was squatting in the bushes. After listening, he knew that he had encountered a powerful enemy today. He was about to rush out to help. At this moment, a hand suddenly pressed his shoulder. You are not very powerful yet. That person's skills are far beyond your imagination. Just watch from the side. Watching the battle will help you improve quickly. Alei said lightly, stood up and stepped out. Haha, there is one more. Shang Wanjing looked at them without fear. Even if he was fighting 1 against 3, he was not afraid. The next second, Alei took off his mask and said in a deep voice, What did I do wrong on that day? It's the end of the world, you still won't let me go. This scene moved everyone present. Zhang Yin widened his eyes. Fuck, could he be? Yes, this person is the instructor of my organization. Alei gritted his teeth and said it. Unexpectedly, Shang Wanjing smiled suddenly after hearing this and said lazily, I taught you your skills. Why do you think I can't find your whereabouts? When did you find it? Alei put the mask in his pocket and looked forward. Hearing this, Shang Wanjing took a half step forward and sneered. Do you remember that there is an abandoned examination hall a few hundred kilometers away from here? I heard that it is a branch of your camp. TSK, I didn't expect it to be destroyed overnight. You should be talking about the previous one. Xiao Jiu corrected. It doesn't matter. Then Shang Wanjing continued. One night, a forest fire suddenly broke out there, and Long Ai happened to be looking for supplies nearby, so he stayed for a few more days. After those people left, Long Dai sneaked in. Through the fatal wounds on the zombies, she roughly guessed that it was you who did it. But she concealed the news, and then came back and hinted to me whether to attack a certain community. If I went there at that time, the people in the villa area would have bumped into me. And Long Dai did something else. Hearing this, Alei pulled out a dagger and held it in his hand, whispering, What? After the voice fell, Shang Wanjing pulled out a machete about 40 centimeters from his back, holding it in his hand and smiling. I tell you if you win, and by the way, check whether you have regressed during this period. After saying that, he kicked the stone on the ground with his toes, and the whole figure rushed forward quickly. What a fast speed! Qin Yu's eyes widened. The next second, Alei, Xiao Jiu and Zhang Yin looked at each other, and then rushed to the white-haired man in front of them. At this moment, Qin Yu remembered Alei's reaction when he heard about the white-haired man before, and instantly understood the general situation. Then he turned his head and said anxiously, Go back to the camp quickly, I think my family is in chaos too. Okay. Lenny stood up and prepared to run, but was stopped by Qin Yu again. You are not used to using a rifle, so I give you a pistol. Chapter 766. After that, the two exchanged guns quickly. At this time, Qin Yu added, I don't think these people are here to kill people. Try not to hit the vital parts when shooting. It's best to capture them alive. When Lenny left carefully, Qin Yu picked up the rifle and aimed at the white-haired man, who was fighting 1 against 3. Ding! Xiao Jiu blocked a knife with his dagger across his arm, and then Alei kicked out. The white-haired man quickly blocked it with his arms, and his legs retreated half a meter at the same time. Now, Qin Yu's eyes condensed, and he quickly pulled the trigger, firing several bullets in a row. But soon Qin Yu was stunned. The white-haired man first turned to the left quickly, then raised his left arm to block in front of him, and at the same time put the machete upright at the heart. 3 sparks appeared instantly, and all the bullets were blocked by him. The white-haired man turned his head and smiled at Qin Yu in the bushes, shouting, Boy, you don't really think I'm stupid, do you? After he finished speaking, he tapped his left arm with the back of the knife, and the sound of iron sheet was clearly heard, which sounded quite good. Just after he finished speaking, several people started fighting again. Seeing that the white-haired man's eyes drifted behind him, Qin Yu rolled to the side without thinking, and sure enough, several bullet holes appeared on the ground the next second. Then he held the gun in one hand and disappeared directly into the woods. Inside the camp. The intermittent gunshots outside made the people standing guard at the door think they were hallucinating. Until a bullet flew over, Huang Lulin fell off the sentry box on the spot, and even fell outside the camp. Fortunately, there was no hard cement underneath. Then he took a look at the bullet stuck in the prosthesis, and his face turned pale instantly. Just before Huang Lulin reacted, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the third floor of a house near the door in the camp. Compared with the gunshots outside the camp, the sound was several times louder. At the same time, on a tree 200 meters away, a woman in a black tights threw away her gun and jumped down on the spot. At a distance of 3 meters, the bullet flew over before the person landed. Long Dai relied on her instinctive reaction and deliberately fired a gun to test whether the other party had a sniper, but she was able to avoid it by accident. Bang! The arm-thick tree trunk was shot right through the waist. Seeing this, Uncle Wa quickly put away the anti-material sniper rifle and ran towards the secret passage behind. The moment he heard the gunshot, Uncle Wa recognized it as Chen Yu's pistol. With his understanding of the latter, he would never shoot without reason. And the guns that had been hidden outside the community were later found by a lay. Unfortunately, the bullets of the TAC-50 sniper rifle still could not be replenished, and one less bullet was used. Because this thing is so powerful and has a long range, it will only be used when the enemy attacks. Before the other party fired, Uncle Wa was very sure that he was not exposed, but the man outside actually jumped down directly after firing. As a result, although Uncle Wa quickly located the position with his many years of sniping experience, he was still a second late, thus wasting the bullet. At this moment, Uncle Wa determined that the other party must have received professional training and was much more powerful than the sniper like Fan Jiang before. When gunshots were heard from the gate, Huang Lulin was about to stand up in panic, but the door suddenly opened. He turned his head and saw several items wrapped in paper boxes thrown out, with white smoke coming out. Almost instantly, the smoke covered the gate, and then Xiaoyin hid by the door and shouted anxiously, "Why are you standing there? Come in!" Oh! Huang Lulin reacted quickly and ran directly into the door. As the gate closed, the two hid behind the wall on the left, and then Xiaoyin whispered, "This is made of cement, and ordinary guns can't penetrate it." Hearing this, Huang Lulin suppressed his panic and asked curiously, "Where did you get this thing? Why does it look like a smoke bomb?" Hearing this, Xiaoyin looked at her watch, then walked into the house, and continued to explain. Cut the ping-pong ball into pieces, wrap it with tin foil, and burn it to produce a lot of thick smoke. Huang Lulin followed her, and looked back at the direction of the gate. At this time, the smoke was indeed everywhere. At this time, there was another sound in front. Cover your mouth and nose. This kind of smoke will make people dizzy. When entering the house on the first floor, Xiaoyin took out a pistol from under the table and loaded it, and quickly said, "How is your hand?" "It's okay. The bullet hit my prosthesis." Huang Lulin raised his left hand and shook it. "Okay, you stay here. I go guard the door." After saying that, Xiaoyin found a towel and dipped it in water, then covered her mouth and ran out. Although she usually laughs and jokes, she is also quite calm and steady when it comes to serious matters. Han Liyuan also heard gunshots in the secret passage, but it was too far away, so she thought she was hallucinating. But when she saw Uncle Wa carrying a sniper rifle and lifting the wooden board to get in, Han Liyuan immediately understood that something must have happened. At this moment, smoke began to float in the direction of the gate. She remembered that Dr. Lin should still be outside, gritted her teeth, and then got into the secret passage. Just consider it as repaying his life-saving grace. Han Liyuan walked in the secret passage with a bent waist, and this sentence floated through her mind. On her thin face, her eyes revealed a little firmness. At the same time, Chen Yu was running in the woods. He knew very well that he could not help much if he stayed there. The other party was definitely not an ordinary survivor. This behavior of predicting bullets alone refreshed Chen Yu's cognition, but Lei and Xiao Jiao had said that after discovering the enemy's position, it was not difficult to block a few bullets. Some people have experienced hundreds of battles, and their perception of danger has reached a terrifying level. It's like a powerful soldier who will aim the gun at the enemy before he sticks his head out. As time went by, the battle in the woods entered a white-hot stage. But strangely, in an area 2 kilometers away from the villa area, tents were set up and several people started cooking food. A strong man who was 1.8 meters tall and weighed nearly 200 kilograms was lying on the ground doing push-ups, with a stone weighing about 20 kilograms on his back. Right next to him, a man wearing black-framed glasses spoke. "Slav, if you have some strength left now, I suggest you go to support the instructor." After saying that, Leander pushed his glasses. Hearing this, Slav shuddered, threw the stone down, then stood up and clapped his hands, and then he spoke in his not-so-fluent Mandarin. "Oh dear Andal, I will help the instructor, but not now." Chapter 767. My name is Leander. Please call me by my name. It's strange, they are two foreigners, but they are communicating in a language that they are not familiar with. The next second, a voice came from the corner of the tent, as if someone's mouth was blocked, but still wanted to speak. Then Slav walked over there. "Ma'am, you woke up a little early." After saying that, Slav swung his palm knife, and the person tied to the ground continued to faint. After running for a long time, Chen Yu accidentally came here. At this time, he hid behind a tree, looking at the figures in front of him, and fell into silence. Two men were chatting, and there was a sack on the ground. According to the actions just now, Chen Yu judged that they should be alive. And there was a girl sitting in the back of a pickup truck. She looked about 20 years old, with twin ponytails and a long skirt. She lowered her head, and was feeding the little rabbit in her arms. Because they were too far away, Chen Yu couldn't hear what those people were saying. Then he was about to get closer. At this time, a few crushed grasses on the ground in front of him caught his attention. Chen Yu took the rifle, and then lay on the ground to look at it carefully. The fracture was obvious, as if it was broken by something. After approaching and smelling it, Chen Yu did not find any bad smell, and then he judged that it should be stepped on by a living person. Thinking of the figures of several strangers who appeared here, Chen Yu began to return carefully along the original route, and he only stepped on the place he had just walked. It can be said that Chen Yu was so cautious at this moment that it was a bit unreasonable. Just now in the woods, someone had been chasing him from behind, but unfortunately, relying on his familiarity with the surrounding terrain, Chen Yu quickly got rid of them. Just as he was about to go around to another direction and try to attack from behind, he found another group of people. A few minutes later, Chen Yu found a zombie. But unfortunately, he didn't have any fresh meat on him at the moment, so he couldn't lead the zombie to walk forward on its own. Because this side was far away, the gunshots near the camp could not be heard. At this moment, Chen Yu planned to find a way to get hostages and force the other party to negotiate. He didn't know why these people didn't kill them when they came up, even though they had already beaten to the door. But with the idea that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death, Chen Yu set his sights on the girl. Compared to the other two men, it was obviously easier to deal with this girl. Of the two men, one was as strong as a bull, and the other wore glasses, but every time he read a book, he would look up and look around, never relaxing his vigilance. The location of these people was on a plain, with basically no trees around. Just when Chen Yu was worried about finding something to attract zombies, a frog suddenly jumped out at his feet, about half the size of a palm. The next second, Chen Yu quickly stepped on it, then grabbed its hind legs and lifted it up. 2 minutes later, Chen Yu took the frog that was cut by the knife, tied one leg with a rope made of more than a dozen grasses, and then ran towards the zombie quickly. As he approached, the zombie, which had no reaction at first, shook its head, then stretched out its dry right hand and walked forward. Even if there was only one left, it wanted to grab the living person in front of it. When he rushed to within 2 meters of the zombie, Chen Yu kicked it suddenly, knocking it to the ground on the spot, and then took out the wooden stick he had prepared in advance and directly inserted it into the upper edge of the zombie's abdomen, just stuck in the ribs. Then he rolled to the side, and the zombie on the ground struggled a few times and got up, continuing to chase Chen Yu from behind. In order to make the zombie go in a certain direction, Chen Yu had to make it lose its target first. After all, the attraction of frogs was not strong. About half a minute later, Chen Yu found the second zombie and quickly killed it. Soon the zombie behind him chased him, and Chen Yu hid behind the tree and kicked it again at the knees, making it kneel on the ground, while its rotten teeth were still biting desperately behind. Grabbing the zombie's hair with his right hand and pulling it back, Chen Yu quickly hung the frog on the stick and quickly rolled to the bushes next to him. Then he grabbed the prepared corpse and hid under it. A few seconds later, the zombie got up from the ground again, but still didn't notice the frog hanging on the stick, even though it was close at hand. However, Chen Yu had already hidden under the corpse, and the smell had basically disappeared. While the zombie was spinning in place, he picked up a stone next to him and threw it towards the suspicious area before. "Pa!" The sound attracted the zombie's attention. It turned and shook its head, then found the meat hanging in front of its chest, and then reached out to grab it. But because the distance was not enough, it started to walk forward. Chen Yu waited for a long time for just a few dozen meters. When the zombie stepped into that position, he squatted in the grass and held his breath. Encountering enemies, and there were strangers camping outside, even without using the brain, it can be thought that these people are likely to be in the same group. The zombie took 10 quick steps in a row, and the direction was getting more and more off. Just as Chinyu was about to follow, a very slight sound suddenly came from the silent forest. It was as if a small wooden stick was stepped on and broken. Of course, at this distance, Chinyu couldn't hear it at all. The next second, the zombie was instantly blown to pieces. Seeing this, Chinyu quickly lay on the ground, and then 2 explosions occurred in succession. Under the tent, Leander stood up solemnly, turned his head and asked, "Damn Slav, how many mines did you bury?" Hearing this, the sturdy man looked at the aftermath of the explosion in the woods, rubbed his hands, and said excitedly, "Hee, I knew someone would come over. Leander, you watch them, I go check." After that, Slav walked to the pickup truck, opened the door, took out the pistol from inside, loaded it, put it on his waist, and then strode towards the woods. Ling, sitting in the pickup truck, covered the bunny's ears with a nervous look on his face, and whispered, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." As the explosion sounded, the zombies in the forest on the left side of the tent also heard the noise and walked towards them. Seeing a dozen or so zombies appear, Leander pulled out the dagger on his calf and shouted to the car, "Ling, don't run around." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the pile of zombies on the left, ready to get rid of them. But strangely, the answer of the girl behind the pickup truck was a little inconsistent. "When are you going to kill her?" As he said that, Ling also looked at the sack under the tent. Chapter 768. She didn't understand why Uncle Shengwan said he was going to attack the camp when he clearly didn't believe this woman. As a result, when they were halfway there, the man was knocked unconscious and tied up, and then thrown behind the pickup truck. When they got closer, Shangwan Jing asked Long Dai and her brother to go over there, figure out the approximate location, and then split up, and repeatedly reminded them not to kill anyone. Although she didn't understand this, she could still accept it. Ling didn't like to see people die, she preferred to save people. Slav stood outside the woods without going in, but stopped there, with his right hand on the gun at his waist. After a few seconds, until the 4th explosion sounded, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked in with both hands holding the gun. Ling jumped out of the car and looked around curiously. In the past, Shangwan Jing never allowed her to go out alone in the camp, and rarely took her with him even when searching for supplies. Although Ling knew very well that Uncle Shangwan must have done this to protect herself, she was still full of yearning for the outside world, whether before the doomsday or now. The sudden explosion scared her, and the little rabbit in the car. Almost instantly, the little rabbit jumped out of the car in panic and ran in a certain direction. "Ball!" Ling exclaimed and chased after it. A few minutes later, Leander cleaned up the zombies on the left and turned around, only to find that there was no one behind the pickup truck. His face changed slightly, and he ran over. The empty pickup truck no longer had the girl in it. The next second, Slav also walked out of the woods. He ignored the fact that several zombies accidentally touched the landmines. In the area outside the manor, other traps were buried first, and the explosives and mines were near the inside. Since he hadn't fought with anyone for a long time, Slav subconsciously thought that it was also triggered by humans. When he turned his head casually and found Leander standing around the pickup truck and shouting back and forth, he hurried over. "Where are the people?" Their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. They took their guns and shouted Ling's name loudly, not caring whether they would be exposed. If she disappeared in this doomsday full of dangers, the two would definitely blame themselves to death, because Ling was not only the only doctor in the camp, but also the instructor's favorite child for so many years, although it was said that she was adopted. At the same time, Ling ran into the woods in the direction of the little rabbit. When she crossed a small earth slope, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the side and grabbed her ankle fiercely. But unlike ordinary girls, although Ling was only 19 years old, she did not have any emotional waves, and did not even scream. She waved her right hand from her arm, pulled out a sharp wire about 20 centimeters long, then squatted down and inserted it into the top of the zombie's head. Then she pulled up a bunch of grass on the ground, wiped the wire and continued to put it away, stood up and shouted anxiously, "Ball!" But there was no answer in the forest. If an ordinary person stayed here, he would definitely be a little scared, but Ling was not worried at all, and continued to walk in while shouting. When she passed a big rock, a man suddenly appeared next to her, and then Ling felt pain in the back of her neck. But the next second, the girl moved 2 steps to the side, quickly pulled out the wire and stabbed the man, but her wrist was grabbed. Chinyu was slightly stunned. "Why don't you faint?" Ling struggled with her right hand, and was about to ask loudly, when she suddenly saw the white rabbit in the man's left hand, and snatched it away. Then she squatted down, and cleaned the dirt on the rabbit, then patted its head with her little hand, and said angrily, "The little guy doesn't eat much, but he runs so fast." Looking at the girl in front of him, Jinyu hesitated, but still did not kill her directly, but said in a deep voice, "I don't care why your people launched the attack, but now I need to hold you hostage. Based on the actions of the two people just now, I judge that you must be very important." As he finished speaking, the girl squatting on the ground stood up, gently stroking the little rabbit in her arms, and tilted her head to look at Jinyu. "You should have hit my side neck just now." Hearing this, Jinyu frowned slightly. "What?" Strangely, the girl spoke to herself. The carotid sinus, there are pressure receptors inside. It can determine the changes in the body's blood pressure. Where? After saying this, the girl blinked her eyes, then turned and left. It's on the side of the neck. When it is compressed, it will cause the blood pressure to drop rapidly, leading to fainting. Seeing this, Jinyu couldn't help it, ran to her, grabbed the girl's shoulders, and whispered, "You can't leave yet, you have to come with me." The girl stopped, lowered her head and whispered, "Uncle Shangwan didn't intend to kill you. I can feel that he has no killing intention." After that, Ling walked away. "Thank you for saving Qiuqiu. I won't tell anyone that you wanted to kidnap me today." Looking at the girl's back, Jinyu raised his gun and aimed at her legs, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally didn't make up his mind to pull the trigger. If the girl also knows REI, then he must not do it. And REI also mentioned a white-haired man before, and he just heard the same words. Since that man is REI's instructor, it is better not to make things too big before figuring out the cause of the matter. Although Jinyu will not be merciful to the enemy, he will only take action when he is sure that he will be in danger. Just like when he first met the blonde woman, Jinyu aimed directly at her head and shot. "I hope you didn't lie to me," Jinyu muttered to himself, then turned and ran towards the villa area. But just when he was a few meters away, a gunshot suddenly sounded from behind. Hearing this, Jinyu turned back suddenly and ran over there. Could it be that another enemy is coming? The moment the gunshot appeared, Slav and Leander also heard it, and then the two of them started running wildly with guns in hand. A few seconds later, Jinyu passed through the bushes and saw a bloodstain on the ground. The little rabbit, who was alive before, now had a bullet hole on his forehead, and a shoe fell next to it. Jinyu walked over to pick it up and recognized that it was what the girl was wearing just now. At this moment, a sound came from the woods next to him, and then two men appeared. "Fuck." The furious Slav didn't think about it, picked up the pistol and shot. Fortunately, Jinyu heard the footsteps in advance and quickly hid behind the tree. Then he shouted loudly, "It's not me who fired the gun, why don't you chase them?" Chapter 769. Compared to the shooting action of the sturdy man next to him, Leander was obviously calmer. He analyzed the surrounding environment, then turned his head to look at the direction more than 10 meters to the right. There are trees moving over there. After saying that, he took Slav to chase after it. The two ran out of the woods, and saw two men carrying the knocked out Ling to the back seat of the car. At this time, a masked man grinned and said, "This is the first time I have seen someone teach others how to knock themselves out. Stop talking nonsense. Get in the car quickly, the boss has strictly ordered this matter. No mistakes can be made." After the voice fell, another person opened the door of the driver's seat, got in, and prepared to start the car. At this moment, gunshots suddenly came from behind, crackling and hitting the car body. Leander was startled and hurriedly said, "Be careful, don't hurt Ling, hit the tire." Then he also took out a pistol, knelt on one knee, and started shooting. However, due to the distance of more than 30 meters, it was really difficult to hit. Just as the car was about to drive away, a young man rushed out and lay on the ground, and then there was a burst of shooting. There was only one magazine, and not many bullets, so Jinyu didn't care that the ground was dirty in order to hit the target. With a hiss, just as the car was about to disappear, the three people clearly saw that the car began to slip. Then Slav and Leander hurriedly chased after it. Originally, Jinyu didn't intend to intervene, but he just thought of something. What if R's instructor attacked today just to show off to some people? This is exactly where Jinyu is better than others. Even though his current skills are not top-notch, the ability he shows when encountering things is far better than many people. Because of the experiences since childhood, Jinyu survived with great difficulty. Although he was attacked for no apparent reason, he instantly judged that the other party did not kill him. In order to figure out the matter, he chose to help. The car fell down the slope and was smoking. The angry Slav squatted outside the car door, smashed the front window glass with his elbow, directly twisted the neck of the man in the driver's seat, and then pulled the body out and threw it on the ground far away. The next second, the man in the back seat was about to use his gun to fight back, but was also grabbed by Leander, who then twisted his hand hard, breaking it on the spot. On the road, Chinyu watched the car flip over, quickly analyzed it for a moment, and then ran down to help. At this moment, the man in the back seat suddenly moved his mouth, and after a few seconds he began to foam at the mouth. This scene made the three people stunned. The girl had woken up at this time, with a little blood on her forehead, and then she was carried out of the car by Slav, with a dull expression. Leander opened the man's mouth, looked at his mouth and tongue, then shook his head and said, "He took poison. There's no hope." As soon as he finished speaking, the overturned car was leaking oil, so several people quickly ran to the side. Half a minute later, the car caught fire. Chinyu looked at the dirt on his body, then whispered, "You two are foreigners, how can you understand me?" Hearing this, Leander checked a Ling and confirmed that there was no fatal injury, then stood up and expressed his gratitude. "Friend, do you know who these two are?" Hearing this, Chinyu walked towards the corpse on the ground and turned the body over. Then he took off the mask, and when he saw the face covered with mud, Chinyu was stunned. They were dressed the same as the last time they attacked him, but they didn't bring bows and arrows today. "Have you seen them?" Leander came over and asked. His Mandarin was much better than Slav's. "What are you going to do today?" Chinyu turned around first, then shook his head. He looked at the man in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I don't believe that someone would attack someone else's camp without using explosives and guns first. You're very smart." After saying that, Leander unzipped his clothes, took out a photo, and handed it to Chinyu. "Because she might be in your camp." The next second, Chinyu looked at the person in the photo, thought carefully for a few seconds, and then suddenly widened his eyes. "Han Liyuan? I don't know her name," Lil Del said softly. The woman in the photo at this time was obviously different from the one Chinyu had met before. She was wearing a hat, a gray coat, a smile on her face, and looked better than now. And the background looks like it's in a foreign country, and the architectural styles are obviously different from those in China. Of course, this is not important. What's important is that the man next to Han Liyuan also has white hair, although he wears sunglasses. Then Leander explained, "The instructor originally planned to kill you, but just before he was about to start the action, Long Eye accidentally saw her dragging branches. It's just that she is too far away, and her appearance has changed a little. We are not sure if it is really her, but we can't afford to gamble because she once saved the instructor's life. Without the instructor, there would be no one. But there seems to be more than one in our camp." Before asking too much, Chinyu frowned. "Isn't Alii here?" "That's different." Leander shook his head. "Alii won't die, but all of you won't live." Hearing the other party's understated tone, Chinyu clenched his fists involuntarily, but soon he thought clearly that these people did have this confidence. Xiaojiu, Alii and Zhang Yin, the three of them had to work together to suppress the white-haired man. You know, they represent the strongest people in the camp at present. Uncle Wa once said that he was not very good at close range, and most of the time, he relied on hot weapons. Because the car was burning, several people had to crawl onto the road. Ling did not react to this, as if it had no effect. I don't know if he saw through Chinyu's thoughts. After Leander climbed up, he began to explain. "Anyway, what you need to know now is that we are not enemies at the moment." Chinyu did not answer, but walked to Ling, waved his hand and asked, "Are you scared?" Hearing this, Ling hugged her arm and whispered, "I should have changed the position of holding the ball just now." This scene made Chinyu a little confused. Why did this girl often answer questions irrelevantly? Leander patted Chinyu on the shoulder, and after the girl walked away, he explained, Ling's parents were researchers in a biotechnology company. She was kidnapped twice when she was a child, and she almost died at that time. Until her parents died, the instructor was lucky enough to bring her back and raised her up. Chapter 770. Just then, Slav patted the mud off his clothes and said, Ling sometimes talks a lot, but she will change the subject while talking. There is nothing wrong with her. She is not autistic. Just when several people were under the tent, the battle in the woods in the distance was about to come to an end. Han Liyuan crawled out of the secret passage and happened to meet Lin Yi, who was running over. Her face was still a little red. She ran while looking behind nervously. Although no one was seen in the direction of the gate, Lin Yi also heard a gunshot just now. Although she has been trained now, Lin Yi is very clear about her level, and she is not stupid enough to sneak attack. If she is caught alive, it will definitely affect Chenyu. Lin Yi is not willing to make such a mistake. When she ran out of the woods and saw Han Liyuan, she hurriedly shouted anxiously, "Why are you still running outside?" Then Han Liyuan crawled out, she grabbed Lin Yi's hand, and asked nervously, "Is there a white-haired man who is very good at attacking us?" Hearing this, Lin Yi, due to professional habits and a particularly good memory, almost blurted out, "The man is about 1.75 meters tall, with a normal body shape, and there seems to be a scar on his neck." Hearing this, Han Liyuan was immediately happy, but soon she felt scared and urged, "Dr. Lin, go in quickly and don't come out." After saying that, she pulled Lin Yi to the secret passage, then closed the wooden board and picked up the dead leaves next to it to lay it. After doing this, Han Liyuan turned her head to look at the woods in the direction of the gate, took a deep breath, and then ran to the first tree on the right. She knelt on the ground, digging the soil with her hands. Half a minute later, an object wrapped in black plastic appeared in front of her. Han Liyuan looked around and saw no one else, then took out the things inside, and quickly checked them. At this moment, she was holding a pistol. Some time ago, Han Liyuan came out to practice hunting, but she accidentally ran to a cliff while chasing a bird. At that time, there was a lot of rotten meat on the ground, and it smelled everywhere, but there were no zombies. Han Liyuan shot the bird's wing with a bow and arrow, and when she went to pick it up, she found a pistol in the weeds. Because of an experience abroad, Han Liyuan actually knew how to use a pistol, but she didn't take the initiative to say this in front of Chen Yu and Xiaohu at the time. Because the gun had been in the wild for an unknown period of time, and was already very dirty, Han Liyuan privately asked Hong Wu for advice, and the latter taught her how to disassemble the pistol. Then she found an opportunity, disassembled the pistol into parts, cleaned it, reassembled it, and hid it. She would not use this gun to hurt people in the camp, she just wanted to use it to protect herself. Although she did not report this to Qinyu, Han Liyuan knew that it was best not to keep the weapon in one place, which was also something someone had told her. Since Han Liyuan always had a bullet hanging around her neck, she was already very familiar with this thing. When she took the bullet in the pistol magazine in her hand, Han Liyuan noticed that the weight was wrong almost instantly, and there was probably more gunpowder. She didn't know what would happen if this kind of bullet was used for shooting, but she knew very well that the bullet she was wearing must be normal. Looking at the clean pistol, Han Liyuan gritted her teeth, reached out to remove the rope around her neck, and then used a dagger to hold the tail end and pried the bullet out of the slot. Then she quickly installed it, and Han Liyuan got up and ran wildly into the woods. Although Shang Wanjing was strong and could fight 3 people alone, he still couldn't win. But the good thing was that Lei and the other 2 didn't have a good tacit understanding, and they couldn't achieve a perfect connection of attack. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Long Jie rushed over. Only 10 seconds later, the situation changed instantly. Lei, Xiao Jiu and Zhang Yin were quickly defeated, and then aimed at by Long Jie's pistol. Seeing this, the 3 had to stop the attack, because they came out to cut trees today, and they didn't bring any guns. After all, everyone has executed this kind of thing many times, and every time they would have someone on guard outside, and they were equipped with walkie-talkies. It stands to reason that it is unlikely that someone would sneak up on them quietly. But Xiao Jiu now overlooked one point, that is, although Qi Hao is a military fan, he has never been a soldier. Compared with soldiers, his alertness is much worse. What's more, Long Jie is not an ordinary person. He and Lei belong to the same organization, and have been on the edge of a knife. Fortunately, Qin Yu is used to being alert. He even puts a pistol under his pillow when sleeping, let alone outside. Because Qin Yu knows that even if he has received training, the gap is still difficult to catch up with others, so the pistol has become his best helper. Shang Wanjing shook his numb hands, and said in a deep voice, "You 3 have never fought together before, so your tacit understanding is too low. If it were your comrades, I wouldn't get much advantage in close combat." Then Shang Wanjing snorted coldly, "Keep your life, but kill you." "Okay." Long Jie laughed and prepared to shoot at Zhang Yin's thigh. At this moment, an anxious female voice suddenly came from the left side of the few people, and it sounded like her breathing was very rapid. "Stop!" Shang Wanjing's facial expression froze instantly after these words came out. He was too familiar with this voice. But in order to avoid hidden dangers, he still did not stop Long Jie. Han Liyuan's face flushed, she held the gun with both hands trembling, and then pulled the trigger at Long Jie. Bang! The bullet brushed Long Jie's arm, and made him jump up and throw away the gun. He turned his head and shouted, "Master's wife, are you serious?" The next second, Han Liyuan turned the gun and aimed directly at her neck. She looked at the middle-aged man resolutely, and said with red eyes, "Yang Jing, if you want to hurt them, then I will definitely die in front of you first." Hearing this name, Lei and Long Jie both looked at the white-haired man. It was the first time for both of them to hear the instructor's real name. Just now, when Han Liyuan saw the familiar but unfamiliar figure, she knew that she could never save Xiaojiu, Zhang and Alei with this bullet. She knew Yang Jing's personality and methods very well. The more he threatened, the less he would listen. But Han Liyuan knew that he had been looking for her, so she simply injured Long Jia and then aimed the empty gun at her neck. Because now only she knew whether there were still bullets in the gun. Chapter 771. At this time, Shang Wenjing, with his back to her, pondered for a while and said, Yang Jing has long died, and the name Shangwan was given to me by you. Because of this identity, I was able to survive abroad and come to where I am now. You shouldn't use your life to plead for a few strangers. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the thin woman in the distance, with mixed feelings in his heart. For Han Liyuan, Shang Wenjing once loved her very much. He was able to hide in the cargo ship heading abroad thanks to Han Liyuan's help. However, after Shang Wenjing established the killer organization, this woman suddenly disappeared and has never been found since then. Since Shang Wenjing was wanted in China, he had no way to go back. For more than 10 years, he only knew that Han Liyuan should have moved to a new city to live, but he didn't know what she was doing specifically. 2 years before the zombies appeared, Shang Wenjing finally knew her approximate location, but he didn't want to go find her, at least not in the short term. However, after the outbreak of the Doomsday, Shang Wenjing no longer has to worry about being wanted. Although he successfully escaped, he knew very well that if he went back again, he would never be able to get out in this life. They are not strangers. Han Liyuan's eyes revealed determination, her right index finger trembled slightly, and her tone even had a little begging. Since I once saved your life, can't both sides coexist peacefully? At this time, Alei stood up and walked toward Shang Wenjing. As he walked, he hooked his thumb with his right hand. How did you know that we would be cutting trees outside today? Hearing this, Shang Wenjing fell silent. Long Jia looked at his arm. The bullet did not penetrate, but there was already a blood mark. He whispered, we have arranged a traitor. After saying this, Xiao Jiu glanced at Zhang Yin, who was puzzled, and whispered, it seems to be Song Chung and his friends. No wonder he has been emphasizing recently that the river needs to be blocked by tree trunks to prevent zombies from falling in. After the voice fell, Long Jia took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket again, but it was not the one Chi Hao had. Come out. 10 seconds later, a person walked out of the woods. Seeing this, Xiao Jiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and Zhang Yin also widened his eyes, because it was not Song Chung, but a child. Then Shang Wenjing glanced at him, and said, introduce yourself. Hearing this, the child lowered his head, and dared not look at others, and whispered, my name is Xie Yun. Just after he finished speaking, footsteps were heard again. I saw several men with guns, escorting some people. Alei turned his head, and saw that they were Lao Cheng, Hong Wu, Go Li and Song Chung. These people were cutting trees in another direction before. I took you in because I felt sorry for you a month ago, but I was defeated by a child today. Song Chung laughed at himself, with a little sadness in his tone. I'm sorry, everyone, I will repay you in my next life. Shang Wenjing said calmly, although we don't take in survivors, we know one thing very well, that is, as time goes by, more and more forces will realize that they can't accept too many useless people. I guess you must have tested the abilities of those people at the beginning, but naturally ignored the old, weak and disabled. Then Shang Wenjing looked at Song Chung and said coldly, haven't you ever thought about why he, a teenager, happened to meet you passing by? Here, he paused for a moment. Of course, I can realize this because I have learned this lesson before. Just when they gathered together, another group of people appeared behind Shang Wenjing, but they were completely different from Xiao Jiu and others. Chen Yu walked over with a rifle, aiming at the 3 people. Pop! A bearded man threw the sack on his shoulder to the ground. Uncle Shangwan. The girl pouted when she saw the white-haired man, and threw herself into his arms. Chiu is dead. What happened? Shang Wenjing turned his head, and looked at Slav with anger in his eyes. Didn't I ask you to watch her? Hearing this, Slav explained, we didn't go in. At that time, the mines in the woods were triggered and zombies came from the other side. Leander and I left at the same time, but Aling ran into the woods for some reason. Hearing this, Qin Yu curled his lips, because her little rabbit was scared away. Later, Aling was captured by 2 men. The other party had a car, and they almost ran away. Fortunately, this handsome guy helped. Say, Saluofu pointed at Qin Yu. At this moment, except for Shang Wenjing's people and Qin Yu, everyone else stared at each other, not understanding what was going on. When everyone hadn't reacted yet, Long Jia suddenly saw a few thin tubes thrown out of the bushes, just near him and Shang Wenjing. Then a very beautiful girl stood up, holding a pistol in both hands. She was ready to pull the trigger without thinking. I fight you. The person who appeared here was none other than Lin Yi, who had come back again. Seeing this, Chen Yu's eyelids jumped and he shouted loudly, "Yi, stop it!" Lei kicked back quickly with his right foot, and the pistol on the ground came directly in front of Xiaojiu. At the same time, he kicked away the explosives next to it. Because Lin Yi didn't know what happened just now, she even thought that everyone in the camp was held hostage at this moment. At the critical moment, Shang Wanjing pushed Ling away with great speed, and then rushed towards Lei, stretching out his left arm to protect his calf. But unfortunately, Lin Yi did not miss the target, and the bullet directly hit Shang Wanjing's shoulder. Instantly, the other men raised their guns and aimed at Lin Yi, and Chen Yu quickly pulled out the pistol from Leander's waist and aimed at them, saying in a deep voice, "Put down the gun." And Xiaojiu picked up the gun, aimed at Long Jia and pulled the trigger, but there was a click. Empty gun? Xiaojiu frowned slightly, but the weight was obviously fine. Then he took off the magazine and immediately saw a small iron block lying inside that looked like a bullet. Seeing this, Long Jia rolled his eyes. "I didn't intend to kill you in the first place, but the instructor insisted on making this drama. Now, we are all injured." Long Dai limped out of the woods and snorted coldly. "I told you to capture them first, but you didn't believe it. These people are not that easy to mess with." Seeing Shang Wanjing being shot, Han Liyuan was shocked and ran towards him in a hurry, even falling down. Are you okay?" Shang Wanjing was helped to sit up. He glanced at Lin Yi, who was a little panicked in the distance, and said, "You actually aimed at the place where the explosives fell." Chapter 772. "It's okay, I won't die." Shang Wanjing stood up while holding Han Liyuan's arm, shook his head at her, and then shouted, "Okay, put away your guns, we are not each other's enemies." When he looked at her face up close, Shang Wanjing felt a slight pain in his heart, and whispered, "Doomsday has appeared, you must have suffered a lot, right? I'm sorry, I showed up a little late." Hearing this, Han Liyuan's eyes were red. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have spent so much money on maintenance." At this moment, Han Liyuan hugged Shang Wanjing's shoulders and burst into tears, as if the grievances she had felt for so long had finally exploded at this moment. But this scene puzzled everyone present. Why did the enemy suddenly seem to pose no threat? At this moment, Ling walked to Qin Yu and said, "Can you help me catch another rabbit?" "Why me? I think you are a good person. You don't even know how to knock someone out, so you must be good at treating animals." Ling thought for a moment, and then said this. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu glanced at everyone, turned his head and said to Leander, "It's getting late, why don't you go to our camp to rest for a night?" Hearing this, Leander pushed his glasses and said, "Why do you trust us so suddenly?" Qin Yu pointed in the direction of the white-haired man. "He can help block the bullet, which means he doesn't want to see a leg get hurt. Secondly, I believe in the people in my camp. Han Liyuan's reaction is enough to prove many things. Besides, if you guys are bad, she won't like the little rabbit so much if she follows you." As he said that, Qin Yu pointed at Ling. After all, in the apocalypse, for most people, whether it's animals or pets, they are actually food. Hearing this, Leander smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Although you are weak, you are also very strong." After this, Qin Yu was speechless for a moment. "You take the instructor and others over first. I have to take people to drive the car over." After that, Leander called a few people and left. Then Qin Yu waved to the distance. Seeing this, Lenny walked towards him nervously, ready to be blamed, because she just found out that the two sides didn't really fight. "I'm sorry, I scared you today." Qin Yu cleaned the leaves on Lin Yi's hair with his hands and said softly, "Don't you blame me? I almost caused a big disaster just now." Lin Yi bit her lip, feeling a little guilty. Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head slightly. "You just want to save everyone. Today's incident seems to be accidental, but it is inevitable, because we forgot one thing, that is, it is easy for people to get close to us when we are on guard in the woods. Just now I also heard that the traitor they arranged before seemed to be a child. I guess it was the one with his head down." Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then said to herself, "Fortunately, there is only this kind of explosive without a fuse in the arsenal." After she finished speaking, she took out a lighter from her pocket. Seeing this, Qin Yu pressed it back and asked her to put it in her pocket. Then he thought of something and said, "There are some little rabbits in our camp. Take her in to pick one." Then Qin Yu looked at the girl next to him. "What's your name? Why don't you follow this sister in first?" Strangely, the girl did not answer him, but turned her head to look at the white-haired man. Seeing this, Shang Wanjing said softly, "Her name is Ling. Be obedient. Follow her. I come in later." As soon as these words came out, Ling took Lin Yi's clothes and followed her to the camp. On the way, Lin Yi's face was still full of sorrow. I'm so stupid. I didn't expect that my hit rate would almost kill everyone. At this moment, Ling whispered, in fact, even if it explodes, it can only cause damage, and no one will die. What? Lin Yi turned her head and looked to the side, a little confused. I don't know if she was a little nervous about getting along with strangers. Ling rarely explained that amount of explosives, and it's not a directional explosion, can't cause great harm to people unless they fall on them. Hearing this, Lin Yi realized that she was talking about what happened just now, and then put his hand on her shoulder and said with a wry smile, no matter how big the injury is, it will hurt people in the end. I can't do this again in the future. With an extra hand on her shoulder, Ling looked a little uncomfortable. Her face suddenly turned red. She turned her head to look at Lin Yi's hand, hesitated for a while, and then whispered, no. Don't touch me. After that, she took 2 steps to the side, and did not choose to open Lin Yi's hand. Then Lin Yi suddenly realized, then grabbed my clothes. When the few people left, Qin walked toward Xiao Jiao and others again. Is everyone okay? Everyone shook their heads. Shang Wanjing patted Han Liyuan's shoulder, as if the shoulder injury was not on him and had no effect at all, then faced them and spoke. When I first came here, I really wanted to leave no one except Lei. Before he finished speaking, Lao Cheng shouted, if we weren't cutting trees, and it was difficult to use guns, do you think it would be so easy to catch us? Hearing this, Qin glanced at him and shook his head slightly, and the latter immediately shut up. But later I found that Xiao Yuan was also there, which made me realize that your camp might be trustworthy. Why? Qin suddenly asked. Because when Long Dai saw her, Xiao Yuan was dragging branches, but she had a little smile on her face. Hearing this, Han Liyuan was stunned for a moment, and then explained, I was thinking that if there was electricity in the future, I would definitely use an induction cooker to cook food, and never want to light a fire again. After the words fell, Qin looked at him and said, the 2 camps are not close to each other, and the 2 sides do not disturb each other. Why do you want to attack us today? Shang Wanjing thought for a moment, then looked up and glanced at everyone, then waved his hand. Untie the sack. Seeing this, Slav stepped forward and took out a dagger, cut the rope, and then exposed the people inside. Qin turned around and looked, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said coldly, you are still alive. At this time, Sister Yuan was sitting on the ground, her hair was disheveled, her head was bleeding, her mouth was even blocked by a piece of clothing, and her eyes were full of fear. Then Shang Wanjing spoke slowly. This person told me about your camp here, and even exaggerated a lot of things, such as you have more than a dozen wild boars and hundreds of chickens, etc. If the enemy hears this information now, they will not worry about whether it is true or false, but will only look for opportunities to attack. In the doomsday, if 2 groups of forces coexist in the same area, the risks and costs will be far greater than directly destroying each other. Chapter 773. And she also said that you seem to have horses here, but this woman must not have seen them with her own eyes. After saying this, Shang Wanjing took out a few grasses from his pocket and threw them in front of Sister Yuan, saying in a deep voice, this thing is called pasture grass. Those who have raised horses know that they like to eat this the most. But when we arrived here, we found that there were several wastelands outside, with a lot of pasture grass growing, and there was no trace of human cutting at all. Hearing this, Qin looked at the woman on the ground and said, in fact, we have also cut this kind of grass. I don't know what it is called, but even farmed rabbits like to eat it. It's just that we give priority to cutting the grass in the back mountain. Oh, really? Shang Wanjing laughed. It seems that by chance, you have saved yourselves. You asked me why I took action before, so I will tell you now. Shang Wanjing stood in front of everyone and said word by word, you trust your subjective judgment too much. You always think that weak people can't cause harm, but you don't know that they can still convey information. The river in front of your door, about a few kilometers downstream, there will be a fork in the road that leads to another small river. If you throw a glass bottle at your location, it will be carried to a far place by the river. Xiao Jiao threw the pistol in front of Long Jia and asked in confusion, but your camp is almost 200 kilometers away from us. It is impossible to rush that far. There is a high probability that it will be blocked by the garbage in the river. Hearing this, Long Dai sat on the ground and massaged her ankle, explaining, it's only a few kilometers away. With a few dead trees, the bottle will turn into the small river on the right. There is a lot of garbage there, and the bottle will be blocked directly. Shang Wanjing then sneered, we only need to come here every week to take a look, and we can get a general idea of your camp. Now you should understand why we attacked you when you were cutting trees outside, right? After he finished speaking, Chinyu took 2 steps towards him and suddenly asked, "So what we did today is to make us realize our own shortcomings?" "Yes." Then Shang Wanjing looked at Lei and said with a gloomy face, "Stinky boy, don't you know what I am like? As soon as you heard someone was chasing you, you ran around without contacting anyone. Fortunately, zombies appeared during the Doomsday outbreak. I guessed that you would definitely return to China to find your former savior, so I came back with you. Otherwise, you will never see us again in your life, right?" Lei glanced at him and turned to walk towards the camp. Soon, zombies began to appear in the woods, attracted by the previous gunshots. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao called everyone over to kill them one by one. Chinyu glanced at the white-haired man's shoulder and asked, "Can I ask your name?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan hurriedly said, "His name is Shang Wanjing. He used to be a very powerful soldier like Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin." The man who was about to tell him was slightly startled, and then smiled. "Yes, my name is Shang Wanjing." Since today's incident did not cause major casualties, Chinyu also asked them to drive the car in. Just because of the relationship with Lei, Chinyu knew that these people were definitely not enemies. Since they were not enemies, they naturally had to be won over. Moreover, he knew that the people in the manor camp were not simple at all. Although they might not live together, if they became friends, they would not be afraid of the Savior sect in the future. Next to the breeding area in the camp, Lenny led Ling to a shed made of wooden boards and greeted the people at the door. "Is everything okay outside? I just heard gunshots." The white old man on the recliner stood up with a worried expression on his face. "Just now there was a sudden noise at the gate, and I listened carefully, and there was no movement again." Since he had to guard this place, even though he saw smoke at the gate, the old man didn't dare to leave without permission. And because the old man was a veterinarian, he could help deal with some situations most of the time, such as the wild goat suddenly stopped eating. "It's okay, it shouldn't be a real enemy." Lenny shook her head, pushed the door open and walked in. The old man glanced at the strange girl next to her, and didn't ask any more questions. In the shed, Ling saw a wooden box in the corner, and there were indeed several little rabbits lying inside, and they were about the same size, but they were all gray in color. Seeing this, Lin Yi explained softly, "These are all wild rabbits. Because it is very dangerous outside, there are natural enemies in nature, and this skin color is also equivalent to a protective color." Hearing this, Ling beside him whispered, "I also have a white rabbit at home, it is a male." When Sister Long went out to search for supplies, she found several rabbits in a family, and almost starved to death. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded, "Then we should be able to breed white rabbits in the future. To be honest, these are actually prepared to be raised as food." But Ling didn't mind. She held the dead rabbit in her hand, and placed it on the wall. "Then I give this to you." Lin Yi looked at her in surprise. "Isn't this your pet? Why are you giving it away?" "It was a pet when it was alive, but Chiu is dead. I wouldn't do this in the world before the end of the world, but in the current environment, it can still play a role after death. When I was held hostage by those 2 people before, Chiu suddenly bit one of them, but was thrown away and shot." At this point, although Ling's expression was very calm, there was still some sadness in her eyes. However, because she was used to seeing too many lives and deaths, she did not have any emotional waves. For Ling now, the death of a rabbit is no different from the death of a person. The difference is that she doesn't like rabbits to die, nor does she like people to die. "Is that so?" Lin Yi sighed and patted her shoulder, "Then go in and pick one. I suggest you choose the one lying on the scarf. Although she is a little small, she has a more well-behaved personality." Ling took a step back, turned around and looked at the side and said, "Beautiful sister, can you go in and help me carry him out? Uncle Shangwan is injured, and I have to remove the bullet for him later. It is unsafe if my hands get dirty." Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at the girl in front of him for a few times, and said with a little surprise, "You should be about 18 years old, and you are also a surgeon?" Ling shook her head, "I am not. I just read a lot of medical books before." Chapter 774. Then how could you? Lin Yi was very curious. "When I was a child, I went to a strange place with Uncle Shangwan. He said it was dangerous outside, and asked me not to go out alone. To kill time, I started to read books. Later, I found that the explanations that others could not understand began to become vivid in my eyes." Speaking of this, Ling's eyes flashed a trace of loneliness. Although it was fleeting, it was still captured by Lin Yi. She had a feeling that this girl might be a little unusual. Then another voice came from the side. "When I was a child, I didn't understand what death was. I just couldn't understand why those uncles and aunts who seemed to be in a hurry couldn't stop the blood from my parents. But after that night, a strange brother appeared in my eyes. He was covered in blood, but not a drop of it was his own. He carried a thing called a gun and killed all the bad guys. Many people think I'm not good at communicating with others, but I just think it's unnecessary. Just like you, sister, I'm willing to communicate with you normally. After saying this, Aling turned her head and looked to the left. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at the girl, who was half a head shorter than herself, was silent for a few seconds, then turned around and went in to help her pick up the new little rabbit. My name is Lin Yi. In the camp, although Shang Wanjing and his group looked at the surrounding facilities, they did not have too much envy. After all, the place they live in is not bad at all, but the environment inside is blocked by the wall. Qin Yu and Lao Cheng closed the door together, then clapped their hands and said, "Find an opportunity to improve this door in a few days, and try to design it into a push-pull type. In this way, even the elderly and children can come to stand guard in the future, and there will be more manpower." Hearing this, Lao Cheng smiled and said, "I have wanted to make this suggestion for a long time, and it should be enough to get a few pulleys below." While talking, the two walked toward Shang Wanjing and others. At this time, Shang Wanjing observed their actions, and then whispered, "The leader of your camp is a little unusual. He actually does all these things himself. We are all willing to listen to his instructions and arrangements." Han Liyuan looked back and said with a somewhat uncomfortable look, "What's wrong with you?" Shang Wanjing noticed something was wrong and asked immediately. "Nothing." Han Liyuan pretended to be calm. "It's great to see you again." Shang Wanjing wanted to continue asking, but heard Qin Yu talking to him. "You need to take care of this injury, right?" After saying that, he also looked at the other two. Long Dai and Long Jie have been following me for a long time. Seeing this, Shang Wanjing introduced them. At this time, Lin Yi also appeared with a Ling, and then Qin Yu asked Xiao Jiao to take them to the infirmary. When these people left, Hong Wu stood next to Qin Yu, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Haha, just say whatever you want to say. Today's incident turned out to be a farce, and Qin Yu also smiled easily, because he discovered that there were indeed hidden dangers in the camp after what happened in the afternoon. Before this, whether it was Xiao Jiao, Alei, or Uncle Hua and Zhang Yin, they all fell into a misunderstanding. That is, they thought that it was not easy to meet former soldiers in the Doomsday, and most ordinary survivors did not have the ability to launch attacks silently. And there was another point, even Qin Yu thought so. If you want to attack other enemies, if you have firearms, you will naturally give priority to using hot weapons. That is to say, bows and arrows are not as lethal as guns when fighting humans at a long distance, not to mention explosives or rocket launchers. So basically everyone thinks that if they are attacked, the enemy will definitely make a noise, and then at least they will have time to react. But today I found out that the white-haired man only used about a dozen people to capture most of them outside alive. Even using these people, he can make those in the camp surrender directly on the spot. If we trust them like this, will there be any problems? Hongwu asked. Hearing this, Qin Yu thought for a moment, then whispered, "Didn't you realize that although it seems that we are at a disadvantage, in fact, it is their people who are injured? In a way, this is not something that the enemy can do." Hearing this, Hongwu nodded. "I understand. Well, take a few people to the lake to catch some fish. Maybe they will need them at night." Okay. Since it was the end of the world, there was no need for so much polite talk. Everyone basically sat directly on the ground or on the edge of the lawn. After about a few minutes, a horn sounded at the gate, and then Song Chung walked over and opened the door. Soon several cars drove in, including the pickup truck that Qin Yu had seen before. When they got out of the car, Shang Wanjing also took out the bullet in his shoulder and bandaged the wound. Qin Yu looked at his appearance and asked curiously, "Why does it look like there is no effect at all? Getting hurt is commonplace for me." Shang Wanjing curled his lips, then turned around and called two people, "You two go and bring that woman over." A dozen seconds later, Shang Wanjing looked at his watch and said, "It's going to be dark soon. What are you going to do with this woman?" Hearing this, Qin Yu thought for a moment, whispered a few words to Lin Yi, and then the latter walked in a certain direction. Time passed by. Qin Yu did not speak, but quietly looked at the woman who kept kowtowing. Walking over and removing the clothes from her mouth, Sister Yuan begged for mercy and agitation. "Little brother, I was blind, I was wrong. There is no regret medicine in the world." Qin Yu said lightly, "If you had made up an excuse and not fanned the flames, I don't think you would have ended up like this so soon. You're right, I now deeply realize my mistake. Please, please give me another chance." As she spoke, she kowtowed to the others. Soon Lin Yi came back again, holding a folded plastic sheet, and a silencer in his hand. Chinyu took the only silencer in the camp and installed it, then spread the sheet next to the woman and said in a deep voice, "Go over." Sister Yuan turned her head and looked at her, her eyes full of fear. At this moment, Chinyu had no patience. He nodded to the Zhuang and Zhang Yin, and then the two of them came forward and put her on. Then Chinyu checked the pistol, his expression erratic. He looked at the woman who was covered in wounds and begging all the time and slowly said, "You didn't realize that you were wrong, but you were afraid." Chapter 775. When a lay didn't chase you all the time, it was a chance to survive, but you didn't cherish it. You reap what you sow. After saying that, Chinyu stood in front of the woman, holding the gun in his right hand and aiming at it, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. No! Bang! Instantly, a bullet hole appeared on the woman's forehead, and then she fell slowly with her eyes wide open. In her eyes, there seemed to be unyielding, resentment, and even a trace of regret, but none of this mattered anymore. Chinyu didn't know what this woman had been through, why she chose to gather a group of people and hide in an abandoned village to kill the survivors passing by, and even use those children to deceive sympathy. Before, because Alay was worried about his safety, he didn't choose to chase him. But Chinyu knew very well that if he kept this person, it would only bring hidden dangers to himself and his companions. Because he made an assumption. If this woman, by chance, had not found Alay's former instructor, but other forces, Chinyu didn't dare to imagine what would happen. In fact, as long as she doesn't jump out to make trouble again, Chinyu won't bother to find her whereabouts. The chance to live is right in front of you, but you don't know how to cherish it. Chinyu stood in front of the corpse and said this calmly, and then returned the gun to Lin Yi. Then De Shuang and Zhang Yin looked at each other, walked forward and carried the corpse outside. At the current temperature, the corpse will start to rot in less than a day if left outdoors, and will also produce toxic gas hydrogen sulfide. But there are zombies outside, so we can just use them to solve the problem. Zhang Yin drove a car, and then he and De Zhuang dragged the corpse away, trying to throw it as far away as possible to prevent the zombies from gathering around. Although Chinyu executed a man in front of everyone, no one reacted. After all, they knew the consequences of being merciful to the enemy in the doomsday. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in from the gate, with some injuries on his body. Chinyu turned his head, and found that it was his own man, and then walked over quickly. "What's wrong, Uncle Hua? Where are you hurt?" While asking, Chinyu also took off the sniper rifle on his shoulder. Long Dai, who was standing behind Shang Wenjing, suddenly frowned slightly. "This guy, I was almost caught by him just now." Hearing this, Long Jie turned his head and whispered, "What's wrong?" "After I predicted and dodged the first shot of this guy in advance, I don't know where he came out. Fortunately, because of the appearance of zombies, I discovered it in advance. Unfortunately, I basically couldn't dodge the second shot. If I hadn't been knocked down by the vines and fell into a cave, your sister would have turned into a zombie now." Hearing this, Long Jie realized that his sister's clothes and pants had some scratches, and he was so angry that he wanted to rush over, but was quickly stopped by Long Dai. "Don't be impulsive." Then Shang Wenjing stared at the man's right hand, which began to tremble unconsciously at this moment, and suddenly became interested. Could this guy have been injured before? Uncle Hua turned his head and smiled at Chinyu, then put his right hand into his trouser pocket without leaving a trace, then shook his head and said softly, "It's okay, I just accidentally fell." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the camp, but for some reason, his back looked a little vicissitudes in the dusk. At this time, Xiaoyin stood next to Xiao Jiao and others, and suddenly her nose was sore, and she whispered, "Brother Xiao, have you noticed that Uncle Hua seems to have suddenly become older?" Xiao Jiao sighed in his heart, then turned his head and said, "You go and help make a fire, and we should get food outside tonight." Soon everyone started to get busy. They had many questions to ask the man named Shang Wenjing, but they couldn't just stand there and ask him. Chinyu was about to put the sniper rifle away, when a figure suddenly came up to him. "Hey, are you selling this gun?" As soon as she said this, Long Dai realized that she had said something wrong. Money has no meaning nowadays, and items can no longer be obtained by purchasing. Then she added, "I mean, what kind of materials can you exchange for this gun?" Hearing this, Chinyu took a look at the woman in front of him. She was about 30 years old, with a sharp face and a heroic look in her eyes. She didn't look like a woman at all. But if you look closely, you will feel that this woman is not bad looking, but her aura is a little unusual. Chinyu lowered his eyes, and saw the base of the other person's right hand. Then he smiled and said, "Are you also a sniper? In one word, do you want to exchange or not?" Long Dai put her hands behind her back, and curled her lips. Hearing this, Jinyu handed her the gun and whispered, "This thing is very important to us. It cannot be traded, but you can take a look at it." As soon as the voice fell, Long Dai took the gun with a little excitement, stroking the gun body, and couldn't help talking, not hiding the joy at all. "TAC 50, this thing is an anti-material sniper rifle, and it is only available abroad. How did you get this thing in China?" As soon as these words came out, Jinyu was instantly reminded of his memories. He looked at the setting sun in the distance and said calmly, "I followed a few friends and fought a group of villains before. Although we won a miserable victory, we also gained a lot of good things. I heard that this gun was previously owned by the boss of that group of people, and was brought in from abroad through some channel. I don't know the details. TSK, that guy was able to get a gun from abroad at the beginning of the Doomsday, which shows that he has extraordinary connections. You know, at that time, guns from abroad could only be bought with gold. If it weren't for the Doomsday, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to touch this gun, let alone buy it." Long Dai raised the gun and aimed it at the sky, seeming to be reluctant to let it go. Is it true? Due to the environment before the end of the world, Jinyu had never come into contact with firearms, let alone this kind of professional sniper rifle, and he was also curious at this moment. Seeing this, Long Dai paused, then held the gun and began to tell the story. Many years ago, there was a sniper from the Special Forces in the world. He held this gun and shot an enemy at a distance of about 3,500 meters. Do you know how many seconds the bullet flew? 7 seconds? Uncle Wa had also told Chunyu some relevant knowledge, so he knew a little bit and then made an inference. No. Long Dai shook his head. The bullet flew for 10 seconds before hitting. In such a long-distance situation, it is quite a test of the sniper's level. Many conditions must be calculated to achieve it. As a professional sniper of the killer organization, Long Dai was also surprised when he heard it. Chapter 776. She even went to ask the instructor, and only after receiving the latter's accurate answer did she believe this fact. It is no exaggeration to say that this distance is the world's longest sniper kill record. Long Dai still feels a little impressed when she mentions it today. But later the instructor said that there are actually very powerful snipers in the country, but for some reasons, they will not be announced. In fact, if you want to hit at such a long distance, you even need a certain amount of luck to complete it. The range of your sniper rifle is even up to 3,000 meters, which is the longest range today. After hearing this, Jinyu also noticed something was wrong, and then he asked, "Did the sniper really use this gun?" Yes. Although she liked it very much, Long Dai also understood that the relationship between the two sides was no longer enemies, so she returned the gun to Jinyu and said, "This gun is equipped with professional bullets, and its accuracy can even catch up with AWM. Which of the two is more powerful?" At this moment, Jinyu suddenly thought of this. Even though he had never touched a gun before, Jinyu had heard of the names of AWM and Barrett. After the words fell, Long Dai replied, "These two guns have different characteristics and advantages, and we can't directly rank them. In terms of range and rapid transfer, TAC 50 is better. But AWM is still quite popular due to its excellent penetration and smaller recoil, plus it can be used in many extreme environments." Speaking of this, Long Dai looked at Jinyu and smiled. "You should be glad that I didn't bring back my AWM sniper rifle, otherwise in the previous fight, a bullet might have destroyed that person's prosthesis." "I see, it seems that this gun is really good, but unfortunately the bullets are so scarce nowadays. Uncle Wa also has a sniper rifle, and the bullets are only one shot. So far, we should have only fired this gun a few times." Long Dai smacked her lips. "You won't use it to fight zombies?" Hearing this, Jinyu glanced at Wang Tianhai, who was chatting with someone in the distance, and shook his head. "No. By the way, is Barrett also very popular with snipers? It's the end of the world, and I really want to touch this gun. It looks cool." Unexpectedly, Long Dai waved her hand after saying this. On the contrary, real snipers don't like to use Barrett. On the battlefield, this thing is usually used to attack tanks or armed helicopters. You know, the gun body alone weighs 40 kilograms, and it can't be equipped with a silencer. It will be exposed if it is fired. Moreover, once a sniper is discovered, he will be the first target to be attacked. Do you think the opponent's sniper will go to great lengths to find where you are? Basically the best way to attack snipers is to find a coordinate, and then bomb them with force." The two chatted for a while, then dispersed. In a certain house, Uncle Wa stood in the kitchen of the living room, holding a glass of water in his right hand, staring at the slightly rippled water surface, with no emotion on his face. At this moment, footsteps were heard from behind, And a few seconds later Xiao Jiao whispered, "When did it happen?" Hearing this, Uncle Hua put down the cup, turned around and sat on the sofa. When I returned to China, I would occasionally tremble unconsciously. Can't I practice shooting with my left hand again? I'm already this old, there's no point in practicing again. You said before that my close combat ability is not inferior to yours, but we both know that was many years ago, when we just met and sparred. And you said that you could fight me to a draw in your prime, but in fact it wasn't a life and death moment. I didn't refute it at the time because I thought these problems would gradually disappear with time. But now look at me, I'm afraid I become a useless person in the future. The two were chatting when someone knocked on the door. Seeing this, Uncle Hua stood up and went to open the door. He was not surprised at all. I can't hide it from you. Xinyu stood outside the door. Just now I seemed to notice that your hand was not right, but there were too many people outside to ask in detail. What's going on? Come in and tell me. The three of them sat on the sofa. Xinyu looked at Xiao Jiao opposite him with a frown. Uncle Hua took out a candle from the cabinet, lit it, and then placed it on the coffee table. He covered it with a transparent glass cover, then sat down and slowly said, "Xiao Yu, do you have a question?" Hearing this, Xinyu looked at the burning candle and said softly, "Can I ask? It may be a bit presumptuous. We are all so familiar with each other now. Just say whatever you want to say." Uncle Hua said calmly, "Brother Xiao once said that you are very accurate in shooting, but later we went out together a few times. To be honest, it seems that there are very few cases of killing with one shot, but I didn't know about this before, so I can't express any opinions." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao sighed first and said, "This matter is also my fault. In fact, it was because you had just arrived at that time, and we had few people who could fight, so I said that kind of thing. But to be precise, Uncle Hua's shooting skills are really good. I've seen it with my own eyes before." The room fell into silence until half a minute later, Uncle Hua spoke. "Before I was about to return to China, my right hand was seriously injured because of a mission, which caused nerve damage. As long as I concentrate highly and my right shoulder is touched by a foreign object at this time, there is a high probability that my palm will tremble." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao suddenly realized, "No wonder you gave the sniper rifle to Xiao Yu when we separated in the department store before. I was curious at the time, because after all, he has not received professional training and can hardly exert the power of the gun. Now it seems that the recoil of that gun is not small, and you are not suitable to use it. So I repeatedly reminded you that this gun can only be used to attack the enemy." Uncle Hua turned his head to look at Xiao Jiao on the right, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. The gun is also very powerful. Even if it doesn't hit the vital parts, it can basically kill people if it hits parts other than the limbs. Xinyu thought for a moment and said, "Is there any way to cure it?" "Not easy." Uncle Hua shook his head. "Unless you can meet a professional Chinese medicine practitioner, preferably one who has been practicing medicine for generations and knows acupuncture, like this, maybe you can rely on treatment to relieve it. But you also know how difficult this is." After hearing this, Xinyu felt as if a stone was blocking his heart, and he was a little breathless. Xiao Jiao had said before that Uncle Hua was very skilled, but in fact Xinyu rarely saw him fighting with the enemy in close combat, and later, he basically didn't pay much attention to him. When the two groups came into contact again, Uncle Hua rarely showed up, and Xinyu thought he was not used to contacting strangers. Chapter 777. But now I understand that Uncle Hua must have noticed his hidden injury at that time. Take a good rest, and try not to do heavy work in the future. After all, there are many people now, and we can do some things for you." Chen Yu said seriously. "It's okay." Uncle Hua pressed his upper arm with his hand to relieve some pain. "As long as I don't use your sniper rifle, I'm usually fine." After the voice fell, Uncle Hua thought of something and spoke again. "By the way, the teammate of the white-haired man is the woman in black. I think she is quite agile. She is holding a gun made of a telescope and a rifle. She should have been a sniper before." "Yeah." Xinyu nodded. "I talked to her before. This woman wanted to exchange something for our TAC 50, but I didn't agree." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao crossed his legs and replied, "Of course this thing can't be exchanged. If the enemy flies low in the future on a helicopter, this gun can cause heavy damage. It's no exaggeration to say that this gun is one of our camp's current life-saving trump cards." At this point, Xiao Jiao's eyes flashed with expectation, and added, "Have you heard of our country's Type 10 large-caliber sniper rifle?" Xinyu blurted out almost instantly, "Of course, I saw it on TV before, and I thought it was pretty cool, but unfortunately I haven't seen it in person." "I have seen it, and it's more than just cool. Xiao Jiao rubbed his hands and continued excitedly. It's a pity that after the outbreak of the Doomsday, there is no channel to get this gun. With special bullets, it can penetrate light armored vehicles within 1 kilometer. In addition, tanks are not without shortcomings. Within a certain range, using a Type 10 sniper rifle to hit the tank's weakness can penetrate it with 1 shot. After he finished speaking, Xiao Jiao looked at his watch and the light outside the window, and continued, in the city, you basically don't encounter anti-material sniper rifles. Before, you were driving away, and someone shot at you. Do you remember that incident? As soon as you mentioned it, I remembered it. If Longshan's men had used this TAC-50 to shoot, would I have been dead? Chun Yu frowned slightly. Definitely dead. Xiao Jiao said seriously. At that time, we didn't know that the other party had this gun. If he shot your fuel tank, 1 bullet could blow up your car. The 3 of them were chatting in the living room. Just before they were about to leave, Chun Yu suddenly thought of something and said to the 2 of them, it seems that the previous Savior Gate team also had a sniper rifle, right? Yes, I saw that gun. The range is 800 meters. It is a small caliber sniper rifle with a lot of ammunition. Xiao Jiao replied. Then Chun Yu spoke again. Then Uncle Hua, can your sniper rifle use this bullet? Yes. Hearing this, Chun Yu thought for a while, and then expressed his thoughts. I plan to wait for a while to confirm that Ars instructor and others are our allies, and then choose a gun for that woman. After all, they can be stronger, and we can feel more at ease. What do you think? Uncle Hua shook his head. I won't get involved in these matters. Just discuss it with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Jiao thought for a while, and said softly, your idea is fine. If we have one more ally, we will definitely be safer in the Doomsday. And to put it bluntly, the Savior Gate is obviously closer to them. If they really attack in the future, it will be a Lay's instructor who encounters the enemy first. If he can hold on for a while, it will be convenient for us to provide support in the future. After the voice fell, Chun Yu said earnestly, yes, it's a pity that the distance is a bit far, and communication is very inconvenient. It's really hard to move without a phone. It would be great if there were carrier pigeons. At this moment, Xiao Jiao patted his knees and stood up. Some time ago, Xiaoyin went out at night, and seemed to hear pigeons calling, but she listened carefully, and there was no sound. The next second, Xiaoyin pushed open the door and walked in holding a few pieces of wood. It's time to prepare dinner. What are you doing? As she said, she walked to the living room and said to Chun Yu, I was wearing an MP3 to listen to music at the time, and I was not sure if it was hallucination, so I didn't tell you. When did it happen? Chun Yu thought of the last attack and asked, was it during those days when I was out getting cement? Hearing this, Xiaoyin's eyes widened. How do you know? I heard it 2 days ago. Because we use solar energy, Uncle Hausie happened to find an MP3 and gave it to me. So I wore headphones wherever I went during that time. Okay, I just guess. At this moment, Chun Yu finally understood why the information was passed on. But at the same time, his heart sank, because it seemed that the traitor was hiding in the camp, and the next step was to find out who it was. Seeing Chun Yu thinking about something, the others asked curiously, What's wrong, Brother Chen? Is there anything wrong? Nothing, let's go eat, it's a bit lively tonight. Seeing this, everyone stopped talking and walked towards the gate. There was an empty area over there that could be used for burning fire. Earlier, everyone moved some tables out and put them together. Later, Feng Yi took out a battery, wires, and light bulbs and hung them on the tree for lighting. While everyone was busy, Zhang Yin and De Zhuang also came back, and then they went to help. There was actually nothing to eat in the Doomsday. Although Chun Yu was thinking about planting rice, there was still about half a month left, and he could start in mid-April. Now, it was still lean meat, bacon, fish, etc. The only difference was that there were more eggs, vegetables, milk, etc. Originally, Chun Yu thought that Shang Wenjing and others had no reaction, but several people looked at him with eggs. Seeing this, Chun Yu walked over and sat next to him, smiling. Why, your camp has no eggs. There are bird eggs. We caught many birds and kept them in captivity, but unfortunately they didn't lay much, so we roasted them and ate them later. Shang Wenjing handed the eggs in his hand to a Ling, turned his head and said, These should be domestic chickens. Where did you get them from? Hearing this, Chun Yu looked at the busy figures on the side and replied, 2 chickens were hatched by themselves, and they should start laying eggs soon. There are also some left in the camp before, and we just happened to reap the benefits. No wonder. Shang Wenjing nodded. He glanced at Han Liyuan in the distance, and pouted, Who is that man? What? Chun Yu was talking to Lao Cheng, and when he heard the voice, he immediately looked in the direction of his gaze, and then replied, "What's wrong? Is that man close to Xiaoyuan?" Chapter 778. In Qinyu's sight, Han Liyuan and Hong Wu were talking about something, but he didn't know, so he said casually, "I don't know, they should be friends, don't worry, they don't live together." Just now in the woods, Han Liyuan was so nervous about this white-haired man. Qinyu saw it in his eyes, barely knew what was going on, and naturally wouldn't say anything nonsense. Hearing this, Shang Wanjing smiled. "It's okay even if they live together. I know very well how difficult it is for Xiaoyuan to live until now. Since the old me didn't appear, I am not qualified to interfere with her current life now. I thought you would rush over on impulse." "Not really." Shang Wanjing shook his head slightly. At this moment, a Lei also came over, and the seat on Shang Wanjing's left was vacant, so he sat down immediately. Since the current situation has been resolved, what a Lei was worried about before will not happen again, and coupled with the current world order, he chose to take off the mask. Qinyu looked at a Lei staring at the table without saying a word, guessing that he might want to say something, so he stood up and said, "I go see if there is enough fish meat." After he left, Shang Wanjing took the cup and drank a sip of water, then turned to look at the person he used to be very familiar with. "Why, you have nothing to say to the instructor now?" A Lei was silent for more than 10 seconds, then spoke, "If you were the one with them, I want to know what you would do." "Well, I heard that when you were about to retreat, you happened to meet the lover of the mission target, who was just going home, right?" "Yeah." Shang Wanjing did not hesitate, but continued expressionlessly, "There are many ways to kill those two people, and using your own weapons on the spot is the stupidest one. After all, it wasn't the end of the world, and order hadn't disappeared." Then, the two of them sat there and chatted for a long time, and almost no one stayed around. Long Jia's arm had been bandaged, and he walked towards a young man sitting under a tree with a half cup of boiled milk in his left hand. "Brother, I'm sorry for offending you before. Well, my name is Long Jia. Let's be friends." While saying this, he also stretched out his right hand. Compared to his sister Long Dai's cold personality, the younger brother seemed much more optimistic, and didn't mind the fact that he was almost shot. Hearing this, the young man on the ground turned his head to look at him, stood up and shook hands with him. "My name is Chi Hao, brother, your skills really refresh my cognition. How did you achieve such agility and strength? Although I have never been a soldier, I have received some training for a period of time, but I can't even last a few seconds. Teach me when you have time." After the voice fell, Chi Hao still felt a slight pain in his shoulder. Seeing this, the two sat under the tree and began to talk to each other. Friendship between men is simple, and the previous events were forgotten in an instant. Everyone in the camp was busy preparing food for tonight. Some were cutting meat, some were lighting fires, and they didn't care at all that Qinyu had executed a man in this open space before. At the temporary stove, Feng Yi walked to Qinyu, looked around, and whispered, "Tell me, is this the first time that our camp has truly lived with people? In the past, I never thought of opening the gate and letting so many strangers in, not to mention that they were from another camp." Hearing this, Qinyu covered the pot, turned his head and smiled. "Now, we should have a common enemy, thanks to the last Salvation Sect team, which was so ambitious that it attacked two forces at the same time. That's good. By chance, our two groups have come into contact. I guess we will be allies in the future." Feng Yi sat on a small bench, fanning the fire pit with a fan. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, "I don't know if this is right or wrong. Although I believe in a lei unconditionally, people will change after all." Hearing this, Qinyu looked at the figures sitting in the distance, and after a long pause he said, "It's okay. As long as there are common interests, there is no problem finding friends. Don't think about it. Let's prepare dinner. I'm almost starving. Some skewers have been grilled over there. Go over there and have some." Seeing this, Feng Yi pointed in a certain direction and said, "Nowadays, she has already regarded everyone as her family. In addition to a Lei and Lin Yi, Feng Yi is gradually getting along better with more people. She is one of the leaders of the camp, and she is no longer as high-handed as before." Soon, several bonfires were lit around the open space. The main reason was that one electric light was not enough. If too many were used, some batteries would be consumed, which was a bit too much. In this case, it would be better to use wood, at least there were trees everywhere. After all, when there was no electric lighting, everyone did the same thing. But now that solar energy has been developed, try to save it for other times, such as candles, which will eventually be used less and less. As time passed, the camp was filled with the aroma of various meats. Everyone chatted and ate, as if they had returned to the time before the end of the world. Who would have thought that in the afternoon, we thought it was the enemy who came to the door, But now we are all sitting together and drinking. Chinyu doesn't like to drink this stuff, so he picked up a plate of skewers, walked to the seat next to Lin Yi, and whispered to Xiao Ning, "Can I change seats with you?" Hearing this, Xiao Ning swallowed a piece of braised wild boar meat, waved her hand, then stood up with her bowl, and trotted to the other side, ready to pick up some vegetables to eat. Although with her current ability, she doesn't need to worry about food at ordinary times. But there are not many gatherings like this, and everyone eats freely. Seeing Xiao Ning eating voraciously, Chinyu smiled and sat next to Lin Yi. The next second, Lin Yi, wearing disposable gloves, picked up the spicy rabbit head on the plate, broke it in half, and handed it to the girl on the left. "Ling, do you want to eat it?" I thought the girl would refuse, but unexpectedly, Ling took it directly and started to eat it. Seeing this scene, Chinyu was slightly startled and muttered, "If I remember correctly, she was very considerate to feed the rabbit grass a few hours ago." Since the girls were sitting in other seats, it wasn't as noisy as the men's area, so Lin Yi noticed Chinyu as soon as he spoke. She turned her head and said with a smile, "Hey, why are you here? I thought you would drink with him." After saying that, Lin Yi tore off a piece of rabbit meat with her hands and handed it to Chinyu's mouth. "Do you want to try this rare delicacy? Let me tell you, spicy rabbit head is very fragrant." Chapter 779. Looking at Lin Yi's greasy gloves, Chinyu understood that she didn't dislike him, and then smiled and opened his mouth to bite. Then Lin Yi chuckled and took the half rabbit head and started to chew it. Chinyu just sat beside her and watched her eat quietly. Every once in a while, Lin Yi, whose mouth was full of oil, would turn her head and point to the right, and then Chinyu would just smile and take out a tissue to help her wipe the oil stains around her mouth. At this moment, the two looked like a couple in love, and others couldn't help laughing when they saw the scene, but no one made a sound to disturb them. Although everyone is in the apocalypse, at least within this wall, on this night, everyone present is happy and joyful. Feng Yi listened to the sound of men playing finger-kissing games and the laughter of girls, and her eyes gradually became moist. In the apocalypse, she has always wanted to build such a place so that everyone does not have to experience the cruelty of the apocalypse. For some reason, Feng Yi suddenly became interested, and then stood on a stool, using the moonlight and the bonfire to start calling the roll one by one. 1, 2, 3. About a minute later, she suddenly realized that two people were missing. After thinking for a moment, Feng Yi walked towards Chinyu, and when she got close, she gently patted his shoulder. Feeling something strange, Chinyu turned his head to the right and smiled. "What's wrong?" "Well, it seems that Li Yao's two classmates didn't come." Hearing this, Chinyu said with a little surprise, "Didn't we say that everyone would have dinner here together? Didn't anyone notify them?" No. Feng Yi shook her head. Xiaoyin and Yangzi called them one by one. "It shouldn't be possible for them to be missed. How about I go and call them over?" Hearing this, Chinyu glanced at the food on the table, which was still mostly left, and then looked at the ribs in Feng Yi's hand, and said, "I'm full, so I go, you continue to eat more." After he finished speaking, he found Zhang Yin and asked where the two of them lived, and then he was about to go over, but after thinking about it, he returned to the table and took a bunch of skewers. Generally, when new people enter the camp, Feng Yi is asked to help allocate houses, and Zhang Yin takes people over. Chinyu rarely pays attention to these things, so he doesn't know where the two people live at the moment. But since the last time he brought the street lamp back, Ningli and Zhang Sisi rarely appeared in everyone's sight. For this, he naturally didn't care. Not to mention that there were a lot of things. Chinyu was not in the mood to act as a psychologist for everyone. A few minutes later, because the moonlight was very bright, there was no need for a flashlight, and Chinyu quickly walked to the house where the two of them lived. Although it was not a villa, it was also a two-story building, but there was no yard. Newcomers can live in such a shelter as soon as they arrive. There is nothing they can do about it. The villa area where everyone is currently located has a lot of houses, and the terrain alone is very large. To use Art's words, the area under your feet can be called a force. Because it occupies a large area, it will be convenient to develop outside in the future. Dong dong dong. Chinyu stood outside the door and knocked lightly a few times. "I'm coming." Soon there was a response from inside the house. After a few seconds, the door was opened. Zhang Sisi was wearing a wall, and her face was covered with sweat. After she saw who it was, she immediately stepped aside, looking a little embarrassed. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" The skewers in the other party's hand made Zhang Sisi feel uncomfortable. She lowered her head and said with a bit of shame, "We are still very lucky to live here. We haven't made any contribution yet. How can we have the nerve to eat so much food with everyone else?" Chinyu walked in and looked around the house. He found that there were many thin branches piled up in the living room, and Ningli was sitting by the window, cutting them straight with a machete. Seeing Chinyu coming in, Ningli patted the sawdust on her body, stood up, and greeted him. "Brother Chin, you are here." Then she explained, "We heard that making bows and arrows can earn material coins, so we volunteered to help. Don't worry, we'll be done soon." Hearing this, Chinyu frowned slightly. "Why don't you light a candle?" Although there was some moonlight in the room, it was still very dark, so Ningli sat under the window. Hearing this, Ningli hurried to the cabinet, stood on tiptoe and fumbled around for a while, then lit the remaining half candle and whispered, "The moon is big today, so we thought of saving a little." Chinyu was holding a skewer of meat. As soon as he walked to her side, Ningli retracted her left hand and put it behind her back. "Let me see." Hearing his cold voice, Ningli gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand. Then Chinyu looked at the obvious wounds on the index finger, and turned to look at Zhang Sisi, who also walked up with her head down. By the candlelight, Chinyu saw the scars on their hands, to be precise, the fingers wrapped with cloth. It's obvious that they must have been injured several times. Seeing this, even Chinyu sighed helplessly. "You don't need to make yourself so miserable. You can just make bows and arrows during the day. This thing can be recycled, and you don't need so many." Unexpectedly, as soon as she said this, Ningli said nervously, "But we can't help you now. After all, you are not like other camps that enjoy killing zombies." Chinyu divided the skewers into the same amount, handed them to them respectively, and then turned and left. "If you still want to live with us, then come out and spend this happy night with everyone." When he reached the door, Chinyu stopped, looked at the moon in the sky, and whispered, "Only when everyone considers themselves as a part of this place can I solve those troublesome things with peace of mind." Hearing this, the two of them had tears in their eyes, and then Ningli blew out the candles. She and Zhang Sisi could no longer hold back, and ate the barbecue skewers in their hands. The previous meat aroma had already made them drool. When Chinyu appeared again with two girls behind him, the others did not ask them why they came at this time. Lenny turned her head to look at them, then took off her gloves and trotted over, hugged their shoulders, and said with a smile, "Come and try this egg custard. You two must not have eaten it for a long time." While speaking, she pressed the two girls on the chairs, picked up the plate and spoon, and began to scoop food for the two. In this way, everyone did not disperse until late at night. But unlike before, this time, everyone spontaneously cleaned up the leftovers on the table, and did not choose to go home directly. As for those tables, they were left to move the next day. Chapter 780. At about 1 in the morning, Chinyu walked to the backyard, opened the pot lid, and scooped hot water into the bucket. Now that the weather is hot, even if it is the end of the world, Chinyu will try to take a bath every 3 days. After all, he can bear it as a man, but Lin Yi is a girl, and she will inevitably feel uncomfortable if she does not take a bath for a long time. Because there are 2 wells in the camp, both of which are clean water sources, enough for everyone to take turns using daily. In his opinion, when the end of the world just broke out, water resources were scarce, so taking a bath depended on when it would rain. But now that things have gotten better, the resources and experience are very different. There is no need to continue to suffer. Otherwise, what is the point of hard work? What's more, Feng Yi later led people to build a device to receive rainwater, and even the filtering and disinfection areas are about to be completed. By then, the camp will not lack water. When Chinyu went upstairs with water, and was about to ask someone to come out and wash first, Lin Yi suddenly opened the bedroom door and walked out. Then she leaned against the wall drunkenly, and then her little face flushed and said, "Can I wash first? It's so uncomfortable to be sticky on my body. Oh, today should be the dirtiest day of my life." In the afternoon, Lin Yi fell twice while running in the woods, and the dark passage was full of ash, which made her covered with dust. She kept trying to hold it in, but the weather was also very hot at night, and everyone sat together to eat, and there was a bonfire around, which caused a lot of sweat. At this moment, Lin Yi finally couldn't help it. Hearing this, Chinyu smiled and replied, "Of course, go to the bathroom and stay, I go upstairs to add water." Lin Yi came over and reached out to touch the bucket. After finding that it was hot water, she said excitedly, "Wow, you actually boiled water in advance." After saying this, Chinyu looked at her adorable appearance and said happily, "I saw you were very dirty in the afternoon, and you didn't change your clothes at night, so I made a fire in the backyard." Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at him with emotion, then leaned forward and kissed him. "Aw, how can you be so nice?" Then Lin Yi ran away with a red face without waiting for Chinyu to say anything, leaving a sentence, "Come and fix my bedroom door later." About 40 minutes later, Chinyu washed and changed his clothes. He sat in his bedroom, which was opposite Lin Yi, wiping his hair with a towel while struggling in his heart. Qin Yu looked at Lin Yi's half-open door and felt conflicted. Living under the same roof with such a beautiful woman and getting closer to each other, it was impossible for Qin Yu, a grown man, to not have some thoughts. But Qin Yu knew how dangerous the doomsday was, and he didn't want Lin Yi to take any risks. Putting the towel on the table, Qin Yu opened the drawer and took out the notebook, ready to add a few more names. At this moment, he looked at a square-wrapped item sandwiched in the notebook and froze in his place. The next second, Qin Yu felt extremely ashamed. Unexpectedly, she would actually put this thing in her drawer. Thinking of this, Qin Yu took a few deep breaths, then took the notebook and pen and walked across. When he pushed the door open, Lin Yi, who was leaning against the bed reading a book, closed the book, and she patted the empty seat next to her seriously. "Xiao Yuzi, why don't you come and serve me?" Qin Yu closed the door and slowly moved towards the bed. "Why are you standing there? You don't think I really asked you to come and fix the door, do you?" At this moment, Qin Yu was a little hot, because Lin Yi was wearing thin pajamas with her hair down, looking at him innocently. Then Lin Yi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Don't worry, I know you don't want to touch me too early, so I won't force it. I just want you to talk to me." "Ah?" Qin Yu was slightly stunned. Lin Yi leaned against the head of the bed, pretending to be wronged, and then pouted, "But who knows, anyway, I dare not say anything." Before she finished her words, Qin Yu simply sat on the bed. At this moment, Lin Yi sat up straight, then moved her upper body slightly closer, and the next second, Qin Yu reached out and hugged her, and then kissed her. "Aw you." Lin Yi was startled, but soon she began to understand, and then hugged Qin Yu's shoulders, and responded warmly. Late at night, in the warm bedroom, everything was so natural. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the window, Lin Yi also woke up with sleepy eyes. After a few seconds, she supported her head with her hands, turned her head, and looked at Qin Yu, who was sleeping soundly with her arms around her, her eyes full of smiles. Lin Yi stretched out her slender jade-like fingers and gently drew circles on Qin Yu's strong and powerful arms, muttering, "Xiao Yuzi, you are not simple. You have even prepared that thing, and you are usually so serious." As she said, Lin Yi lifted the quilt and prepared to get out of bed. As soon as she landed, she felt some pain in her thighs, and then she screamed and was about to fall to the side. At this moment, Qin Yu woke up, supported her directly, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Lin Yi took the quilt and covered his head, blushing, and said, "No, don't move first." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly ran to the closet, picked up a set of clothes, and ran to the bathroom. More than a minute later, Lin Yi returned to the bedroom, and Qin Yu had already dressed and sat at the table, but both of them looked very red. After last night, the relationship between the two of them had reached a new level. Qin Yu scratched his head and said, I will definitely try my best to treat you well in the future." "Then I wait and see?" Lin Yi walked towards him, her hands naturally resting on his shoulders. Then she bent down and leaned close to Qin Yu's ear, her face slightly red as she whispered, "I guess it's not convenient for me to go out this morning. If others ask, Humph, you have to think it through and say it." After finishing her speech, Lin Yi stood up straight and waved her fist in an angry manner. "I understand. I understand." Qin Yu grabbed her hand and pulled her, holding Lin Yi in his arms and sitting. "Hey, why are there some names written on your notebook?" Lin Yi did not break free. She leaned on Qin Yu's shoulder, just casually glanced, and happened to see the notebook. Seeing this, Qin Yu pondered for a while and said, "I suspect there is a ghost in the camp." Then he told her about the incident that he was almost attacked some time ago. Hearing this, Lin Yi sat up nervously and looked into his eyes. "It's the end of the world. Who has the ability to accomplish this?" "I don't know, so I'm screening." Qin Yu shook his head, picked up the pen, and continued to write two names on the notebook. Chun Shi Jiang Yuchen. Lin Yi read out the words, "Do you suspect these people above?" Chapter 781. In addition to the two newly added names, Goli and Qinger are also included, and Qin Yu even added Wu Rui. Then, there are Jin Linfu and Fu Qian. There are about 11 people recorded in the notebook. After all, these people were not contacted at the beginning. Qin Yu said earnestly, "Secondly, I can't figure out one point. Since they have figured out my whereabouts, why don't they use guns? After all, I can't avoid bullets." Hearing this, Lin Yi analyzed it seriously for a while, and then suddenly realized, the gun can take your life, but maybe the enemy's goal is not just this. At this point, she seemed to be hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Qin Yu held Lin Yi's hand and smiled. "With our current relationship, is there anything we can't say? Besides me, you are the only one who knows about this matter just now." After saying this, Lin Yi blushed slightly and whispered, "You are talking nonsense. Last time when the news of your death was reported, everyone was so worried. What if they really saw you in trouble? After all, you have led everyone so far, and your importance is beyond words." Hearing this, Jinyu pondered for a while, and said solemnly, "You mean, use the bow and arrow stained with zombie blood to shoot me, and then lead to a dead end?" "That's right." Lin Yi stood up. She looked at the scene outside the window, and said softly, "Many people think that as long as they cut off the hands or feet bitten by zombies, they can survive. In fact, this is only the first step. How to stop bleeding and prevent infection is the most difficult." Jinyu tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and thought of something wrong. "You're right. We were in the wild at the time. Although we were not very far away, it would take at least a day to get back, and I couldn't treat such a serious injury. So, the worst case scenario is that you fell down near the camp before you died, and then you were found by your own people, or even turned into a zombie and appeared in front of us." At this moment, Jinyu understood why the two did not choose to use guns directly. After all, for the survivors who have survived to this day, guns are not difficult to obtain. Yes, if I knew that I didn't have much time left, I would definitely rush back in the last bit of time to take another look at the people I love and my former companions. After saying this, Lin Yi was also a little angry. "We must find out the traitor, and never let him go easily. I usually come into contact with many people in the infirmary. I will help you pay more attention to see who is not normal recently." But Jinyu shook his head, and said seriously, "It is not clear how many people there are. You have to pay attention to your own safety. Now it should be aimed at me. At least there are people everywhere in the camp, and the traitor can't cause trouble. Remember, you must always carry a pistol with you." After saying that, Jinyu picked up a pen and crossed out the names of Jin Linfu, Go Li and Qing'er. "Have they been cleared of suspicion?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "Almost." Jinyu nodded. "Last night, these three were very focused when eating, and they didn't care what the people around them were doing." Just then, he suddenly thought of something and stared at the other names. I'm going out first. Can you take care of breakfast by yourself?" More than 10 seconds later, Jinyu stood up, hugged Lin Yi from behind and whispered. Hearing this, Lin Yi yawned and said lazily, "You go, I still want to take a nap. I ate too much last night, and don't want to eat this morning." "Okay." Jinyu turned and walked towards the door, suddenly smiled and looked back. "Well, how about a kiss?" "No, I give you a kiss after you brush your teeth." Lin Yi pushed him out of the bedroom directly, and then walked to the bed, with the help of the cabinet. At this moment, she was still a little inconvenient to walk. Jinyu went downstairs, washed up, changed his shoes and left. Of course, he didn't take his notebook with him. It was almost late at night, when everyone finished eating yesterday. He remembered that Feng Yi and Alei were arranging rooms for Shang Wenjing and others, so he didn't care about them later. Soon Shinyu came to Feng Yi's villa, pushed open the yard and walked in. Dong dong dong. After a few seconds, the sound of people coming downstairs came from the house. Feng Yi opened the door with a pair of panda eyes and messy hair, wondering, "What's the matter? Can I come in? I have something to ask you." Hearing this, Feng Yi opened the door directly, and turned to walk towards the living room. "Come in." She stretched, then sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, supported her head with her right arm, closed her eyes, and said lazily, "I won't pour you water. If you want to drink, take a cup yourself." At this time, Feng Yi had just got up, and was still wearing pajamas. In addition to the color, hers was slightly shorter than Lin Yi's. The sofa was soft, and once she sat down and crossed her legs were exposed a lot. Seeing this, Jinyu's head was a little black, and he picked up the blanket and threw it over to cover her. "Be careful, Sister Feng, aren't you afraid of exposing yourself?" Jinyu said, as he sat on the small sofa next to him. Feng Yi yawned indifferently after saying this. "It's the same old saying. It doesn't cost you anything to look at me. Besides, who would come to visit me so early in the morning like you? It's only a little after 7. Where's Alei?" Jinyu was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he turned his head and looked upstairs and asked. "He went out for a run with his master." "Shang Wanjing?" "Yeah. Pa." Feng Yi slapped her calf, then opened her eyes and said depressedly, "When the weather is hot, mosquitoes come out, which is really annoying." Jinyu looked at her dark circles, curled his lips and asked, "Why didn't you sleep well last night?" When he finished speaking, Feng Yi suddenly thought of something and smiled and said, I should ask you this question." Then Feng Yi cleared her throat and showed a meaningful smile. Don't tell me that you didn't grasp it last night. I drank a lot of wine with Xiaolin. Hearing this, Qinyu stood up with his eyes wide open. Did you put the things in my room? Hearing this, Feng Yi blinked. What things? Anyway, I don't know. Xiaolin went to your villa last night. You have to ask her for details. At this time, Qinyu completely understood, but soon he thought clearly again. Now the camp is about to develop more stable electricity, and the hospital will be almost as formal as before the end of the world. Moreover, he and Lin Yi have already known it well. The two of them live together, and they are the people who care about each other the most in the end of the world. If you keep your distance blindly, it will inevitably cause estrangement over time. After all, both parties are very clear about each other's feelings. Some things don't need to be said, and they understand in their hearts. Chapter 782. Even if Lin Yi is really infected, there are still at least 10 months left. Qinyu is confident that he can make the camp safer and safer. Thinking of this, Qinyu began to change the subject and talk about business. Since we arrived at the camp, has anyone asked you about the community, such as what supplies and goods are nearby? Hearing this, Feng Yi put her hands on the blanket, frowned slightly, and said, Of course there are. Can you be more specific? Qinyu pondered for a moment, then said 4 names. Qin Shi, Jiang Yuqian, Fu Qian and Wu Rui, these are the ones for now. He thought about it, and decided to rule out the others. Well, let me think about it. Feng Yi thought seriously, and after more than a minute, she shook her head. I haven't asked these people. Except for Wu Rui, no one else has even seen our former community. Is there anything suspicious? After saying this, Feng Yi looked at him helplessly. To be honest, none of the names you mentioned even asked me questions, let alone suspicious. If you let them go, Yangzi and Xiaoning would often ask questions. Hearing this, Qinyu shook his head. Forget about the two of them, I just asked these people. What happened? Feng Yi guessed that something was wrong. It's okay, I think about arranging a new team later. Originally, I thought I could get clues from Feng Yi, but now I'm overthinking. But Qinyu could understand it. After all, asking Feng Yi directly about cement nearby would inevitably arouse suspicion, because apart from building camp facilities, this thing is basically not used. It's impossible to make a ball out of cement and use it to hit zombies, right? It would be more convenient to pick up stones. Just as he said goodbye to Feng Yi and stood up to leave, he was suddenly stopped by the latter. By the way, Jiang Yuqian has been asking recently that he wants to help make explosives, saying that it's not good for him to eat and drink for free all day, and wants me to arrange it. What do you think about this? Hearing this, Qinyu turned his head and looked at her. Isn't it Brother Xiao who is in charge of weapons? I am in charge of personnel mobilization, or going out to search for supplies. Xiao Jiu has already refused. Ah? Qinyu was stunned. If I remember correctly, Brother Xiao took some people out to look for gasoline, and then met them. Because Jiang Yuqian seemed to be a chemistry teacher before, he brought Qin Shi and the others back. Later, I found out that Brother Xiao could also make explosives. What was the point of these people coming back? He told me about this privately. At that time, Xiao Jiu's original words were that such people should not be given to other forces in the end times. Even if they are not needed temporarily, it is better than being taken away by the enemy. Feng Yi told Qinyu the truth. Hearing this, Qinyu nodded in admiration. Brother Xiao is indeed foresight, and it is right to do so. Then I will go to him to ask. Jiang Yuqian's children are also in the camp, and they should be trustworthy. As soon as he finished speaking, he left Feng Yi's villa. In the morning, Qinyu planned to take people to install the streetlights first. Even if cement is not used, there are other ways to erect them. The reason why he was not in a hurry to continue to inquire about this matter was because he wanted to avoid being noticed by too many people. Being cautious is often the right thing in the end. After calling a few people, Qinyu selected 2 locations and started digging the lawn with everyone. Soon, the small pits were dug, about 20 centimeters in diameter and about 1 meter deep. Then 3 short wooden boards were used to surround the lamp pole, and then fixed with nails. Then Lao Cheng and Hong Wu also pulled a few tree trunks with a cart, which were about the thickness of an adult man's arm. One end had been sharpened with an axe, and the other end was chopped into an oblique shape. Everyone helped together, first lifting the street lamp and putting it into the deep pit. If it was a little loose around, they continued to press it with soil to ensure that it would not shake. Because the digging was quite deep, and the street lamp was not a large one, there were no accidents. After setting up the stairs, Qinyu climbed up with a hammer, and then Hong Wu lifted the tree trunk with force from below. As the nails were embedded in the tree trunk and fixed together with the wooden board, the street lamp gradually became more and more stable. Finally, The 3 tree trunks below were also pressed down with stones, so that there would be no problem unless there was a particularly strong wind. Of course, if there was more cement later, Chinyu would definitely reinforce it to avoid any problems. The solar panels and lines above have been checked, and there is no problem with the light bulbs. Since it is an automatic control switch, we will know whether it can start normally after dark. When the second street light was installed, Chinyu led people to continue to select a new address and plan to complete the installation today. As for Shang Wenjing and others, they brought gasoline when they came out, so they didn't have to worry about this even on the return trip. While they were busy, Shang Wenjing found Han Liyuan and asked her if she wanted to go with him. At this time, Han Liyuan was holding a basin of clothes and preparing to dry them in the yard. Hearing this, she put down the plastic basin in her hand, wiped the sweat from her forehead, lowered her head and said, "If I want to stay here, will you be angry?" Hearing this, Shang Wenjing walked towards her, stood about half a meter in front of her, and shook his head slightly. "No, but I will be sad, because I thought you would care about me as much as I care about you." Just as he finished speaking, Shang Wenjing saw the scar on Han Liyuan's collar in the light, and his eyes suddenly turned cold, but soon he felt a pain in his heart again. Last night, he lived with Han Liyuan. Although they were lying on the same bed, they were both dressed and talked for a long time. Han Liyuan didn't fall asleep until after 3 in the morning. He had a lot to say to her, and she also had a lot to tell him. Shang Wenjing reached out and gently opened Han Liyuan's collar. His voice was a little hoarse, and he whispered, "Is this what that man did to you?" Han Liyuan's shoulders trembled after she finished speaking, and then she raised her head, tears in her eyes, and said sadly, "Not only. In order to survive, I had to take that step before." At this point, she held the clothes on her chest tightly with her right hand, squatted down and cried again. "If I knew there was still a chance to meet you again, I would rather die than choose to retreat." Han Liyuan sobbed a few times, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Go away, I am not worthy of you now, very dirty." These words deeply hurt Shang Wenjing. He squatted down and supported Han Liyuan's shoulders, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yuan, you know, I don't care about these." Chapter 783. What's more, you have only come to this point to survive, and I have been abroad for nearly 20 years, and my ideas have been more or less affected. I love you as a person, and nothing else has anything to do with it. Promise me, come with me, now I have the ability to let you live a better life, and no man will ever touch you again. Shang Wenjing said word by word, without any hesitation in his eyes. Hearing this, Han Liyuan threw herself into his arms, hugged his neck tightly with both hands, and her crying seemed to be a little louder. It can be said that if Chinyu and Xiao Hu had not appeared and pulled her out of the abyss in disguise, Han Liyuan would not be like this today. If she had not come to this camp, perhaps at this moment, she would still be indifferent to killing those survivors who were eyeing her body. Even one night, she bit off the men who had once held Han Liyuan hostage, and then lived alone in this doomsday. Life and death are often just a thought away. But after seeing some beauty, Han Liyuan realized that in the doomsday, not all men think about that thing all day long, and not all people will bully the vulnerable survivors at will. Half a minute later, Han Liyuan took a step back with red and swollen eyes. She looked at Shang Wenjing's face, hesitated, and whispered, "I can go with you, but can you promise me one thing? You must do your best to complete this thing." "What is it?" "Just tell me." Shang Wenjing helped her stand up. Hearing this, Han Liyuan gritted her teeth. "I want you to train someone and pass on all your skills to him." Hearing this, Shang Wenjing looked puzzled. "Who?" "His name is Chinyu. You've seen him before." The figure of the young man instantly appeared in his mind. Shang Wenjing thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly. He's already in his 20s. Even if he starts training now, it's hard for him to learn much, not to mention that those subjects are quite difficult. In the past, we had to put a gun on those kids' heads to train. The reason why Alay is so good is that he started training at a very young age, and he made rapid progress because of hatred in his heart. It may not be suitable for the person you are talking about. Han Liyuan looked at the grass and murmured, "Whether it's suitable or not, you have to try it to know, right? It's like many years ago at dusk, when the ship sailed into the high seas, you stood on the edge of the cargo ship facing the sun, wounded all over, and said you wanted to establish a killer organization. I said you might not be suitable, and you replied to me the same way." After he finished speaking, Shang Wenjing smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly." "I remember everything you said." Han Liyuan smiled slightly. "But I swore that I would never accept any apprentices in this life, and he is not from Blood Wolf, so I can't teach him." After saying this, Han Liyuan pointed in other directions and said, but now things are completely different from before. Is it meaningful to use the old rules to restrain yourself? What's more, given your relationship with Lei, you should have learned about Qinyu from him. I guarantee with my life that you will never regret it in the future. Hearing this, Shang Wenjing sighed and couldn't help asking, I want to know why you help him so much, even begging me, when you obviously didn't want me to continue to engage in the profession of killing. Hearing this, Han Liyuan said softly, he saved my life, this favor must be repaid. Doesn't what happened yesterday afternoon count? Shang Wenjing raised his eyebrows, if Long Dai hadn't found you, I would have killed you directly. One thing is one thing. Han Liyuan's tone was calm, she raised her head, and said seriously, they can take me in and stay here, and even live in the same house as others. Even the work of carrying manure was something I took the initiative to do. That guy called Hongwu, I heard he saved your life too. Han Liyuan was silent for a moment, then spoke, there has to be a first come, first served. Without Qinyu's help, the one-armed boy would have been powerless at best. My ability is limited, I can only ask you to train him alone. Asking for more may be counterproductive. Shang Wenjing thought for a few seconds, then nodded, I can promise you, but this can't be rushed, I have to go back and prepare some equipment and things, and I can only start training in about 2 months, and it's just this time, don't even think about others. I understand. Han Liyuan excitedly grabbed his arm, and quickly said that there would not be a next time. Looking at her appearance, Shang Wenjing touched Han Liyuan's hair helplessly and smiled. Can you tell me what your original intention was in doing this? Han Liyuan turned her head to look at the gate, where several men were installing streetlights. She thought for a while, then said, I want him to become more powerful, so that he can better protect his companions and his beloved. I don't want to see Qinyu watching the people around him die one by one, because of his lack of ability when the real crisis comes. After the words fell, Shang Wenjing was stunned, and then sighed in his heart. Silly woman, why are you doing this? He knew very well that Han Liyuan was much older than Qinyu, and there would be no connection between the two. The reason why she begged him so much was probably because he might have encountered danger when he saved her life. The balcony on the second floor of the villa next door. Long Dai looked at the instructor and Han Liyuan in the yard and curled her lips. Don't look anymore. Get ready to pack up and go home. Hearing this, Long Jia blinked. Don't look anymore? I feel like the instructor is going to kiss her in the next second. Pa! Hearing this, Long Dai slapped him on the head. Go back and clean up the room for your master's wife. Why didn't I realize that you were so sweet before? She just shot you, and you have the nerve to call her master's wife? As she said this, Long Dai wanted to kick her brother a few more times, but her ankle hurt when she moved, so she could only glare at him. Then All Ling sat on the sofa holding the washed rabbit and said, Sister Long, be careful. You can't use force for 3 days. Humph. The reminder sounded, and Long Dai was depressed and angry, and no longer paid attention to her brother. It was noon at the gate. Han Liyuan took the packed luggage, and looked at the surrounding plants and trees reluctantly. She had already told Feng Yi and Xiao Jiao that she was going to leave with Shang Wenjing. When she saw Qinyu, Han Liyuan hesitated and handed the bag to Shang Wenjing's men. You get in the car and wait for me. Then she trotted towards Qinyu and pulled his clothes. Come here, I have something to tell you. Chapter 784. Qinyu was stunned, standing on the side of the road and casually said, Let's talk here, we are all family. Hearing this, Han Liyuan shook her head. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled and pushed his shoulder. They are leaving soon, and want to say goodbye to you. Go ahead, it's no big deal. Okay then. Qinyu followed Han Liyuan and left, and the two walked to a place more than 10 meters away. When you go there, don't wrong yourself. After all, it may be different from our camp. If someone bullies you, tell Shang Wenjing. After all, he took you away, of course he has to make the decision for you. As soon as he stopped, Qinyu started talking. If it doesn't work, find a chance to come back. Our camp gate will always welcome you back. Han Liyuan smiled. Why are you like my old best friend, saying these things? Don't worry, Shang Wenjing is a good person. I like that girl named Ling very much. There should be no problem getting along with her. I asked you to come here for this matter. After the voice fell, Han Liyuan took out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Qinyu. Some people in the camp were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Lao Cheng poked De Zhuang with his elbow and whispered, Fuck, is he sending a love letter? At this time, De Zhuang also said with a serious face, This guy should not do such a thing, maybe he is overthinking. At this time, Xiao Ning rolled her eyes and explained, What are you thinking about? Sister Han seems to be drawing a map. I saw the white-haired man sitting next to her before, directing and recording something, which should be the route. Chen Yu opened it, and frowned slightly. Is this the map from here to Shangwan Jing's camp? Hearing this, Han Liyuan smiled and said, You are really smart. You can guess it just by looking at it. Unfortunately, in the Doomsday, sometimes it is not enough to just have a good brain. What do you mean? Chen Yu held the map, and didn't understand it. The guy named Lei is very skilled, am I right about this? Of course, basically everyone in the camp knows it. What about his instructor, what do you think? Of course he's better. Chen Yu answered without thinking. He saw that the other party could handle 3 people without panic, and with ease. Han Liyuan whispered, I asked Brother Jing, and he promised to help me train you in 2 months. After hearing this, Chen Yu didn't quite understand. What are you doing? There are many powerful people in our camp, Lei, Xiaojiu, Uncle Hua, and Zhang Yin. I can even learn archery from Brother De Zhuang, but there are too many things to do, and I don't have time to ask them for advice. You also know that there are too many things to do, and you don't have time. Han Liyuan glanced at him and said earnestly, Brother Jing is very powerful, and the people around him are not simple either, just like Lei's junior brothers. Although they are not as powerful as the senior brother, they are also proficient in other aspects that are useful to you, such as blasting and explosives, poison making, etc. Instead of asking this, and that frequently, it is better to take the time to learn it all at once. After learning these, you don't have to rely on others in the future. If someone with bad intentions appears in the camp in the future, even if the other party has certain abilities, you can easily destroy him without being threatened. Hearing this, Chen Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that Han Liyuan had actually predicted that there was a traitor in the camp, but he hadn't found out who it was yet. After a pause, Chen Yu put the map in his pocket, nodded and said, Okay, I will remember this favor and will definitely repay it in the future. Unexpectedly, Han Liyuan looked at his left shoulder and whispered, You have already repaid it. Remember, you must protect Dr. Xiaolin and other people you care about in the future. She is very kind. Last time, I was almost killed by the people in that village. Although I was able to go home thanks to your help, I was fortunate to have Dr. Xiaolin's help later, so I recovered so quickly. My wound was sutured almost perfectly, and even the scar is very small. In my opinion, today's incident was partly caused by her. I hope Dr. Kobayashi can survive to the end, but as a girl, she is not suitable for such inhumane training. After saying this, Chen Yu smiled bitterly, So you think I can bear it? You have suffered as a child, no less than you are now. Han Liyuan also knew Chen Yu's past experience, so she patted him on the shoulder and smiled. This is the first time I pat you as a sister. I'm leaving, bye. After saying that, Han Liyuan turned and walked towards the motorcade. When she got in the car, there were a few honks, and then the car slowly drove out of the door. Since gasoline is precious nowadays, there was no farewell ceremony. Soon the last car disappeared at the intersection, and everyone closed the door again. Chen Yu walked to Lin Yi and told her everything that had just happened, and showed her the map. Although Lin Yi was not curious about this, she smiled and said after listening, It seems that helping Sister Han treat her wounds for several hours was not a waste of effort. Good things are not done in vain. Chen Yu said softly. When Shangwan Jing and the others left, Han Liyuan and the boy named Xie Yun also left together. Just as Chen Yu and Lin Yi were talking, Song Chung suddenly came over. Seeing this, Lin Yi whispered, I go back first. Okay, put the book in your bedroom for now. I come to get it in the evening. Hearing this, Lin Yi's face turned red again, and she stretched out her hand to twist his waist. Chen Yu was in pain and hurriedly held her hand, and then Lin Yi slowly walked towards the villa. I have questioned the others clearly. Xie Yun should be the only one who ambushed. Song Chung stood beside Chen Yu and spoke after hesitating for a while. Oh! Chen Yu turned his head to look at him, feeling a little funny, don't they lie? Hearing this, Song Chung pulled out a dagger with some blood still flowing on it. He whispered, Not in the face of death. Seeing this, Chen Yu nodded, Okay, I know, anyway, he is your man. At this time, Song Chung found that Chen Yu did not blame him too much, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Don't you blame me? After all, if we hadn't joined in at the beginning, you wouldn't be so easy to be attacked here. After the voice fell, Chen Yu, who was originally ready to leave, turned his head and looked at him and whispered, Why blame you? What? Song Chung didn't quite understand. Then Chen Yu continued, Is the idea of coming here proposed by the one called Xie Yun? Chapter 785. I don't think so, or maybe it's just because it doesn't matter which camp you go to. After all, there were old people, women, and children in your team at that time. It must be unsafe to keep running in the wild. When I first heard that there was a traitor, the problem also appeared in your team. I was really angry at the time, but then I thought it through quickly. Song Chung took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off the dagger, and looked puzzled, because no one died? Yeah. Chin Yu put his hands behind his back, and walked slowly towards the lake behind the camp. Seeing this, Song Chung followed him. If someone died yesterday because of this incident, or even more than one person, then no matter what the final result was, you and your people would not be able to survive until today. Then Chin Yu looked forward and said lightly, "Do you also think with those people that we surrendered at that time?" Hearing this, Song Chung pondered for a while and nodded, "Isn't it? At that time, most of the people outside have been captured alive. But the people inside are still there." Chin Yu paused for a moment and spoke again, "Forget it, I tell you later." The two walked slowly, and soon arrived at the lake. "There is something I want you to do. Go find some of this for me." Chin Yu said a few words to Song Chung next to him, and finally said not to tell anyone else. The reason why he looked for him was because there were too many things to do, and Chin Yu also wanted to see what Song Cheng's attitude would be after what happened yesterday. There was some food left after the dinner last night, and each house was given some. Chin Yu returned home and had lunch with Lin Yi, and then prepared to find Xiao Jiao to ask about Jiang Yuchen. Somewhere in the camp, under the open field, next to a stove made of mud, Xiao Jiao was stacking the chopped wood in order. There was also a girl helping him, and it was Xiao Yin, who always stuck to Xiao Jiao's buttocks. When Chin Yu appeared, Xiao Yin, who was holding the wood, subconsciously looked at it, and her cheeks suddenly turned slightly red, and the movement of handing the wood in her hand was also a little slower. Xiao Jiao didn't receive the hand, so he looked up and found that Xiao Yin was a little bit strange. Then he reached out and flicked her head, curiously asking, "What are you looking at?" Then without waiting for her to answer, Xiao Jiao turned his head and looked behind him, and found Chin Yu walking in the distance. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of Xiao Yu now?" "Not afraid." Xiao Yin was a little embarrassed. After all, she sneaked into Chin Yu's bedroom last night, and secretly put an item in. "Hello, brother Xiao, are you preparing to burn charcoal?" Chin Yu stood beside the two of them, and looked at the mound of earth below. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao nodded, "Yes, although we followed your advice before and buried some explosives in the area outside the gate, it was still a little too little. I thought about getting more and burying some in other directions." "That's thoughtful, but we have to control the amount, and not affect our own fence. Don't worry about that." Xiao Jiao laughed and continued to bend down to put wood. Then Chin Yu saw Xiao Yin's hesitant look and couldn't help but feel a little funny. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me now?" No. At this time, Xiao Yin shook her head like a rattle. While handing something to Xiao Jiao, she whispered, "Will you blame me for taking the initiative?" Chin Yu was about to help stir the wet soil on the ground. When he heard this, he looked at her and pretended to be stupid and said, "What did you do?" Seeing this, Xiao Yin pursed her lips, "If you don't know, forget it." Soon all the chopped wood was put in. Since it was not the first time to burn, the soil pile had been recycled several times and looked a little black. Xiao Jiao has many skills, some of which were not learned in the army. For example, he learned the method of burning charcoal by chance. Mix dry soil and some small weeds with water to make a simple tool, which is not very fragile. Then leave a few holes at the bottom, and slowly plug them later, otherwise the wood inside will be burned. Everything is ready. Xiao Jiao took out some paper from the box next to him, and tore it into pieces. He also placed some small dry branches on the area above the pile of soil, and then lit it with a lighter. As smoke rose, air entered from the hole at the bottom, and the flame inside grew bigger and bigger. Then Xiao Yin and Chin Yu squatted on the ground, observing the holes left below, and blocked them with wet mud when they saw the flames. Holding a ball of mud in his hand, Chin Yu turned his head and looked to the side and said, "Brother Xiao, what's the matter with Jiang Yuchen? Don't you trust him?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao glanced at the top fire hole and shook his head. "Trust, but for some reason, I always feel something is wrong." "What do you mean?" "Because he appeared at such a coincidence." Xiao Yin blocked the second hole and answered first, "Brother Chen, think about it, we are in the end of the world. If we want to protect ourselves, we must need weapons, right?" "Yeah." Chin Yu nodded. Xiao Yin then moved to another position and continued, "In addition to guns, most people can only get access to explosives. For modern weapons like that, ordinary people have no channels to learn about them. Just like these things can be found in fireworks stores, although the lethality is not great, but at least they can hurt people. So this is why we have rarely found any fireworks for so long, and they have been picked up by others. When Xiaoyin finished speaking, Qin Yu's expression became a little serious. He blocked the hole under the mound and said in a deep voice, "Hearing what you said, it seems that Jiang Yuchen's appearance at the beginning was indeed a bit deliberate. After all, such a person, no matter where he is placed in the camp, at least he will not be harmed." At this time, Xiao Jiao sealed the top hole, clapped his hands and said, "Okay, we can get a large amount of charcoal in a few hours. Let's go and sit over there for a while." As he said that, he pointed to the pavilion on the side. "You go ahead." Xiaoyin waved her hand with a smile and began to pick up the things on the ground. Under the pavilion, Xiao Jiao took a sip of the water bottle that had been placed on the table before, and then said, "Actually, some time ago, I had planned to let Jiang Yuchen follow me to make explosives, but then because of one thing." Chen Yu frowned slightly. He first glanced at Xiao Jiao, then looked at the pile of earth over there, and whispered, "Just now I wanted to ask you, the wood used for burning paper today is willow wood. He wouldn't suggest you use this to make bullets?" "Right." Xiao Jiao snapped his fingers. "Last time he actually suggested that I use black powder as a gunpowder to fire guns." Chapter 786. Black powder? Qin Yu was also confused at this time. He is a chemistry teacher. It is not reasonable to say such a thing. After the voice fell, Xiao Jiao said in a deep voice, "Yes, but if he has never been in contact with bullets before, it is normal that he does not understand it very well. Last time you went out to deal with Lu Wenjing, do you still remember the bullet at that time?" "Of course, Lu Wenjing exploded directly after pulling the trigger." Qin Yu nodded, "But I also want to understand the reason, or you can tell me." "I will tell you even if you don't tell me. These principles will be more helpful after you understand them." Then Xiao Jiao sorted out his thoughts and slowly began to talk. "I have talked about why bullets are fired before, so I won't repeat it now. Although I tried to use black powder instead later, the effect was not good. I need to reduce the proportion of some materials. Secondly, it will have a certain impact over time. When I loaded the bullets in Lu Wenjing's pistol, I added more black powder, so the weight would change a little. Secondly, because the black powder burns very quickly, the pressure in the barrel is too high, and the bullet cannot be fired, so it explodes." Hearing this, Qin Yu took out his pistol, took out the magazine and took out a bullet, frowning and said, "So, is it impossible to produce our guns and ammunition for a long time now?" After saying this, Xiao Jiao shook his head. "It's enough for now. Su Dali was really strong before, and he had enough manpower. He probably looted supplies from several cities, and he really got sulfuric acid." At this point, Xiao Jiao paused for a moment, then said earnestly, "Xiao Yu, I know it's a little wrong to say this now, but to be honest, if we could have kept Su Dali and Lu Wenjing, we would definitely have avoided a lot of detours. Unfortunately, they did so many evil things that we couldn't survive together." Qin Yu sighed and said softly, "Alas, so there is no such thing as a perfect match in the world. Su Dali has enough manpower, and the chance of obtaining these resources is greatly increased, and Lu Wenjing, that bastard, actually tricked me in the beginning." At this moment, Xiao Jiao suddenly cursed. "What?" Qin Yu was slightly startled. "Is there a problem with the bullet-making tutorial he gave at that time?" "Not this." Xiao Jiao waved his hand. "With the existing materials, smokeless gunpowder can indeed be made, because there are nitric acid and sulfuric acid in the camp. The former, I can extract it through potassium nitrate, but sulfuric acid is not possible. This thing is completely incompetent. Lu Wenjing didn't tell us how to extract sulfuric acid from sulfur at the beginning. Once we run out of them, we just have to eat up all the resources, unless we get ahead of other survivors, and continue to search for the materials we need." Qin Yu now knows more and more, so after thinking for a while, he said, "Are ether and sulfuric acid the most difficult to obtain?" "Yes, but fortunately we live in a modern city, and some chemical reagent stores may sell them, so maybe we can find them." Xiao Jiao still had some hope at this time. After all, as time goes on, they want to fight the enemy, and explosives alone are definitely not enough, and guns will never be eliminated. At this time, Qin Yu slapped the table. "Jiang Yuchen is a chemistry teacher, it should be okay to ask him." But he quickly denied his idea. "No, Jiang Yuchen still feels a little bit wrong at the moment. We can't trust him 100%. So, this is what I said before, it's too coincidental, as if there is an invisible giant hand fueling the flames, as if someone has already anticipated our predicament today, so such a person appeared." Hearing this, Qin Yu also realized that time could not be wasted. He had to find the traitor, as soon as possible, and find a way to confirm that Jiang Yuchen was one of his own. Then he also thought of what Han Liyuan said. The people around Shangwanjing might also understand these things, but after all, They were outsiders. Even if they had just formed an alliance, they might not necessarily reveal this information. Because this kind of thing is equivalent to the foundation for the survival of a camp. No one will tell them to other survivors at the end of the world. Soon it became a little quiet, and Xiao Jiao did not disturb Qinyu, because he knew that the other party must be thinking about countermeasures at this time. It was not until a few minutes later that Qinyu raised his head and said, "Just keep it the same as before, and ignore Jiang Yuchen for now. In 3 days, I will find out whether he is a human or a ghost." After the voice fell, Qinyu stood up and left. Seeing his back, Xiao Jiao also felt relieved. After all, it is difficult for one person to play a big role. And going forward, even Xiao Jiao did not dare to try to extract those materials. If there was an explosion, it would not be a joke. Now there is still some left, enough to make smokeless gunpowder. At least in the short term, there is no need to worry about bullets in the camp. After returning home, Qinyu stayed in the bedroom for an afternoon, thinking about how to eliminate the suspicion of these 4 people and confirm Jiang Yuchen's background. Because they are already his own people, he must not interrogate them directly without evidence. Doing so will inevitably hurt others. With Chen Yu's personality, he will not do such a thing. As it was getting dark, Qinyu made a somewhat reluctant plan. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the bedroom door. Qinyu walked over and opened the door. Seeing Lin Yi holding a bowl full of broth, he was slightly startled. Is it dark so soon? What else? Lin Yi walked in, looked at his room, and then put the bowl on the table. Why don't you open the window in your room? After saying that, she walked over and opened the curtains and pushed open the window. Haha, I forgot. Qinyu sat down, picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks, and was about to eat it. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned his head and asked, have you eaten? Eat. Really? Why would I lie to you? Lin Yi patted her belly with her little hand, then lay directly on Qinyu's bed, then spread her arms and legs, and said comfortably, your bed doesn't stink. Last time the community was attacked, Li Yao and I hid on the rooftop and took some people's quilts, but it still smelled. I was used to being dirty when I was a child, and now that I have the conditions, I pay a little more attention. Qinyu answered while eating. Well, do you want to move in with me? After more than 10 seconds, Lin Yi suddenly blushed and whispered. Hearing this, Qinyu picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful of soup and smiled. Are we separated now? Chapter 787. Oh, you know that's not what I meant. Lin Yi sat up a little embarrassedly, pretending to look around the room. Qinyu walked over and sat on the bed, holding Lin Yi's hand, and said gently, just make your arrangements, I do whatever you want. Really? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. She was very happy, and quickly got up and walked to the opposite door. Then I tidy up your closet first, so that you have a place to put your clothes. In the evening, Qinyu did move over, but the two of them only lived in one bedroom and didn't think about anything else. Qinyu leaned against the bed and slowly told his plan. Lin Yi, who was lying in his arms, heard that she was going out the next day, so she said that she wanted to go with him. Qinyu naturally agreed with a smile. He had intended to take Lin Yi out for more experience. Being protected by everyone was not conducive to growth. Although he had gone through the last incident, Qinyu was still unwilling to gamble unless everything was fine. Lin Yi naturally would not mention it. She just wanted to be closer to Qinyu, and hoped that the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes every morning was her beloved. After eating in the morning, Qinyu drove a car and took Lin Yi away from the camp. They were not the only ones who left. Zhang Yin also took a few people to get cement. For now, except for Qinyu, everyone else in the camp can leave the team to perform tasks. At the gate, Yang Zi stood next to Feng Yi, blinked and said, this seems to be the first time that Qinyu has taken Shaolin out? In the past, we always thought that as long as we protected Shaolin, it would be fine. In fact, maybe she also wants to be a person who can stand on her own? Feng Yi held the notebook and said softly. Then she turned her head and shouted, okay, 2 people come out to guard outside, Yang Zi, and I have to measure this door and try to transform it into a push-pull type. The car drove slowly on the road, and Lin Yi played with the gun in her hand with great interest, but the muzzle was aimed at the right door. She didn't ask where Qinyu was going, anyway. She knew very well that no matter where Qinyu went, he would not leave her behind. About an hour later, the car turned into a fork in the road. There is also a city near the villa area, not too far away, but many houses near the periphery have been looted. So Qinyu drove the car forward a little, intending to search the other side of the city. Half an hour later, high-rise buildings appeared again in the sight of the two, but there was something different, and it seemed to be emitting thick smoke. Seeing this, Chinyu stopped the car, turned his head and said, "Something is wrong." I take a look with the sniper rifle. Although there are telescopes in the camp, Chinyu still likes to bring this gun when he goes out. After all, in addition to looking at it, it can also be used to attack the enemy. But it wasn't the TAC-50. Through the scope, Chinyu saw a building full of fire, and there seemed to be a body burning on the ground, but it was a little far away and hard to see clearly, so he handed the gun to Lin Yi next to him. Lin Yi took it and looked at it for a few seconds, then said in surprise, "Is it a person or a zombie in that building?" "I don't know." Chinyu shook his head slightly, put the gun back on the back seat, and then said, "It seems that this fire should be set by humans. Let's go to other places." "Okay." Lin Yi was not curious either, so she turned around and sat in the passenger seat. As the car continued to turn around, Chinyu looked at the fuel gauge and said, "After a while, when the small hydropower station is built, we can probably find some electric cars. After all, if they can be charged, even if there is no fast charging, it is still more convenient than finding gasoline." "Yes, but you have to bring a battery and an inverter, and you have to charge the car outside first." The two chatted like this and slowly headed towards another destination. Chinyu is always like this. He will not have only one plan. But as the doomsday progresses, resources are exhausted, and everyone has tried to reduce the number of times they go out. The main reason is that although gasoline can be collected from many abandoned cars, they are mostly concentrated in the city or the outer areas, and it is not easy to encounter cars in the wild. All the vehicles that can be collected nearby have been smoked out. If you want to get gasoline next, you can only risk returning to the city again and again. In this way, there is a high probability of encountering other survivors, and conflicts are inevitable. So after discussion, it was decided that we would go a little further when we go out now, and probably return to the camp the next day. To prevent accidents, each car is equipped with a set of oil extractors and a long iron wire as thick as a chopstick. After all, old cars have no anti-theft measures, but new cars have fuel tanks, and the hose must be pierced to extract the oil. Time soon came to 11 o'clock in the morning, and Chinyu and Lin Yi rushed to their destination, which was still an abandoned county town with no people. Chinyu had never been here before, and didn't know what the county town was called, but it didn't matter. After parking the car in the parking area under the fence, Lin Yi just opened the door, and saw a lot of bird droppings on the ground. She bent down to look for a few times, then suddenly thought of something, stood up and said, "Chinyu, Mr. Bai seemed to have told me something yesterday, and asked me to tell you." At this time, Chinyu was hanging his backpack on his shoulder, then locked the car and said, "What's the matter?" "Well, he said that there seemed to be pigeons staying in the camp frequently, but they didn't look healthy because their droppings were dark green, which means they are sick. Will it not affect the animals in the breeding area?" Chinyu's expression was a little solemn. He stood in front of the car and looked at the traces on the ground. "Don't worry about that." Lin Yi shook her head. Mr. Bai said that he and Mr. Ji would often watch the breeding area to prevent sick pigeons from approaching. Hearing this, Chinyu felt relieved. "That's good. To be honest, I also feel that maybe someone is raising pigeons, but the strange thing is that no one has seen it. So what are we looking for today?" Lin Yi followed Chinyu, and the two walked into the city. She was a little excited. Breadworms. More than 10 minutes later, on an abandoned street in the county, Chinyu and Lin Yi pushed open the door of a restaurant and walked in. The room was dark, the light was not very good, and the air was filled with a strong smell of decay. In just a few seconds, the two felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Seeing this, Chinyu pulled Lin Yi back out. "The smell in here is a bit strange. Let's go to the pharmacy in front, and try to find some masks to wear." Lin Yi nodded, holding back the urge to vomit, and followed closely behind with a pistol equipped with a silencer. This time, they only brought 10 bullets, and the two of them each had half of the ammunition. Chapter 788. A few minutes later, Chinyu and Lin Yi walked out of the messy pharmacy with more than a dozen bags of disposable masks in their bags. Although the pharmacy inside was swept clean, there were still a lot of masks left in the cartons, but basically not many people would take them away. Because zombies are likely to be everywhere, wearing a mask is very inconvenient for running, and it's the end of the world, so there's no need to use this thing to hide your face. After a long time, no one remembers each other. Back to the restaurant. Because the door has been opened for ventilation, the air is much better than before. Chinyu picked up the empty bottles on the ground and threw them towards the darker areas. Then he listened carefully to the noise. Although Chinyu has become much more powerful than before, he will never be careless, not to mention that there is a little cutie next to him. "By the way, Chinyu, how do you know there are mealworms in here?" Hearing this, Chinyu took her hand and walked slowly inside, while whispering, because when I was a child, I didn't have much to eat, and occasionally found that mealworms tasted good after being fried, so for a while, I was very familiar with this thing. Speaking of this, Chinyu turned his head to the right and added, they are usually in the grain warehouse, and the cabinet where bread is stored in the kitchen, provided that they have not been looted. Theoretically, if the temperature is right, mealworms can survive for a year, so I brought you to this restaurant. At this time, Lenny also understood. She glanced at the door and glass behind her and whispered, no wonder you came here, because the air inside is not very circulated, maybe it's not that cold in winter. Smart. Chinyu took Lenny's little hand and squeezed it gently, then he pushed open the door to the back kitchen. As soon as it was opened, there were several subtle movements from inside. Seeing this, Lenny took out the cloth strips she had made in advance from her bag, took the broom by the door, and wrapped it around the wooden stick. Then Chinyu lit it with a lighter, held it up and walked inside. What came into view were 3 zombies crawling up from the ground. Their clothes were even rotten and looked like humans. Take it, I deal with it. Handing the torch back to Lenny, Chinyu drew out his dagger and whistled at the zombies. When the first one approached, Chinyu quickly retreated when it was about to pounce, and then swung the knife into its head. At this moment, the second one next to him also came up, and he was about to draw out his dagger, but a figure on the right came forward. With a thud, the corpse fell down. Lenny held the torch in his left hand and drew out the knife in his right hand, chuckling, I can't always rely on you. After the words fell, the two looked at each other, smiled, and walked towards the third zombie. For now, dealing with less than 10 zombies at the same time is not a big deal for Chinyu and others. Of course, the space is too small, and it is impossible to deal with them all at once. Entering the area where the ingredients are placed, Lenny held the torch, and Chinyu opened the cabinets one by one. When they came to the innermost position, a locked cabinet attracted their attention. Chinyu looked around and found the key hanging on the wall. After trying more than 10 keys in a row, he finally opened the lock. Then Chinyu directly opened the cabinet door. Lenny's eyes froze, and she quickly turned her head away. Her face even turned pale. Oh my god, there are so many insects. How many insects are there? Hee, don't come over. Give me the torch. Chinyu smiled and took it. Then he approached to check it and nodded. Yes, these are mealworms, but they seem to have started to eat their own kind. You take it, I have to collect them together quickly. After saying that, Chinyu ran out and brought in a basin and a kitchen knife. He then squatted in front of the cabinet, first scraped the mealworms together with the back of the knife, and then directly scooped them into the basin. Seeing this, Lenny was very sad. She murmured, You must have suffered a lot when you were a child. You are not afraid of insects like this. Hearing this, Chinyu searched for the mealworms in the corner and whispered, Fortunately, at least I survived. If I knew I would meet you later, I would insist on living no matter how hard or tired I was. And the nutritional value of mealworms is very high. It is said to be higher than eggs and beef. When these words came out, Lin Yi's heart was slightly touched. Then she gritted her teeth, leaned the torch against the bucket, and then went forward to catch those mealworms with Chinyu. This scene made Chinyu stunned in place, and then he turned his head to look to the left. Within the range of vision, Lin Yi frowned and picked up the worms. More than a minute later, the two left the restaurant. Chinyu was holding a small, half basin of worms, and there was another basin on top, but a few holes were poked, of course, using the kitchen knife. On the street, Lin Yi checked her clothes, fearing that she might have missed some bugs. Although she was not afraid of these bugs, she would feel disgusted. Soon it was afternoon, and Chinyu and Lin Yi also searched several other restaurants, but unfortunately they were very clean, not to mention mealworms. Most of them were smashed to pieces. Forget it, these should be enough. Chinyu looked at the time and said, There is a library in front. Do you want to go and have a look? Maybe there are medical books or something. Hearing this, Lin Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, if there are some pediatric books, it would be best. There are more babies in the camp recently, and I am really afraid that they will suddenly feel unwell, otherwise there is nothing I can do. Yes, we can't put all these burdens on you, Chinyu said, and walked forward. As the two approached the library, the light around them dimmed a little. Lin Yi looked up and whispered, The dark clouds are coming out. It will probably rain soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the dust on the street began to float, and the wind blew the garbage on the ground. Chinyu stood in front of the library, and was about to press the door handle when he suddenly found something wrong. At this moment, Lin Yi glanced casually and hurriedly stopped him. Wait! Hearing this, Chinyu whispered, You saw it too? Yes. Lin Yi pointed to the other side of the door, The door handle outside is covered with dust, but the one inside is so clean, and there is still dust on the bookshelf. This is very abnormal. Hearing this, Jinyu thought for a moment and said, "Put the pistol in your pocket first." Lenny took off the silencer and put it in her backpack. After thinking about it, she put the gun on her waist. It happened that she was wearing a long-sleeved light-colored shirt, which could cover it. Taking advantage of this time, Jinyu carefully checked the traces around and found that everything seemed to be covered up by humans. But he was not an instrument, and could not tell the difference through the dust, or whether it was the wind outside that caused the handles inside and outside the door to be different. Chapter 789. After thinking for a few seconds, Jinyu picked up a garbage plastic bag from the ground, wrapped his hands with it, and pushed the door open and walked in. This way, he wouldn't get too much dust. The ground was very dirty, and even excrement could be seen in the corners. Fortunately, the two of them were wearing masks all the time, so they were not affected much. Lenny took a few steps forward, picked up the plastic bench that had collapsed on the ground, and then knocked on the bookshelf to make a sound. More than 10 seconds passed, and it was still very quiet inside, and no zombies were heard. Seeing this, Jinyu held a dagger and said, "Let's not go too far away, keep a distance of 5 meters, and if anything happens, just let go of the cup." As he said, he picked up a white ceramic water cup from the counter next to him and took a look. The water inside was very black, and there were many cigarette butts. Then he poured the water out and handed it to Lin Yi. Then, with some concern, Jinyu added again, "Now no supplies are more important than your safety. Don't take risks just because you are reluctant to give them up, no matter how scarce the items are." Hearing this, Lin Yi felt warm in her heart. She took the cup and replied gently, "Don't worry, I'm not a child." "Yeah." Jinyu stretched out his left hand, picked up a lone mealworm from her shoulder, and put it into the basin. Lin Yi just took a look, without any emotion. This is also one thing Jinyu likes about Lin Yi, that is, when encountering some terrible things, she will not scream or get emotional. After all, most girls are more disgusted with creatures like insects, especially when they touch their bodies, they want to jump up on the spot. Because they were looking for something, they needed to split up to shorten the time. Soon Jinyu and Lin Yi checked the bookshelves, but most of them had been cleared out by others. After searching for a long time, they found that most of them were magazines, novels, and books on science and literature. These books were basically useless in the apocalypse, and there were even a few ashes on the ground. It was obvious that some survivors burned those books to keep warm in winter. Lin Yi took a chair leg, squatted down, and casually removed the ashes in front of him. He happened to see a piece of the cover of a book, on which there were a few words of pediatric emergency manual. But unfortunately, everything else was burned clean, leaving only the cover. More than 10 minutes later, the two of them checked the library almost thoroughly. There were only 2 books that were barely useful, and that was because there were painted maps on them. Back to the entrance area, Jinyu picked up the plastic basin on the counter, and was about to leave with Lin Yi, but the latter suddenly grabbed him. The wall over there seems to have moved. Hearing this, Jinyu looked in the direction of his gaze. He did not doubt it, but looked at the wind blowing in from the door, and then whispered, "Let's go over and take a look." After the voice fell, Lin Yi closed the door tightly, then put the cup on the handle, then turned his head and said with a smile, "Hey, I learned it from you." "Great." Jinyu praised and walked towards the wall. Putting the basin on the ground, Jinyu pulled out a dagger and stabbed it at the wallpaper, and the knife instantly sank halfway. Then he glanced at Lin Yi and swiped his right hand directly. A few seconds later, a door appeared in front of the two of them. There was a space of about 10 square meters inside. There was a square table in the middle area with more than a dozen books stacked on it. The light poured into the house from the right window, and Lin Yi also saw the names of those books. She was stunned and said with wide eyes, "They are all medical books, and there are 3 books related to pediatrics. TSK, this is a trap." Just then, the roar of a car suddenly came from the street outside the house. Jinyu frowned slightly, and then took Lin Yi back. Then he and Lin Yi ran to the corner, where 2 bookshelves happened to fall down, and there was an area to hide. When Lin Yi hid inside, Jinyu thought about it, quickly ran to the door area, took away the water cup, and then threw it into the ashes on the ground. After doing all this, he ran to the corner and curled up with Lin Yi. Without knowing how many people the other side had, Jinyu would not show up rashly. After all, now is not the past. Fortunately, the zombies outside were attracted by the sound of the car, and they delayed those people for a while, and they did not enter the library until 2 minutes later. Soon, several men and women appeared in the sight of Jinyu and Lin Yi. They were wearing coats, motorcycle helmets on their heads, and their arms were wrapped with a lot of iron sheets. They were all holding spears, and one of them had a shotgun on his waist. Those people did not stop, but quickly searched the library and then walked towards the secret door. At this time, a man in a red coat came forward. Because he was also wearing a helmet, Chinyu could not see his face at all. The man in red looked at her for a few seconds, then waved his right hand twice. 10 seconds later, 2 people came in from outside, with a woman covered in wounds. Following closely behind was another female survivor with disheveled hair, blood flowing from the corners of her mouth, and bruises all over her face. The man in red gestured to the woman twice, then pointed at the secret door. The woman was very scared. She shook her head desperately and backed away, but her hair was held tightly by someone, which was completely useless. The next second, the man in red pulled out the Nepalese army knife from his waist, walked straight to the other woman, and put the knife to her throat. Seeing this, the female survivor fell to her knees with a plop, and then walked towards the door tremblingly. Chinyu and Lin Yi hid in the corner and watched this scene, but strangely, these people didn't say a word. When she walked in, everyone in the library held their breath. About half a minute later, there was a sound from the small room, and then a large iron door suddenly fell from the door, blocking the passage tightly. Then a large amount of gasoline fell from the top of the head, accompanied by sparks. In an instant, the woman was soaked like a drowned chicken, but the next second, flames appeared on her body. The screams were deafening, but the people outside stood there indifferently, without any intention of going to rescue. The woman who was held hostage turned her head away, and couldn't bear to watch. Lin Yi grabbed Chinyu's arm with her right hand, and even she felt her scalp tingling at this moment. A living person was burned to death by fire. After about 2 minutes, the man in red nodded, then walked up to 2 people, kicked down the iron door, and walked out with the half-burned books. The others let go, and the remaining woman collapsed to the ground, crying in pain. Soon everyone started to walk out, but the man in red walked towards the woman on the ground with a Nepalese army knife. Chapter 790. Then the man in red squatted behind her, and the knife continued to be placed on her throat. His right hand swept across, and blood spurted out. The woman fell down instantly. Lin Yi covered her mouth nervously, trying not to make any sound. The light in the library was a little dim, and those people could not see the scene in the corner at all. As the last person left, the surroundings fell into silence again. Unlike before, the air was full of blood at this time. Chinyu pushed the shelf away, and then walked out with Lin Yi. Looking at the corpse lying in a pile of blood, Chinyu slowly said, "This is the end of the world. Zombies and survival are obviously the biggest enemies, but humans have been killing each other. People who die tragically like this are probably happening all over the world, so I don't want you to learn those killing skills before. But then I thought clearly that these can at least give you a certain degree of self-protection ability." Hearing this, Lin Yi quietly took out a dagger and stepped forward, stabbing the corpse's head. After all, when resources are insufficient, eliminating the same kind is also a solution. Chinyu picked up the basin and whispered, "Let's go, we can't stay here any longer." When the two left the library, the body that was previously burned by the fire moved, and then slowly stood up, accompanied by the sparks on its body. This zombie is a little different from the previous ones. The body tissue has been burned to black, but the clothes are tightly attached to it, and have not been extinguished. Where it goes, fire soon ignites. Not long after leaving the library, Chinyu found that another mealworm crawled out. Thinking of this, he turned his head, and whispered to the side. Just as Chinyu was walking through the alley with the plastic basin, the roar of a motorcycle suddenly appeared again. Before he had time to hide, 2 motorcycles suddenly stopped at the exit of the alley in front, with a person sitting on the back seat. Looking back, he saw that he was also blocked behind him. Seeing this, Chinyu leaned against the wall and said in a deep voice, "I don't mean to disturb you, I just want to escape from here." The man in red got off the back seat of the motorcycle, and he spread his hands, which contained several moving mealworms. Then he opened the helmet mask, threw the worm directly into his mouth and chewed it, then spoke. "Leave the things, you can go." The man's voice was very hoarse, as if his throat had not spoken for a long time. Chinyu glanced at the plastic basin that was closed, and there were still 2 mealworms crawling out. Seeing this, he put the worm in and shook his head slightly. "What if I say no?" "Heh." The man in red looked at Chinyu and sneered, then waved his hand. The next second, his men came forward with a shotgun, and put the index finger of his right hand on the trigger. Just as he walked past the trash can, a man suddenly stood up from the roof on the right. It was Lin Yi who had deliberately separated from Chinyu just now. Without thinking, She pulled the trigger at the man, and the bullet shot out instantly, hitting the back of the head on the spot. Then the red-clothed man quickly stretched his right hand to his waist, but Xinyu was faster than him. Bang bang. In the narrow alley, gunshots continued. The last person rode on a motorcycle and wanted to run, but Lin Yi held the gun with both hands, slowed down his breathing, aimed the muzzle a little, and then fired the last bullet. Plop! The motorcycle fell to the ground, and the man got up in fear. Then Xinyu held the tip of the dagger with his right hand and threw it out. At a distance of nearly 10 meters, the dagger sank into the back of the last man's neck, and he fell to the ground on the spot. Then Lin Yi slid down holding the electric pole next to her. Her heart was beating very fast and her face was a little excited. She took off her mask and said excitedly, "Xinyu, how did you know they would catch up?" Hearing this, Xinyu turned his head to look at her and smiled, because human nature is greedy. "Now you understand why I asked you to hide the pistol before, right?" After that, the two searched for supplies, and Xinyu rode a motorcycle and took Lin Yi out of the alley. A few minutes later, several zombies wearing helmets climbed up from the ground and walked slowly on the street. On the rooftop of a building in the next street, several figures disappeared into the darkness. The noise of the motorcycle was louder than that of the car, and it could be heard from a long distance, so after walking a few streets, Xinyu parked the car on the side of the road. They had to spend the night in the city because the mission was not yet completed. Lin Yi didn't seem to have any psychological burden for killing again. She had also fought to save Yang Zi and protect herself in Fengi community before. In addition to the attack later, Lin Yi was not afraid of death, but the scene in the library before made her feel too cruel. The knife cut through the artery, and a lot of blood spurted out. If Lin Yi hadn't been immune to it because she had seen too many bloody wounds, she would have been seriously psychologically uncomfortable. The two walked towards the abandoned house on the roadside, and a lot of weeds began to grow on the surrounding streets. Without the traces of human activities, the city was gradually occupied by plants. Along the way, Xinyu frowned slightly, as if he was worried. Lin Yi stepped forward and held his hand, whispering, "Are we out of bullets? So you are worried that it will be difficult to deal with the enemy next time?" Hearing this, Xinyu nodded slightly. "Not only that, I think the probability of encountering survivors in the city now seems to have greatly increased. In the past few times when I went out to search for supplies, I rarely encountered living people. Even if I did, they would not shout and kill right away. But think about what happened today. Those people dared to push a living person into the house, that must have problems without any nonsense, and then ruthlessly cut the woman's neck." Hearing this, Lin Yi was also worried. "Hearing you say this, it seems a bit serious. I feel that everyone doesn't care about human lives. They follow and rob supplies without saying a word. If you don't agree, they actually want to approach and shoot." After saying this, Xinyu was a little surprised, turned his head, and looked at Lin Yi's serious eyes. "So you also found out that the man approached because the range was not enough." As she spoke, Lin Yi picked up the hunting rifle with her right hand and whispered, "Although I often stay in the camp, I have been learning about this aspect. I still know a little about the range of different guns." Just then, she found that her shoelaces were untied, so she squatted down to tie them, and stood up, just in time to see smoke rising in the distance. Lin Yi pointed and said, "Xinyu, look, there seems to be a fire over there. It seems that this abandoned county town is not very peaceful either." After the voice fell, Xinyu pushed open the hotel on the roadside and walked in with Lin Yi. Just as the two were about to go upstairs, several zombies approached downstairs and blocked the door. Chapter 791. Although killing zombies is not a difficult task for Xinyu and Lin Yi, it will take some effort after all. And recently everyone seems to have discovered some problems. That is, when the apocalypse just broke out, many corpses were infected and turned into zombies, and their bones were somewhat fragile. At that time, killing zombies was not very strenuous. A dagger could be inserted into the head, and pulled out easily, and even branches could be used instead in many cases. But later, they occasionally encountered those difficult to kill zombies. Everyone understood that this was because many humans had joined them after being attacked or dying. So in the current situation, unless it is necessary, everyone will not take the initiative to clean up zombies when they go out, and the more effort they can save, the better. For this reason, Xinyu took Lin Yi through the hotel, and then jumped from the second-floor window to the roof of the toilet behind, and easily got rid of the zombies behind him. In the evening, the two chose a temporary shelter for tonight, which was a courier station at the entrance of a community. The reason for coming here was that Lin Yi found that there were still many packages left inside, which seemed to be unopened, and maybe he could pick up some. But the only pity was that the door was locked tightly. There were zombies wandering on the street from time to time. If you make a noise rashly, it is likely to attract their attention, which would cause a chain reaction. No matter what time it is, Chinyu will never underestimate the threat of zombies. Just as he was trying to figure out how to open the door and get in, Lin Yi suddenly patted Chinyu on the shoulder and snapped her fingers. I know what to do, hee hee. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at the post station transfer posted on the wall and wrote down the phone number on it. Then Lin Yi turned around and ran to the side of the road, checking the windshields of the parked cars one by one. Seeing this scene, Chinyu also reacted instantly. He also glanced at the string of numbers on the wall, and then ran in the opposite direction to the other side. About 3 minutes later, Lin Yi waved excitedly at Chinyu from a few meters away. Seeing this, Chinyu hurriedly approached her. Then Lin Yi whispered, "From the transfer information posted on the store here and the cars parked at the intersection, it can be inferred that the store owner is likely to live in this community." Chinyu was a little dumbfounded when he said this. He was slightly surprised and said, "How did you judge this?" Hearing this, Lin Yi took his arm, turned around and walked towards the entrance of the community, and then explained, "We are in a small county town, not as big as the city. Before the end of the world, the local income and consumption level may not be high. Moreover, this store is being transferred, which means that the business is not very good. In addition, the car is covered with dust, so the owner of the store may have rented a house here to live. When I came here just now, I looked at the various information posted on the advertising column. There was a rental advertisement saying that the transportation was convenient, there was a park nearby, and a post station. Based on this information, 80% of it is talking about the community in front of us." Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head to look at Lin Yi's face and blinked. "I was thinking about how to find a place to spend the night along the way, but you remembered so much useful information. Did you know that we would encounter this express delivery point from then on?" After the voice fell, Lin Yi shook her head. "I don't know, but my memory is better, and I think being familiar with the surrounding environment will give me more ways to retreat even if I encounter an enemy." After she finished speaking, Chinyu stopped and put his hands on her shoulders, then looked at Lin Yi's beautiful and bright eyes, and said seriously, "Now I realize that maybe you are more powerful than most of us, but I always thought you were weak." Lin Yi smiled sweetly at Chinyu and whispered, "It's okay. My brother is more business-minded. This is what he taught me. It's called controlling costs and increasing profits. It's like why many roadside stalls sell a few dollars cheaper than breakfast shops, because they don't have to pay rent. Secondly, I don't mind the way we got along before. If everyone can protect me wholeheartedly, then I can just treat the wounded with peace of mind." Hearing this, Chinyu also cared about her more. "I hope you can stand in the open more in the future, so that everyone will understand that Yi is more than just a doctor." "Haha, I try my best." Lin Yi stood in front of Chinyu, smiled, and tilted her head to answer, with a hint of joy in her eyes. Then she took Chinyu's hand and started running towards the community. "Oh, hurry up, it's going to be dark soon. I don't want to sleep on the street with you." A few minutes later, Chinyu walked out of the property office with a piece of paper in his hand, which registered the information of a tenant owner, and there was an extra spare key in his hand. He looked at the beautiful figure next to him and smacked his lips. "Ee, are you cheating? I actually found the owner of this express delivery station." "Actually, it was a bit of luck," Lin Yi said with a smile, holding her dagger in her hand. Seeing this, Chinyu took out the Nepalese army knife he had seized from his backpack and handed it to her. "Try it. I feel like you are a surgeon, so you should be good at using a knife." After saying this, Lin Yi glared at him with her playful face. She wanted to take the knife, but was a little hesitant. The scene in the library before still made her feel scared. Unexpectedly, Chinyu seemed to see through her thoughts and whispered, "It's not the knife that's wrong, but those people." Hearing this, Lin Yi put his dagger in place, took the knife in his hand, and nodded. Then the two began to run towards the community. Perhaps because the gate was not closed, many zombies did not know where to go. When the time came to 7 o'clock in the evening, Chinyu and Lin Yi successfully opened the express delivery station with the key and then walked in. The old method of making noise to attract the attention of the zombies. After confirming that it was safe, Chinyu locked the door. Pick up some cardboard in the corner, spread them on the glass door, and use the bracket to block it. The sky was completely dark, and Lin Yi also took out food, water, and a flashlight from his backpack. Having been in the apocalypse for so long, there are quite a few batteries in the camp, and there are also special chargers. So after the solar energy is restored, you can carry a flashlight when you go out. Of course, most of the time you still use torches. After all, there are corpses everywhere, and you can make them with clothes. Mastering this skill, At least you don't have to travel in the dark when the flashlight is out of power. The express delivery station is not big, about 20 square meters, but there are quite a lot of packages. After looking around, Chinyu asked curiously, I think the business is okay, why do you want to transfer it? Chapter 792. Maybe it's because there are too many complaints and they are too busy? Lenny walked to the counter with a flashlight and shone it on the computer and said, the screen here is broken. There must have been chaos when the doomsday broke out. Hearing this, Chinyu picked up a rectangular package on the ground and said, as he opened it, that makes sense. Before the doomsday, many people complained that express delivery should not be left at the post station. When he tore open the package, Lenny shone the flashlight over, and then the two looked at each other. Chinyu said in surprise, this is too good luck. It turns out to be a walkie-talkie, and two of them? I couldn't find it no matter how hard I tried before, but now I can find two at once. As he said this, Chinyu handed the other one to Lenny, and the two of them looked at it. Unfortunately, they were outside and couldn't start it. In the following time, he and Lenny ate some chocolate to fill their stomachs, and then continued to open the packages. However, Chinyu stopped after opening a few and began to prepare to make a bed to rest. On the contrary, Lenny was very interested in tearing the packaging bags, perhaps because she liked to open express packages in the past, and now she didn't know what was inside, so she felt a little mysterious. About 10 minutes later, Lenny looked at her hands, which were covered in dust, and wiped them with a tissue from the counter. She said helplessly, there is nothing but food, and there are 2 packets of hot pot base, but it's a pity that they have gone bad. Hee. Chinyu smiled, took out a water cup and walked towards her. Wash your hands, these dusts are not clean. Hearing this, Lenny shook her head, no, drinking water is very important when we go out, and we can't waste it. After that, she walked towards the water dispenser, pressed the button with her hand, and looked at Chinyu and said, although the water is dirty, I don't have any wounds on my hands. After washing, wipe them clean, and there will be nothing wrong the next day. As night fell, the two of them lay on the cardboard in the corner, with their heads resting on their backpacks, and Lenny resting her head on Chinyu's arm, and slowly fell asleep. At about 6:10 the next morning, there was already a faint light outside. Lenny sat up confusedly and began to put the useful supplies from last night into the bag, mostly some clothes and small gadgets. At this time, Chinyu's left hand was a little numb. He shook it twice, and then prepared to go over to open the door. But it was a pity that after a night, some of the mealworms died again. Fortunately, there are still a lot left. The two walked out of the express station, and began to walk towards the houses with rooftops. Lenny originally thought that there would be a heavy rain last night, but it turned out to be just some dark clouds, and it rained a little in the middle of the night. The road seemed a little wet at this time, and the zombies in the distance began to walk towards her and Chinyu. Along the way, Chinyu and Lenny looked around to see if they could find some bird creatures, preferably turtle doves, because they looked like pigeons. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. On the roofs of 2 adjacent buildings, Chinyu used the wooden planks next to him to build a ladder, and then stood on it and stepped on it. The distance was about 2 meters, and it rained last night, so it was not safe to jump. After confirming that it was firm, Chinyu turned around and nodded, then took the lead to walk to the other side. While the two were busy, several more people appeared on the street below. Because they were in the shadow, they were basically difficult to be discovered. When Lenny was about to stand on it, suddenly an arrow flew from a distance. Bang! The arrow was nailed under the wooden board, and Lenny was immediately startled. She took a closer look and found that there was a firecracker tied to it, which was thicker than a thumb. 2 seconds later, the firecrackers exploded. Due to the impact, the wooden board trembled a few times. It was not very stable to begin with, and now it fell directly. At this moment, the door of the rooftop where Chinyu was standing suddenly opened, and 5 or 6 people holding long sticks rushed out. They wore scarves to cover half of their faces, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, and attacked Chinyu without any nonsense. Seeing this scene, Lenny was anxious and wanted to take a gun immediately, but she suddenly remembered that the pistol bullets were empty. Although the hunting rifle was in the bag, the bullets would be scattered at this distance. If she shot, Chinyu would definitely be injured. Lenny gritted her teeth, stepped back a few steps, and prepared to jump over to help. At the critical moment, Chinyu hit the man on the right with an elbow on the eye, then turned back and shouted, "Don't jump, there is moss on the edge." Hearing this, Lenny turned around and ran to the back, ready to support from the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, the person behind her hit Chinyu's back with a stick. These people had a good tacit understanding, and they didn't fight Chinyu at all. They just hit his arm with a stick, trying to knock down the dagger. Although Chinyu had been trained and his fighting ability was far superior to that of ordinary people, the key problem was that he could not rush over immediately. He could not get close, so many of his moves were useless. Finally, he found a flaw, and reluctantly grabbed the stick in one person's hand and pulled it hard, then kicked the person in the chest with his left foot, and immediately kicked her back several meters. The person fell to the ground and did not move. It was not until a minute later that he defeated the 6 people one by one. Looking back, Lin Yi had already disappeared on the roof of the next building. Chun Yu's face darkened instantly. He picked up the dagger with a cold expression. I don't understand. Wasn't yesterday's lesson enough? They dared to send people to attack us. At this moment, a person kneeling on the ground took off her scarf. She covered her stomach and said painfully, We didn't want to kill you, otherwise we would have shot her legs just now. The next second, 2 people came out of the rooftop again. They held a gun that seemed to be homemade and shouted, Friends, we just want to test your ability. Looking at the 2 women in their 60s, Chinyu snorted coldly. Who would believe it? Hearing this, the old lady standing on the left side of the old woman with a gun said, You killed the Helmet Army yesterday afternoon. Now you must be unable to move in this city. Only by joining us can you 2 survive. After that, the old woman put away her gun, as if to show that she was not an enemy. Since the other party had a gun, Chinyu knew that it was basically impossible for him to kill the people on the ground again. Then he picked up the backpack on the ground and said in a deep voice, We can come in alive, so we can naturally go out alive. Don't worry about it. After saying this, Chinyu grabbed the flower pot and smashed it on the edge of the rooftop, using the soil to cover the moss. Then he stepped back a few steps and jumped to the other side again. Watching him disappear quickly, the others supported each other and stood up. One of the girls with bruises on the corners of her eyes said, This guy really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. He almost killed me with one punch. Chapter 793. After hearing this, someone agreed. We should have tied them up first. After all, we had the chance last night. After this, the old woman shook her head, her wrinkled face, but her eyes looked particularly bright. If we had taken action at that time, if something unexpected happened and we accidentally hurt the girl, we would definitely have killed a lot of people. Let's go home first. After saying this, the old woman turned around and went downstairs with her homemade gun. Are you leaving now? Since these 2 have already made enemies with the Helmet Army, this is a good opportunity for us. At this moment, a long-haired woman spoke. Her shoulder was still aching. After the voice fell, a response came from the corridor. Don't worry, they will come back. Chinyu ran to the street and was about to shout anxiously when he saw Lin Yi squatting beside the 2 corpses, reaching out to get supplies from them. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Yi turned her head and looked behind her. Then she stood up and waved, Are you okay? However, unlike a few minutes ago, Lin Yi's eyes were red and her face was covered with tears. Before she finished speaking, Chinyu rushed to her, hugged Lin Yi nervously, and asked anxiously, How are you? Why are there 2 men wearing helmets on the ground? Then Chinyu looked into her eyes and wiped away her tears. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled and began to tell the story. It turned out that when she went downstairs just now, she happened to find 2 men wearing helmets hiding outside, holding spears and bows in their hands. This scene made Lin Yi subconsciously think that they were in the same group as the people on the roof. And one of them acted quickly and immediately took out the shotgun. Lin Yi was very calm when the gun was pointed at her. She did not run around blindly, nor did she bet that the other party would not dare to shoot. In addition, Chinyu was fighting with the enemy. Lin Yi knew very well that if she shouted loudly at this time, it would definitely distract him, and it would be bad if he got hurt. So almost instantly, Lin Yi raised her hands tremblingly and pretended to be scared. Brothers, please be kind. I just went out to search for something. These words of begging, coupled with her pitiful appearance, made the 2 men hesitate without any flaws. Since a teen that went out yesterday has not returned yet, the other 2 wearing helmets have not figured out what happened. They received the order to go out to meet them, but they only encountered a few teammates who turned into zombies, and they didn't even know who did it. But Lin Yi and Chinyu happened to be active in this county town. They were discovered by the spies not long after they left. Then one of them went back to report the news, and the other 2 quietly followed behind. After encountering Lin Yi, who suddenly appeared at close range, the 2 were reluctant to kill her because Lin Yi was more beautiful than the average survivor. The main reason was that since Lin Yi went to the community, and even later to the camp in the villa area, she had never gone out. In other words, compared with other female survivors, Lin Yi was much better than the women outside, both in terms of skin condition and mental outlook. What's more, Lin Yi herself was extremely beautiful. In the end times, beautiful women were a disaster for themselves, but they were also a resource for the forces. In just half a minute, Lin Yi described her experience in a very miserable way. In a few seconds, she thought about all the tragic things that happened after the outbreak of the Doomsday, and then her eyes were red, and she looked like she was in tears. And in order to let the other party relax his vigilance, Lin Yi took off her backpack and threw it over with the Nepalese army knife on her waist. But there was a small detail. She used her left hand to complete these actions, and her right hand was still raised. After the gunman finished checking, he confirmed the supplies, gun and knife in the bag, and then looked at each other and walked towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi lowered her head, pretending to be afraid to look at them, and her shoulders were still shaking. When the two men approached with saliva swallowed, and even one of them put his hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, she quickly launched a counterattack. She grabbed the other's thumb with her left hand and twisted it hard, causing the other to feel pain. At the same time, Lin Yi moved to the left and used the man's body to block the attack angle of his teammates. Then she didn't think about it, and her right hand shook slightly, and a dagger appeared in her hand, and then she quickly raised it, and the blade was against the artery in the man's neck. Long ago, when Chen Yu was seriously injured, Lin Yi chose to commit suicide in order to prevent herself from being captured by Su Dali and others. At that time, the dagger was also hidden in her sleeve. Moreover, Lin Yi later improved her clothes to prevent the knife from hurting her, and even wrapped a spare knife sheath around her arm. This is why, even though the weather is getting hot now, Lin Yi still wears a long-sleeved shirt over her t-shirt when she goes out. In a few seconds, Lin Yi seemed to have changed into a different person. She threatened the last person, with a fierce face, to put down the bow and arrow. When the man still wanted to resist, Lin Yi stabbed the man in front of him in the thigh. The knife had killed zombies before, so from this moment on, Lin Yi had decided to kill these two people. When he said this, Lin Yi suddenly touched his arm and smiled bitterly. The last man was quite powerful. If I hadn't received training, I really couldn't beat him. After the voice fell, Chen Yu checked it with some heartache, and then hugged her again after confirming that it was correct. Don't worry, I'm not stupid, nor as cowardly as you think. I've seen a lot of dead people. Then the two of them continued to loot the biscuits that the corpse still had, and then they were ready to leave. Lin Yi looked back at the ground and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to finish them off? They might turn into zombies soon." As soon as he said this, Chen Yu dragged her hand to the parking lot and shook his head. "This county may be more complicated than we thought. The people who attacked me before were women like you. I guess they want us to join them and fight against a certain force in this city together, but doing this kind of thing now is just a thankless task. We haven't even solved the Savior Gate yet, so there's no need to provoke other enemies." "Oh, so that's it." Lin Yi soon figured it out, and she said with sudden realization, "So after these become zombies, it is to tell that group of people that someone is attacking them?" "Yeah." As the two of them were walking through the abandoned shops, Lin Yi suddenly found a note stuck under Chen Yu's armpit. "Wait, there's something here." After Chen Yu finished speaking, he stopped and saw Lin Yi taking something off him. She looked carefully and said in surprise, "It says here that if we decide to form an alliance, we will go to the center of the county, where there is an abandoned hospital." Chapter 794. Chen Yu took it and looked at it, frowning slightly. About 10 minutes later, according to memory, they returned to the parking place, but there were many zombies gathered there inexplicably. Lin Yi had good eyesight, and she was the first to notice something wrong with the car body. "Chen Yu, look, there seems to be some red liquid on the rear of our car." Hearing this, Chen Yu squinted slightly and looked at it, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that someone took advantage of us entering the city and threw some blood over, so that attracted so many zombies." Then Lin Yi roughly counted them, and said angrily, "There are almost 70 or 80 zombies. With so many, what should we do next? In the apocalypse, if there are more than 20 zombies at a time, basically no one would be stupid enough to rush over and kill them, not to mention Chen Yu's style of doing things." Thinking for a moment, he took the plastic basin from Lin Yi and said, "Since we can't leave in a short time, let's go and see what those people want to do." "Okay." Lin Yi naturally had no objection, because she believed in Chen Yu's judgment. At least, she had lived with Chen Yu until now, and her life was not bad. However, when she was on the road, Lin Yi took out the mask again and put it on her face, and at the same time took off the rubber band that tied her hair and put it on her wrist, so that the hair could cover part of her face. There were not only words on the paper, but also a simple map, and a landmark building, the clock tower, was written by the way. The address was about 300 meters northwest of it. Although it was an unfamiliar area, Chin Yu was very calm. He led Lin Yi to avoid zombies along the way and headed to the destination in an orderly manner. It was about noon when the two arrived at the abandoned hospital. There were also a dozen scattered zombies wandering back and forth at the door. However, as soon as they appeared at the corner of the street, a zombie came over. Seeing this, Chin Yu was about to step forward to kill it, but the other party actually raised one hand, and at the same time, the originally twisted body stood up, and then walked towards a wall. Pretending? Chin Yu was stunned for a moment, then followed Lin Yi. Of course, he looked around cautiously along the way, and even planned the retreat route. Compared to those people wearing helmets, the ones Chin Yu and Lin Yi met later did not look very bad. At least they did not kill the survivors right away. Although there were doubts everywhere, there was still 1.5 days left before the 3-day deadline Chin Yu mentioned, so it was still in time. Following the zombie, they went around and around, and finally arrived at the back of the hospital. Unlike the front door, there were also several zombies wandering around here, but Chin Yu obviously noticed the difference. One of them even sat on the ground with his legs crossed. Seeing Chin Yu and the other two appear, one of them stood up and walked over to knock on the door. While waiting, the zombie leading the way spoke, still a female voice, sounding very young. "We don't have good weapons, so the dean thought of using people to pretend to be zombies, blending in with them, and then guiding these zombies so that they won't leave. Are you doctors here?" Lin Yi turned her head to look at the strange people behind her and asked softly. At this moment, the wooden board at the back door was removed, and then the door opened. The man stepped in and shook his head. "No, but this is the former workplace of the dean, and we just returned to the city recently." After passing through the courtyard outside, the three of them went to the inpatient building. As soon as they stepped into the first floor, many children and elderly people were sleeping in the corridor inside. These are what was left after the Doomsday outbreak. They used to live with us in the mountains. The children's faces were dirty, their clothes were tattered, their expressions were dull, and they would occasionally touch their messy hair. Lin Yi was holding the bowl of mealworms. At this moment, a child suddenly rushed up and grabbed the two small worms that crawled out and stuffed them into his mouth without thinking. Before he started chewing, another child rushed over to pry open his mouth and tried to grab the food. This scene scared Lin Yi, and she quickly took 2 steps forward and followed the man closely. Chin Yu also didn't quite understand and asked, "Are you not going to do anything? It seems like a fight has already started." Hearing this, the girl leading the way just looked back casually, then took off the zombie mask she was wearing. "How can we do anything? If there is no food for 3 days, they will be so hungry that they will even eat people." As the mask was taken off, Chin Yu and Lin Yi also saw the man's face clearly. His lips were peeling, his eye sockets were swollen, he had a lot of dark circles, and his face was even dirty. Compared with Lin Yi, this was completely different. Chin Yu and Lin Yi walked through the corridor and came to the first room on the second floor. Pushing the door open, the old woman was sitting inside. She was wearing a pair of reading glasses and was drawing something on paper with a pen. "Dean, they are here." The girl stood by the door, her face was very calm, as if she had no emotions. "Well, you go down." After the girl left, the old woman took off her glasses, then stood up and walked over to close the door, pointing to the sofa. "Sit down. I won't pour you tea now that we don't have the conditions." As she said that, the old woman picked up her teacup and looked at it, only to find that there was no water in it. Then she sat back on the chair and said to the two of them apologetically, "I'm sorry, today's things are indeed not very polite, but we are desperate and are almost unable to survive." "Who are you?" Chin Yu frowned slightly and looked at her and asked. "Just a group of poor people, no code name." The old woman shook her head, but soon she added, "If you have to argue, then call us wanderers." Lin Yi put the basin on the ground. She hesitated for a moment and then said, "Although it's a bit bad to say this, why didn't I see any men along the way?" Hearing this, the old woman smiled slightly. Her wrinkled face was like the bark of an old tree at this moment, which made people feel goosebumps. The men were all captured. They were trained to be warriors, and their hands were stained with blood from then on. "Before I start introducing myself, please allow me to tell you the cause and effect of the matter." The old woman paused, then slowly spoke. "The place under our feet was formerly called Yacheng. Although it is a small city, its population is about 250,000. After the appearance of that man-eating monster, in just 3 days, the population of Yacheng instantly dropped to about 20,000, even less than 1/10. The next second, Chin Yu said expressionlessly, "We don't have time to listen to your story here, Just speak directly. Chapter 795. Hearing this, the old woman was not annoyed, and took the glasses on the table, and put them into the box, and whispered, "Aren't you curious why you met the Helmet Army? By the way, they have another name." "What?" Xinyu asked. "Scavenger." After saying this, Linny was stunned. "Isn't this the name of a fish? I heard that it is a kind of trouble fish that likes to eat other fish eggs." When she said this, she suddenly said in surprise, "You mean, those people are also like scavengers, devouring other survivors everywhere?" "Not devouring." The old woman took the glasses case into the drawer, then crossed her hands on the table and said word by word, "They are slaughtering, killing without distinction, without any reason, whether it is women, the elderly, or others. No one will be left alive. Of course, some pretty girls will be spared, but their later experiences are worse than death. Only unity can help humans overcome all crises. If this continues, aren't you afraid that other forces will unite and wipe you out?" Xinyu was a little confused. "So, they didn't come out to kill people until this year?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the population of each city dropped sharply, and a large number of survivors fled. No one knows how many people there are." The old woman glanced at him, and spoke calmly. "In less than a year, many people can go to the city at will and find food for a week or even a month. But now no resources are produced again, so as time goes on, there will be less and less food, and humans will start to gather together and even reproduce. Even if they can plant, how can they survive in the future?" Hearing this, Xinyu fell into deep thought. It was not just what the old woman said, but what happened yesterday was indeed not normal. Take the books in the library for example. Are these things important? Not necessarily, at least in many cases. If people can't survive, then even if the knowledge in the book can save lives, it is meaningless. As Xinyu understood a long time ago, civilization without people will eventually be meaningless, so he is ready to integrate all the forces around the villa area and form an alliance together. However, due to the multitude of things, this matter has not officially started yet. But Xinyu believes that there must be many survivors hiding in various areas, but they have not come out. Now after hearing the old woman's words, he suddenly realized. So in the past, because of the abundance of food and easy access to supplies, many people hid themselves well, and did not contact anyone. After he finished speaking, the old woman looked at Xinyu with a high look and nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that you are not stupid. I thought you would say that it was because too many humans died." The next second, Xinyu whispered, "We really thought so before, because we didn't meet any living people most of the time. But why did the survivors start eating people half a year ago?" Lin Yi frowned slightly and remembered something. "According to what you said, there was a lot of food before, so humans hid. So why did they choose to eat people?" At this moment, Xinyu suddenly widened his eyes, turned his head to look at Lin Yi, and then said with a serious expression, "They eat people not only to survive, but also to reduce the number of other humans." Clap, clap, clap. The old woman touched her hands and began to clap. "My friend, it seems that I didn't misjudge you." Then Xinyu put his hand on Lin Yi's knee and said earnestly, "This may be the law of the dark end of the world. When 1,000 people live in an area, the supplies may only be enough for everyone to tighten their belts to survive. But if the number reaches 300, then everyone can have 3 meals a day. And what the scavenger has to do is to reduce this number to 100, or even 50. The old woman suddenly took over the conversation and added, "A long time ago, I didn't realize this, and many people didn't notice it. When they appeared, their number far exceeded many of our forces. How many people are there now?" Xinyu asked subconsciously. Hearing this, the old woman raised 2 fingers. 200? That's right. Hearing this, Xinyu was very confused. There is still more than a month left, and the doomsday outbreak will be a year old. How can they be so capable and gather so many people? And the weapons don't look very strong, although there are motorcycle helmets everywhere. The reason why I can't figure it out is that the strongest enemy Xinyu faced last time, Su Dali, only had more than 200 men, who had a lot of guns and explosives, and even grenades, and the pressure at that time was very strong. If Lei and Feng Yi hadn't brought Hu Yao and others here by chance, they would have been like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the battle in the valley that day, Xinyu and his men didn't get much advantage, and that was with the help of the zombies in the mountains. Although the Salvation Sect is also very powerful, it is far away after all. At such a distance, it is not easy to destroy the villa area where Xinyu is. And there is another point, that is, the Salvation Sect's top leaders know very well that if they want to take revenge, they need at least 400 people to be foolproof. But so many people leaving the camp at the same time will inevitably give other forces an opportunity. It is very likely that their homes will be robbed as soon as they reach the front line. So after thinking about it, the Salvation Sect's top leaders chose to temporarily ignore the sacrifice of Luo San and Jiang Ho's team. Because according to some people's deduction, in just 1 year, the Salvation Sect will become stronger and have more powerful weapons, such as armed helicopters. The old woman paused, a little sad on her face. She whispered, "The scavengers used to hide very deep. They started with dozens of people and began to attack the smaller camps. All the men were taken away, and the others were not touched at all. In this case, those people gradually forgot to resist, because although their men were taken away, they got a lot of food and water. Even later, if you capture a man, you can exchange him for food. The children are still young and need to eat. Mothers have no choice, so many of them choose to do this." Jinyu thought for a while and said, "Don't the people who are captured resist?" Hearing this, the old woman was quiet for a few seconds, and then answered, "There is a man who calls himself a master among the scavengers. His brainwashing ability is very strong, and many people believe it. The master said that when there are fewer and fewer survivors outside, the people they want to protect can live better." Chapter 796. Did those people just believe it? Lin Yi was puzzled. But if there are more and more humans, and everyone starts planting or even hunting in the apocalypse, can't they exchange materials with each other? Just like before the apocalypse, we will export many goods to other countries, and also import some resources. That is based on the ability to protect ourselves. The old woman smiled slightly. Suppose that before the apocalypse, you are just a very small country, but suddenly you find a lot of resources somewhere in your territory, such as oil, or some mines. At this point, the old woman paused and said softly, "But your military power is not very strong, and it is even at the bottom of the international arena. So what do you think will happen next?" After the voice fell, Jinyu said, "That's how wars come." Hee. The old woman stood up and walked to the window. She looked at the yard outside the window. Many people were preparing to chop wood and cook. Then she slowly said, "Peace is never achieved by words. It's the same in the doomsday. Those people thought you had guns, so they attacked your camp. Although they finally found that the weapons were bricks, the consequences would take about 1.5 years to recover. And the turning point for you to survive yesterday was because your pistols had a longer range than their guns." Hearing this, Jinyu roughly understood. He thought for a moment and looked at her. "So you are going to exchange weapons with us, but what can you offer?" Hearing this, the old woman stretched out a finger and scratched it on the windowsill, leaving some water stains. Then she turned around and walked to the table, stretched out her hand and wrote a word. Seeing this, Lin Yi stood up and walked over to take a look, then frowned and said, "People? Yes, you have weapons, but we have people. This building is basically full. Although they are all women, there are about 300 of them." The old woman sat down again. Even if each person has one arrow, it can replace a lot of people. At this time, Jinyu shook his head, but there are also a lot of elderly people, even children, and only 1/3 of them can fight. You can rest assured that those who are not convenient to fight with us have also received training. They can wear hoods and zombie skins and blend into the zombie group. As soon as this was said, Jinyu thought of the corpse herders in the Salvation Sect. Those people were also dressed in this way, and even a zombie could gather a tide of zombies. But Chen Yu had found a solution, so he was not very afraid. Then he whispered, "Won't the enemy find out?" The old woman pondered for a while. "There is only one way to crack it. That is to use a plastic bag filled with blood to throw it over. With this thing, the zombies will instantly mess up their formation, and it will be effective even if it falls on the zombies. But ordinary people can't afford this trick." "Why do you say that?" Jinyu looked at his watch and asked again. "Because animal blood is also food." The old woman smiled slightly. In the following time, Jinyu and Lin Yi stayed in the house and talked with the old man for a long time. The other party's meaning was very clear. They hoped that Jinyu could provide some weapons and eliminate the people of the scavenger organization at the same time. In return, if the camp where Jinyu was located was attacked in the future, the Wanderer forces would also come to help. At this point, Lin Yi poked Jinyu's thigh, and then she whispered, "But how can we report the news? After all, we can't call." After saying this, the old woman instantly became quiet. Then about 3 minutes later, she stood up and said, "I really didn't think it through, so in order to make you feel more at ease, I will give you a gift and prove our sincerity." After the voice fell, the old woman opened the door and walked out, taking Jinyu and Lin Yi to the stairs. When leaving, Lin Yi still held the plastic basin in her arms, otherwise she was worried that it would be eaten up when she came back. They were in the hospital dormitory building, which had 5 floors. When they reached the rooftop, the old woman was already red and panting, and she had to hold onto the wall to stand. "Sorry, I'm a little bit weak at my age." After about half a minute, the old woman's breathing got a little better, and then she walked towards the rooftop. When looking at the big iron cage, Chinyu and Lin Yi looked at each other, both showing disbelief. "I didn't expect that someone would raise so many pigeons in this abandoned hospital. I roughly counted them, and there were about 13 of them, and they all looked lively and healthy." The old woman walked into the cage and took 3 little pigeons out of the nest. Lin Yi glanced at Chinyu, who nodded slightly. Then she put the basin on the ground, walked over and took it in her arms. Her movements were very careful. Young pigeons like humans more, so it's better to raise them from a young age. They will be 1 month old in about 15 days, and then you can try to train them. I thought this was a carrier pigeon. This was not the first time Chinyu had come into contact with pigeons, but he had never seen a carrier pigeon before. After all, this thing is rarely used in modern society, and most people keep it for fun. After hearing this, the old woman went into the cage again and picked out an adult pigeon, but she tied its feet and handed it to Chinyu. Carrier pigeons are not born to deliver messages. They need training. Simply put, if they are released from an unfamiliar area, they will fly towards home. So, carrier pigeons can only deliver messages home, and don't have the ability to go to random places? Of course, they are not humans. They can only identify where their home is, and they don't understand human thoughts. Then the old woman put her hands behind her back and added again, "The one in your hand has been trained. No matter where it is, it can fly back. Now you don't have to worry about delivering messages, right?" Lin Yi gently stroked the heads of the pigeons in her arms with her right hand. She asked curiously, "Is there a limit to the distance?" Hearing this, the old woman thought for a while before answering, "Within 1,000 miles, it can fly as far as 3,000 kilometers home if it is a high-quality carrier pigeon that is well trained. Of course, it is basically impossible to raise it in today's doomsday environment. But the big one should be able to fly about 1,100 kilometers at most." Chinyu nodded and took a look at the pigeon in his hand. The feathers were very soft and shiny. It did look different from ordinary pigeons. "But doesn't this mean that we can only contact you unilaterally?" Chinyu suddenly thought of something. "Didn't I send you 3 little pigeons?" After the voice fell, the old woman turned and walked towards the door. Chapter 797. Next time you come with weapons, you can train it to fly home, and then we will send someone to pick it up. The old woman stood at the door. "But if we take it back and raise it for a while, will it mistakenly think that our camp is its new home? This will cause memory confusion, and eventually it will not be able to fly back to you." Chinyu followed her, and did not continue to speak. Instead, Lin Yi spoke again. Now Chinyu realized that Lin Yi was indeed very smart, and her mind could always grasp the key information. Hearing this, Chinyu also nodded yes. "If it is as my friend said, how can we avoid it?" Hearing this, the old woman walked down the stairs with her hand, shaking her head. "You don't have to worry about this. Pigeons have a strong memory, and it may even last for 10 years. As long as they are raised from childhood to adulthood, they will remember all the information about the surrounding environment, even the magnetic field. When flying, homing pigeons will identify the direction based on the magnetic field and the sun, which means that no matter where they are, they can return home. So over time, they have been used to send letters. After all, thousands of years ago, it was not like today. Do you trust us so much?" Chinyu suddenly spoke. After the words fell, the old woman turned around on the stairs and looked at the 2 young men in front of her. She showed a kind smile on her face. "We don't trust you, but because you have already fought with the scavengers. The enemy of the enemy is a friend, not to mention that we have not made enemies yet. If we don't make friends now, when will we?" As they continued to return to the 2nd floor, the people in the hospital had already started to eat lunch. As the only meal of the day, everyone ate it voraciously. In the room, the old woman asked Chinyu and Lin Yi if they wanted to eat together, but the latter 2 shook their heads, saying that they had just eaten in the morning. Although it seemed that these people had no ill intentions at the moment, Chinyu would not touch their food, not to mention that there was Lin Yi next to him, so he must not let his guard down. The old woman sat at the table, scooping the batter-like food in the bowl with a spoon, but the appearance was really not very good. Then she continued to talk with Chinyu while eating. When the topic of guns was brought up again, Chinyu said that he was just a handyman and could not say much, so he could only propose it to the camp leader after he returned. Originally, I thought the old woman would take back the pigeons, but she just wiped her mouth and nodded, "That's it." At first, I planned to give you 2 pigeons, but considering that it was not easy for you, I gave you 1 more. It's up to you to keep it for yourself, or give it to other forces. After all, pigeons are not as useful as weapons most of the time. But information may turn the tide of the war. Of course, Chin Yu did not say this, but just thought about it in his heart. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and then a girl came in with some books. Chin Yu and Lin Yi saw this scene, and were a little confused. Seeing this, the old woman explained, "You went to the library before, you must not have gone there to play, but many books were taken away by us, and the covers of some books were removed to make traps, originally intended to ambush the Helmet Army. These are not very useful to us, you can take them." After saying that, the girl placed a few books on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Lin Yi picked them up and glanced at them, then nodded to Chin Yu. Then Chin Yu stood up and said, "Thank you. You can also call me Dean like everyone else." The old woman walked up to the two of them and smiled. "In order to invite you here, I sent someone to put some blood on your car, but I have already sent someone to lead the zombies away in advance, so you can leave normally now." "Okay." Chin Yu heard this, and prepared to leave with Lin Yi. But he was stopped again soon. "We want to exchange 15 liters of gasoline for your hunting rifle. Are you willing?" Chin Yu pretended to be dumbfounded and said, "We don't have the hunting rifle with us." "Haha, you are joking." The old woman looked at Lin Yi's backpack and smiled. "I have never seen anyone who didn't loot supplies after killing the enemy in the Doomsday. Since it has come to this, Chin Yu can't pretend anymore. After all, the pigeon has been obtained, and although the hunting rifle is powerful, it has a short range." Then he reached out, and took out the shotgun from his bag, and handed it to his opponent. But just as his opponent was about to take it, he pulled back. Then Chin Yu said, "When we leave safely, I will put the gun under the abandoned red SUV outside the city, and you can go and get it." The old woman was stunned for a moment, and then agreed okay. The two sides had finished their conversation, and were about to leave. Just as the two were about to walk out of the door, Lin Yi suddenly held 3 little pigeons, looked back at the house, and said respectfully, "Senior, I heard that you are the dean here. I have a small question and wonder if I can ask you. You can tell me what's going on." The old woman smiled and looked gentle. "Half a year ago, a friend in our camp was seriously injured and bleeding heavily, but after another person gave him a blood transfusion, he developed erythema, nausea and vomiting. Why is that?" Lin Yi started asking questions, like a curious baby. Hearing this, the old woman pondered for a while, and then answered, "It may be because the blood transfusion equipment is not clean, or his physical fitness is not very good." After the words fell, Lin Yi looked like she understood. No wonder, those instruments had not been cleaned and disinfected in time. After getting the answer, she followed Chin Yu and left. About an hour later, the two returned to the parking place, and as expected, all the zombies disappeared. At this time, Lin Yi had a serious expression on her face, and she didn't even touch the 3 little pigeons. Walking to the rear of the car, she dipped her little finger in some blood, then put it under her nose and smelled it, then frowned. Noticing that something was wrong with her, Chin Yu put his backpack and plastic basin into the trunk and started refueling. "What's wrong, Yi?" Hearing this, Lin Yi looked around to make sure there was no one around, then walked over to him, and said in a low voice, "This is human blood." But strangely, Chin Yu seemed to have known about this for a long time, and did not react at all. Seeing this, Lin Yi was surprised and said, "You knew it a long time ago, didn't you?" Hearing this, Chin Yu smiled at her and explained, "The dean said before that animal blood can also be food, but the children in the hospital are so hungry, you heard it, little fool." Chapter 798. "I didn't think of that." Lin Yi's face suddenly turned red. While refueling, Chin Yu was also curious about her behavior just now. Why did you suddenly ask that question before leaving just now? And it seems that there is no one in our camp." "It's because of the blood transfusion that caused the problem." Hearing this, Lin Yi did not answer, but urged, "Fill up the gas and get in the car first. Let's leave here quickly, I think something is wrong." Hearing this, Chin Yu did not say anything more. After refueling quickly, he put the funnel and empty bucket back on the car, and he quickly sat in the driver's seat. As the car started, the two slowly left the county town. After entering the forest road, Lin Yi let out a long sigh and said softly, "The old man is right. Now that food is getting less and less, there will be more survivors. By then, there may be killing everywhere, right?" "No way." Chin Yu glanced at the left rearview mirror and said, "The strong prey on the weak, limited resources, and an unknown number of humans. It is estimated that we are really going to enter the most brutal year. It will definitely be a good thing for us to survive it." "Why do you all say that?" Lin Yi turned her head to the left, then reached out to tidy up the dust on his hair. 1 year is the shelf life of most food, but expiration does not mean it is no longer edible. As long as it is not spoiled, people will still choose to eat it. Chinyu stepped on the accelerator and spoke slowly. After this period of time, there will be less and less food. Recently, the number of prey caught in our camp has gradually decreased, not to mention other survivors who are alone. Hearing this, Lin Yi understood everything. She looked at the woods outside the right window. The rotting corpses were shocking, and weeds were growing everywhere. So, in the next period of time, either you come out to scavenge the remaining food, or you starve to death. Yeah. Chinyu nodded, feeling a little heavy. At first, everyone thought that the lack of living people was caused by zombies, or that some people chose to hide in order to survive. But now think about it, everyone is not a fool. Since Chinyu and others can realize that it is dangerous outside and reduce the number of times they go into the city, why can't others think of it? The car was driving on a desolate road, and Lin Yi suddenly said, I just cheated the dean, she is very likely not a doctor. Then she paused and added, although the dean may not be a doctor, she at least knows a lot of medical knowledge. My question just now was about relatives not being able to receive blood transfusions. What do you mean? Chinyu pressed the window to let in some air. The smell in the car was a bit unpleasant. Close relatives cannot directly transfuse blood, even if they have the same blood type. Ah, I remember that many years ago, there was no such saying? Hearing this, Lin Yi yawned, leaned his head against the car window, and explained lazily, if relatives directly transfuse blood, a very serious transfusion reaction will occur. Although the probability is extremely low, the mortality rate is 99.9%, which has long been cancelled by the clinic. This method can only be used rashly when the patient will die without blood, and the erythema, vomiting and other phenomena I mentioned earlier are the symptoms of transfusion reactions. At this point, Lin Yi sat up and added, when a direct relative receives a blood transfusion, it is equivalent to the person you are most familiar with suddenly entering the house in the middle of the night, and you are equivalent to the human immune system. It cannot identify whether this guy is an enemy or a friend, so it will not care. Over time, the lymphocytes in the blood donor will attack the recipient, and the closer the person, the higher the chance of disease. Chinyu nodded, so that's how it is, I understand. Then he said again, I don't believe these people either, but if they are destroyed, the next step is that those wearing helmets will be even more rampant. Over time, a crisis is inevitable. Do we really need to provide them with weapons? Lin Yi pursed her lips. Somewhat reluctantly, I'm worried that after those people eat up the helmet army, they will turn against us. After she finished speaking, she looked ahead, looking at a zombie crawling on the edge of the road, and whispered, don't forget, Zhang Yin once suffered this kind of loss, and it was just a knife. Lin Yi's reminder was not unreasonable, and Chinyu was also thinking about this. After a few minutes of silence, he smiled and said, but those people didn't say what kind of weapons they wanted. What they can provide depends on our choice. Hearing this, Lin Yi thought for a moment, and then suddenly realized, I understand, I can give them a batch of explosives when the time comes. Anyway, they are gone after they are used up. Although they cannot be used remotely, at most they can be tied to bows and arrows, just like the previous firecrackers. After she finished speaking, Chinyu held the steering wheel with his left hand and reached out with his right hand to touch Lin Yi's long hair draped over her shoulders. Smart. Next you can ask Brother Dazhuang to help you get a large bow and arrow. Feeling something strange coming from the back of her head, Lin Yi patted her knees, took off the rubber band and continued to tie her hair up. The weather was a bit hot, so she still preferred to tie her hair into a ponytail. Just then, there was a pigeon fluttering in the back seat. Lin Yi turned her head and looked at it, then said, why did you think of coming to the city to find mealworms? Chinyu was about to answer, when two men in tattered clothes suddenly rushed out from the left side of the edge of the woods in front of him. One of them was holding a package in his hand, and threw it quickly towards the front of the road. The sudden appearance of the two people made his pupils shrink and his muscles tense. Sit tight. Chinyu shouted loudly, and without time to slow down, he quickly turned his right hand half a circle to the right, and the car drove directly to the edge of the road. Bang! Lin Yi's forehead hit the roof of the car, and she screamed in pain. Fortunately, the car had gone a long way, it didn't rain much here, and the tires didn't sink into the mud. Soon they drove back to the road from a slope. Through the rearview mirror, the two saw 7 or 8 people rushing out from the road behind them. With the reflection of light, Chinyu recognized that the man had scattered a lot of nails before. Once the car drove up, it would definitely damage the tires. Then Chinyu looked to the right and saw Lin Yi with a painful expression on her face. She covered her forehead with her right hand, and some blood was flowing from her fingers. A surge of anger arose spontaneously, and Xinyu pulled the handbrake to make the car drift. Then he climbed to the back seat, pulled down the backrest, and took out the sniper rifle from the trunk. At the same time, he opened the car door, put his left arm on the door frame, and set up the sniper rifle with a gloomy face. The next second, Xinyu pulled the bolt and loaded the gun. The action was done in one go, and he pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Chapter 799. Bang! The bullet was fired at high speed. In front of the sniper rifle, the bullet could basically hit whatever it pointed at within 100 meters. Almost instantly, the bullet pierced the forehead of the man who threw the object earlier. Although it was not the anti-material sniper rifle, its power was not weak at all. The bullet flew over the head, and the man's head suddenly tilted back, and even sprayed a line of blood in the air. Plop! The body fell to the ground, and the man's partner immediately rushed over, followed by a heart-wrenching cry. Xinyu snorted coldly, put away the gun, closed the car door, returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and quickly left the area. When the car drove out for dozens of meters, Xinyu continued to look to the right, and found that Lin Yi was calmly treating his wounds. Then he held the steering wheel with both hands and whispered, "Sorry, I don't have the ability to kill those people now, at least not without a gun." At this moment, Xinyu once again urgently wanted to improve his strength. If he could have the skills of a Lei, he could have just got out of the car with a knife, and cleaned up those who wanted to stop them. In the doomsday, a group of strangers suddenly rushed out from the roadside. Xinyu would not think that they were trying to make friends with him. They just wanted to rob supplies, or even kill people. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yi was wiping the area above her forehead in front of the mirror, and then she was stunned. "Didn't you just get revenge? I saw you shoot through the man's head with one shot." After the voice fell, she smiled, turned her head and said, "I have to say, Xiao Yuzi, you were quite handsome just now. It's worth it for me to entrust myself to you." Then, in order to prevent Xinyu from worrying, Lin Yi threw the blood-stained hemostatic gauze out of the car window, and then she reached out and patted Xinyu on the shoulder. "Don't worry, there is no injury to the skull. It should be just the subcutaneous capillaries damaged. Not very serious. Fortunately, I brought a small first aid kit with me." This is also Lin Yi's vigilance. Although she went out with Xinyu, she had to be prepared. After all, she herself is a doctor, and she knows how serious it would be if she was injured in the wild without the right first aid tools. Xinyu did not speak, but increased his speed, trying to get back to the camp as soon as possible. Fortunately, the place they came out was not very far away. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two saw the gate of the villa area. Feng Yi and a few people were still preparing to renovate the gate outside, but without the right tools, the progress was a bit slow. Xinyu slowed down, said hello to everyone, and then drove the car to the infirmary. At this time, Lin Yi had stopped bleeding, and the injured part was a little above the forehead. When the car stopped, she opened the door and walked out, turning back and saying, "I can handle it myself. You go and do your work. I still want to know why you are looking for mealworms." After that, Lin Yi turned and walked towards the infirmary. As she walked into the house, she whispered, Fortunately, there is no disfigurement." Looking at her back, Xinyu checked the time, and then drove the car back home. Originally, Xinyu planned to put the pigeons in the breeding area, but that would inevitably be discovered, and in order to facilitate receiving information later, he planned to keep them on the balcony of the villa. There was an unused area on the 3rd floor. About 10 seconds later, when the car was almost at the door, it ran out of gas. Seeing this, he went back and got a cardboard box, and went to the backyard stove, and put a few pine needles from the firewood pile into it, which were the leaves that fell from the pine trees. After living in the apocalypse for a long time, everyone accidentally discovered that the pine needles on the ground were particularly easy to ignite, and then collected a lot of them, and stored them in the camp. Holding the nest, Xinyu carried the 3 little pigeons in, and finally placed them on the balcony on the 3rd floor. They are still very small and cannot fly, so there is no need to worry about them flying away. In addition, there are no stray cats in the camp. Although there are dogs, there was one last time that liked to bite people at any time. It was killed and eaten by people from Laocheng and Dazhuang. Now the pigeons have no natural enemies in the camp. As for the adult pigeon, the rope on its leg still cannot be untied. At least it has to wait until there is a suitable cage. But when Xinyu finished his work, he felt more and more that something was wrong. It stands to reason that after the pigeon is released, it will fly home. In this case, it must be closed when it is not used. But there was no sign of pigeons flying in the camp. Not to mention the figure, even the sound seemed to be heard by Xiaoyin alone, and there was no direct evidence. Thinking of this, Yu suddenly had some ideas in his mind. He should be 70% sure of finding the traitor. Half an hour later, at around 3 p.m., Yu first went to see Lin Yi, worried about whether she had a head injury. There was nothing he could do until she patted her chest to assure him that she was fine, and then he started the plan with peace of mind. Next, Yu went to find Zhang Yin. If there was anyone in the camp whom he trusted the most, Lin Yi would be the first, followed by Zhang Yin. As for the others, Yu also trusted them, but these two people had known Yu since the beginning of Doomsday, which was completely different. In the living room, Zhang Yin turned around and left the house after listening to Yu's instructions. A few minutes later, Shi opened the door with the baby in her arms. "Are you looking for me?" "Yes." Yu was busy at this time. When he saw her appear, he waved. "When I went out with Yi yesterday, I found a few sets of clothes that can be worn by babies. Come and see if they fit the baby." After saying this, Lin Yi stepped forward with a smile. "Give me the child. Let me see if he has gained weight." Hearing this, Shi first glanced at the gauze on her forehead and asked with concern, "Xiao Lin, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Yu was still worried that Lin Yi would tell him about the near attack, and was about to speak, but the latter's answer was unexpected. "I encountered zombies while searching for supplies, and accidentally hit the corner of the cabinet. Nothing happened." After saying this, Lin Yi walked to the living room with the child and sat down, and soon she made the baby giggle. At Yu's urging, Shi chose to walk towards the dining table area. "Thank you, I really appreciate it." At this time, Shi had no idea what was inside the paper shell. A few seconds later, she was ready to reach in and pick up the clothes. At this moment, Yu suddenly talked to her, and Shi subconsciously moved her eyes to the right. As soon as her hand touched the clothes, Shi felt something was wrong because the material was a little different. The next second, she took out the things inside. I saw that the coat was crawling with dense insects, and there were even a few more on her fingers. Chapter 800. Instantly, Shi's eyes widened, her scalp went numb, her heart almost stopped beating, and her right hand swung wildly, as if out of control. "Ah!" Accompanied by this scream, Shi stepped back several steps excitedly, while desperately covering her chest with her left hand. Now, her face instantly turned a few shades pale, and she even ran to the trash can by the wall and retched directly. A few seconds later, Shi stood up with the help of the wall, and said in shock, "Maggots! Why are there so many maggots?" Looking at her, Yu realized that this matter should have nothing to do with her. Because in today's environment, if you want to breed bird creatures, there is simply not enough feed and grain. Corn or rice, etc., can also be eaten by humans, and no one would be willing to use them to feed birds. The reason for this plan is that Yu thinks that since pigeons live in the apocalypse, they will inevitably starve. If nothing else, they may not eat insects in the past, but no one can say for sure when they are extremely hungry. So Yu decided to give it a try. If someone really raised pigeons in the camp, then when there was no suitable food, they would definitely find a way to catch insects. And people who often do this will definitely have a certain immunity to insects, at least they won't be scared like Shi. In the next few minutes, Yu briefly explained to her, then turned around and shouted, Take Shi out for a walk." "Okay." Lin Yi poked the baby's chubby face with her little finger, then got up and took Shi away. "Let's go, baby, go out with Andy to bask in the sun." After checking his watch, Yu sat on the chair and waited for the second person to come. Among the 4 people, except Wu Rui, the other 3 had babies around them, so using baby clothes would greatly reduce their suspicion. About 5 minutes later, although Fu Qian was not scared, he still threw the clothes away. And like Shi, he also mistakenly thought that these were maggots. Although many people had heard of mealworms before the end of the world, few had seen them. In addition, there are many corpses in the Doomsday, and the memory has faded over time. Soon it was Wu Rui's turn, and this time Yu changed his excuse. "Brother Chen. Well, Wu Rui, come and help me see if Xiao Bai's wound can be sewn with needle and thread." After seeing her come in, Yu stood up and pointed at the puppy sleeping in the cardboard. Hearing this, Wu Rui turned his head and looked around, wondering, "Where is Sister Lin? Why don't you ask her?" Although he said so, Wu Rui still walked over. After all, she respected Yu very much. Wu Rui admired him for his ability to handle things and his personality. When she reached in, she held Xiao Bai and left the box, but the next second, Wu Rui's performance made Yu look at her with new eyes. "Huh? Why are there so many mealworms?" Wu Rui's expression was calm. She even held the dog in her right hand and reached in with her left hand to hold a handful of worms, watching them crawling between her fingers. Seeing this, Yu frowned slightly. Aren't you afraid of these worms? After she finished speaking, Wu Rui shook her head, then she reached out and patted the bugs on Xiaobai's body, and then replied, when I was escaping, I also found a lot of mealworms in a barn. Unfortunately, it was raining heavily at that time. The roof collapsed, and many grains were soaked by water, which greatly shortened the storage time. Then she paused for a moment, looked at the bugs crawling on the table and whispered, I used to eat a lot of these bugs. At that time, they were fried and coated with flour. They were very fragrant. If it were maggots, I would definitely be afraid, but mealworms are nutritious and are considered a rare food nowadays. At this moment, Wu Rui's suspicion is growing, but it doesn't mean anything, and it's not evidence. After a few seconds of silence, Yu said, nothing to do, go and get busy. Hearing this, Wu Rui nodded and put Xiaobai on the table. At this time, it woke up and started barking at the bugs on the table. Woof, woof. After she left, Yu picked up Xiaobai and returned to the doghouse in the front yard and put it in. It's called a doghouse, but it's actually just an area made of bricks with some old clothes inside. There was no way the big dog might bully it, and Lenny liked the dog very much, so she kept it in the yard. Back to the dining table, Yu collected the bugs together, threw them back into the paper box, and then sat on the chair. At present, Wu Rui seemed to be the calmest, and she was the only one who knew about the existence of the former community. If she had been careful enough at that time, she might have known where there was cement nearby. But Wu Rui had no motive, because she did not choose to forgive Qin Ho in order to stay in the community. If it was really to assassinate Yu, one more person would mean more opportunities. The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became. Yu simply took a glass of water and drank it, intending to see what Jiang Yuchen would do in the end. Ah! At the table, Jiang Yuchen threw his hands away in fear, looking at Yu with some confusion. Brother, what do you mean? Why do you use maggots to scare people? Hearing this, Yu explained that these were mealworms, and he didn't know when they hid in them. After talking for a while, Jiang Yuchen left. Yu sat at the table, silent for a long time, until more than 10 minutes later, he left with the paper box. In the evening, after Jiang Yuchen finished his dinner, he went to the gate to change his post. At this time, Hongwu had just come down from the guard post, and was handing him the rifle, when he heard a voice coming from the door. Open the door. The next second, Jiang Yuchen recognized that it was Yu, and then walked over to open the door, curiously saying, Brother Yu, why are you outside? Hearing this, Yu smiled and shook the bucket and the paper box in his hand, and there was also a fishing rod. Oh, those mealworms look a bit disgusting, but I can't bear to throw them away, so I thought about finding a place to fish by the river at the door, but unfortunately only 2 were caught. After the voice fell, Jiang Yuchen took a look at the paper box and found it empty. So many fish. Did you catch them all? No. Yu shook his head. It's not safe to stay outside after dark, so I threw them all away. I guess they will be eaten by birds later. After saying that, he walked directly into the camp. Jiang Yuchen closed the door while looking at the outside area. Just as he took the gun, he suddenly covered his stomach with a painful expression and said, Brother Hongwu, are there any other people outside? There should be no one. Who is still outside at this late hour? Hongwu said doubtfully. Chapter 801. Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen patted his shoulder. Brother, help me keep an eye on it for another 3 minutes, I'm going to take a shit. Hongwu nodded and continued to climb up the sentry box. Thank you. Jiang Yuchen ran to the house on the left side of the door and quickly hid in the toilet. After a while, the sound of flushing came from inside. Now it's different from before. Going to the toilet is to use a ladle to scoop up the rainwater collected in the bucket, or there is a river at the door, so it's enough. Fortunately, the villa area here was built before the end of the world, so there is no need to worry about the infrastructure. Except for the lack of electricity and internet, the living environment is not very difficult. After replacing Hongwu, Jiang Yuchen climbed up the stairs, holding a gun and moving slowly back and forth, as if nothing had happened. Just over 100 meters away from the gate, under a tree, Yu stared at his back quietly, thinking. 10 seconds later, Lin Yi came over. Have you arranged it? Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. Of course, I will definitely do my best to complete what you asked. She didn't agree at first, but later I pretended to say casually that if there was an accident in the camp, her baby might also be threatened, and I'm not a professional pediatrician. Before I finished speaking, she put on the zombie skin and went out. Hearing this, Yu whispered, I heard from Brother Xiao that she and Jiang Yuchen often wore this thing before, so they must have more experience. After all, We have only painted flesh and blood to pretend to be zombies a few times, and the risk is slightly higher. But I can't figure out one thing. Since Jiang Yuchen is Qin Shi's brother-in-law, what is his reason for doing this? Once I find out, they will definitely not end well. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly grabbed Chen Yu's arm, and looked at him with a pair of beautiful big eyes, with a hesitant look. Seeing this, Chen Yu smiled, took her hand and turned away. Don't worry, as long as Qin Shi is not involved in that incident, I won't touch her. As for the child, he is still very young and innocent. No matter what the final result is, he can still grow up healthily in the camp. Then I'm relieved. Lin Yi leaned her head on Chen Yu's shoulder, and nodded with satisfaction. Outside the villa area, a muddy area by the river. The sky was a little dark, and the moonlight was not very bright today, so visibility outside was very low. At this time, Qin Shi, wearing a zombie mask and zombie skin, limped back and forth, moving very slowly. A few meters around her, there were also 4 zombies wandering around. Time passed by, and just when Qin Shi was feeling sleepy, footsteps came from the front. Seeing this, she pretended not to hear it, and continued to turn to the left. After all, she was pretending to be a zombie. If the other party wanted to come up and kill her, she would be exposed. At this time, Qin Shi didn't know who the person who came over was. She only knew that Lin Yi wanted her to wear a zombie skin and stay outside for 2 hours to see if there was anything wrong. In return, after the matter was completed, the camp could provide her with 2 more cans of baby milk powder, without the need to exchange for material coins. At the beginning, Qin Shi said that for the safety of the camp, she was willing to do it even if there were no such things. But Lin Yi said that she should just accept it. The figure walked a few meters behind the river and stopped. Then, the man took out a mouse with its mouth tied from his arms, and at the same time pulled out a dagger, cut it several times, and then threw it far away. Pa! The mouse with cuts all over its body fell in front of Qin Shi, and then struggled desperately. Seeing this, Qin Shi did not hesitate, and walked towards it tremblingly, but deliberately slowed down a bit. When the other 3 zombies pounced, Qin Shi was naturally squeezed out with another zombie. Taking advantage of this moment, she carefully observed the movements of the figure over there. The zombies around did not seem to affect Qin Shi. Compared with humans, Qin Shi felt that zombies were not so scary, so she was not very afraid to stay with these beasts. At this time, the moon appeared again, and the light became much better. The next second, Qin Shi's breathing stagnated slightly. She looked at the figure in front of her, and her mind banged. Familiar movements, looking up and looking around every 7 seconds, even with his right hand on his waist. These movements instantly made Qin Shi recognize that it was his brother-in-law, Jiang Yuchen. Having lived together for so long, Qin Shi was very sure that it was him. Soon the rats were eaten cleanly, and the zombies stood up and continued to wander to other places. Qin Shi gritted his teeth, then turned around and slowly approached the figure. "What are you doing?" A low shout came from behind, frightening Jiang Yuchen so much that his hands trembled and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. But he soon realized that the voice was very familiar. Jiang Yuchen stood up, looked around, confirmed that there was no one, and then lowered his voice. "Xiao Shi, why are you here?" Hearing this, Qin Shi replied according to the words prepared in advance. "Brother Xiao wants to train the zombies to gather together, and plans to let me come out to practice first. I will go back at about 11 o'clock. The next second, she asked, "You haven't told me yet. What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen squatted down and continued to pick up the mealworms on the ground, whispering, "These worms are very important. I plan to fry them and eat them." Qin Shi walked over and squatted beside him, grabbing Jiang Yuchen's wrist, biting her silver teeth and questioning, "Don't lie to me, you didn't eat mealworms before, but now that life has improved, you choose to eat them. Who would believe it?" After the voice fell, Jiang Yuchen lowered his head and said in silence for a moment, "Don't ask, Xiaoxi. You just need to know that I won't hurt you, the baby, and Lingling." "What are you doing?" Qin Shi was reluctant to let go, and the whole person was a little collapsed. "Are you still not satisfied with the current environment?" Jiang Yuchen was already a little impatient at this moment. He looked at his watch and said in a deep voice, "I will give you an explanation after the matter is done. What you have to do now is to take good care of our baby, understand?" After this, Qin Shi excitedly yelled, "Shut up." As the voice got louder, the zombies in the distance suddenly shook their heads. Jiang Yuchen's eyelids jumped, and he reached out to cover her mouth, and whispered angrily, "I don't want this either, but if I hadn't agreed to their conditions at the beginning, how do you think you can give birth smoothly? Giving birth in the Doomsday is already quite dangerous. If it weren't for the people of the Savior Gate, how could I save you and the child?" Chapter 802. You are so good, now you blame me. At this moment, if Xiao Jiu heard this, he would probably be stunned. It turned out that from the beginning, Qin Shi and Jiang Yuchen concealed their identities. Qin Shi's shoulders trembled slightly, her eyes were red, and a few tears flowed. Then Jiang Yuchen continued to loot those bugs, and Qin Shi collapsed on the ground. After more than 10 seconds, she murmured, "Let's go, the people in the camp here are good people. Although I don't know what you are going to do, it is definitely not a good thing. Don't hurt these people. Kindness cannot survive in this era." Jiang Yuchen paused, then stood up and prepared to leave. "But I can promise you that no matter what happens in the future, Dr. Lin will not be in any danger. At least, she took care of our baby sincerely back then." After saying that, Jiang Yuchen took a last look at Qin Shi and walked towards the villa area. The zombies were getting farther and farther away, but there were still two wandering a few meters away. At the camp gate, Jiang Yuchen took off his hood and zombie skin and tucked them under his armpits, using the rope tied to the sentry box pillar in advance, holding it with both hands, and climbed up the wall. Fortunately, these walls are all made of cement, and there are no tiles on the surface, so it is not difficult to climb. Nowadays, the guard duty time is 2 hours each night, and Jiang Yuchen still has half of the time left. He first hid the bag of mealworms and the zombie skin in the flowers, and then went back to guard. After all, if he left at this time, he would definitely be suspected by many people. About an hour later, footsteps were heard under the guard post. After guarding more times, no one lit the fire pot for lighting, and they could see roughly just by relying on the moon. And unlike before, you don't need to guard all night, you only need to work the last shift until midnight. As the figure climbed up the stairs, Jiang Yuchen turned around and handed him the gun. But the next second, he was stunned and said in surprise, "Brother Qinyu, why are you here? Isn't the next shift for Old Bai?" Hearing this, Qinyu took the gun and smiled. "The weather has been too hot recently, and I can't sleep at night. I went out for a walk and happened to see Old Bai hurt his foot, so I helped him." Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen gave a thumbs up in admiration. Who would have thought that you, a camp leader, would be so considerate of your subordinates? He. After saying this, Qinyu shrugged his shoulders, then he looked at the river outside the villa area and said softly, "There is no distinction between high and low here. Everyone is equal. As long as you enter this door, you are one of us." After saying this, Qinyu also glanced at Jiang Yuchen vaguely, but because of the backlight, the latter seemed not to see it. Jiang Yuchen was silent for a few seconds, then he patted Qinyu's shoulder and nodded, saying, "You're right. I trouble you next. I go back to sleep first." Now Jiang Yuchen seems to have changed his tone of voice. You know, with Qinyu's current status, few people would pat him on the shoulder while chatting. And Qinyu didn't have any opinions. He looked at Jiang Yuchen and nodded slightly, then turned around and started to stand guard. After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Yuchen got off the guard post and walked to a bush and stopped. He first glanced behind him. Although Qinyu did not turn around, Jiang Yuchen was still a little hesitant. Originally, he thought he could kill Qinyu last time, but he failed. Jiang Yuchen was very angry about this. Unfortunately, the savior sect was far away after all, and those powerful people could not be sent directly. At this moment, Jiang Yuchen suddenly felt a sense of oppression in his chest, as if he could not breathe. He gritted his teeth, still chose to squat down, picked up the bag of mealworms, and put it in his arms, and then hurried to his residence. Bang! Jiang Yuchen pushed the door open. His lips were pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his hands were even shaking. Jiang Lingling hadn't gone to bed yet. She was sitting at the table with a candle and doing her homework. When she saw her father, she hurried over, gesturing with her hands. "It's okay." Jiang Yuchen leaned against the wall and smiled weakly at his daughter. He wanted to reach out and touch Lingling's head, but found that he was a little out of control. Seeing this, he forced himself to run to the bathroom, swaying from side to side. After kicking the door open, Jiang Yuchen quickly rushed to the water tank of the squat toilet, and with trembling hands, he forcefully opened the lid. Then he took out a small bottle wrapped in plastic, opened the bottle cap, and shook it in his hand. As a pill appeared, Jiang Yuchen threw it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it, not caring at all that his hands had previously dug up the dirt on the ground. After taking the antidote, Jiang Yuchen picked up a lighter from the edge of the windowsill and pressed it. With a faint light, his face was almost pressed against the mirror. When he saw that the bloodshot in his eyeballs did not continue to spread, Jiang Yuchen sat down on the ground. In the end times, everyone has secrets, including Jiang Yuchen. The words he and Qin Shi said to Xiao Jiu and others in the abandoned parking lot were not all false. It was just half true, and half false mixed together. Qin Shi did have a sister who also died on the way to escape, but she was not her biological sister. They just went through several crises together on the way to escape, and their relationship became better and better. Moreover, she chose to sacrifice herself to save Qin Shi's child. But what the woman didn't know before she died was that the baby she saved was actually born by her husband and her stepsister. The chance encounter on the way to escape was just because Jiang Yuchen planned the route and deliberately ran into Qin Shi, who was alone. When the doomsday just broke out, anyone who met a pregnant woman being chased by zombies would basically choose to lend a hand. It was also because of this incident that Qin Shi always felt guilty towards Sister Feng and gradually stopped having physical contact with Jiang Yuchen. And she also vowed to take good care of Jiang Lingling and take her wherever she went. Because the savior sect needed to take the baby away to raise from a young age, Qin Shi and Jiang Yuchen prepared to escape from there, and the subsequent pursuit was also true. In the end, in order to save the lives of Qin Shi and the child, Jiang Yuchen had to become a puppet of the savior sect. And because he had betrayed once, he was fed a special medicine for the second time. But only a few people in the upper echelons knew about this, and the 2 trackers that were dug out at the beginning were just imitations. The purpose was to confuse those people, and make them mistakenly think that they were facing a very powerful enemy. In the carefully prepared plan, everyone, including Qin Yu, was deceived, because the enemy did appear outside the camp, and it was the savior sect that they had mentioned. Chapter 803. After resting in the bathroom for a few minutes, Jiang Yuchen opened the door and walked out. Picking up the mealworms that had just fallen on the floor, he walked to an area under the stairs, and there was a small door in front of him. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuchen turned and walked to the living room, saying calmly, "Lingling, it's getting late, go upstairs and sleep." Hearing this, the figure at the dining table packed up the books, took a candle and walked upstairs. Although she has not spoken for a long time, her hearing has not been lost. 10 seconds later, Jiang Yuchen pushed open the small door and walked down the stairs. Taking out a lighter to light the candle on the wall, Jiang Yuchen reached out and touched the wooden boards in front of him. In front of him, there was a wall, but if you look closely, you will find that there is a 2-centimeter gap below the wall. However, due to the darkness of the surrounding environment, no one knew that there was a basement here. After destroying Su Dali and others, Qin Yu and the others also checked every house in the villa area. There were 9 houses with basements, and they were all locked. But the house of Jiang Yuchen, Qin Shi and others was missed, and the person who searched here was Lao Cheng. No one had discovered the secret passage until a group of people showed up. One day, when Jiang Yuchen and his team went out to look for milk powder, he accidentally came across a black package in an abandoned maternity and baby store. When he opened it, he saw 2 carrier pigeons and a small bottle of pills. The moment he saw them, Jiang Yuchen felt hopeless, because he knew in his heart that this meant that the Salvation sect had given a signal, and he needed to find a way to attack the forces he was in. It's still the old way, just interfere with those people's weapons and explosives. After all, if some people refuse to listen and choose to directly resist, it will inevitably cause casualties among the people of the Salvation sect. So to be on the safe side, they will use Jiang Yuchen's identity as a former chemistry teacher to indirectly affect the hot weapons of those forces. Although Jiang Yuchen is unwilling to do it, he has no choice but to take the antidote every half a month, otherwise he will become listless, his hands and feet will tremble, and he will vomit whatever he eats. He didn't know how the poison was made, but it was very hard to bear every time, and he kept thinking about suicide. Some time ago, Jiang Yuchen had been saying that he wanted to contribute to the camp. But he only told Xiao Jiao and Feng Yi a few times, and didn't dare to find Qin Yu at all. Because Jiang Yuchen always had a feeling that Qin Yu might find something wrong, and then target him. As time went by, Jiang Yuchen hadn't sent any news, and the people from the Savior sect couldn't wait any longer, so they started to send some people. So Jiang Yuchen had no choice but to look for an opportunity to send out the first message. By chance, Jiang Yuchen knew that the camp was going to install solar street lights, so he guessed that he would definitely go out to look for supplies. But he didn't expect that Qin Yu would leave alone, which also gave him an opportunity. A fully fueled van with the back seat removed, and a lot of food and water, all of which showed that the place Qin Yu went to was definitely not close. But Jiang Yuchen didn't know the specific address and couldn't give any information. At this time, Wu Rui happened to appear in his field of vision at night. Although Wu Rui did not ask Feng Yi about the community, she asked a lot of questions when she and Li Yao were on the run. Qin Yu did not realize that before Li Yao disappeared, she actually told Wu Rui that there was a batch of cement left near the community. Compared with Feng Yi's caution, Wu Rui was not the leader of the camp, but she also wanted to contribute to the construction. So when she heard Jiang Yuchen propose that he wanted to build a workbench outside the wall to conduct experiments on preparing explosives, Wu Rui told her the address of the cement without thinking. Actually, it was not Wu Rui's fault. After all, she knew very well that Qin Yu had already left, so even if he revealed his whereabouts, it would not be a big problem. It was just that after staying in the apocalypse for a long time, everyone gradually forgot that there were more ways to communicate than just telephones and the internet. So Jiang Yuchen thought for half an hour and still sent the pigeon out. But what he didn't expect was that after flying more than 100 kilometers, the pigeon turned around and flew to a certain area, and the destination was not the headquarters of the Salvation sect. Later, things went smoothly, but for some reason, Chen Yu came back alive. Jiang Yuchen knew that this was not a solution. If the Savior sect took action, he, Xiaoxi, and the child might be exposed. Without caring about so much, Jiang Yuchen once again mentioned to Feng Yi that he wanted to help prepare explosives, but there was still no definite news. At this critical juncture, Luo San and Jiang Ho's people could not help but show up. Originally, they would not fail so easily, but those people were too greedy. They were so far away from the base camp, but they wanted to provoke two forces at the same time, and in the end, they were almost wiped out. Jiang Yuchen had no idea that his letter had actually been delivered to his old friend Chen Yu. After standing in front of the secret passage and thinking for a while, Jiang Yuchen picked up a piece of wood and stuck it under the wall, then lifted it up with force. As he walked in, a unique smell of pigeon droppings came into his nose. Then he picked up a bottle of perfume from the corner and sprayed it a few times in the passage to cover up the odor. The basement was not very big, about a dozen square meters, and there were several fan covers in the corner, which were tied together to prevent pigeons from flying around. At this time, there was only one pigeon left. As it was often locked in the basement, its condition was not very good and it looked a little sluggish. Jiang Yuchen walked in with a candle, took a look at the dark green feces at his feet, and pondered for a while. Throwing the insects in, Jiang Yuchen whispered, "I don't know who will die first." Watching the pigeon eating, Jiang Yuchen sighed in his heart. He poured some water for the pigeon and prepared to leave. As soon as he walked out of the secret passage, a cold dagger suddenly appeared on his neck. "If you don't want to die, just be quiet." After he finished speaking, Song Chung appeared in only shorts, and even his skin was smeared black by some substance. "Brother, what do you mean?" Jiang Yuchen was frightened and didn't dare to move at all. He didn't know why a man suddenly appeared in his house, holding him hostage with a knife in his hand, and he was so black. At this moment, another person appeared next to him, tied him up tightly with a rope, and blocked his mouth with a towel. "Xiaohua, go downstairs and take out everything you have." Hearing this, Sun Hua nodded and walked carefully towards the basement with a dagger. Chapter 804. "You are hiding well enough," Song Chung said calmly, and took him outside. As soon as he stepped into the living room, Jiang Yuchen saw that the yard was brightly lit, as if many torches were lit, accompanied by voices. Song Chung then took him behind the curtains, and pressed the knife against his artery, and then stopped. "Wait quietly, what happens next will determine how many of you will die." When Song Chung finished speaking, Jiang Yuchen's face turned slightly pale. A large number of figures gathered outside the house, surrounding the house. Earlier at the lake, Chen Yu had told Song Chung some things. One of them was to ask Song Chung to find some potash, and when Chen Yu came back that night, he would smear it on his body and hide in the shadows of the camp. The second was that after 8 o'clock in the evening, if anyone was still walking in the camp, Song Chung would follow them. As a man who led the people around him to survive for 11 months in the end times, Song Chung was actually better at hiding than many people. It is precisely because of this that Chen Yu chose him to participate in this plan. First of all, Chen Yu is very clear that if the traitor is not stupid, he will definitely be wary of him and the people around him. Whether it is Xiao Jiao or Zhang Yin, the traitor will definitely observe their movements. On the other hand, Song Chung has just had a traitor in the team. At this critical moment, any leader will definitely be skeptical. Not to mention continuing to believe. At least he may gradually neglect Song Chung. So he simply did the opposite. Chen Yu took a gamble again, and chose to continue to trust Song Chung. This happened to make Jiang Yuchen miscalculate. And the moon was not out for long that day, which made Song Chung, who was covered in black, hide deeper. Although street lights were installed, 2 of them were on the road to the infirmary, and other areas were basically the same darkness. Especially after the moonlight was blocked by some trees and houses, the surrounding environment seemed darker. In order to make up for his mistake, Song Chung painted his whole body black without regrets, just like charcoal. So no one noticed him hiding in the corner. In fact, Chinyu didn't know who the traitor was at first. He just thought that nowadays, no one would go out after dark. If he wanted to pass on information, he would definitely choose that time period. Until the end, Chinyu began to suspect Jiang Yuchen and showed up in front of him twice in a row. He even took over the duty post in person and kept watch under Jiang Yuchen's nose, in order to let him relax his vigilance and hope that he would surrender himself. But unfortunately, after waiting for 10 minutes, Chinyu didn't wait for the person he wanted to see. Time passed by minute, and Chinshi, feeling sad and lonely, chose to return to the camp. She came to the secret passage behind the camp, opened the wooden board and crawled in. Just as she walked through the dim passage and was about to climb out, a hand appeared in front of her. Chinshi looked up and saw that it was Yang Zi, who looked a little angry. Pulling Chinshi up, Yang Zi turned around and left. "Let's go, Chinyu is waiting for you." Hearing this, Chinshi lowered her head and followed behind. At this moment, lights came from many houses in the camp, and people began to come with torches and stood on the roadside looking at them. A few minutes later, Chinyu stood at the door of Jiang Yuchen and Chinshi's villa, with his hands in his pockets, standing there like a statue, giving people a lingering feeling. Hearing the footsteps, Chinyu did not look back, but pushed the door open and walked in. He stood in the yard and waved to Chinshi. "Come here." A few seconds later, when Chinshi looked around, she found that there were many people around, all familiar faces, including Lao Chung. But Lao Chung lowered his head and did not look up at her. Everyone stared at Chinshi with extremely disappointed eyes, but no one said anything. "Some things, do you choose to say it yourself, or wait for me to ask it in person?" Chinyu's expression was calm, and he looked at the woman in front of him quietly. Hearing this, Chinshi gritted her teeth and glanced at the second floor of the villa, where her child's bedroom was. After a moment, she whispered, "I saw the way you dealt with that woman before. It was very decisive, without any drag. But if we tell it now, will we die?" Hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a while, then stared into her eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Yes." "What about the children?" "Except Jiang Lingling, the younger one can continue to stay in the camp." After the voice fell, Chinshi smiled bitterly, and took 2 steps back, and the zombie's skin in her hand fell to the ground. "Why?" She was a little confused. "Isn't it possible for them to stay here if I confess on my own initiative?" After saying this, Chinyu said softly, "I gave you a chance in the afternoon." Speaking of this, Chinshi's eyes suddenly dimmed. "So you were trying to test me?" Chinyu glanced around, and everyone's eyes were angry, disappointed, and even resentful. But Chinyu could understand it. After all, the inner ghost is extremely hated in any force. Jiang Lingling has already had a certain cognitive ability. If she stays in the camp, it will be a threat to me and the people around me. I hope you understand. Chinshi's legs went limp, and she sat on the ground. After hesitating for a few seconds, she spoke again, and told many things in person. When Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang heard Chun-Shi say that she and Jiang Yuchen were husband and wife, they immediately clenched their fists. The two looked at each other, wishing they could rush up to question her right now. They didn't expect that they actually brought back an insider. At the end, Chin-Shi was already crying, saying that although they really escaped from the Salvation Gate, they were caught up later, and Jiang Yuchen had to agree to the conditions of those people. "Is that child yours?" Chin-Yu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Chin-Shi turned her head, and looked at Lao Chung in the crowd, and nodded with her eyes closed. "Well, but Lingling is Sister Fang's child." Then, Chin-Shi revealed some more things, but she kept saying that Jiang Yuchen was just poisoned, and did not actively want to harm the people in the camp. Moreover, Chin-Shi also said that she had persuaded Jiang Yuchen to stop about an hour ago, and would definitely not do it again in the future. At the end, Chin-Shi said self-deprecatingly, "Of course, I know you won't believe anything I say now. That's not necessarily true." Chin-Yu turned around expressionlessly, and nodded slightly. As soon as the voice fell, a somewhat thin figure walked out of the crowd. She was wearing a zombie's skin and a hood. She was one of the zombies that appeared next to Chin-Shi outside before. Chapter 805. You? Chin-Shi looked at her in astonishment, then reacted instantly. "When I was outside, I was curious why there was a zombie that was also half as slow. It turned out to be a fake." The next second, Ningli took off her hood and revealed her face. Fortunately, it didn't give away the truth. At this moment, Chin-Shi turned his head to look at the figure of the young man, and smiled bitterly. "It's hard to imagine that you didn't use your own people, but this girl who just joined." Chin-Yu ignored her and asked Ningli, "What you heard when you were outside before, are they different from what she said just now?" Hearing this, Ningli nodded. "It's exactly the same. She didn't lie to you. When she was outside before, this woman did dissuade the man. Hearing this, Chinyu turned around and smiled slightly. Congratulations, you just pulled yourself back from the brink of death. Then he looked into the house and shouted, bring him out. Under everyone's gaze, Song Chung, who was dressed in black, appeared in front of everyone, escorting Jiang Yuchen. Lenny was stunned and asked in surprise, why is it so dark? This should be Song Chung. Phony looked at him and said softly. Originally, he thought Jiang Yuchen would start to beg for mercy, but his reaction was beyond Chun Yu's expectations. Jiang Yuchen tilted his neck and gestured to take the towel out of his mouth. Seeing this, Chun Yu nodded. Then Jiang Yuchen said blankly, brother, why are you making such a big fuss? Chun Yu laughed, still not admit it. After saying this, Jiang Yuchen lowered his head, and then he gritted his teeth and said, yes, I'm sorry, everyone, I shouldn't have kept it from you. I shouldn't have kept pigeons privately. Hearing this, everyone fell silent instantly, and Chun Yu frowned slightly. Your wife has just revealed her card, and you are still quibbling now. Hearing this, although Jiang Yuchen's hands were tied behind his back, he still insisted. I did promise to become their man, but I haven't betrayed you yet. You think I'm a traitor? Then do you have evidence? I know it's a bit offensive to say this, but I still want to ask. Which rule is violated by keeping animals privately in the camp? In an instant, Jiang Yuchen seemed to have cleared himself of suspicion. Even though most of the people in the camp were more familiar with Chun Yu, Jiang Yuchen knew that he had lived here for a long time. Without hard evidence, Chun Yu would never execute him in front of everyone. When he thought of this, Jiang Yuchen had thought of the words in advance. Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, people around him began to whisper. At this moment, Chun Yu said with a smile, who said I don't have evidence. The next second, Chi Hao appeared holding a pigeon, still a little dirty. He turned his head and spit on the ground. I didn't expect that there was a bird net a few kilometers away from here. Wow, I found this thing. As he spoke, Chi Hao held up a pigeon, but at this time, he happened to be standing in the shadow. This is impossible. Jiang Yuchen couldn't believe it and yelled, how could the pigeon hit the bird net at the height it was flying? It's fake, you framed me. Oh, then this is also fake? Chun Yu walked over and took a piece of rolled paper from the pigeon's feet, about a few centimeters long. Then Chun Yu threw it in front of Jiang Yuchen. Seeing this, Jiang Yuchen was about to rush up to destroy it, but his shoulder was pressed down by Song Chung. Then Lin took out a flashlight and shone it over. Under the light, Jiang Yuchen saw the light blue paper clearly, and his face turned pale. Have you ever thought about why I can come back unscathed? Chun Yu walked over and squatted in front of him, saying lightly, that's because your letter was never sent out at all. At this time, although Chun Yu looked very calm, his heart was pounding. He was betting on one thing, betting that Jiang Yuchen would not receive a reply in the end of the world. The words that the old woman said before were still vivid in his mind. The carrier pigeon would only fly to the home address, which means that there is no way to use the same pigeon to transmit information back and forth. But when Chun Yu and others were preparing to steal Su Dali's lair, Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang happened to bring them back. Chun Yu was 100% sure that no matter who it was impossible for them to predict the destination in advance. Moreover, Su Dali's camp had no pigeons, which everyone knew, because if they really kept these things, when the abandoned examination room was attacked, Chun Yu, Alei and Zhang Yin would not have had the opportunity to leave so easily. So Chun Yu was sure that Jiang Yuchen should have received the carrier pigeon later, but he could only provide information unilaterally. In this case, whether the information was received and how many people were sent to assassinate Chun Yu were unknown. After Chun Yu finished his last sentence, Jiang Yuchen was silent for a long time. Seeing the time passing by, Chun Yu was in no mood to spend time with him, so he picked up the paper and said coldly, it seems that you will not give up until you reach the Yellow River. In this case, I will read it to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the paper and prepared to read the contents aloud with the help of Lin Yi's flashlight. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes behind Chun Yu were erratic, because in her sight, there was nothing on the paper. Just as Chun Yu opened his mouth slightly, Jiang Yuchen suddenly spoke. There is no need for that. The next second, he raised his head, a trace of gloom flashed across his eyes, and whispered, I should have realized before that you can come back unscathed. There must be only two situations. Either the Salvation sect did not receive the message, or they did not find the place. Hearing this, Chun Yu stood up, crumpled the paper into a ball, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and said lightly, Are you so confident? Humph, although I don't like those people, their strength is definitely beyond all of your expectations. Jiang Yuchen struggled to stand up from the ground, with a little mockery in his tone. Then he glanced at Qinshi, who was slumped on the ground, and whispered, "If those few people didn't look down on others and chose to act separately, you guys would be completely helpless. The people in the first team are all bloodthirsty. As the core force of the Savior sect, they would not come here originally, but in order to carry out the mission, they cleaned up the nearby forces." Before he finished speaking, Qinyu kicked Jiang Yuchen in the stomach, causing him to roll back several times. The sudden action scared everyone present. They didn't expect Qinyu to suddenly take action. Chapter 806. The next second, a cold but powerful voice sounded, hitting everyone's heart like a hammer. "I don't care if they are the Savior sect or some shitty sect. Why do they have such a high and mighty attitude and dare to decide the life and death of others at will? We have survived to this point, and have the current living environment. It took a lot of effort to get to this point. If anyone dares to get involved, I swear I will cut off his claws. One day, I will lead my men to kill them, and have a good look at this mysterious organization you are talking about." After saying that, Qinyu drew out his dagger, but at this moment, Jiang Yuchen took advantage of the kick and rolled to the side, then picked up the person on the ground. Looking at the sharp blade that suddenly appeared in his hand, everyone immediately became nervous. At present, no one present was carrying a weapon, except Lin Yi. This scene made Qinyu frown slightly, and then Song Chung regretted, "Sorry, when I saw his hands were tied just now, I didn't think of searching him, because I heard that people in the camp were not allowed to carry weapons privately." At this moment, Jiang Yuchen had cut the ropes on his hands without knowing when. He grabbed Qinshi's hair with his left hand, and held it tightly. He put the blade of his right hand against her throat and shouted, "Everyone, get out." After he finished speaking, Xiao Jiao clenched his fists, and said in a deep voice, "Do you want me to remind you who you are holding hostage? I don't believe that you can watch her die after living together for so long." Jiang Yuchen obviously didn't care about these. He increased the strength of his right hand, and a blood mark suddenly appeared on Qinshi's snow-white neck. Seeing this, Qinyu turned his head and glanced at Lin Yi, who was holding a gun with both hands, trying to aim at Jiang Yuchen, who was hiding behind Qinshi. "You guys get out." Since it has been said before that Qinshi pulled herself back from the brink of death, then if Jiang Yuchen held her hostage, Qinyu would naturally try his best to keep her for a while. He would not easily forgive those who tried to hurt him and his companions, but on the other hand, Qinyu could not give up on those who still wanted to save the camp. 10 seconds later, there were only 3 people left in the yard, namely Qinyu, Qinshi and Jiang Yuchen. The 3 people stood in different positions. Qinyu was near the door of the house, with the balcony on the second floor above him, while Jiang Yuchen and Qinshi were closer to the wall of the yard. Just then, there seemed to be a slight sound of a door opening on the second floor. Hearing this, Qinyu's heart moved slightly. He just looked at Jiang Yuchen quietly without saying a word. At this time, Qinshi's hair was pulled very tightly, and her scalp was very painful, but she was full of disappointment. Qinshi didn't expect that at this time, Jiang Yuchen would still want to hold her hostage. "Only in this way can you stay here. Bao Bao and Lingling are handed over to you. You must survive." Qinshi, who closed her eyes and waited for death, suddenly heard a very weak voice in her ears, which sounded as if full of unwillingness. The next second, Jiang Yuchen moved his wrist downward slightly, and then cut her skin diagonally, but the force was much lighter. At the same time, the figure of a little girl appeared on the second-floor balcony, accompanied by her voice that had not been spoken for a long time. "Dad?" Jiang Yuchen turned his head and looked at his daughter in disbelief. He was about to answer with a smile, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain on the side of his head, as if he was hit by a truck. In less than half a second, Jiang Yuchen lost consciousness almost instantly, and a bullet shot through his head. Outside the wall, Xiao Jiao held Lin Yi's pistol and looked at Jiang Yuchen's fallen body, with a little regret in his eyes. Not only because of Jiang Yuchen's knowledge and skills, but also because of what he did, but in the end, it was all to protect Qinshi and his children. It's just that in the Doomsday, not everyone will encounter the survivors' camp first. Once you face the evil forces, it is difficult to fight when you are alone and weak. Even when Qinyu and Lin Yi first escaped from the city, they hid in the dormitory building of the abandoned factory and watched their car being robbed, but they could do nothing. Although Zhang Yin was very powerful, he had just been betrayed at that time and had no intention of revealing his background in the short term unless it endangered the lives of Qinyu and Lin Yi. In the courtyard, Qinshi slowly fell down while holding her right neck. The blood instantly dyed her hands red, and her whole body began to twitch. Then everyone pushed open the gate and entered. Lin Yi glanced at Qinyu standing at the door, and found that he had no intention of stopping them. Then he turned around and shouted anxiously, "Hong Wu, Xiao Kong, help carry her to the infirmary. After saying that, Lin Yi ran forward and knelt on the ground, using a flashlight to pry open Chen Shi's right hand, ready to check her injuries. At this moment, Chen Shi turned her head tremblingly. She looked at the second floor of the villa, and said with a dazed look, "My child." Hong Wu quickly lifted Chen Shi's legs. Xiao Kong also followed and lifted her shoulders. Then Lin Yi dragged her by the back of her head and stood up, and several people quickly ran to the infirmary. When passing the gate, Lin Yi suddenly shouted to the side, "Zhang Yin, please ask you and brother Xiao to carry the generator over. We will need electricity later." Before he finished speaking, Lao Cheng turned around and ran to the warehouse. "I go!" Soon some of them ran over there, and the girls also took torches to light the way to prevent falling on the road. There were only a few people left in the yard, and Chin Yu still stood there without moving. He looked at the body on the ground and walked over. The little girl on the second floor balcony was also a little excited. She ran down quickly, and then lay on Jiang Yuchen's body, crying loudly. At this moment, Yu Feng hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and dragged Jiang Lingling out of the yard. He couldn't pull her out by himself, so Cheng Lanlan also ran forward, and the two of them pulled the girl out. On the lawn by the roadside, Jiang Lingling put her head into her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly, and her emotions seemed to have collapsed. About a minute later, Zhang Rui also appeared in front of the three children in pajamas. She thought for a moment, then said, "Do you hate Uncle Chen and Uncle Xiao?" Hearing this, Jiang Lingling raised her head, her face full of tears. She looked through the door, and saw the two figures in the yard, and fell into a daze. Just when Zhang Rui had no patience to wait any longer, Jiang Lingling shook her head. Seeing this, Zhang Rui breathed a sigh of relief, put her right hand back in front of her, and then walked over to comfort her. Yu Feng, who was standing next to her, didn't dare to breathe, because he just lifted Zhang Rui's lower back, and if he was not mistaken, it looked like a pistol. Chapter 807. Yu Feng had no doubt that if Jiang Lingling had nodded just now, Zhang Rui would definitely pull out a gun. They were all children, and they were all in their early teens, but after all, Zhang Rui was the only one who had ever touched a gun. And she was calmer than many of her peers. In an impulse, she might really do something like that. In the courtyard, Xiao Jiao patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, turned around and left without saying anything more. Then Qin Yu went to the area where the materials were piled, and pushed a cart over. In the quiet night, the sound of the cart's tires was particularly eye-catching. After carrying the body, Qin Yu pulled the cart outside. Just as he walked towards the gate, he found several figures in the distance looking at him. The next second, Zhang Rui trotted forward, stood beside him and whispered, "Uncle Qin Yu, do we have to throw his father out?" Hearing this, Qin Yu paused, then touched her head and whispered, "I'm just going to the house at the door to get a shovel. Did I help you?" Zhang Rui said this, and ran to the house next to the sentry box. 10 seconds later, she appeared with a shovel taller than herself, and handed it to Qin Yu. Then Zhang Rui lowered her voice and said, "Uncle Chen Yu, don't worry, I will definitely watch Jiang Lingling and never let her mess around. Can you please not drive her out?" "Okay, I promise you." Qin Yu pretended to think, and then nodded. "That's good." Zhang Rui returned to the children and left with them. Looking at the figures of several people, Qin Yu turned and walked towards the rear area of the camp, where the familiar companions were buried. In fact, from the beginning, Qin Yu did intend to kill the traitor after finding him. After all, he was able to survive not because the other party was soft-hearted and let him go, but because Qin Yu trained again, and insisted on doing push-ups and plank support every day, which made him much stronger than before. These may not be a big deal in normal times, but if you stick to it every day in the doomsday, your physical fitness will always remain at a high level. With these daily exercises, Qin Yu survived the assassination attempt. But when Jiang Yuchen was shot in the head, he seemed to regret it. Because by the moonlight, Qin Yu saw Jiang Yuchen move the blade a few centimeters. For ordinary people, this detail may not mean anything. Now Qin Yu knows a lot of medical knowledge. He knows clearly that cutting at that position should not hurt the artery, but he is not sure. After Jiang Lingling shouted that word, Qin Yu reached out to stop Xiao Jiao, but it was too late. Xiao Jiao was at another angle. From his position, he could not see Jiang Yuchen's last-minute change of action, and still thought he was going to kill Chen Shi. By mistake, Jiang Yuchen was still killed in one blow. But later Qin Yu also thought clearly it was good to do so, because he was going to deal with Jiang Yuchen from the beginning, and then expel Chen Shi and Jiang Lingling. Use the old method, plug their ears, and wear masks, drive them far away, and finally let them go, making sure they can never return to the camp. Jiang Yuchen's death also indirectly showed that she was unaware of these things. After all, she was indeed seriously injured. As long as there is no problem in the future, it will not be difficult for her to stay here. Yu pulled the cart to the destination and was about to start, when Zhang Yin and Song Chum also came over. The two offered to help dig the pit and let Yu rest for a while, worried that he might not be able to hold on. Hearing this, Yu smiled and said while shoveling the soil, "It's okay. Although there are many things, at least they are being solved one by one." Zhang Yin stood beside the cart. He glanced at the corpse and asked in confusion, "Xiaoyu, did you really catch the pigeon that Haozi was holding in the bird net?" "Of course not." Yu shook his head. "That's just what I brought back this time. I tell you the details tomorrow." "What about the paper?" Song Chung squatted on the ground and asked. Hearing this, Yu pressed down on the shovel and explained, "Wu Rui left the villa in the afternoon and returned again. She told me that someone tore a piece of her notebook a long time ago, and several pages are missing. And you also know that the children in the camp now have to do some homework. Teacher Lily checks it regularly. If someone is missing a few pages, it will be discovered. As for other notebooks, they are basically not used. Except for Feng Yi, few people have these things. But Wu Rui often consults Yi about medical knowledge, so he uses a notebook to record." After these words came out, the two looked at each other and understood what happened today. "Speaking of the last attack, you actually kept it a secret for so long that we only found out just now. TSK. Zhang Yin saw that Yu had almost finished shoveling, so he walked over and took the shovel. Then Yu looked up at the night sky, staring at the moon and said, "Some things, if you tell them out loud, they will only make everyone worry in vain, so I might as well think of a solution myself." In this way, the three of them chatted and dug holes under the moonlight. Some time ago, hundreds of kilometers away from the villa area, there was a camp where survivors gathered. The location is a large service area on the highway, covering nearly 300 acres, with one on each side, which can accommodate many people. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, in the service area on the left, a dozen shirtless adult men carried stones under the sun and walked towards the entrance. They needed to stack these stones together, and then pour cement to resist the zombies. Two people in a group were walking up the shelf, and suddenly one of them slipped and fell to the side. Then the stone weighing several dozen kilograms pressed on his instep, and he howled in pain. Seeing this, a man with a long whip stepped forward and hit him hard on the shoulder, but he didn't care at all. At this moment, under the shadow of the gas station, a woman wearing sunglasses lazily said, "Okay, there are only so few people. If I really beat you to death, you will help me repair the stone pier?" As soon as the voice fell, Hui Yao stood up from the recliner, stretched first, then took off her sunglasses, revealing her angular face. She walked over to take a look at the wound of the man on the ground, then called a few people to carry him to treat him, then looked at the sun, and shouted angrily, "Damn, the place before was so good, facing the lake and backed by the Green Mountains. A bunch of bastards insisted on making me move." Chapter 808. At this time, Hui Yao was wearing jeans and a white suspender on her upper body, showing off her proud figure. While directing others to do things, she trained some people to practice killing zombies, including men, women, old and young, and even survivors on crutches. If Yu appeared here and saw the scene, he would definitely be shocked, because Hui Yao had changed so much from before. When they were in the abandoned hotel, Hui Yao and many of the imprisoned survivors lived a very miserable life. Everyone was wearing thin clothes and shivering in the basement, and could only huddle together to keep warm. It can be said that if Yu had not appeared, perhaps everyone except the women would have died in the basement within a week. Although Yu accidentally entered the secret passage not to save people, for Hui Yao and others, it was equivalent to pulling them back from the gates of hell. So later in that dark alley, Hui Yao would desperately push Yu away and block the fatal bullet for him. Of course, Hui Yao did not blindly go up to exchange her life for another's. She wanted to live, but she did not think too much at that moment to repay her gratitude. The bullet pierced her left chest, and there is still a thumb-sized scar there. Fortunately, her heart was born on the right side and functioned normally, no different from ordinary people. Time went back to about 9 months ago. After Hui Yao blocked the gun for Yu, she fainted due to serious injuries. Hui Yao had no idea about what happened afterwards. She was unconscious throughout the whole process, and she seemed to be carried and moved in a trance. She tried to open her eyes with force, but it felt as if her eyelids were welded, and she could not use any strength at all. After an unknown amount of time, she finally opened her eyes and woke up. The damp cave, the smell of decay, and the sobbing of the women around her all stimulated Hui Yao's nerves. At first glance, she saw someone holding a leaf and wiping his lips with his fingers dipped in water. After seeing Hui Yao wake up, everyone gathered around and talked about something. However, since she had just woken up, Hui Yao was dizzy. She supported herself on the ground and tried to sit up, but felt a severe pain in the left chest area, which made her almost faint again. Don't move. You need to lie down properly. The middle-aged man came over. He was the veterinarian who had helped Qin Yu treat his wounds. Hearing this, Hui Yao had no choice but to lie down again. She looked at the girl next to her and signaled her to feed her directly. After drinking some water, Hui Yao felt a little better. At least, she could hear the voices of people around her. Sister Yao. Wu, you scared us to death. After the voice fell, a woman in her 20s squatted on the ground, holding her head and crying. Hearing this, Hui Yao said helplessly, I'm not dead yet, why are you crying? Then she looked around, roughly counted the people in the cave, and frowned slightly. Why are there 4 less? As soon as she said this, the eyes of the others suddenly darkened, and some of them even wanted to cry. Seeing this, Hui Yao turned his head to look at the young girl on the right and asked, Nana, what happened? The girl named Nana didn't dare to look at Hui Yao. She lowered her head and said after a moment of silence, Sister Yao, you have been in a coma for a total of 3 days during this period. We took you to hide from place to place, and it was not easy for you to survive. But you know, everyone has some disabilities, and it's really inconvenient to walk. Before he finished speaking, Hui Yao looked at the top of the mountain and whispered, Just say but. Nana gritted her teeth and spoke again, but after everyone finally escaped, someone actually wanted to go their separate ways. The 4 people agreed to take turns to guard the night, stole our food and water in batches, and then disappeared last night. At this point, although Nana had injuries on her face, her eyes were angry. When we were locked up together, we were so kind that we would share even a bite of food. As a result, after escaping from that evil clutch, they actually wanted to abandon us old, weak and disabled people. Hearing this, Hui Yao also understood the general situation. She smiled bitterly and said, This is also human nature. Human nature cannot stand the test. If it were you, would you want to have more burdens around you in the current situation? But in order to make them suffer less, several of us girls took the initiative to serve those men. What's this? It's simply a real-life ungrateful person. Nana was a little emotional at this time, and even coughed. Seeing this, Hui Yao stretched out his right hand and put it on her thigh, and slowly said, We can't ask others to do what they want. Since we have escaped, there is such a big world, where can't we settle down? Since they want to leave, just let them go. At this moment, a hand suddenly rose in the crowd. I want to leave too. And me. A few minutes later, many people left the originally crowded cave. At this moment, there were only Hui Yao, Nana, the veterinarian, and 2 elderly people. Hui Yao had just woken up, so she was not in a good condition, and could not even speak for too long. As night fell, it began to rain outside the cave. Nana walked slowly in the cave, picking up the relatively dry firewood, preparing to build a fire to prevent wild animals from approaching. There are fewer zombies here, and they will not be attracted by the fire unless they hear the sound of burning wood. When she walked back to Hui Yao with the wood in her arms, she heard a voice persuading her to leave. Everyone has left, Nana. Why don't you follow Brother Zhou and leave? Cough cough. Hui Yao also coughed twice after he finished speaking. She was severely malnourished at this time, as if she would die in the next second. Unexpectedly, hearing this, Nana shook her head. She squatted on the ground and prepared to light a lighter she had found in the abandoned house. Sister Yao, you took care of me for a long time before the end of the world. If it weren't for you, I don't know where my mother's medical expenses would come from, and she wouldn't be able to live a few more years. Although the apocalypse broke out and my mother died in the subway station, you still tried your best to bring me out. Then Nana turned her head to look at the woman lying on the left and said firmly, I have no way to repay you for saving my life twice. I just hope you don't drive me away. After saying this, Hui Yao was very relieved, but she knew that her condition was very bad, and she would need medicine and food next, so she really couldn't afford it. At this time, the 2 old people helped each other to get up and said, Xiao Yao, Nana, Xiao Zhou, your auntie wants to go out to relieve herself, I will go out with her. Chapter 809. After saying that, without waiting for the 3 people to answer, the 2 old men staggered towards the cave entrance. Humph, you 2 are almost 150 years old in total, are you also thinking of abandoning us? Nana stood up angrily and questioned them. Hearing this, one of the old men turned around and explained, Oh Nana, what are you talking about? It's really your Aunt Ing who wants to relieve herself. If you don't believe it, then it's the same here. After the voice fell, Anding next to her grabbed the edge of her pants and pretended to squat down. Seeing this, Huiyao waved his hand and said softly, "It's okay, you go." Seeing this, the two old men said, turned around and prepared to leave, but were stopped by Huiyao again. "Wait a minute." Then she turned her head to look at the girl and asked, "Nana, how many kitchen knives do we have left?" "There are only 3 left. The daggers and fruit knives have been picked up." At this point, Nana was furious again. "It's too much. How can we use this kind of knife to kill zombies?" Huiyao thought for a moment and said softly, "Pick one out and give it to them for self-defense." When these words came out, Nana seemed to be furious. She stretched her neck and said, "Sister Yao, do you really think they are going out to relieve themselves?" "They want to." "It doesn't matter." Huiyao forced herself to sit up and looked at her and said word by word, "I said, give them a knife." As Huiyao got angry, Nana walked to the side and squatted down with grievance. Seeing this, Zhou Angui shook his head, walked up and took out a kitchen knife, handed it to the 2 old men, who thanked him and left the cave. Time passed by, and Nana no longer bothered about what happened just now, and she lit the fire seriously. Just then, there was a slight noise outside the cave, accompanied by screams. "Is it them?" Nana recognized the 2 old men from before, and was about to get up and rush out to help, but was stopped by Zhou Angui, who looked into the cave and shook his head. The next second, Huiyao was still lying on the board and said, "Giving them knives for self-defense proves that this is the last thing we can do. Not helping them is only because we have difficulty protecting ourselves." After she finished speaking, she said calmly, "The zombies may wander over here next. We need to put out the fire, and then block the cave entrance with corpses to prevent them from coming in." Hearing this, Nana and Zhou Angui hurriedly got busy. Fortunately, there were still some corpses nearby that had not been dragged away when there were many people. Those people left, of course, and they didn't like this kind of thing. In this way, the 3 of them spent a tormenting night in the cave. For the next week, Nana and Zhou Angui carried Huiyao, hid during the day, and covered their bodies with zombie blood at night, and finally walked out of the woods. Thanks to Zhou Angui's great skills, he was able to shoot some birds and rabbits with his homemade slingshot, and barely managed to survive those days. Later, they were very lucky and met a team of more than a dozen people who lived together. There happened to be a nurse in the team, and these people also had a simple camp. As time went by, Huiyao also recovered from his injuries, and the number of people in the team increased. A month later, Huiyao could already walk, and his daily life was not very difficult. Just when Nana thought they were going to survive here smoothly, Huiyao called her and Zhou Angui. After listening to what Huiyao said, the 2 of them were stunned and frowned. "Leave? Why?" Hearing this, Huiyao patiently explained, "These people are very kind, otherwise they would not have saved us at the beginning, but in the end, being too kind in the doomsday is really not a good thing. Don't you find the problem here?" After the voice fell, Nana thought carefully. She glanced at Zhou Angui, and suddenly realized, there is food, water, gasoline, and even many beautiful women here. But the most obvious thing is that there are no weapons here, not even guns. "That's right," Huiyao said in a deep voice. "We used to think that there were not so many bad guys, until we were caught by those beasts in Longshan, and then we were tortured inhumanely for a long time. And once these girls are caught, they will definitely not have a good end. So are we just going to leave like this?" Nana felt a little bit reluctant. Although she was also tortured by bad guys, she later met a group of such kind survivors, and she couldn't bear to see them suffer in the future. Hearing this, Huiyao pondered for a while and said, "So, you 2 go separately and find some people you think you have a good relationship with privately. Remember not to go too many. We leave on time at 12 o'clock in the evening, and only take our own things." "Okay." After the order was given, the 2 went separately. Huiyao waited in the tent for almost half an hour before the 2 of them opened the door and walked in. Not surprisingly, no one was willing to follow. Seeing this, there was nothing to say. Huiyao knew that the environment here was indeed good, but once someone was staring at him, he would definitely not be able to resist. In the middle of the night, she led Nana and Zhou Angui to climb the iron fence and left the camp. When they returned to the area half a month later, only the devastation and signs of destruction were left. Many of the familiar faces had turned into zombies. In this way, Huiyao relied on his calm mind to lead the 2 farther and farther away, barely surviving until one night. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, in an abandoned residential building in a small town. When Huiyao was about to imitate a bow and arrow according to his memory, Nana suddenly covered her chest and retched. Seeing this, Huiyao, who had experienced it, was almost stunned at the first moment. Although her child died in the crowded subway station due to the zombie outbreak, it did not hinder her identity as a mother. "What are you doing?" Hu Yao put down the bamboo and dagger and asked hesitantly. Hearing this, Nana's face flushed a little, and she whispered, "Before, when I was in that camp, I was very close to a man. I wonder if you still remember it, Sister Yao." "Damn, no way." Hu Yao stood up, a little bit unbelievable, and then she quickly said, "Fortunately there is an abandoned pharmacy downstairs. I will go and look for it, in case there is a pregnancy test stick. This matter cannot be sloppy." After that, Hu Yao picked up the knife and torch and left the room, leaving only Nana and Zhou Angui in the room. 10 seconds later, Zhou Angui asked while roasting the fire, "Why didn't you take him with you?" Hearing this, Nana was silent for a long time, and whispered, "I persuaded him, but he said he couldn't abandon his wife and children." Chapter 810. You. Zhou Angui was somewhat helpless. "You should have taken precautions. Being pregnant in this environment is like being injured, and not being able to do strenuous activities for several months. How could I have known that I would be so easily infected?" At this time, Nana wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, sat on the ground and gently stroked her belly, her eyes still revealing a kind look. "Am I a mother from now on?" After about 3 minutes, Hu Yao, who had some zombie blood on his body, knocked on the door. Seeing this, Nana got up and went to open it, but she still walked with a limp. Many of the survivors, who had been tortured, were disabled, and only Hu Yao escaped without hurting his feet. Hu Yao walked into the room and held her hand in front of Nana. "Go to the bathroom and try it. If you are really pregnant, you must not keep it." As soon as these words came out, Nana's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache, but she did not say much, but did as she was told. Just when Hu Yao and Zhou Angui were about to fall asleep, the bathroom door opened, and then Nana walked in front of them and handed them the pregnancy test stick. "It was just a false alarm. I thought I was going to be a mother." When Nana said this, her face showed a relaxed and happy expression. When she was about to sit down, Hu Yao stood up and walked towards the bathroom. After more than 10 seconds, she picked up the torch again, walked towards the door, and went downstairs directly. When Nana saw this scene, she nervously grabbed the corner of her clothes with both hands, praying that she would not find the pregnancy test stick that was thrown down. After a while, Hu Yao returned to the second floor, and then threw something in front of her and Zhou Angui. Seeing this, Zhou Angui picked it up and looked at it, and said in surprise, "Are you really pregnant?" After the voice fell, Nana looked up at Hu Yao, bit her lip and said, "The child is innocent, I want to keep it." Hearing this, Hu Yao's face was a little distressed. She sat down and said, "There is no obstetrics and gynecology department or hospital in the current environment. If you don't meet the right person to deliver your baby, you will basically die." After saying this, Nana lowered her head and looked at the fire in front of her. After a long time, she murmured, "But you also said what if it happens next? My father passed away early, and my mother also passed away later. She always said that she wanted to hug her grandchildren before she died, but I was reluctant to fall in love because I had to work to earn money for her medical treatment. I didn't expect that it was too late in the end." When she said this, Nana turned her head to look at the night sky outside the window, and said with red eyes, "Maybe now that I am pregnant, she can see it from the sky?" After these words, the other two fell silent. Zhou Angui is a bachelor, alone, and he doesn't know whether his parents are dead or alive. He usually doesn't talk much, and listens to Hu Yao and Nana for everything, big or small. After a long time, Hu Yao stood up and walked towards the bedroom, leaving a sentence. "Don't cry, pregnant women crying will easily cause miscarriage. We will take good care of you in the future. Don't worry, you and the child will be alive." Another half a month passed, and during this period, the few people walked a little further, avoiding zombies on one side and living people on the other. But running around like this is not a good thing after all. One day, they came to the suburbs of a city. This is a breeding farm. It seems to have grown herbs in the past, and almost all the people have left. After staying here for a few days, Nana suddenly said she wanted to eat tomatoes. Seeing this, Hu Yao went out to look for a long time, but it was not summer at that time, and she could not find them in many places. Finally, she found a few tomatoes in an abandoned village, about the size of quail eggs, but fortunately they were ripe. But when she rushed back to the camp at night, she found that the gate was open and Nana was gone. At this time, Zhou Angui appeared in front of her dragging firewood. Seeing this, Hu Yao hurried over and asked, "No, where is Nana?" Hearing this, Zhou Angui turned his head and pointed in a direction and said, "She wants to eat something sour." There is a plum tree over there. Some plums have fallen on the ground. She is going to go over and pick some up. After the voice fell, Nana's figure also appeared on the path. She grabbed her clothes with one hand, which contained some plums. At the same time, she picked up a plum with her right hand, wiped it, and started to chew it. Seeing this, Huya ran over and patted her little hand, complaining, "Aren't you afraid that zombies will step on it?" Nana chewed the fruit flesh and shook her head, smiling, "Don't worry, there are no zombies around. I have confirmed it clearly." Then she picked another one and wiped it on her clothes, then handed it to Huya. Open your mouth." Huya bit it helplessly, walked over to support Nana, and returned to the camp while eating plums. Originally thought that the days would pass like this. During this period, although Huya avoided some living people when searching for supplies, he also paid attention to whether there were doctors and nurses. Since escaping from the clutches of Longshan, Huya and his friends have walked a long way, almost 200 or 300 kilometers away from the original location. Although they are far away from the hell they once were, by chance, they gradually entered the range of activities of the Salvation Gate. But there has been no contact yet. One night, when Nana was about to go to bed, she seemed to hear someone talking outside. "Lao Zhou, have you noticed how often the camp next to us goes out? According to my observation, those people go out to search for supplies about once every 4 days, and they do have guns. How many people are there?" "More than 100. Hearing this, Huya frowned and began to wonder whether he should go over and provoke them. As the days passed, she knew very well that she and Nana were women, and Lao Zhou was the only man around. After a while, they would be targeted by other survivors. But they had nothing good to defend themselves. Having no weapons, and not using them were two completely different things. Moreover, there was no order or rules in the apocalypse, and dead people could be seen everywhere. At this critical moment, Lao Zhou went out hunting, and suddenly found a survivor camp a few kilometers away from the mountain behind him, and it looked pretty good. However, since there is no road to the Huya camp, no one has discovered it. After thinking for a few minutes, Huya looked at the man next to him and asked, "Are their guns the same as those in the police station? Pistols or something like that?" Hearing this, Zhou Angui nodded. "In that case, I go over there tomorrow night and try to steal one. If that doesn't work, I exchange it for a few pheasants." When Huya said this, he was obviously a little lacking in confidence. How much food would be needed to exchange for a gun in the apocalypse? But on the second day, Huya went up to the roof to replace the tiles, and he missed a step and fell from a height of several meters.